Betrayed by his girlfriend and close friend, Li Fan finds himself reborn on the inaugural day of Endless Firmament, promptly choosing the hidden class of Shield Warrior. Subsequently, he awakens an SSS talent that permanently enhances his agility attribute while defeating monsters. 10,000 agility points equate to a staggering attack speed of 100 strikes per second and a movement speed of 200 meters per second. This is utterly outrageous. With a divine hidden class and an SSS talent, it would be nearly impossible not to soar to greatness. Villain. What the hell? Does anyone understand? He's a shield warrior, and his dual speed has already surpassed light. Ultimate demon god. Upon invading the Azure Star, I was annihilated in a mere second by his billions of strikes. It's utterly absurd. Chapter 1. Rebirth, SSS talent, blessing of light. Damn your ancestors. Su Yinyu Zhangfeng. You treacherous pair. I have always sheltered you. Yet you betray and stab me in the back. In a modest rented room, Li Fan suddenly opens his eyes. Veins bulge on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, and he gasps for breath. The last moment etched in his memory was of him tirelessly slaying an invading alien demon king, just relaxing his tense spirit when, in the next instant, a dagger laced with lethal poison pierced his heart from behind. A betrayal from his teammates. The betrayers were none other than his long-term girlfriend and the guild vice president he had nurtured and regarded as his right-hand man. Su Yinyu, I have treated you so well, pampering you for years and fulfilling every request you made. Zhang Feng, when you had no money to eat, who provided you with a job? Who lent you substantial equipment to help you grow stronger? Who advocated for you despite opposition, elevating you to vice president of the prestigious guild, Pantheon? For a decade, I have trusted and protected you, providing you with money and equipment. Yet you two treacherous scoundrels repay me with this. Do you think this is justified? Do you think this is justified? Damn it. The more Li Fan thought about it, the angrier he became, his liver aching with rage. He was furious not only at the betrayal of those he had trusted, but also at his own foolishness for misjudging their character. Then, he suddenly realized something strange. Did I not die? Whose liver is hurting? Where am I? What I hold in my hand is a mobile phone? Has it been 10 years since the invasion of alien monstrosities? All factories have ceased to exist. How could there still be a usable phone in this world? No, wait. Date, September 20th, 2042. What the hell? Isn't this the very first day of Endless Firmament's launch? So I have been reborn. Li Fan was bewildered. Was this the heavens showing mercy and granting him a second chance? After lingering in a daze for a while, Li Fan finally accepted the reality of his rebirth. He then became exceedingly exhilarated. Endless Firmament, a virtual reality game that quickly ascended to the pinnacle of the gaming industry upon its release, jointly recommended and promoted by the 5 permanent members of the world's governing bodies, is touted as every player's second world. However, Li Fan, with his previous life experiences, knew all too well that this game was not as simple as the officials claimed. In 100 days following the release of Endless Firmament, it left a remarkable impression as a high-quality virtual MMORPG, yet on December 31st, 2024, 100 days after its launch, a horrifying event transpired. The game and reality merged, and a predatory civilization known as the Abyss of the Otherworld invaded the Azure Star. From that moment, the world shifted from a science fiction paradigm to one of magic, rendering humanity's electricity and gunpowder obsolete. In the face of the abyssal civilization's invasion, countless humans on the Azure Star became fodder for the abyssal monstrosities daily. Each of these creatures possessed extraordinary power, yet humanity was not entirely devoid of resistance. Coincidentally, on the very day the Abyss of the Otherworld invaded the Azure Star, the abilities of characters in Endless Firmament synchronized with the real world, allowing players to grow stronger within the game, thereby empowering their real-world selves. In his previous life, Li Fan, having only interned for a few months, squandered his earnings on a luxury handbag for his girlfriend Su Yinyu instead of purchasing a gaming helmet. Consequently, he only created his character 2 months after the game launched. Missing the precious early leveling phase of Endless Firmament, he subsequently spent 10 years exerting significantly more effort than other players, enduring countless life and death adventures, ultimately reaching level 200 and ranking among the top 10 warriors in the world, with his self-founded guild, Pantheon, also breaking into the world's top guilds. Being reborn on the very first day of the game's launch meant he could now compete with other players right from the start. Furthermore, with the memories of his past life, Endless Firmament for this new life was akin to a fresh start. If all went well, his future achievements would surely surpass merely ranking among the top 10 warriors. Thank you, heavens, for granting me a chance to start anew. In this life, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of Endless Firmament. Suddenly, a series of notification tones from his phone interrupted Li Fan's reverie. Su Yinyu, special attention dear, I was out shopping with my girlfriend and came across a stunning handbag. Handbag photo, don't you think it's far prettier than the one I currently use? Playful Su Yinyu, special attention unfortunately, I'm still preparing for my master's exams and have no money to buy it. I can only indulge in a fleeting glance. Aggrieved Su Yunyu, special attention, but it's all right. Once I start earning, I will definitely buy it. Keep fighting, strive. Reading the messages on his phone, Li Fan's eyes reddened once more. That wretched woman. In his previous life, it was precisely because of such messages that he refrained from purchasing the gaming helmet, thus missing the opportunity to enter Endless Firmament at the earliest chance. Reflecting on it now, Li Fan wished he could slap his former self. He had been nothing short of a hopeless sycophant. Fortunately, in this new life, he would never again play the fool. If he were to indulge, it would be as a net-addicted youth with greater prospects. Su Yunyu, you should be grateful that the game has yet to merge with reality. I would never engage in illegal activities. Otherwise, this year would mark your demise. You have but 100 days left to live. In this life, I refuse to utter a single word to you, quietly observing how you will continue to act. Li Fan muttered through gritted teeth. He then departed from the rented room, heading towards the nearest gaming helmet store. After purchasing the gaming helmet, he found himself left with only $100 from 3 months of internship savings. However, Li Fan felt no urgency. Instead, he sent a resignation message to the company. From this day forth, he was a free man without a job. Back in his rented room, Li Fan glanced at the clock. It was 5:58 in the evening, with merely 2 minutes remaining until the launch of Endless Firmament. Without hesitation, his next action was, Endless Firmament, activate. Soon, the game entered the character creation interface. Notification. You have confirmed your game ID as Tai Sui Shun. Notification. You have randomly selected your initial class. Your initial class is the rare hidden class, Shield Warrior. Notification. Your character appearance customization has concluded. Your character has been successfully created. Thus, the origin of Li Fan's ID was revealed. With a decade of experience from his previous life, he could effortlessly handle any class. Therefore, in the initial class selection, he discarded the typical choices of warrior, mage, archer, knight, assassin, priest, druid, and summoner, opting instead to gamble on a random class. As fate would have it, he truly transitioned into a hidden class. A shield warrior, is it? Quite commendable. While its output may be somewhat lacking, its role within a team is unmistakable, and its overall combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Moreover, whether the output is sufficient ultimately depends on the player's skills. With good equipment, high skill levels, and excellent execution, any class can soar. With this thought in mind, Li Fan nodded approvingly, thoroughly satisfied with his initial class as a shield warrior. Following the successful character creation, the next step was the unique talent lottery of Endless Firmament. Chapter 2. So, this light of yours is the light of speed. Tip. You have been automatically assigned to the M4399 Novice Village. May you enjoy your gaming experience. Within the realm of Endless Firmament, the environment of the player's initial Novice Village is intricately linked to their real-world residences. Players inhabiting the M4399 Novice Village are all situated in proximity to Li Fan in the real world. Naturally, with tens of thousands of players in a single Novice Village, discerning one's true identity through their game character is no simple task, especially considering that Li Fan had previously customized his character's facial features during the creation phase. As the system notification faded, Li Fan's surroundings blurred, and he found himself in the spawning square of M4399 Novice Village. He had no time to heed the gasps of astonishment from other fresh entrants into the game. He hastily opened his personal panel to examine his attributes and talents. Character, Tai Sui God. Basic attributes. Level, LV1, 010000. Class, Shield Warrior. HP, 400. MP, 300. Attack, Physical Attack 20, Magic Attack 6. Defense, Physical Defense 14, Magic Defense 10. Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 4, Spirit 6, Stamina 10. Free attribute points, 0. Maximum attack speed, 0.84 times per second. Maximum movement speed, 1008 meters per second. Title, none. Talent, Blessing of Light, Stage 1, SSS quality. Equipment slot, Novice Robe, Novice Pants, Novice One-Handed Sword. Novice Small Shield. Skill list, Shield Block, LV1 passive allows the use of a shield to block physical damage from enemies. Upon a successful block, it grants a physical damage reduction effect of 10,100, specific values determined by the strength of both parties. Heavy Slash, LV1 active a powerful strike with a weapon that deals 200 physical damage to the enemy hit. When the enemy's health drops below 30, the damage increases by 2 for every point of health lost. Consumes 20 MP upon casting, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Provocation, LV1 active taunts enemies within a 15-meter range, making you their primary target for the next 30 seconds. Consumes 20 MP upon casting, with a cooldown of 45 seconds. Endless Firmament differs significantly from other virtual MMORPGs that Li Fan has experienced. In this game, the conversion of the character's four-dimensional attributes into specific attack and defense effects is as follows. 1 point of strength translates to 1 base physical attack power. With an additional weak point damage bonus, critical damage. 1 point of spirit equates to 1 base magical attack power and a minor increase of 10 in mana. 1 point of agility translates to 001 attack speed and 002 movement speed. 1 point of stamina provides 10 health points and a slight increase in both defenses, along with minor resistance to stagger and weak point damage. This implies that even if one were to choose the archer or assassin class, in the early stages of Endless Firmament, disregarding equipment and skills, one must prioritize allocating free attribute points into strength to enhance physical attack power. In Li Fan's previous life, he encountered numerous archers who allocated all their points into strength, seeking to achieve unparalleled damage output. Agility? What is that? A single arrow from him is worth 10 from you. Isn't it delightful? Of course, this is not to suggest that agility lacks significance, while it merely enhances speed. There exists a famous saying by the fire cloud evil god. In the world of martial arts, nothing is indestructible, only speed is unbreakable. Swift movement allows one to evade enemy attacks more effortlessly and strike at their weak points to inflict critical damage. Although agility does not augment physical attack power, its importance is undoubtedly on par with strength, spirit, and stamina. However, for Li Fan, as a shield warrior, the focus must remain on amplifying strength and stamina attributes. I recall that ordinary starting classes possess only 1 skill, yet the shield warrior boasts 3, truly deserving of its hidden class status. Let me see what this SSS talent entails. Li Fan murmured softly to himself, shifting his gaze to the description of the talent's effects. Blessing of Light, Stage 1, SSS Talent 1. Your base agility attribute increases by 500 points. 2. For every monster you slay, you permanently gain at least 1 point of agility. The stronger the defeated monster, the higher the reward in agility points. Progress to the next stage of talent growth. Kill count 010000. Note, the only SSS level talent, comprising a total of 10 growth stages. Strive hard, young one. Permanently increasing agility with each monster slain? Staring at the talent description, Li Fan was taken aback. Blessing of Light. I thought this light was a buff of light attribute, but it turns out to be the light of speed. Goodness. Gaining at least 1 point of agility for every monster slain. Calculating based on the conversion of agility to speed. 100 points of agility equals 1 attack speed per second and 2 meters per second in movement speed. 1,000 points of agility translates to 10 attacks per second and 20 meters per second in movement speed. 10,000 points of agility equates to 100 attacks per second and 200 meters per second in movement speed. If I were to achieve 100,000 points of agility, or even a million, wow. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Li Fan couldn't help but gasp in awe. The Blessing of Light truly lives up to its SSS tier status. Even the effects of its initial stage left this reincarnated individual astounded. Based on the conversion of agility to speed, he would merely need to slay 17 million creatures to surpass the speed of sound. With a bit more effort, perhaps he could even exceed the speed of light. The mere thought of this excited Li Fan immensely. Monster hunting? Time to get to work. However, monster hunting must wait. For there is one task that takes precedence over it. Accepting hidden quests. The rewards for hidden quests in Endless Firmament are exceptionally lucrative. And these quests often possess a uniqueness. For instance, if one player accepts it, others cannot trigger it unless the first player fails. Monsters can be farmed at any time, but hidden quests might be snatched away by others. As a reincarnated individual, how can Li Fan merely bury himself in hard work? He felt compelled to leverage his foresight to seize all the hidden quests he remembered from his past life. Chapter 3. Accepting hidden quests. Lightning 5-strike whip? Oh my goodness. This game is incredibly realistic. Virtual reality MMORPGs have been developed for over a decade, and Endless Firmament is the most lifelike experience I have ever encountered. The Aoshire family is recruiting powerful individuals. The clan leader is wealthy and somewhat naive, striving for a place in the M4399 Novice Village's top 10 teams. The Genesis Guild is also seeking members. Talented individuals may sign contracts offline, with an annual salary of $1 million not being a dream. Genesis is the best stage for realizing your dreams. It is absolutely not to be missed. A seasoned middle-aged gaming addict is in search of teammates. Let's team up as a warrior, priest, and archer to slay monsters and level up together. As Li Fan stepped away from the bustling square at the novice spawn point, his ears were inundated with a cacophony of sounds. The game Endless Firmament, jointly promoted by the 5 constant nations, had created a sensation upon its release, capturing the attention of players worldwide. It was said that on the very first day of its launch, the number of players who logged in surpassed 100 million. After finally extricating himself from the throngs, Li Fan made his way directly to the blacksmith shop in the Novice Village. The era of the Novice Village felt like a distant memory, and since he had been delayed by 2 months in his previous life due to his romantic entanglements, his recollections of the hidden quests there were scant. After much contemplation, he managed to recall one. This quest was linked to a legendary storm warrior, renowned for his prowess on the battlefield. who had once boasted online about the secret behind his formidable strength. At the blacksmith in the novice village, players could receive a hidden chain quest if they earned the blacksmith's recognition. Upon completing the entire quest line, they would be rewarded with a special item known as the Heart of the Warrior. The Heart of the Warrior was a relic of unparalleled significance for all warrior players, as its effect was simple yet profound. It granted immunity to all forms of control. Warriors are known for their strength and resilience in melee combat, but are often hampered by their lack of agility, making them susceptible to control effects during engagements with ranged classes. The terror of a warrior immune to all control effects is not lost on the discerning mind. The Heart of the Warrior is a unique item, with no duplicates possible within the game. Thus, the legendary Storm Warrior had flaunted his possession of it without fear of others imitating him. Little did he know, however, that the world still had a reborn individual like Li Fan. He chuckled to himself, thinking, "Your Heart of the Warrior is impressive, but soon it shall belong to me." With that thought, Li Fan swiftly approached the blacksmith's location. Completing quests and defeating monsters is a universal method of leveling up in virtual reality MMORPGs. In Endless Firmament, the number of players was overwhelming, and a long queue had formed in front of the blacksmith for those seeking to accept quests. Due to the sheer number of people, NPC soldiers from the novice village arrived to maintain order. Li Fan, lacking the standing to be impudent before the soldiers, had no choice but to wait his turn. The bad news was that there were at least 100 players ahead of him. The good news was that the blacksmith treated everyone equally. He dismissed a player with an icy remark, "Your combat power is far too low. There are no tasks for you here. Leave." One sentence was all it took to send the player away, head hung low, with the NPC soldiers watching vigilantly. Players unable to accept quests departed in silence, not daring to utter a word. Soon, it was Li Fan's turn to stand before the blacksmith. "Begone. Your strength is insufficient. I have no tasks for you," the blacksmith stated bluntly after a cursory glance at Li Fan. However, unlike the previous player, Li Fan did not comply and leave obediently. To receive the hidden task chain for the Heart of the Warrior, he needed to earn the blacksmith's approval. The most persuasive way to achieve this was to demonstrate his strength. With his SSS talent, which had augmented his agility by 500 points, he had a compelling reason to intercept this hidden quest without having to grind against monsters first. "Morlin the blacksmith, please take another look at my capabilities." With that declaration, Li Fan brandished his one-handed sword and executed a series of rapid slashes through the air. Swish, swish, swish. With his agility now at 504 points and a base attack speed of 0.8 seconds, his current attack rate soared to 584 strikes per second. After a lightning-fast quintuple slash, it was no surprise that the blacksmith's demeanor shifted instantly. "Young adventurer from another world, you are indeed fortunate. Your talent astounds me, and I have high hopes for you. I wish for you to avenge my daughter." As the blacksmith's words fell, a prompt appeared before Li Fan's interface. "Notice, you have triggered the quest Morlin's Revenge 1. Quest content. Months ago, Morlin's daughter ventured out on an expedition but met with misfortune. Upon investigation, Morlin discovered that the creatures responsible for his daughter's demise were a pack of wolves residing in the Darkwood Forest. Eliminate 100 mutated gray wolves, LV6, to prove your strength to Morlin once more, and you will receive a substantial reward and the opportunity to accept the next quest. Quest duration, 3 days. Number of participants required, 1. Success reward, 50 silver coins, 5,000 experience points, 1 piece of ordinary equipment, and eligibility for subsequent quests. Failure penalty, permanent loss of eligibility to accept this quest chain. Upon seeing the new task in his quest list, Li Fan finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. This quest chain was indeed the first step toward obtaining the Heart of the Warrior. Morlin the blacksmith. "Rest assured, I shall complete the task," he added with a friendly gesture, as a token of goodwill. "I will not charge you for any equipment repairs within the next 3 days." This was Li Fan's deliberate attempt to foster a positive rapport with Morlin after accepting the quest. In Endless Firmament, NPCs should not merely be viewed as a collection of scripts. They possess their own thoughts, emotions, and responses akin to virtual AI beings. The manner in which players interact with NPCs will directly influence the NPC's treatment of those players. Of course, this does not apply during moments of the NPC's displeasure. With the promise of waiving repair fees for 3 days, Li Fan felt quite elated. Meanwhile, the players who had been waiting behind him were left astounded, having witnessed the entire exchange. "Whoa, is this guy for real? I can't believe it. Lightning fast quintuple strike? Impressive. I bet he's got an attack speed boosting talent. At least B grade or higher. What a pro. Hey, can we be friends? Same here. I'm a D grade talent mage. Starting off with an extra 20 points in spirit. My output is explosive. Wow, this guy is wielding a shield and a one-handed sword. He must be a hidden class. Please, let me tag along. Hey, don't run off. Wait for me. Wow, he moves so fast." Faced with the numerous requests for friendship and party invitations from eager players, Li Fan chose to make a hasty exit. What a joke. D-grade talents think they can boast? What caliber of player do they think they are to be my teammates? In the early stages of the game, a myriad of oddities abounds, and Li Fan had no intention of wasting time seeking allies. Before the first dungeon, which opens to players at level 15, solo grinding was undoubtedly his best option. Chapter 4. Grinding, Leveling Up, and the Piggy Boss. The mutated Grey Wolves were level 6 pack creatures, and as Li Fan was currently only level 1, challenging them would be far too perilous. In the realm of Endless Sky, the penalties for death and level suppression are exceedingly severe. Upon the first death, a player is rendered weakened for 24 hours, during which their attributes are halved. Should a player perish a second time, the duration of their weakness extends to 72 hours, and they lose all experience points accrued toward their current level. For instance, a player at level 2 with 99 experience points, just one short of ascending to level 3, would regress to level 2 with a total of 0 experience. A third death results in a week-long weakness and a loss of 1 level, while a fourth death incurs a 2-level drop. This pattern continues, and if one were to die 10 times within a month, they would find themselves demoted directly to level 1, with all equipment exposed and an entire month of weakness to follow. The death penalties reset on the first of each month and are calculated independently for each month. As for level suppression, if a player's level is 1 below that of their opponent, the damage they deal is reduced by 5, while the damage they receive increases by 5, capped at 80. Conversely, if a player's level exceeds that of a monster, for every level of advantage, their damage dealt increases by 5, and the damage taken from the opponent decreases by 5, also capped at 80. It is worth noting that defeating monsters of a higher level yields an experience bonus, whereas engaging with lower-level creatures results in a compounded penalty of reduced experience drops. Thus, in the world of Endless Sky, it is nearly impossible to maximize leveling efficiency through swiftly defeating low-level monsters. Consequently, Li Fan resolved to embark on an adventure to the Gloomy Forest map, seeking out training spots to enhance his level and talents, thereby boosting his combat prowess before facing the mutated Grey Wolves. Having made up his mind, Li Fan dashed towards the village outskirts. Outside the novice village, the atmosphere was more vibrant than within, as numerous players gathered to tackle quests and collect materials. A glance around revealed that, if not outnumbered, the players certainly matched the level 1 red-eyed rabbits in quantity. The freshly spawned red-eyed rabbits, still bewildered by their new existence, were swiftly met with a barrage of swords and fireballs, leading to their immediate demise. Goodness, the competition is fierce. Li Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, reminiscing about his previous life when the majority of players had already reached level 50, rendering the novice village nearly deserted. Now, he was finally experiencing firsthand the intensity of the grind on the opening day of the game's launch. Li Fan had no inclination to compete with ordinary players for kills. Instead, he navigated through the crowd to a more secluded training spot. Here, the number of players was noticeably diminished. Species, Pippy Pig. Level, LV2 Common Creature. Attributes, 200 HP, 23 Physical Attack, 12 Physical Defense, 11 Magical Defense. Skill, Pippy Pig's Fury. The Pippy Pig charges at its enemy. This area was home to the Pippy Pig, a creature with formidable attack and defense attributes, making it daunting for most novice players at level 1 to engage. However, Li Fan was evidently not deterred. Provoking the beast, Li Fan initiated an attack on a Pippy Pig within a 15-meter range. His gaze, commanding and piercing, struck at the very essence of the Pippy Pig's spirit, causing it to huff and puff before charging forth with all its might. Slow, exceedingly slow. Li Fan deemed the Pippy Pig's charge akin to a snail's crawl, effortlessly sidestepping with a lateral shuffle, all the while lunging forward to strike its vulnerable rear. With astonishing speed, Li Fan unleashed a flurry of attacks, and within a mere 2 seconds, 11 damage notifications popped up above the Pippy Pig's head. 15. Critical weakness damage. 15. 15. The rear, often a critical weak point for most creatures, was left unprotected on the Pippy Pig, and Li Fan's precision ensured that each of those 11 strikes inflicted double damage. Following this barrage, the Pippy Pig's health dwindled to a mere 35 points. As it emitted a mournful cry, Li Fan seized the opportunity to deliver 3 additional strikes. Alas, Li Fan's benevolent heart could not bear to see the creature in agony. Thus, he resolved to grant it a swift release from its suffering. Notification: you have slain the Pippy Pig, LV2 Common Creature. You have gained 105 experience points, 5 bonus for defeating a higher level monster. Notification: your talent has activated. You permanently gain 1 point of agility. Excellent. Just 95 more Pippy Pigs, and I shall ascend to level 2. Press on. Notification: you have slain another. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is now LV2. Congratulations, you have earned 5 free attribute points. After a vigorous hour of combat, a radiant glow of level up enveloped Li Fan. Despite the swiftness with which he released the Pippy Pigs from their plight, their scattered positioning and the lengthy respawn time meant that finding new foes consumed far more time than the actual combat. With the increasing influx of players to the area, the efficiency of his training was, unfortunately, hindered. At last, he attained his level up and hastily set off for the next training point. Regrettably, After nearly slaying 100 pippy pigs, his loot comprised merely 3 pieces of basic equipment and a handful of copper coins, of which only a singular, inferior one-handed sword was usable. As for the free attribute points, he decided to allocate them all to strength for an increase in attack power. Just then, he noticed a group engaged in battle with a pippy pig boss. Li Fan had just finished allocating his points and was about to depart when he spotted a group of 7 or 8 players assaulting a pippy pig boss, visibly more robust than the ordinary ones. Since they had already laid claim to the creature, he felt no need to intervene. Having assessed the strength of the pippy pig boss, Li Fan intended to adhere to his original plan and leave. The mere level 2 black iron boss did not warrant his involvement in a boss fight. However, at that moment, he suddenly recognized 2 familiar faces among the attackers. Upon closer inspection of their features, ID, and professions, as well as those of the other team members, Li Fan's demeanor shifted dramatically. If memory served him correctly, these 7 individuals were core members of the infamous Ebai guild from his previous life. The realization sparked a glint in Li Fan's eyes. In the face of the terrifying invasion of alien monstrosities, humanity's mindset could be broadly categorized into 3 groups: those who rise to resist, those who succumb to despair, and a minority of notorious anti-human elements who, whether actively or passively, joined the ranks of the monsters to aid in the slaughter of their own kind. This guild, with its seemingly uplifting name, was ironically composed of members notorious for their malevolence. Before the invasion of the alien creatures upon the Azure planet, they had already established a reputation for deceit and treachery within the game, serving as a prime example of infamy. After the invasion of the foreign demonic creatures in the azure seas of Blue Star, the majority of the core members of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild swiftly succumbed to the opposing forces within a year, aligning themselves against humanity. By the 3rd year of the invasion, the name of the Righteous Brotherhood graced the 3rd position on the globally recognized list of notorious guilds, surpassed only by 2 other guilds from Western nations. Chapter 5. As a champion of justice, slaying and seizing a boss simultaneously. The core members of the Righteous Brotherhood could be classified into 2 categories. The first comprises old comrades who had forged bonds in other games prior to the launch of Endless Firmament. The second includes new members who were absorbed into the guild after the game's initiation. Regardless of their origin, every core member bore the prefix righteous in their names. Righteous King, Righteous Monarch, Righteous Black Rose, Righteous Mr. Sue. There could be no mistake. They were undoubtedly the core members of the Righteous Brotherhood. After confirming their identities, Li Fan found the subsequent actions to be rather straightforward. As a person of sound morals, could he simply overlook the vile miscreants before him? Certainly not. Thus, Li Fan resolved to demonstrate the benevolence of Lord Li. The saying goes, those who are not of my kin must harbor different intentions. In his previous life, they must have toiled under the tyranny of foreign demons, suffering greatly. In this life, he would extend his kindness, striving to ensure they would not endure such hardship again. With this thought in mind, Li Fan sprang into action. All were merely at levels 1 or 2, lacking substantial skills. No tactical deliberation was required. They could simply charge in. Therefore, he commenced a full-speed run, his first target being the mage stationed in the rear. Be cautious, someone approaches. This fellow moves with remarkable speed. He might be here to steal the boss. Everyone be on guard. Is he alone? What a reckless fool. Brothers, I'll keep the boss occupied while you focus on taking him down. Li Fan's approach was entirely unmasked, and even from over 100 meters away, the members of the Righteous Brotherhood had already noticed him. Despite their nefarious nature, they possessed an awareness of the game. In a virtual MMORPG, the act of killing and looting bosses was commonplace. They were well versed in this art, and naturally did not hesitate to ascribe the worst intentions to others. Before Li Fan had even closed the distance to 50 meters, they had readied themselves for combat. Archers, mages, and priests swiftly retreated, while a warrior and a knight positioned themselves at the forefront, with an assassin lying in wait, and the final member, seemingly a hidden knight class, engaged with the boss. Friend, this is not a place for strangers. If you advance any further, we shall not hold back. The warrior player, Righteous King, called out loudly to Li Fan, attempting to intimidate him with their numerical advantage. However, Li Fan evidently disregarded the warning. The distance between them rapidly diminished. How audacious! Eliminate him. With a command from Righteous King, the ranged classes, archers and mages, immediately launched their assault on Li Fan. Whoosh! Arrows and fireballs hurtled towards him with precision. Yet, Li Fan had already anticipated this. With a deft sidestep, he easily evaded their attacks. This guy's speed is astounding. It's difficult to land hits from a distance. Lamented the archer, Righteous Black Rose. Fear not, Rabbit. Prepare yourself. We shall intercept him together. Righteous King rallied his knightly allies, the knights and warriors. With their thick health and formidable defenses, braced themselves for close combat. 3 seconds later, Li Fan dashed to face Righteous King, who raised his longsword, ready to unleash the triple slash. This initial skill, common among warrior class players, allowed for 3 consecutive slashes forward, with the first 2 strikes dealing 150 damage each. and the third inflicting 200 damage, boasting a cooldown of 30 seconds. The frequency of the triple slash, while swifter than a standard attack, was still no match for Li Fan, who possessed a staggering 600 agility. With blinding speed, Li Fan struck first, delivering a flurry of blows to Righteous King's head. As Righteous King instinctively ducked to evade, he was horrified to discover he could not escape. 26. Critical damage. 26. 26. In an instant, 6 numbers appeared above Righteous King's head, reducing his health to roughly half. Meanwhile, his triple slash was ineffective. Li Fan deftly avoided the first 2 strikes, and the final blow was successfully blocked by Li Fan's raised shield. Combat information. Your attack was successfully blocked by Tai Sui Shin using a shield. Damage nullified due to lower strength attribute. Glancing at the combat information and then at his own health bar, Righteous King's face drained of color. Beware. This fellow is a hidden class capable of blocking physical attacks. Such high damage and rapid attack speed. How high must his agility be? I can't hold on. Before Righteous King could finish his sentence, Li Fan unleashed a barrage of strikes, depleting his health entirely. The entire skirmish transpired in less than 3 seconds. In the face of Li Fan, Righteous King had no opportunity for retaliation. The disparity between them was insurmountable. This scene left the other 6 members of the Righteous Brotherhood utterly astonished. It was so swift that it felt as if their heavily armored warrior ally had simply collapsed the moment they engaged. We are all merely level 2. How is your combat prowess so formidable? Are you using hacks? Quit dawdling. Eliminate this Tai Sui Shin character. He is alone. Focus fire, avenge Righteous King. The Righteous Knight player. Righteous Monarch, who was entangled with the boss nearby, shouted vehemently as he noticed his teammates in a stupor. Upon hearing his call, the other members of the Righteous Brotherhood snapped back to reality and swiftly launched their assault on Li Fan. Then, a scene that shattered their morale unfolded. Combat information. Your attack was successfully blocked by Tai Sui Shin. Combat information. Your attack missed. Combat information. Your attack was successfully blocked by Tai Sui Shin. Combat information. Your attack was evaded. Blocked, dodged. Time and again, they were thwarted. The members of the Righteous Brotherhood were left in disbelief. All their magical assaults were deftly evaded by Li Fan's nimble movements. Given the stark difference in their speeds, it was trivially simple for Li Fan, with a decade of intense combat experience from his previous life, to evade their attacks. And when their onslaught became overwhelming, restricting his movement, Li Fan would deftly sidestep magical assaults while utilizing his small round shield with his left hand to absorb physical damage. The attacks of the members of the Wuxianovel Guild failed to strike Li Fan, while his assaults were unavoidable and insufferable for them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword light flickered like lightning as Li Fan swung his weapon with fervor. In no time, the second victim fell, followed swiftly by the third and fourth. Within a mere half-minute, Li Fan had already dispatched 4 of the 7 individuals present. This infuriated Iba De Wong, who was entangled with the boss, to an unimaginable degree. Chapter 6. Boss first kill, Black Iron One-Handed Sword. Forget about him. The boss only has 100 HP left. Let us finish it off and grab the loot. The fury of Tai Sui Shin echoed in the air as he vowed that the Wuxianovel Guild would ensure his demise. Iba De Wong's furious roar snapped the remaining 2 members back to reality. However, it also drew Li Fan's attention to the fact that the health of the Pai Pai Pig boss was indeed running dangerously low. Li Fan immediately abandoned his pursuit of them and charged towards the boss. Species, Pai Pai Pig Elite. Level, LV2 Black Iron Creature. Attributes, 98,800 HP. 30 physical attack, 16 physical defense, 17 magic defense. Skills. In the world of Endless Sky, players are unable to discern the skills of the boss. This is the essence of exploration. The challenge lies in the ignorance of the boss's abilities, necessitating utmost vigilance to anticipate its fatal strikes. Nevertheless, this LV2 Pai Pai Pig Elite was of such a low level that it was unlikely to possess any outrageous skills. Thus Li Fan felt no undue concern. Moreover, with the boss's health dwindling to a mere 98 points, it was a matter of raw output. Being overly cautious could lead to missing the opportunity to slay the boss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Fan moved swiftly, reaching the Pai Pai Pig Elite side just as the remaining 3 members of the Wuxianovel Guild had yet to deplete its health. He aimed decisively for its vulnerable spot, raising his one-handed sword to deliver a series of swift thrusts. 20. Weak point damage. 20. 32. Fatal damage. Despite the Pai Pai Pig Elite's high physical defense, even with every strike targeting its weak point, Li Fan could only inflict a meager 20 points of damage per normal attack. Fortunately, his final heavy slash successfully emptied the boss's remaining health. Notification. You have slain the Pai Pai Pig Elite, LV2 Black Iron Creature, earning 525 experience points, with an additional 5 for defeating an over-leveled monster. Notification. This kill is the first in the entire village. Congratulations on receiving 2 free attribute points and a skill book for your profession. Notification. Your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 1. In the world of Endless Sky, players are granted additional rewards for first kills of bosses. Based on the strength of the boss, several free attribute points are awarded, along with a guaranteed drop of equipment or a skill book applicable to the player's profession. The low level of the Pi Pi Pig yielded only 2 free attribute points for Li Fan. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Li Fan was in high spirits, especially considering he had snatched the first kill from the members of the Iba Guild. This thought only elevated his mood further. Tai Sui Shun, I curse you. Observing the boss that his group had labored to defeat fall into the hands of their adversary, Iba Do Wong, and the others were consumed with rage. Li Fan, coming back to his senses, picked up the 3 items dropped by the boss and, without a glance, charged towards them. He aimed to claim the boss and eliminate its defenders. Whoosh! Li Fan's sword struck down the 5th member of the Iba Guild. At this moment, Do Wong finally regained his composure from the overwhelming hatred. Split up and flee. This grudge will be settled eventually, but not now. Do Wong understood that remaining here would lead only to impotent fury. The death penalty in Endless Sky was severe, and dying would significantly hinder their crucial early leveling tasks. Thus, the immediate priority was to ensure their survival. As his words fell, one of his remaining teammates promptly made a break for it. The two fled in different directions, their desire to survive so intense that it even stirred Li Fan's emotions. In the next second, he decisively pursued Do Wong's teammate, swiftly slaying him before turning on his heel to chase after Do Wong. At this moment, Do Wong had already covered 70 to 80 meters. However, for Li Fan, that distance was merely a matter of seconds, as the disparity in their speeds was vast. Approximately 10 seconds later, Li Fan caught up to Do Wong's rear, raising his one-handed sword high. Whoosh! 22, weak point damage. 11. True to his reputation as the leader of the Iba Guild, Do Wong's physical defense was only 1 point lower than that of the Pi Pi Pig elite, and his skills were commendable. A well-timed roll caused Li Fan's second attack to miss its mark. Yet, this level of effort was futile against the enormous disparity in their attributes. Without uttering a word, Li Fan continued to strike. Do Wong found himself in a precarious position, unable to evade Li Fan's relentless onslaught, and his counterattacks were either blocked or dodged. As Li Fan pressed on with his assault, Do Wong's health dwindled further. However, Li Fan calculated the damage done and was somewhat astonished that Do Wong had yet to perish despite losing over 500 health points. This individual either possessed a talent that augmented his health or was benefiting from a hidden class bonus of the Just Knight, enhancing his vitality. It was no wonder he could withstand the Pi Pi Pig elite's relentless blows. Alas, in my presence, this merely bought him a few more seconds of life. As Li Fan had anticipated, Do Wong soon succumbed. In the next moment, he left behind a fierce remark before following in his fallen comrade's footsteps. Tai Sui Shun, you have guts. Just you wait. What Iba Do Wong did not realize was that Li Fan wished to convey the very same message to him and all the members of the Iba Guild in the M4399 Novice Village. Sharing a novice village with me is your greatest misfortune, Li Fan mumbled to himself before decisively departing the scene. The preceding battle had attracted some nearby leveling players, and given that this outdoor PK was initiated by him, according to the rules of Endless Sky, killing one person resulted in an increase of 1 point of sin value. With a sin value exceeding 1, he would be marked as a red name. Thus, with a total of 7 points of sin value, he was undoubtedly a notorious figure. A player in red name status, when killed, would invariably drop at least 1 piece of equipment, and the death penalty remained unchanged. Li Fan was unafraid of being pursued by nearby leveling players, as his speed provided him a distinct advantage. He felt no trepidation. However, engaging in PK would inevitably waste time. While he relished the thought of slaying members of the Iba Guild, dispatching ordinary passers-by held little appeal. Li Fan was unwilling to add unnecessary troubles to his plate, and had already resolved to leave the Pi Pi Pig leveling zone. Even after vanquishing the white-named players, there remained a certain probability of obtaining equipment from their fallen bodies. Alas, this band of altruistic guild members was too impoverished, with 7 individuals. Not a single piece of gear was dropped for me. Never mind, let us first inspect the spoils of the boss and concurrently seek a new leveling area. Li Fan opened his backpack to examine the 3 items previously dropped by the piggy boss. The first item was a black iron quality one-handed sword. Equipment, refined iron sword. Durability, 100,100. Quality, black iron. Grade, perfect. Usage requirement, level 2 or above. Attribute 1, 17 points of physical attack, 13 points of magical attack. Attribute 2, attacks reduce the enemy's physical defense by 2 points, lasting for 5 seconds, not stackable. A remarkable black iron quality one-handed sword. The attributes of the refined iron sword dazzled Li Fan. It is known that most black iron quality weapons do not possess 2 attributes. This refined iron sword not only has 1, but the second attribute reduces the enemy's physical defense, making it a splendid weapon for him in the early game. Chapter 7. Diligently grinding. Agility exceeding 1000. In the realm of Endless Firmament, equipment quality is categorized from lowest to highest as ordinary, black iron, silver, gold, dark gold. Legendary, epic, mythical, and ancient mythical. Whether there exists equipment of an even higher quality beyond ancient mythical remains a mystery to Leaf Fan. In his previous life, at level 200, he had never encountered such gear. Perhaps only when he grows stronger in this life will the answer to this question be revealed. Within each quality tier, equipment is further divided into 6 grades based on specific attributes: inferior, ordinary, fine, excellent, superb, and perfect. The refined iron sword before him is classified as perfect, which is why it boasts an additional attribute compared to standard black iron one-handed swords. Holding it in his grasp, Leaf Fan experienced a significant boost in his attack power. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted to the remaining 2 items dropped by the boss. Skill book, shield counter. Quality, black iron. Learning requirement, level 2 or above, shield-bearing class. Level 1 active effect. Use the shield to block the enemy's attack, reflecting 10 points of magical damage back to the attacker, duration 1 second. Costs 20 MP to activate, cooldown of 20 seconds. Equipment, pigskin belt. Durability, 6060. Quality, ordinary. Grade, ordinary. Usage requirement, level 2 or above. Attribute, 50 HP, 2 points of physical defense. Excellent, I can make use of all these. Leaf Fan grinned widely, decisively learning the skill from the book and donning the belt. The shield counter skill belongs to the defensive category, while it may seem unnecessary at present. One can never predict when it might prove useful in the future. Moreover, Endless Firmament imposes no limits on the number of skills a player can learn, so acquiring it is a prudent measure. As for the pigskin belt, though considered transitional gear, it nonetheless enhances both defense and health, which is certainly better than having none. Next, it was time to venture to a new leveling spot to grind some monsters. In Endless Firmament, the red name status can be reduced by 1 point of evil value for every 100 monsters of equal level or higher slain, or by defeating other red-named players. Setting a modest goal, let us first slay 700 monsters. After resolving this, Leaf Fan began searching for a new leveling area. Naturally, if he encountered any piggy pigs along the way, he would casually dispatch them with a few strikes before moving on. Before long, he departed from the piggy pig's domain and entered an area known as Gobi Desert, where a type of creature called mutated crocodile refreshed at level 3. Species, mutated crocodile. Level, LV3, ordinary creature. Attributes, 280 HP, 27 points of physical attack, 15 points of physical defense, 15 points of magical defense. Skill, death roll. The mutated crocodile will execute a 13-second control combo upon biting its target, inflicting additional damage. The mutated crocodile possesses formidable attack power, and its defense and health are quite respectable. However, its weakness lies in its sluggish mobility. In Leaf Fan's presence, they were akin to immobile training dummies. Swish, swish, swish. 27, 29, 58. Weakness damage. With a staggering physical attack power of 45 points, the damage inflicted upon the mutated crocodile was significant. Regrettably, the creature's weaknesses were limited to its eyes and underbelly, making it challenging to exploit. Fortunately, Leaf Fan's attack speed was sufficiently rapid. He could defeat a mutated crocodile in no more than 3 seconds. Notification: you have slain a mutated crocodile, earning 126 experience points, 5 bonus for defeating a higher level enemy. Notification: your agility attribute has increased permanently by 1. My SSS level talent is of the growth type. There is no need to excessively pursue slaying monsters of a higher level. Merely surpassing the mainstream players by 1 or 2 levels suffices for optimal efficiency. With this resolution in mind, Leaf Fan immediately focused on his task. Seizing the opportunity while the leveling area was devoid of others, he set forth to grind several hundred mutated crocodiles. Notification: you have slain, omitted. Notification: you have reached level 4. Approximately 2 hours later, as players began to trickle into the Gobi Desert area, a second beam of white light enveloped Leaf Fan. Level 4. The free attribute points gained from ascending to level 3 had already been allocated entirely to strength, and this time, he continued to invest all points into strength upon leveling up. Leaf Fan opened his personal panel to take a glance. Character: Tai Sui Shun. Base attributes. Level: LV4, 64845000. Class: Shield Warrior. HP: 450. MP: 320. Attack: Physical attack 55, magical attack 6. Defense: Physical defense 16, magical defense 11. Attributes: Strength 27, Agility 1098, Spirit 6, Stamina 10. Free attribute points 0. Max attack speed 1,278 attacks per second. Max move speed 3,098 meters per second. Title: None. Talent: Blessing of Light, Phase 1, SSS quality. The leveling system in Endless Firmament is utterly absurd. After grinding nearly 500 mutated crocodiles, I only managed to elevate my level from 2 to 4. Leaf Fan sighed. The pace of leveling was indeed sluggish. However, Reflecting on the 2.5 months it took to progress from level 199 to level 200 in his previous life, he was no longer disheartened. Patience had been cultivated through experience. Over 500 crocodiles yielded a mere plain ring with 1 physical attack and 1 magical defense. Now that is truly outrageous. Li Fan gazed at the plain ring in his equipment bar, unable to suppress a bemused chuckle at his own misfortune. Under normal circumstances, the drop rates in Endless Sky would not be so dismal. Typically, one could expect to obtain a piece of plain gear after defeating approximately 50 ordinary monsters. Yet, after vanquishing 500 mutated crocodiles, he had only acquired a single ordinary ring. He could only blame his ill luck. This wretched place was ill-suited for him. Fortuitously, some players were approaching, signaling that it was time to relocate. Perhaps, with my attack speed and movement speed, I should directly farm mutated gray wolves instead. Contemplating this, Li Fan resolved on a new course of action. Mutated gray wolves were classified as level 6 ordinary monsters, while he was currently at level 4. Given the level suppression, his output would be diminished by only 10, making it a viable endeavor. After all, the difference between fighting level 5 and level 6 monsters was negligible. Thus, farming mutated gray wolves not only aligned with his plans, but also allowed him to complete quests, an opportunity for dual benefits. Indeed, with this in mind, Li Fan promptly made his way to the gloomy forest where the mutated gray wolves resided. It was merely a 10-kilometer journey, sprinting at full speed. He arrived at his destination in a mere 6 minutes. The sky was overcast, cold winds swirling, and the dense woods loomed like a ravenous beast. As Li Fan stepped into the gloomy forest, before he could even begin to hunt the mutated gray wolves, he suddenly spotted a player resembling a mage engaged in combat with a mutated gray wolf boss not far off. Li Fan was inwardly astonished. In M4399's novice village, was there truly someone leveling up faster than himself? Upon closer observation, his astonishment deepened. It was none other than an acquaintance from his previous life. Chapter 8. Seizing the boss again, I feel like a villain. Indeed, the player battling the mutated gray wolf boss was someone Li Fan recognized. This individual, known by the ID Butterfly, was a female player. In Li Fan's past life, Butterfly had initially been a benevolent figure, a respected player. However, approximately 2.5 years after the launch of Endless Sky, for reasons unknown, she underwent a drastic transformation, becoming a member of the then-renowned guild, Pride of the World. Concurrently, she morphed from a friendly figure toward passers-by into a volatile maniac who would attack, whether she was pleased or displeased. Ironically, this madwoman not only awakened an S-class talent, but also possessed an extraordinary capacity for grinding, rendering her battle prowess nearly unmatched. During Li Fan's previous endeavors, he had fallen victim to Butterfly's wrath. That incident was forever etched in his memory. He had been merrily leveling up with his guild mates when suddenly, a high-level stranger had swooped down from the heavens. With a mere flick of her staff, he and his companions were dispatched in an instant. It was the most humiliating death Li Fan had ever experienced. There was no justification. Butterfly had simply been passing by and had indiscriminately slain them, leaving without even picking up their loot. After a considerable time had passed, once Li Fan had built up his strength, he sought revenge on Butterfly, only to learn that she had perished under an onslaught of foreign monsters. After painstakingly leveling up, he found his nemesis had met her end before he could exact his vengeance. This feeling of helplessness, bereft of a means for retribution, lingered with Li Fan for quite some time. He recalled whispers from his past life that this individual possessed an S-class talent, seemingly enhancing her mental prowess or the intensity of her skills. Her magical output was terrifying. No wonder she had arrived at the level 6 monster spawn point before him and could challenge the boss. Goodness, had she just employed the mage's minor teleportation spell? How had she obtained such a skill at this early stage? As he observed Butterfly battling the boss, Li Fan could not help but be astonished. He realized her output surpassed his by several degrees. However, this was not unexpected. Talents varied between early and late stages. His SSS class talent clearly favored the latter, with each monster defeated amplifying his combat prowess. In contrast, Butterfly's talent undoubtedly leaned toward the early to mid-game, a mid-tier S-class talent, meaning it was entirely reasonable for her to outpace him in initial output. Within Endless Sky, there were many fortunate souls like Butterfly, yet SSS class talents were, regrettably, unheard of in Li Fan's previous life. The universally acknowledged strongest player had merely possessed an SS class talent, revealed by an adversary who acquired the skill True Sight. Thus, Li Fan remained unfazed by Butterfly's superior output at this juncture. What astonished him was that Butterfly had actually utilized the teleportation skill. Under normal circumstances, this was a minor spell that mages could only access after reaching level 30. He could hardly fathom how Butterfly had managed to acquire it on the very first day of the game's launch. Nevertheless, watching Butterfly engage with the mutated gray wolf boss ignited Li Fan's desire for blood. He would take her down. Li Fan was indifferent to whatever future events might transpire to cause her descent into madness. Perhaps she would encounter some tragic story that warranted sympathy. But what did that have to do with him? All he remembered was that she had bested him in his past life. If he did not seek revenge, he would feel perpetually unsatisfied. To fell her once would not only allow him to vent the frustrations of his previous life, but also secure a boss for himself, an exquisite double delight. Especially since this boss was a bronze-level mutated gray wolf. What if her output was high? My movement speed approaches 31 meters per second. Enhanced by my past combat experience. Could she even land a hit on me? What if her teleportation? The cooldown is long. And even if she could use it once or twice, she could not escape my grasp. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Fan resolutely raised his iron sword and stealthily approached. His speed was remarkable, and with Butterfly evidently preoccupied with the boss, by the time she noticed him, he was already within 10 meters. Who are you? What do you want? At this moment, Butterfly was not yet the crazed figure she would later become. She regarded Li Fan with caution, though she refrained from striking first. With a warrior closing in within 10 meters of a mage, any attack she might attempt would come too late. In response to Butterfly's vigilance, Li Fan wasted no words and swung his sword. Flash, flash, flash. 70, weak point damage. 36, 74, weak point damage. After increasing his strength attribute to 27 points, the additional damage dealt upon striking a weak point had also risen slightly. After 3 strikes, Butterfly was thrown into a panic. Hey, what are you doing? Notification. You have slain the player Butterfly, LV5 Temporal Mage. Your evil value has increased by 1 point. Before Butterfly could finish her protest, Li Fan's successive attacks sent her swiftly back to the resurrection point. The entire combat sequence unfolded so seamlessly that Li Fan found himself momentarily dazed. Her ID was indeed Butterfly. He had not mistaken her identity. He recalled her as merely an ordinary mage in his previous life. A temporal mage clearly belonged to a hidden class. Had his reincarnation triggered some unforeseen butterfly effect? In this period, with the skills of the butterfly fairy being so rudimentary and her consciousness so lacking, I have already vanquished her, and she still dares to question me? Is humanity truly this naive? Li Fan scratched his head, suddenly feeling a wave of ennui. Regardless, he had avenged the grievances of his past life, and his heart swelled with satisfaction. Particularly, the mutated gray wolf boss before him had been reduced to a critical state by the butterfly fairy. Species, Silver Wolf Guardian. Level, LV6 Bronze Creature. Attributes, 6, 983, 600 HP, 69 Physical Attack, 60 Magic Attack, 35 Physical Defense, 33 Magic Defense. Skills. On the very first day of the server launch, I had engaged in 2 murderous boss raids. It felt as though I were a villain. Li Fan silently mocked himself before concentrating entirely on the weakened boss before him. The opponent's attack power was formidable, and with its magical attack capabilities, it likely possessed ranged skills. Caution was imperative, lest he suffer a humiliating defeat. At the resurrection point in the novice village of M4399, the infuriating Tai Sui god had the audacity to ambush me in an attempt to seize the boss. The resurrected butterfly fairy, pale as a ghost, finally comprehended the severity of her situation, her teeth grinding in rage. How can humanity be so cruel? How vexing. After being slain, she would be weakened for 24 hours. For the next 24 hours, her attributes would be halved, delaying her goal of earning money from gaming to purchase a headset for her younger sister by at least a day. It was all the fault of that Tai Sui god. Just wait. Once I become stronger, I shall exact my vengeance. The butterfly fairy was on the verge of madness. Chapter 9. First kill of the bronze boss. Skill, Phantom Dance. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the butterfly fairy seethed with anger, Li Fan joyfully commenced his assault on the boss. He unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast standard attacks, finishing with a heavy strike. 20, 42, weakness damage. 22. A succession of damage figures erupted from the Silver Wolf Guardian's head. With only 698 HP remaining, if Li Fan unleashed his full power, he could finish it off in no more than 5 seconds. However, in actual combat, opportunities for him to unleash full power were rare. The Silver Wolf Guardian's attack power was substantial, necessitating constant vigilance to evade its strikes. At this moment, his agility advantage of over 1,000 points became apparent. The Silver Wolf Guardian's lunges and claw swipes could not find their mark on Li Fan. Seizing the openings during its offensive retreats, Li Fan struck repeatedly. Within 2 to 3 seconds, the Silver Wolf Guardian's HP plummeted below 300. A howl erupted from the Silver Wolf Guardian, and simultaneously, relevant notifications appeared on Li Fan's interface. Combat information, Silver Wolf Guardian, LV6 Bronze Creature. Activates skill call for allies. In 3 seconds, 15 mutated gray wolves, LV6 common creatures, will arrive. It was indeed a summoning skill. Fortunately, it would take effect in 3 seconds, posing no threat to me. Observing the combat notifications, Li Fan smiled and raised his sword to strike. The process of the Silver Wolf Guardian casting its summoning skill required a certain duration, akin to a summoner invoking their minions. This process might only take a second or two, but that brief time would grant Li Fan the perfect opportunity to deliver a lethal blow. Basic attack, basic attack, basic attack, heavy strike. Thus, as the Silver Wolf Guardian finished casting its summoning skill and had yet to make any move. Li Fan delivered a decisive blow that emptied its health bar. Notification: you have slain Silver Wolf Guardian, LV6 bronze creature, earning 500 experience points, 10 additional bonus for defeating a higher level monster. Notification: this kill is the first in the entire village. Congratulations. You receive 6 free attribute points and a skill book for your profession. Notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 2 points. A mere bronze boss, its defeat would not yield a village-wide announcement. Li Fan adeptly allocated all his free attribute points to strength and then delightfully inspected the 3 items dropped by the boss. The first item was a skill book. Skill book: Phantom Blade Dance. Quality: bronze. Learning requirement: above LV6 for melee weapon professions. LV1 active effect: increases attack speed by 30 for 12 seconds. Requires 40 MP to cast. Cooldown time of 60 seconds. What a splendid buff skill to enhance attack speed. Elated, Li Fan placed the skill book into his backpack, intending to save it until he reached the requisite level for learning. His damage output had relied heavily on basic attacks. With the addition of the Phantom Blade Dance skill, his output would effectively surge by 30, and would have leveling it to LV2, LV3, and beyond. Li Fan eagerly anticipated it. In the world of Endless Firmament, players typically needed to directly consume their experience points to upgrade their skills. The matter of skill leveling would have to wait until he reached LV20 and underwent his first class advancement. With this in mind, Li Fan turned his gaze to the remaining 2 items dropped by the boss. Equipment: exquisite crossbow. Durability: 130/130. Quality: bronze. Grade: superior. Usage requirement: above LV6 for archery professions. Attribute 139 physical attack, 6 strength. Attribute 2 increases attack speed by 5. Item: basic forging scroll. Type: single-use special item. Usage requirement: above LV5 players. Effect: upon learning, grants the secondary profession skill forging, basic. The only bronze equipment that dropped was a crossbow suited for archers. What a pity, it would have to be sold for money. This scroll is quite useful. I recall that basic forging includes the ability to repair equipment, perfectly aligning with my needs. Li Fan glanced at the iron sword in his possession. After several hours of combat, its durability had already diminished to 20 points. While the fast attack speed was advantageous, it also meant that weapon durability depleted rapidly. This forging scroll arrived just in time. Typically, players would have to pay a hefty sum to learn secondary profession skills from corresponding NPCs. Now, with the forging scroll, Li Fan saved a considerable amount of money, especially since forging was precisely the secondary profession skill he currently required. Splendid. However, repairing equipment necessitates iron ore, which one must either mine or purchase. As I finish off the mutated gray wolves and reach level 5, I shall be able to complete the quest from the blacksmith. Morlin, while I'm at it, I might as well purchase a few items from the blacksmith. As for this bronze quality crossbow, I shall sell it without hesitation. Li Fan navigates to the comprehensive options menu and locates the auction house in the M4399 Novice Village. Similar to many games, players in the world of Endless Firmament can choose to list items for sale at the auction house anytime and anywhere, engaging in online trading. One can sell for either in-game currency or real money. After purchasing the game helmet, I find myself quite impoverished, thus I should sell this weapon to improve my circumstances. Setting the starting bid at 10,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, I choose a duration of 10 hours, with a buyout price of 200,000. After all, it is merely a level 6 bronze weapon, and I do not wish to be overly greedy. The buyout price of 200,000 indicates that if someone is willing to pay that amount within 10 hours, the transaction will be immediately successful. With the equipment listed, Li Fan regains his focus. Next comes the time for the daily grind of slaying smaller monsters. What? Zhang Xiao, you have awakened a B-level talent, enhancing your strength by 120 points at the outset? Splendid. With this, your output in our M4399 village will undoubtedly rank among the very best. Zhang Xiao, my brothers have suffered greatly. Just over 2 hours ago, we were slain by a fellow named Tai Sui Shan, and I suspect he too possesses a B-level talent, displaying an absurdly rapid attack and movement speed. In the wilds surrounding M4399 village, a gathering of over 20 players congregates. Were Li Fan present, he would recognize 7 individuals among them, the infamous 7 heroes of righteousness, whom he had previously dispatched. At this moment, these 7 are lamenting their misfortune to a player identified as Righteousness Zhang Xiao. Fear not, my brothers, for I Zhang Xiao shall champion your cause by vanquishing Tai Sui Shen. Zhang Xiao declares, patting his chest confidently, when suddenly, an exclamation from a guild member interrupts him. Quick, Zhang Xiao, look. A bronze crossbow has just appeared in the auction house. Chapter 10. The Sale of the Bronze Crossbow, the painful second link of the quest chain. Bronze equipment. At a stage where most players cherish even the most basic gear, what does it signify when one acquires a piece of bronze quality equipment? Undoubtedly, It invites the envy of men and the jealousy of women. Walking down the streets of the novice village, one becomes the most dazzling figure amongst the crowd. Thus, upon hearing the guild member's exclamation, Zhang Xiao promptly opens the auction house. Good heavens, someone is indeed selling it. He exclaims, this individual must possess a fearsome combat-enhancing talent. Otherwise, they could not have obtained bronze-quality equipment. Yet, is this person a fool? To acquire such excellent gear early on and choose to sell it rather than keeping it for themselves? That is akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Precisely. Were it me, I would surely keep it for my own use. After all, possessing it would enable me to challenge more formidable foes and reap greater rewards. With a starting price of merely 10,000 coins, Zhang Xiao concludes that this must be a foolish pauper. It just so happens that you are an archer, Zhang Xiao. This crossbow is tailor-made for you. With it, the day when you lead our righteousness guild to dominate the M4399 novice village is surely imminent. Haha. Thank you all for your trust. At a buyout price of only 200,000 coins. Watch me secure it in an instant. Zhang Xiao, buoyed by the praise from his guild members, who are eager to flatter him, grits his teeth and promptly buys it at the buyout price. To be fair, although it is now 2042, a currency reform occurred 8 to 9 years ago, and inflation is not excessively severe. In the magic capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the average housing price hovers around 40,000. Thus, 200,000 coins still hold significant value. Zhang Xiao is not as affluent as others might believe. Spending 200,000 on a single piece of equipment causes him a twinge of regret. However, given the exuberant praise from his guildmates, it would be rather embarrassing not to purchase it. With the buyout secured, Zhang Xiao becomes the talk of the town. Zhang Xiao is incredible. Following Zhang Xiao, a rise to power and wealth is but a matter of time. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiao, the Grand Tycoon. What a joy to follow you. As expected, after securing the bronze crossbow at the buyout price, Zhang Xiao is met with even more fervent flattery from his guild members, sending him into a euphoric state. Meanwhile, in a corner of M4399 novice village, a player with the ID Pride Emperor furrows his brow. The bronze crossbow was listed for far too short a time. Without a village-wide announcement at its listing, the opportunity to purchase it was not determined by wealth, but rather by who could discover it first. Pride Emperor is no ordinary individual. He has been known to spend lavishly in previous games, and is the leader of the Pride of the World Guild. Even if he cannot utilize the bronze crossbow himself, it could be prepared for members of his core team. Alas, it is too late to lament. If he has anyone to blame, it is himself for discovering it too late, allowing another to snatch it away. However, this incident serves as a wake-up call. Moving forward, he must assign someone to monitor the auction house. If someone can sell a bronze-quality crossbow, it stands to reason that others may soon follow with additional bronze-quality equipment. Remember, if bronze equipment appears in the auction house again and is available for a buyout, do not hesitate to inform me. At this stage, not only bronze-quality equipment, but even black iron and basic gear are of great significance to players. Pride Emperor is not lacking in funds. What he lacks is equipment. Furthermore, he must find out precisely who sold the bronze crossbow and inform me of the findings at the earliest opportunity. A player capable of acquiring bronze equipment must possess an extraordinary hidden class or formidable talent, and one willing to sell such equipment is likely a casual player. Such talent must be drawn towards our side, or at the very least, we must find a way to befriend them before discerning their limits. At this moment, numerous other prominent figures in M4399 Novice Village share similar intentions as Pride Emperor. However, none of this concerns Li Fan for the time being. Following his planned routine, he diligently continues to grind against the mutated gray wolves. As a level 6 ordinary creature, the mutated gray wolf poses no challenge to Li Fan. Even when grouped in packs of 3 or 5, he dispatches them with ease. Notification: you have slain a mutated gray wolf. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is now 5. Congratulations, you have earned 5 points of free attribute points. With a burst of white light enveloping him, Li Fan's grinding session comes to a halt. Excellent. After allocating my points, my strength attribute has risen to 38. Meanwhile, my agility attribute has accumulated to 13 points. It is now time to return to the village to hand in my quest, and take a moment to recuperate. With this thought in mind, Li Fan promptly begins his journey back to the novice village. With a swift motion, over 100 mutated gray wolves fell before him, yielding 2 pieces of equipment, both mere whiteboard armors, enhancing only a trifling amount of health and defense, hardly worth mentioning. Presently, Li Fan found himself eagerly anticipating the rewards that the NPC blacksmith, Morlin, would bestow upon him. A hidden quest, no less. The task had a deadline of 3 days. Yet he had completed it on the very first day. Even if it were merely the initial phase of a quest chain, the rewards ought to be commendable. Wouldn't they? His journey had been remarkably smooth. Approximately 20 minutes later, Li Fan returned to the novice village, standing before the blacksmith Morlin. Notification: you have successfully submitted the quest Morlin's Revenge 1. Notification: you have received a quest reward of 50 silver coins and 5,000 experience points. Notification, Blacksmith Moreland, impressed by your remarkable efficiency, has decided to upgrade your reward from ordinary equipment to the black iron quality azure small round shield. Notification, you have automatically accepted the new quest Moreland's Revenge, too. Young adventurer, I have high hopes for you. Keep striving, and may you succeed in avenging my daughter. Moreland's encouraging words elicited a forced, perfunctory smile from Li Fan. The reason for his discontent was the exceedingly absurd requirements of the second phase of the quest. Quest, Moreland's Revenge, 2. Quest objective. Your performance has once again garnered Moreland's recognition, yet before you can earn his complete trust, you must further prove your prowess. Go and slay 10,000-foot mutated gray wolves, level 6 creatures, in the Dismal Forest. Upon success, you shall be rewarded handsomely by Moreland and gain eligibility for the final phase of the quest. Quest deadline, 7 days. Number of participants required, 1. Success reward, 5 gold coins, 50,000 experience points, and an item of at least bronze quality, as well as eligibility for subsequent quests. Failure penalty, permanent disqualification from this quest chain. Indeed, the first phase required the slaying of 100 mutated gray wolves, while the second phase demanded an outrageous total of 10,000. Not only had the mutated gray wolves taken his daughter's life, but they had also desecrated his ancestral grave, it seemed. The requirement for the second phase was 100-fold of the first, utterly ludicrous. Chapter 11, The Noble Act of Vengeful Retribution. 10,000 mutated gray wolves. Though not abundant in the Dismal Forest, their respawn rate was slow. It would likely take him a week to accomplish this feat, damn it. The new task severely disrupted Li Fan's leveling plan. Should he squander too much time on this quest, his progression would undoubtedly be delayed, and the subsequent rewards from boss kills and dungeon completions might be snatched away by others. Furthermore, he recalled that some crucial hidden quests could only be accepted in the main city. Falling behind might mean missing out entirely. Cursing under his breath, he realized the task's deadline was precisely set at 7 days, leaving him no room to proceed leisurely. The Heart of the Warrior was an essential item for warrior-class players, and he must acquire it. There was no choice but to grind. Shaking his head, Li Fan resolved that regardless of the arduousness of the task, he would persevere to obtain the coveted item, Heart of the Warrior. With this determination, he sprang into action. After purchasing some repair materials and hammers from the blacksmith, he promptly turned to head towards the Dismal Forest. However, after only a few steps, he suddenly sensed that someone was tailing him. Observing discreetly, he confirmed that a suspicious figure was indeed following him. Are they after my gear? He pondered. No, my equipment is hardly remarkable. They likely recognized me and are seeking revenge. Could it be members of the Butterfly Flower Guild? No, they were solitary players in his past life. The answer became clear. The figure stalking him must belong to the Noble Act of Vengeful Retribution Guild. After pondering for a moment, a smile crept across Li Fan's face. He deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the members of the Noble Act ample time to intercept him. Just as he intended to dive headfirst into hunting mutated gray wolves, he thought it fitting to deliver a dose of righteous retribution to the Noble Act members before departing. He had no fear of turning red-named. With a newfound resolve, Li Fan meandered, taking his time. Approximately 15 minutes later, he exited the safety of the novice village. Just a few steps beyond, a group of brazen players converged upon him. Maintaining his composure, Li Fan estimated their numbers to be between 25 and 30, with more than half bearing the Noble Act prefix in their IDs. It was clear they had come seeking vengeance against him. Among the crowd, he recognized the fierce gazes of Noble Act, King of Men, and Noble Act, Great King. The Noble Act of Vengeful Retribution Guild had been renowned in the gaming world even before entering Endless Firmament, notorious as a tyrannical guild that had inflicted suffering upon many ordinary players. Nearby, onlookers could not contain their murmurs. Look, those ruffians are from the Noble Act of Vengeful Retribution Guild. What, the infamous Bully Guild? Indeed, judging by their ID prefixes, many are likely former members of other guilds. They're at it again, bullying a regular player. Damn it, I had dealt with these brutes in my previous game, but alas, my current strength falters, leaving me unable to act heroically. Sigh. The ordinary players surrounding the scene gazed upon the members of the Noble Act with a mix of fear and anger, while their eyes turned towards Li Fan, filled with sympathy. Given the guild's notorious reputation, they believed Li Fan to be yet another unfortunate victim of bullying. Hearing the murmurs, Noble Act, King of Men, could not help but shout in indignation. What do you know? That fellow called Tai Sui Shun has attacked us before. This is merely a normal act of revenge. We are not bullying an ordinary player. King of Men felt wronged, believing he was misunderstood by the onlooking players. However, Noble Act, young Master Zhang, swiftly silenced him. Be quiet. Why should we explain ourselves to irrelevant bystanders? Not satisfied? If you wish to defend him, come at us. We'll take you down as well. Zhang scoffed, threatening the surrounding ordinary players with contempt. He had no interest in justifying their ambush on Li Fan. When had the Noble Act of Vengeful Retribution ever cared for the sentiments of ordinary players? Seeing the onlookers fall silent at his words, Young Master Zhang nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze onto Li Fan. Tai Sui-shun, you truly have some audacity, daring to provoke members of the noble act. Now, kneel and bow a few times, and perhaps we will only strike you once. What do you say? Think it over, ha 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 ha. As his words fell, the other members of the noble act erupted into boisterous laughter. In their eyes, Li Fan, surrounded by such a multitude, was utterly incapable of escaping. Thus, before making a move, they resorted to habitual verbal insults. However, as they indulged in their derisive mockery, Li Fan commenced his assault. His figure darted forward with the swiftness of a bullet, charging directly towards Zhang Xiao. After listening to your incessant prattle, I have finally ascertained that you are their leader. Prepare to meet your demise. Taking the adage capture the king to catch the thief to heart, Li Fan had endured several seconds of jeering, solely to confirm the identity of the opposing commander. Now that he had done so, he could no longer endure a moment longer. What in the world is this speed? Block him. Zhang Xiao, startled by Li Fan's velocity, realized he was an archer and could not afford to allow a warrior to close in. Fortunately, he was flanked by numerous loyal subordinates, including several melee warriors and knights, who interposed themselves before Li Fan could reach him. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Observing this, Zhang Xiao drew his novice bow, preparing to shoot. Due to his insufficient level, he was unable to utilize the bronze crossbow and had to make do. However, Zhang Xiao believed that with his B-grade talent, augmented by an additional 120 points of strength at the onset, his attack power was extraordinary. Slaying a level 5 player should be a mere formality. Yet, just as he knocked his arrow, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Li Fan reached the 3 valiant melee players standing before Zhang Xiao and swung his sword. Swish, swish, swish. In a flurry of strikes so rapid they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, 2 of the melee players collapsed. And the last met a similar fate within the next heartbeat. Over a dozen strikes in a second? What kind of attack speed is this? Zhang Xiao was left dumbfounded. But before he could gather his wits, Li Fan was already standing before him. Panic surged within Zhang Xiao, not merely because he was on the verge of being slain, but also due to the fact that he had recently bullied several passerby players, marking himself with a notorious red name. Instinctively, he loosed his arrow. Whoosh. The arrow whizzed past Li Fan, and he attempted to shoot again, but alas, the opportunity had slipped away. Swish, swish, swish. A flash of sword light erupted. The next moment, Zhang Xiao followed in the footsteps of his 3 subordinates, dissolving into a wisp of white light upon his death. From the spot where he vanished, 2 pieces of equipment and some copper coins fell to the ground. Among these items was a gleaming bronze crossbow. Chapter 12. Departing after the matter, the forum turmoil. After effortlessly dispatching the leader Zhang Xiao, Li Fan's momentum showed no signs of waning. He swiftly collected the fallen gear before pivoting to strike the nearest player from the Valiant Guild. This was a fragile mage, who succumbed to Li Fan's assault in less than half a second. Without hesitation, Li Fan charged towards another nearby opponent. It was only at this juncture that the 20-odd players from the Valiant Guild began to grasp the gravity of the situation, scattering in frantic disarray. Li Fan felled a few unfortunate souls who were slow to escape, but upon seeing the remaining players blend into the crowd, he furrowed his brow and ultimately decided to abandon the chase. After all, they were merely insignificant minions. There would be opportunities to confront them again in the future. With that thought, Li Fan changed direction and swiftly made his exit. Meanwhile, a dozen ordinary passerby players had witnessed the entire affair unfold. As they watched Li Fan's retreating figure, which resembled someone under the influence of speed hacks, their astonishment began to fade, replaced by animated discussion. My goodness, that was incredibly fierce. That esteemed player is known as Tai Sui-shun, correct? His combat prowess is simply astounding. He moved like the wind and displayed an attack frequency rivaling that of my grandmother, who suffers from Parkinson's. I was utterly dumbfounded. Esteemed one, wait for me. Let us be friends. Tai Sui-shun has certainly mastered the art of speed. Tai Sui-shun had closed off his friend request settings. Indeed, it seems that those of great renown share such habits. Finally, I have witnessed a true master slay the vile members of the Valiant Guild. I am overjoyed. I even recorded the scene and will post it on the forum, so that fellow players who have suffered at the hands of the Valiant Guild can share in this joy. Soon enough, a video titled, On the First Day of Launch, witnessed the esteemed player decimating the Valiant Guild-esque scoundrels, surged in popularity within the Endless Sky forum. In gaming, it is commonplace for players to engage in mutual combat. However, as the video depicted the slaughter of members belonging to the Valiant Guild, a faction that naturally attracts attention, coupled with Li Fan's astonishing speed showcased in the footage, the video swiftly went viral. Countless forum visitors eagerly commented below the post. His killing stance is quite stylish. Tai Sui-shun, is it? From this day forth, you shall be one of my idols. Clutching a one-handed sword and shield, he seems to be a hidden class? Does anyone recognize what hidden class Tai Sui-shun truly belongs to? Goodness, is that speed even plausible? It must be attributed to his talent. Rumor has it that many players have drawn talents that significantly enhance their attributes. Tai Sui-shun must have obtained one that boosts agility. I'm envious. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigns supreme. The dark god does not deceive me, while slaying is exhilarating. Tai Sui Shun has now attracted the ire of the valiant guild. He must tread carefully to avoid future retribution. It must be said that as the game's launch period extended, players grew increasingly familiar with Endless Sky. The speed Li Fan exhibited in the video was indeed formidable. Some data enthusiasts calculated that his movement speed was approximately 3 times that of an ordinary player, with an attack speed exceeding tenfold. However, no one suspected that Li Fan was utilizing hacks. This was not merely because by 2042, hacks had long since been eradicated, but also due to the fact that forum-goers had witnessed numerous players with outlandish combat capabilities. Some began with attack power surpassing 3 digits. Others had skills with tenfold increased range. Some, despite being of the warrior class, could unleash ranged sword energy at level 1. And there were summoners who, at level 1, could call forth silver-tier skeletal dragons. All these individuals were, without exception, the fortunate recipients of high-quality talents within Endless Sky. While Li Fan's extraordinary speed left many astonished, he was not the most shocking among the lucky few. Of course, had they known that Li Fan's talent was of the SSS grade and of the growth type, the reaction would have been entirely different. Yet, this was a secret Li Fan could never divulge to others. At least until he achieved invincibility would he dare to reveal it. As for when he would be deemed invincible, Li Fan set a personal goal. Until his movement speed fell below the speed of light, he would not consider himself invincible. At the M4399 Novice Village Revival Point, accompanied by several subordinates, Zhang Xiao's complexion was pale, his lips trembling. Damn it, why is that guy so strong? Was speed truly more formidable than attack power? What then? Is the purpose of my B-grade talent that augments strength? Blast it. My newly acquired bronze crossbow has been destroyed. Zhang Xiao was overwhelmed with fury and a profound sense of humiliation. Just a moment ago, his party had felt assured of victory, and in the next instant, they had transformed into mere specters of fallen heroes. This jarring contrast shattered his composure. The crux of the matter was that he could not defeat the Tai Sui god to begin with, and now, having died once again in a weakened state, his chances were even more diminished. To add insult to injury, he had spent 200,000 on that crossbow, which he hadn't even had the chance to use before it was obliterated. Tai Sui god, just you wait. Once everyone gathers in the main city in a few days, I will rally 1,000 brothers to hunt you down. Zhang Xiao vowed silently. At that moment, a junior member of his group suddenly exclaimed, interrupting his thoughts. Hey, Zhang Xiao, isn't this your bronze crossbow? Why is it back on the auction house? Zhang Xiao froze momentarily, only to feel his eyes redden with fury. Opening the auction house, he found, to his dismay, that the very crossbow he had just lost was once again available for bidding. The starting price was 10,000. The auction duration 8 hours, with a buyout price of 200,000. The equipment attributes were identical to those when he had purchased it, including the auction conditions. What a remarkable coincidence. The most plausible explanation was that the Tai Sui god had originally listed this crossbow for sale. Yet, after he had spent a fortune to acquire it, it had been snatched away from him once more. It felt as though he had not only been slain by his adversary, but had also unwittingly gifted them 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, paying them to take his life. At this realization, Zhang Xiao's eyes widened, and his breath quickened. Tai Sui god, I curse you. Poor Zhang Xiao was so consumed with rage that he fainted on the spot, unable to finish his sentence before being forcibly logged out, due to his physical condition deteriorating. Achoo! Suddenly sneezing, Li Fan wondered aloud. Is someone thinking of me? He rubbed his nose, and turned his gaze toward a nearby mutated gray wolf. Finally, they had arrived at their destination. The massacre of 10,000 mutated gray wolves was about to commence. Chapter 13. Agility exceeds 2,000. The first day of gameplay concludes. Prompt. You have slain a foe. Prompt. Your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 1 point. Prompt. You have leveled up. Your current level is LV8. Prompt. You have exceeded 14 hours of gameplay today. Please manage your gaming time wisely, and take care of your health. In the dimly lit forest, Li Fan glanced at the several system prompts that appeared on his panel and massaged his temples, feeling undeniably fatigued. This exhaustion stemmed not only from an extended gaming session, but also from having spent nearly 8 hours in the shadowy woods after dispatching the group of righteous warriors, only to encounter not a single boss. He had accrued a dozen pieces of worthless whiteboard gear from the minor adversaries, but what use were such trivial items to him? The drop rates were disheartening. Checking the time, he noted it was around 10 in the morning. No wonder he felt both tired and hungry. He decided to log off, grab a bite, and take a nap, being mindful not to succumb to exhaustion before the game merged with reality in 100 days. With this thought, Li Fan prepared to exit the game. Before doing so, he took a final look at his latest personal panel. Character, Tai Sui God. Base attributes. Level, LV8, 2. 276,000. Class, Shield Warrior. HP, 530. MP, 320. Attack, Physical Attack 81, Magic Attack 6. Defense, Physical Defense 30, Magic Defense 27. Attributes: Strength 53, Agility 2024, Spirit 6, Stamina 12. Free attribute points 0. Maximum attack speed 2,104 hits per second. Maximum movement speed 5,048 meters per second. Title: None. Talent: Blessing of Light, Phase 1, SSS quality. Equipment inventory: Fine Iron Sword, Black Iron quality one-handed sword, Azure Round Shield, Black Iron quality shield. Pigskin Belt, Common Waist Armor, Cloth Armor Top, Common Upper Armor. Skill List: LV1 Shield Block, LV1 Heavy Strike, Beginner Forging, LV1 Shield Counter, LV1 Phantom Dance. Excellent. My agility attribute has surpassed 2,000. My full speed running now equates to roughly 180 kilometers per hour, with an attack speed of 20 hits per second. My basic output from normal attacks exceeds 1,700, though the precise figure hinges on the target's physical defense and the ease of striking their weak points. Splendid. I shall press on tomorrow. After a brief glance at his agility attribute, Li Fan promptly logged off, removing his gaming helmet. He splashed some water on his face and prepared to venture out for sustenance. At that moment, he noticed 2 messages from individuals on his phone. The first was from his nominal school beauty girlfriend, the one who had betrayed him in his past life, Su Yunya. Su Yunya, special attention darling, are you there? Su Yunya, special attention, it's night already. Why haven't you replied? I feel so wronged. Su Yunya, special attention, I woke up and you still haven't responded. I'm really worried. Please reply quickly. Su Yunya, special attention, missed voice call. Reading her messages. Li Fan's immediate instinct was to quickly remove her from his special attention list. How utterly revolting. He had completely forgotten about this. In this rebirth, Su Yunya still held a place of special attention in his life, albeit for reasons that had shifted from romantic to lethal. After glancing at the messages from Su Yunya, Li Fan originally intended to ignore them as he had the night before. However, after some contemplation, he realized that prolonged silence might lead her to delete him from her contacts. Losing the means to reach her would mean wasting time and energy searching for her in a vast sea of people, which would not serve his plans for her demise. After pondering for a few moments, Li Fan composed a brief message in response. I am not a gaming addict, shall you? I joined a research group at my workplace yesterday. I will be engaged in a highly confidential research project for the next 3 months and will not be able to communicate with the outside world during that time. However, the management has promised a bonus of at least 400,000, a rare opportunity for our future. See you in 3 months. Su Yunya was likely offline on the other end of the line. After sending the message, he did not receive an immediate reply. However, Li Fan felt relieved that he would not be deleted from her contacts in the upcoming 3 months. After all, given his understanding of the other party, could this soon-to-be wealthy sycophant bear to sever ties? The plan was flawless. Next, Li Fan turned his attention to the second person who had messaged him. Chen Ergo, bro, are you free to play some games recently? Come join Endless Firmament. I'll take you to new heights. This individual's message was but a brief sentence, a seemingly ordinary greeting akin to that of long-lost gaming friends. Yet, it warmed Li Fan's heart immensely. The WeChat alias Chen Ergo, originally named Chen Tianxiang, was a good brother that Li Fan had known since middle school. Later, during high school and university, they fortuitously attended the same institution and shared a dormitory. Thus, the second eldest among their quartet of roommates earned the nickname Chen Ergo. At first glance, it may seem awkward, but it was certainly preferable to the moniker Chen Lao Er. As for the nickname belonging to the youngest in their dormitory, it was a trivial matter that Li Fan had long forgotten. The reason Li Fan felt a surge of warmth upon seeing Chen Ergo's message was that he was, in fact, Li Fan's best friend in his previous life. Though they were not related by blood, their bond was even closer than that of brothers. Regrettably, in his former life, due to his relentless pursuit of strength and his eagerness to spend time with Su Yunya, his communication with Chen Ergo had gradually diminished. Nevertheless, the essence of brotherhood does not wane with infrequent contact. Rather, it is a sentiment that quietly resides within one's heart. In his previous life, until the moment of his untimely demise, his relationship with Chen Ergo remained steadfast. At that time, Li Fan placed greater trust in Chen Ergo than in Su Yunya or Zhang Feng. Alas, due to Chen Ergo's lack of innate talent, Li Fan's trust could not elevate him to the position of a right-hand man. Rebirth offers the greatest advantage of foreknowledge regarding gameplay, but its true significance lies in discerning the true faces of those around him, recognizing who his genuine allies are. Ergo, in this life, I shall nurture you well and help you soar. With this thought, Li Fan clenched his fist. He then proceeded to reply to the message. I'm really not a gaming addict. Endless Firmament? I was playing at the very moment it launched yesterday and already reached level 8. Ergo, what level are you to dare claim you can carry me? As soon as Li Fan sent the message, Chen Ergo, who was online, promptly responded. Chen Ergo, damn, little Li, how did you level up so fast? I grinded all night just to reach level 6. Chen Ergo, wait. Aren't you supposed to be working to support your schoolflower girlfriend? Where did you find the time for an all-nighter gaming session? What is going on? Chen Ergo, are you going to answer the voice call? Chapter 14, A brother's concern, the bronze necklace. Such is the unspoken understanding between brothers. Li Fan only needed to utter a single sentence, and Chen Ergo immediately sensed something was amiss, sending him a voice call without hesitation. Li Fan, both amused and exasperated, answered the call. I've broken up with Su Yunya, so I have plenty of time to play games. No worries. I'm in a good state of mind. After parting ways with Su Yunya, I've discovered that gaming is the true source of joy. Haha. You know my parents passed away in a car accident when I was in elementary school, and I don't have any relatives. I'm all alone. Free to play as I wish. You think you can outgrind me? You've picked the wrong opponent. Ergo. Your ID is, this pipe is called Longing. In the 9587 Novice Village? Alright, I'll see you in the main city at level 20. Gotta go, I can't hold out any longer. Need to grab a bite and get some sleep. After chatting for about 10 minutes, they concluded the call. Li Fan felt a warm glow inside. It had been quite some time since he had experienced such concern from someone. Residing near West Lake in Longhua, the weather was still quite warm in September. After a night of sleeplessness, he felt both fatigued and famished, and his body was sticky with sweat. Li Fan hurried downstairs to grab a rice bowl, then returned to his rented room, took a quick shower, and fell asleep. By 4 in the afternoon, Li Fan awoke, invigorated from his slumber. Ding! ZFB deposit received. A total of 380,000 yuan. The money from selling the bronze crossbow in the game had arrived. This weapon had been sold twice, both times at a fixed price. And after deducting a 5 service fee, he was left with precisely 570,000 yuan. With his wallet now swollen, Li Fan went downstairs for a bite to eat, then headed to the supermarket to purchase a large supply of instant noodles and other convenience foods. And then, it was time for Endless Firmament, activate. As his vision blurred, Li Fan found himself in the dark forest map. When logging back in, players would reappear in the same location they had logged off, provided they were not in combat. Players could not escape a boss fight by logging off. Time to grind. Today's objective. Aim to defeat at least 2,000 mutated gray wolves. Let us go. Li Fan motivated himself and promptly charged at a nearby mutated gray wolf with his one-handed sword. System notification. You have slain, omitted. System notification. You have leveled up. Current level is LV9. The hours spent engrossed in battling monsters always seemed to fly by. Before he knew it, Li Fan had leveled up once again. Due to the fact that he was a level 8 player facing off against level 6 monsters, he experienced a level suppression effect. But the experience gained from defeating monsters was also reduced by 10. Moreover, as the experience required to reach level 9 increased, Li Fan had to vanquish nearly 700 mutated gray wolves before successfully advancing to level 9. Any further attempts at slaying gray wolves would incur a 15 experience penalty. Should he level up some skills first? The higher the level, the greater the experience penalty, but in order to complete quests, he still needed to defeat approximately 8,000 gray wolves. After some contemplation, Li Fan decided to upgrade his skills first. However, as he had just leveled up, the experience points stored were insufficient to enhance his skills, so he planned to grind for a while longer. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly spotted a peculiar wolf-like creature with silver gray fur spawning not far away. Oh, a boss has spawned. It was yet another level 6 bronze boss. The Silver Wolf Guard. Li Fan scratched his head. Perhaps all of his good fortune had been exhausted while drawing for that SSS level talent. After all, after grinding 2,000 or 3,000 minor monsters, he had only encountered 3 bosses, and the first 2 had been stolen from others. Such luck was truly unparalleled. Well, low-level grinding spots have a scarce number of wild bosses, so having a boss appear was already a stroke of good fortune. One ought not to be too picky. Li Fan charged forward with his sword to attack. The level 6 bronze boss, Silver Wolf Guard, had only 600 hit points. Such a low health pool could hardly withstand Li Fan's current damage output. Swish, swish, swish. 53, 55, 114, weak point damage. 55. In just a moment, nearly 30 damage numbers erupted above the Silver Wolf Guard's head. The health bar plummeted to half in an instant. Before it even had the chance to retaliate, Li Fan unleashed a flurry of strikes, swiftly dispatching it. The entire confrontation lasted no more than 3 seconds. The Silver Wolf Guard, boasting 3,600 health points and 35 physical defense, hadn't the opportunity to unleash any skills before it met its untimely demise. Notification. You have slain the Silver Wolf Guard, LV6 bronze creature, earning 4,250 experience points, reduced by 15 due to level difference. Notification. Your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 2 points. Notification. You have picked up the loot from the boss, Wolf Fang Necklace, bronze quality. Blessing of Courage, black iron quality skill book, wolf skin boots, common quality, 15 silver and 77 copper. To my surprise, even though it wasn't a first kill, I managed to acquire a bronze necklace. Quite impressive. Li Fan glanced at the skill book and necklace. Skill book, Blessing of Courage. Quality, black iron. Learning requirement, level 6 or above, priest class. LV1 active effect. Casts a blessing spell, enhancing the combat power of yourself and allies within 10 meters. lasting 30 seconds, during which physical and magical attack power increases by 10 points. Consumes 20 MP upon casting, with a cooldown of 100 seconds. Equipment, Wolf Fang Necklace. Quality, Bronze. Grade, Excellent. Usage requirement, Level 6 or above. Attribute 1, Spirit 10, MP 120, Magic Defense 15. Attribute 2, Attack Speed 7. As Li Fan beheld the attributes of the Wolf Fang Necklace, his eyes sparkled with delight. An attack speed of 7. How delightful. Equipping it would significantly enhance my maximum attack speed, allowing for nearly 2 additional strikes per second. Furthermore, as my agility increases, the percentage gain in attack speed would also rise. Li Fan eagerly donned the necklace. The wolfskin boots were mere whiteboard items, so he promptly placed them in the auction house for 20 silver coins. The whiteboard gear obtained from previously slaying ordinary mutated gray wolves had been similarly disposed of, except for a few pieces he wore himself. The income from selling the bronze crossbow yesterday was sufficient to cover his upcoming daily expenses. Thus, he aimed to accumulate more in-game currency for future necessities. As for the Blessing of Courage skill book, Li Fan decided to store it in his backpack. In the world of Endless Firmament, while individual power may have no limits, the combined strength of a well-coordinated team can multiply one's combat effectiveness. Li Fan planned to gift this skill book to a suitable ally when the opportunity arose, thereby fostering internal synergy. After digesting the spoils from the boss, Li Fan noticed a 4-man party that had appeared in the distance, his brow furrowing. As mainstream players reach level 6, the influx of individuals grinding here was becoming increasingly pronounced. The limited spawn of mutated gray wolves meant that a higher player count would impede his mission efficiency, which was unacceptable. Chapter 15, Li Fan's Daring Maneuvers, The Phantom Legend of the Dark Woods. What on earth just transpired? Boss, I witnessed it. A boss just spawned, and within 3 to 4 seconds, that master took it down. No way, that is absurd. This 4-man party had witnessed Li Fan's entire process of vanquishing the boss. Each member wore a look of sheer disbelief, nearly convinced they were hallucinating. It is worth noting that all 4 were level 6 players, 1 melee, 2 ranged, and a healer. And just moments ago, they had taken over 20 seconds to defeat a level 6 mutated gray wolf together. Yet, this individual single-handedly faced a formidable boss and dispatched it in a mere 3 seconds? This is outrageous. However, while they were still in shock, they noticed the figure sprinting directly towards them. Almighty One, please spare us. Great One, we beseech you, do not strike us down. The 4 players panicked. 4 Li Fan charged towards their direction with fervor, leading 2 of them to plead for mercy on the spot. Yet, they soon realized that his true target was not themselves, but rather the mutated gray wolf that had just respawned nearby. In the next instant, Li Fan's blade fell, and the unfortunate gray wolf dissipated into a burst of white light. Without pausing, he glided towards another freshly spawned gray wolf, disappearing into the distance. Moments later, that wolf met the same fate. Subsequently, Li Fan departed. Only then did the 4 ordinary players exhale in relief. Goodness, that scared me. I thought he was coming for us. Turns out, the master merely sought to farm monsters. Did anyone catch that master's ID? Such a player must be top tier. If we could befriend him, we'd be set for life. He moved so swiftly, I barely caught a glimpse. Same here. The 4 exchanged glances before gradually returning to their grinding. However, just as they managed to whittle down a freshly spawned mutated gray wolf's health to half after a strenuous effort, a familiar phantom-like figure appeared in the distance. He approached with terrifying speed, exceeding 60 meters per second, striking down the weakened gray wolf before vanishing once more. The 4 ordinary players were left dumbfounded. What happened to our monster? The gray wolf we just fought so hard for. How did it suddenly disappear? Not long after. It wasn't only these 4 players who were bewildered. Nearly everyone in the mutated gray wolf training area was equally perplexed. Each time they attempted to grind, they would encounter a ghostly figure that swooped in, claiming the kill before swiftly retreating. Except for the red-named players, who often found themselves not only robbed, but also sent back to the novice village's resurrection point. Due to the frequency of such occurrences, the players in the nearby leveling area gradually caught wind of the rumor. Hey, have you heard? There's a terrifying ghost in the dark woods. Yes, I've heard about it too. It's unbelievable. That ghost is snatching kills left and right, and they say it moves at least 100 meters per second. No way. I heard that ghost moves at a speed of 200 meters per second. 200 meters? That's an understatement. I just came from there, and I can assure you that ghost moves so fast I could barely see it. It's at least 500 meters per second. I just came from there too. I can confirm this brother speaks the truth. I was wondering why nobody was grinding the mutated gray wolves. It turns out there's a ghost stealing kills. What kind of ghost is it? A player or a boss? Uncertain. It moves too quickly for the eye to discern. Yes, indeed, it's far too dangerous there. The Spectre not only excels at seizing monsters, but also possesses the capacity to slay players. I witnessed with my own eyes how a player was dispatched alongside the beasts. Why was I not struck down? Does the Spectre indiscriminately attack players? It baffles me. In any case, it's best to avoid the area altogether. The leveling spots near the shadowy grove have seen an increasing number of players aware of this phenomenon, and the rumors have grown increasingly outrageous. Some claim that the Spectre's speed exceeds 1,000 meters per second. Others assert that players training in that vicinity stand no chance of defeating a mutated gray wolf in the presence of the Spectre. There are those who declare that the Spectre not only seizes monsters, but has also begun to slay players, ensuring that none can emerge alive. Some even suggest that the mutated gray wolves have ceased to respawn out of fear of the Spectre, rendering the area a veritable death zone. As discussions proliferated among the players, the reputation of the mutated gray wolves' territory turned into a topic of dread. Given the severe penalties for death in Endless Firmament, few dare to tread into the territory of the mutated gray wolves. This is precisely the scene Li Fan wished to orchestrate, a testament to his efforts. Little do many know that he is the Spectre that has been the subject of their fears. Thrilling. Through his acts of seizing monsters and vanquishing players with red names, he has successfully deterred those seeking to level up in this area. Now, he can focus on his tasks without concern. Observing the dwindling number of solo players in his domain, Li Fan smiled with satisfaction. Subsequently, he returned to the monotonous routine of grinding monsters. Time slipped away, minute by minute. As the experience bar neared capacity, signaling his impending ascension to level 10, Li Fan initiated his skill upgrades as planned. Notification: you have consumed 10,000 experience points. The skill Heavy Slash has been upgraded to level 2. Notification: you have consumed 20,000 experience points. The skill Heavy Slash has been upgraded to level 3. Notification: you have consumed 30,000 experience points. The skill Heavy Slash has been upgraded to level 4. Notification: your current level is too low to further enhance the Heavy Slash skill. Notification: you have consumed 25,000 experience points. The skill Phantom Dance has been upgraded to level 1. In the world of Endless Firmament, the experience points required for skill upgrades vary based on the quality of the skill and its level 1 learning prerequisites. Furthermore, the maximum skill level is closely tied to the player's character level, ensuring that no skill level can exceed that of the player. The higher the skill quality, the more demanding the level 1 learning requirements, which in turn imposes greater limitations on the skill's advancement. For instance, Phantom Dance, which Li Fan acquired at level 6, can only be upgraded by 1 level now that he is at level 9. Conversely, Heavy Slash, a skill inherent to the level 1 class, can be upgraded to level 4. The consumption of experience points successfully reduced Li Fan's experience bar to below 5,000. The result was a substantial increase in the base damage of his level 4 Heavy Slash, rising from 200 physical attack to 320. The 30 attack speed buff of Phantom Dance remained unchanged, yet its duration was extended by 15 seconds. Most skills undergo a qualitative transformation only upon reaching multiples of level 10. Continuing his grinding, Li Fan resumed his relentless assault on the mutated gray wolves. Hours slipped by unnoticed, and after 7 or 8 hours of relentless effort, he encountered a black iron-level mutated gray wolf boss, as well as the bronze boss Silver Wolf Guard for the 3rd time. These 2 boss encounters yielded a black iron staff, a bronze helmet, a skill book of ordinary quality for archers titled Double Arrow, alongside several basic equipment pieces and a modest sum of in-game currency. The bronze helmet offered little to mention, merely augmenting his health by 200 points, physical defense by 8 points, and vitality by 6 points. Li Fan equipped it without hesitation. Around 7 o'clock the following day, as Li Fan's agility attribute exceeded 4,000 points, a special system notification materialized on his panel. Notification: due to your massacre of numerous mutated gray wolves, you have attracted the attention of the Silver Wolf King in the Shadowy Grove region. Mother Silver Wolf, level 10 silver creature, is on her way to patrol. Exercise caution. Chapter 16. First kill of the Silver Boss. Village-wide announcement. When a particular type of minor monster is farmed excessively, high-level bosses emerge to confront the players. This mirrors the narrative of fantasy novels where the elders come to avenge their young. This Mother Silver Wolf boss has come seeking vengeance against Li Fan, perfectly aligning with his intentions. With 4,000 agility, his maximum attack speed reaches 44 strikes per second, and his maximum movement speed is 90 meters per second. Why should I fear a level 10 silver boss? With this thought, instead of fleeing before the boss's arrival, Li Fan continued with his tasks, utterly unconcerned about the ranking of the silver boss. Approximately 3 minutes later, a howl reverberated through the air as a silver-furred wolf, over 3 meters in length, majestically entered Li Fan's line of sight. Species: Mother Silver Wolf. Level 10 silver creature. Attributes: 120,000 HP, 220 physical attack, 180 magical attack, 80 physical and magical defense. Skills: the health of this silver boss is not particularly high, yet its attack and defense attributes are formidable. With 220 points of physical attack, Li Fan could withstand only 3 of its strikes. Its 80 points of physical defense imply that his standard attacks would barely inflict single-digit damage. To illustrate with numbers, in Endless Firmament, The combat power of ordinary creatures stands at 1 point. Black iron creatures approximate 2 points, bronze creatures 4 points, silver creatures 8 points, and golden bosses 16 points. And so forth. Fortunately, the Mother Silver Wolf's physical defense is slightly lower than Li Fan's physical attack. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward if he couldn't break through its defenses. After contemplating briefly, Li Fan charged toward the Mother Silver Wolf. With a swift motion, the Mother Silver Wolf initiated a claw attack, its speed and power generating a piercing sound. A typical level 9 player might lose half their health from such a strike. However, while the Mother Silver Wolf was fast, Li Fan was several times quicker. With a nimble sidestep, he easily evaded the range of its claw attack, simultaneously positioning himself behind the Mother Silver Wolf, swiftly drawing his sword to thrust at its vulnerable spot. 6. Weak point damage. 10. Damage after weapon armor penetration. 10. 5. In an instant, a flurry of numbers appeared above the Mother Silver Wolf's head, due to the level suppression and the opponent's high physical defense. The damage inflicted by Li Fan's regular attacks was exceedingly low. Moreover, the Mother Silver Wolf adeptly shielded its vulnerable region with its tail, rendering Li Fan unable to strike this sensitive spot further. Consequently, apart from the initial 3 attacks that inflicted critical damage, all subsequent strikes were merely standard melee assaults. However, while the tail provided protection for the sensitive area, the soft underbelly of the Mother Silver Wolf remained exposed as a critical weakness. Li Fan promptly altered his attack trajectory, focusing his efforts on the wolf's abdomen. His speed was astonishingly swift, far surpassing that of the Mother Silver Wolf. As its health diminished steadily, the desperate wolf attempted to pivot for a counterattack, yet upon changing direction, Li Fan remained in close pursuit, leveraging his superior agility to stay firmly behind it. This exemplified the significant advantage that high agility conferred upon a player's combat prowess. Thus, a comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. The Mother Silver Wolf spun in frantic circles while executing erratic leaps in a futile attempt to shake off Li Fan, who clung to its rear like an incessant shadow. Its furious roars echoed in frustration as, despite boasting over 200 points of physical attack, it could not land a blow on Li Fan. Damage numbers cascaded continuously, 10, 10, 5. Although Li Fan's single-hit damage was modest, the frequency of his strikes was relentless, averaging approximately 300 damage per second to the Mother Silver Wolf. In less than 10 seconds, the wolf's health plummeted to 70. How? Battle information. Mother Silver Wolf, LV10 Silver Creature, has activated the skill call for reinforcements, summoning all wolf-type creatures within an 800-meter radius to assist in the battle. Unable to endure any longer, the Mother Silver Wolf unleashed its first significant skill. True to its nature as a silver boss, the skill was executed with remarkable speed. The summoned minions were numerous, not merely in quantity, but in area coverage. When the Silver Wolf Guardian had utilized this ability, it remained stationary for a full 2 seconds. However, the Mother Silver Wolf howled for merely half a second before resuming its frantic circling. Both the rapidity of skill activation and its potency compelled Li Fan to concede. The silver boss was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, Li Fan continued his relentless assault as before. After all, the vicinity of 800 meters was swarming with level 6 ordinary mutated gray wolves. Such creatures posed no threat to Li Fan, even if 100 were to converge upon him. As long as his speed remained unparalleled, the tactic of overwhelming numbers was rendered ineffective against him. Swish, swish, swish. 10, 5, 5, 10, 5. Damage figures fell like rain, and soon, the summoned ordinary mutated gray wolves arrived at the battlefield. To the Mother Silver Wolf's dismay, over 30 of these mutated wolves appeared, yet each time one approached, Li Fan effortlessly dispatched it with a few swift strikes. The influx of minions did little to aid in repelling the insufferable human. At most, they could absorb some damage, but the overall situation remained unchanged. In a fit of rage, the Mother Silver Wolf resolved to rely solely on itself. As its health dipped to 50, it howled once more. Battle information. Mother Silver Wolf, LV10 Silver Creature, has activated the skill Fighting Alone, reducing its defenses by 10 points while increasing attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 10, with each point of health lost further enhancing its attack power by 2 points, and its attack speed and movement speed by 2, lasting for 60 seconds. The Mother Silver Wolf, invigorated, demonstrated a noticeable increase in speed. Unfortunately, despite its newfound vigor, it still could not match the pace of the insufferable human trailing behind, and its injuries only worsened. This was to be expected. To illustrate with numbers, the Mother Silver Wolf's original speed was 10 points, which increased to 11 upon activating this buff, and could rise to a maximum of 20 as its health declined. How could it possibly keep up with Li Fan's speed of 50 points? With 4,000 points in agility, Li Fan possessed an attack speed and movement speed far beyond what was typical for this stage. Furthermore, with the reduction of 10 points in defenses, Li Fan's damage output surged significantly. How? As the health dwindled to 30, the despairing Mother Silver Wolf unleashed its final, desperate skill. Battle information. Mother Silver Wolf, LV10 Silver Creature, has activated the skill Life Restoration, which will slowly restore 5,000 HP over the next 10 seconds. A healing light, imbued with a green hue, enveloped the mother silver wolf. Yet, what purpose did this serve? It merely prolonged its suffering under Li Fan's relentless assault for a few more seconds. How? Battle information. Mother Silver Wolf, LV10 Silver Creature, has activated the skill Frenzy, becoming immune to control effects, while increasing attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 200, until death. When the boss's health dropped below 5, it succumbed to a frenzy. However, even in this state, it was easily toyed with by Li Fan until its health was completely extinguished. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications appeared on Li Fan's interface. Notification: you have slain. Village announcement: player Tai Sui Shun, LV9 Shield Warrior, has defeated Mother Silver Wolf, LV10 Silver Creature, earning the village's first kill reward. Chapter 17, a 1-minute lead. The reluctance of the proud Overlord Guild. In the M4399 Novice Village, within the Buried Bonewoods area, over 100 players of level 10 and above, under the command of the guild leader Proud Overlord, were besieging the level 10 silver boss, the Frenzied Bull Lord. Quick, the boss has gone berserk. Healer, give Old Wong a heal. Hold strong, you're the main tank. If you fall, we can't defeat the boss. What about Xiao AI? Why is your DPS so low? Output more. Yes, just like that. The boss's health is down to the last 10. Everyone, maintain your composure. The first kill of the silver boss in M4399 Novice Village must belong to our Proud Overlord Guild. Proud Overlord remained highly focused, watching as the boss entered a critically low health state, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. He envisioned the Proud Overlord Guild's rise after securing the first kill of the silver boss in M4399 Novice Village, attracting a multitude of elite players, and gradually developing into one of the top guilds in Endless Sky. Everyone, let's go. After securing the boss's first kill, everyone will receive a bonus of 1,000 coins. Once the guild grows, you can enjoy the status of an elder, completing this first step. It's not a dream for our Proud Overlord Guild to become a leading guild in Endless Sky, just as Proud Overlord was painting a grand vision for his guild members. 3 repeated village announcements suddenly filled everyone's system panels. Village announcement: player Tai Sui Shun, LV9 Shield Warrior, has defeated Mother Silver Wolf, LV10 Silver Creature, earning the village's first kill reward. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the area, following the shocking outburst of profanity from the illustrious Emperor of Domination. All members of the Dominance Guild present were rendered utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, the leader had painted a grand vision for them, only for it to shatter in an instant. However, while they were in a stupor, the enraged boss, the rampaging Bull Lord, remained unfazed. This is dire. Forget the announcement. Focus on taking down the boss. Concentrate fire, activate skills, hold the line, Old Wong. With Old Wong down, everyone poured their efforts into dealing damage, reducing the boss's health to a mere 5. Strike. Amidst the chaotic frenzy, the Dominance Guild managed to defeat the critically wounded rampaging Bull Lord at the cost of over 20 members' lives. Yet, upon witnessing the 2 pieces of silver quality loot dropped by the boss, not a single member of the guild felt joyous. The announcement for the first kill of a silver boss was gone. According to the game's official documentation, only the team that first kills a silver boss in the Novice Village would receive the announcement, and they had missed it by a hair. This is infuriating. How could this happen? They were so close, just half a minute more. And who exactly is this Tai Sui god? To their astonishment, the announcement bore only his ID, which was utterly inconceivable. After the collective shock from the announcement, everyone present was once again left in disbelief. The presence of only Tai Sui god's ID in the announcement suggested that he might have single-handedly slain the LV10 silver boss, the Mother Silver Wolf. This speculation left everyone in the vicinity astounded. How is this possible? With over 100 LV10 players on their side, including 11 with C-level talents and 3 with B-level talents, Old Wong boasting an A-level talent with 10-fold health as a hidden profession, the Tenacious Druid. How could Tai Sui God have defeated the LV10 silver boss alone? How did he accomplish such a feat? I refuse to accept this. That guy must have exploited some game bug, otherwise, it would be impossible. Could it be that Tai Sui God possesses an S-level talent? Only this would make sense. But talents are inherently unfair. This is so frustrating. The members of Dominance were both anxious and furious. They could have secured the silver boss's first kill announcement in just a minute, only to be thwarted by a single individual. How maddening. Forget the announcement. It's gone now. The Emperor of Domination sighed, having come to terms with reality. Luck is also a component of strength. There is nothing to be done about Tai Sui God's favorable talent. Our next objective is to secure the first completion announcement for the LV15 dungeon, Trial of the Spider Cave. Everyone disperse. Additionally, keep an eye on this Tai Sui God. If anyone has news or encounters him, let me know, so we can see if we can recruit him into the guild. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the guild members reluctantly accepted their fate. Meanwhile, the announcement sent shockwaves throughout M4399 Village, igniting fervor among all online players. Here I am. unable to even defeat a LV-10 ordinary monster without a team, and this Tai Sui god manages to solo a LV-10 silver boss? Is this reasonable? Damn it. What a broken game. I'm done playing. I drew a terrible talent, and my experience has been miserable. I'm quitting. Quitting? Come on. With Endless Firmament released, all other virtual games have flopped. What else can you play? Drawing a good talent is crucial, but don't lose heart. We too have the potential to become as strong as Tai Sui God. For instance, Tai Sui God, I'm seeking a friend slot. Please carry me. Please carry me. Does anyone know Tai Sui God? Introduce me, and I'll offer a red envelope. Successful friend request will receive a big red envelope. Please make the introduction. I'm a pretty girl. Let us meet offline. Seeking contact details for Tai Sui God. At this moment, all online players in M4399 Village began discussing the village-wide announcement. Many were astonished by Tai Sui God's power. Others speculated that his strength must stem from having drawn a good talent, asserting that talents significantly disrupt game balance. However, the game is not player-created. The talent drawing system treats all players equally, so if you draw a poor talent, whose fault is that? Certainly, only a minority held such thoughts. When the five constants collectively promoted the gameplay of Endless Firmament, they had already discussed talents, and the player community had widely accepted this mechanic before entering the game. Most importantly, Endless Firmament offers numerous ways to enhance a player's combat power. Even with a poor talent, it merely makes the early stages a bit more challenging. With sufficient effort, one can certainly turn the tide in the mid to late game. At the temporary gathering place of the Yuntian Guild in M4399 Novice Village, upon reading the announcement, Zhang Xiao, Ren Wang, and De Wang fell silent. Damn it. That guy is even more terrifying than we imagined. This is troublesome. With our numbers, it seems we have no chance of seeking revenge against him. Brothers, let us avoid confrontation for now. We are too few. We'll wait until we reach LV-20 and enter the main city to regroup with the rest of the guild before dealing with him. Yes. It's not that we fear him. It's just that leveling up is more important right now, and we don't have time to deal with him. As the saying goes, fame attracts envy. Let us help promote Tai Sui God, so those wishing to farm his equipment are aware of this remarkable individual. Chapter 18. Silver Equipment Skill, Low-Level Silver Life Essence. Meanwhile, on Li Fan's side, he remained blissfully unaware that a village-wide announcement had disrupted the Dominance Guild's plans. Nor did he know that all village players were currently discussing him. He was delighting in the spoils of his first kill of the silver boss. Hint. You have slain the Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 silver creature, earning 500 experience points, 5 extra experience points for challenging above your level. Hint. This kill is the first in the village for this boss. Congratulations, you have earned 20 free attribute points and received an equipment skill book for your class. Hint. Your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 20 points. Hint. You have been cursed by the Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 silver creature, just before its death. All wolf-type creatures within 800 meters will actively attack you. Hint. You have picked up the boss's dropped items. Thorn Shield, silver quality. Silver Wolf Leather Boots, bronze quality. Steel Claw, bronze quality. Wolf Fur Tunic, bronze quality. Skill Book Bone Piercer, silver quality. Special item low-level silver life essence, agility. And 1 gold, 11 silver, and 66 copper. The rewards for the first kill of the boss were incredibly bountiful. The first kill reward alone granted him 20 free attribute points. Just as before, Li Fan allocated all these points to strength. His base physical attack power successfully increased from 88 points to 108 points. After distributing the free attribute points, Li Fan then turned his attention to the other system notifications. TSK, poor Mother Silver Wolf. Even in its final moments, it managed to curse me. What trouble could that possibly cause? Conversely, the aggressive onslaught of the wolf tribe creatures within an 800-meter radius is indeed fortuitous. It essentially grants me a unique opportunity to attract the attention of these wolfish beings. Li Fan shook his head, finding a peculiar delight in the curse bestowed by the Mother Silver Wolf. With this curse in place, the ensuing tasks of hunting mutated gray wolves will become a two-way endeavor, significantly conserving my time. After perusing the details of the curse, Li Fan deliberately disregarded the notification regarding his agility increase of 20 points and turned his gaze towards the spoils dropped by the boss. There were a total of 4 pieces of equipment and a skill book. Splendid. Li Fan began to examine the attributes of each piece of equipment in turn. Equipment, Thorn Shield, quality, silver, grade fine, durability, 180. Usage requirement, level 10 or above, shield-bearing classes. Attribute 1, physical defense 30. Magical defense 27, stamina 20, strength 16. Attribute 2, reduces physical damage taken by 15. Attribute 3, armor break, upon a successful physical attack. Inflicts a 12-point reduction in the target's physical and magical defense, stacking up to 3 layers and lasting for 10 seconds. An exquisite shield. Li Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although shield-type equipment is generally considered a secondary weapon, his remarkable speed often led to enemies being unable to strike him. rendering shields seldom utilized. However, this thorn shield possesses a passive armor-breaking attribute, which is of paramount importance to him. Had he wielded this earlier, the battle against the Mother Silver Wolf might have been concluded in a mere half-minute. A heartfelt thank you to the Mother Silver Wolf for bestowing upon him such a powerful secondary weapon. Li Fan's gaze then shifted to the remaining 3 bronze pieces of equipment. Equipment: Silver Wolf leather boots. Quality: bronze. Grade: perfect. Durability: 130/130. Usage requirement: level 10 or above. Attribute 1: Physical defense 9, magical defense 12, HP 150, stamina 9. Attribute 2: Movement speed 10. Attribute 3: Maximum movement speed of 20 in a non-combat state. Equipment: Steel Claw. Quality: bronze. Grade: ordinary. Durability: 180/180. Usage requirement: level 10 or above, basic druid class. Attribute 1: Physical attack 42, magical attack 29, strength 11. Attribute 2: chance to inflict bleeding status on enemies, causing a reduction of 17 HP per second for 5 seconds. Equipment: Wolf fur tunic. Quality: bronze. Grade: inferior. Durability: 110/110. Usage requirement: level 10 or above. Attribute 1: Physical defense 12, magical defense 13, HP 260, stamina 10. Attribute 2: Spirit 10. Not bad. 3 bronze pieces of equipment, 2 of which are usable for me, especially the Silver Wolf leather boots. The percentage movement speed increase is immensely beneficial. Li Fan felt elated. This wave of equipment upgrades would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess significantly. Indeed, equipment remains the primary means for most players to bolster their strength, aside from those like him with an SSS grade growth talent. All 3 pieces of equipment require level 10 for wear, but that poses no issue. Within 2 hours, he would certainly reach level 10. Now, let me inspect the effects of this silver skill book. Li Fan turned his attention to the skill book in his inventory. Skill book: Bone-piercing stab. Quality: silver. Learning requirement: level 10 or above, sword-bearing classes. Level 1 active effect: stabs at the enemy with a sword, dealing 400 physical damage, while inflicting a 10-second armor break effect, reducing the target's physical defense by 110, based on the strength attributes of both parties. Consumes 100 MP upon use. Cooldown time of 30 seconds. An armor-breaking skill. High damage, along with a percentage-based armor reduction effect, coupled with the fixed armor-breaking effect of the Thorn Shield. My ability to combat high physical defense bosses will multiply significantly. Exhilarating. Li Fan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With both the Thorn Shield and Bone-piercing stab providing dual armor-breaking capabilities, if he were to encounter the Mother Silver Wolf again, he was confident he could defeat her within 20 seconds. The final piece of loot, a low-tier silver life essence. Li Fan examined the description of this item. Item: low-tier silver life essence, agility. Type: special consumable item. Effect: upon consumption, permanently increases agility by 30 points. Item source: dropped by the Mother Silver Wolf. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Li Fan squinted his eyes. In the world of Endless Firmament, defeating boss template creatures of black iron rank or above grants a chance to drop life essences that permanently enhance various attributes. In his previous life, he had primarily relied on such special consumables to ascend from a mere B-grade talent to a position among the top 10 global warrior class rankings. To think he would encounter one so swiftly this time around. Regrettably, with his SSS grade talent of Light's Blessing, which renders agility attributes unnecessary for him. This low-tier silver life essence, which permanently increases agility by 30 points, holds minimal value for his own needs. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan made a decision. Perhaps, like the Steel Claw, he should list it for auction. Chapter 19, Auction House Bidding, the Frenzy of Wealthy Players. Li Fan recalled that in the early days of Endless Firmament, several deification events were held, with the first being the introduction of 7 legendary quality skill books into the auction houses of various main cities, allowing players to bid against one another for the highest offer. Players could only participate in the bidding using in-game currency, barring the use of real money. Thus, Li Fan resolved to save up beforehand, lest he find himself unable to afford even a single skill book later on, which would be quite disheartening. As for the life essence providing a 30-point agility boost, he decided on a 10-hour auction, with a starting price of 5 gold coins and no set buyout price. The highest bidder at the end would claim it. He set the same auction rules for the Steel Claw, but with a starting price of just 1 gold coin. Although the Steel Claw, being bronze quality, significantly enhances combat power compared to the 30 agility points, equipment will inevitably become obsolete, while the agility attribute increase is permanent. Thus, their values are not even in the same league. He sold the black iron quality Azure round shield as well, along with other miscellaneous whiteboard items at a bargain. After finalizing everything, Li Fan felt far from fatigued and decided to continue grinding. As the clock approached 9 a.m., a beam of white light enveloped him, marking his successful ascension to level 10. Once again, having allocated all 5 upgraded attribute points to strength. Li Fan proceeded to update his equipment and learned the skill Bone Piercer. Before logging off, he cast a cursory glance at his personal panel. Character, Tai Sui Shun. Basic attributes. Level, LV10, 2, 276,000. Class, Shield Warrior. HP, 1120. MP, 600. Attack, Physical Attack 111. Magic Attack 36. Defense, Physical Defense 92. Magic Defense 114. Attributes, Strength 94, Agility 4401, Spirit 16, Stamina 42. Free attribute points, 0. Maximum attack speed, 4,781 attacks per second. Maximum movement speed, 10,782 meters per second. Title, None. Talent, Blessing of Light, Stage 1, SSS quality. With an attack speed nearing 50 per second and a movement speed exceeding 100 meters per second. I am reminded that this is not far off from my previous life at LV200. An SSS level talent is indeed exhilarating. Li Fan logged off with a heart full of joy. After grinding for over 16 hours, Master Li finally succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, as Li Fan drifted into slumber, the entire M4399 novice village erupted in excitement over the low-tier silver life essence available at the auction house. What is this? A permanent increase of 30 points in agility? Endless Firmament actually offers such a thing, and the individual who acquired it is selling it instead of consuming it? If memory serves, the Silver Wolf Matriarch, from whom it dropped, was the LV10 silver boss defeated by the esteemed Tai Sui Shin. Impressive indeed. For the one who claimed the first kill of a silver boss to disregard even 30 points of agility. 30 points of agility, when converted to attack speed, is equivalent to a base attack speed of 0.3. My own attack speed is merely 0.8. I yearn for it. Leveling up grants only 5 free attribute points. This essence represents the equivalent of a 15-level advancement. This is truly remarkable. Also up for auction is a bronze-quality druid weapon. Tai Sui Shin truly is formidable. Upon witnessing the effects of the low-tier silver life essence, the players of the village were thrown into a frenzy. Currently, the more industrious players have reached levels above LV10. Yet most still possess agility below 10 points, which they had at LV1. Alas, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Although players understand the significance of agility, the reality is that each level only grants 5 free attribute points. Moreover, monster hunting requires sufficient attack power. Without it, one cannot breach the defenses of ordinary monsters of the same level. Thus, the overwhelming majority of players initially allocate their points entirely to strength or spirit. Otherwise, no matter how swift their attack speed, if they cannot penetrate defenses, what use is it? Only a select few, with sufficiently high attack power, consider adding even a modicum of agility. Hence, the life essence providing a boost of 30 agility is regarded as an exceptionally rare treasure. It is no exaggeration to state that only Li Fan among the villagers finds it unworthy. Others, even high-powered players like Butterfly, who possess an awakened S-level talent, would cherish the life essence that grants an increase of 30 agility. Thus, amidst an atmosphere of collective desire, bidding commenced. The starting price was 5 gold coins, swiftly rising to 6, then 7, and 8 gold coins. By noon, the price had escalated to 90 gold coins. At the entrance of the novice village, dozens of players were fervently shouting high prices for gold coins. Yending Gold Merchant was buying copper coins at a rate of 1, 2, selling speedily. 119 for copper coins, bulk purchases at 118. The grinding players were a gold farming team. The Proud Guild was acquiring gold coins at 118, emphasizing cash transactions first, ensuring the credibility of this long-established guild. The Phoenix Guild was also buying gold coins at 118, welcoming all, with a quick profit. Since the game's launch, less than 48 hours had passed, and the exchange rate of in-game currency to real money was exceedingly high. Not everyone possesses Li Fan's extraordinary capabilities. An average LV10 player, after 12 hours of diligent grinding, can manage to acquire roughly 10 silver coins, which is equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. Just before Li Fan listed the low-tier silver life essence, the exchange rate was approximately 1 for copper coins. To participate in the bidding, the wealthy magnates of M4399 Novice Village unleashed their financial prowess, driving the copper coin ratio to more than double, and it continued to rise. The essence was listed by Li Fan around 7 in the morning, and by 4 in the afternoon, the price had soared to 130 gold coins. At the current ratio, this roughly equated to 900,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, all for merely 30 points of agility. The actions of the affluent players could only be described as extravagant. As the clock edged towards 5 in the afternoon, with only 10 minutes remaining in the auction, the bidders became increasingly frantic. 131 gold coins, 132 gold coins, 133 gold coins, 179 gold coins, 179 gold coins, 99 silver, and 99 copper coins. The price lingered at this figure. The prominent participants seemed to be weighing the worth of their bids, contemplating the final moments. As the countdown reached 3 seconds remaining, suddenly, The stagnant price experienced a dramatic shift. 3 seconds remaining. The highest bid surged to 190 gold coins. 2 seconds remaining. The highest bid escalated to 196 gold coins. 1 second remaining. The highest bid reached 200 gold coins. The auction concluded, and the transaction was successful. The players observing the auction were left in astonishment. This is madness. In the final 3 seconds, the elite bidders catapulted the price from 180 gold coins to 200 gold coins. These magnates are incredibly wealthy at the current gold price. 200 gold coins equate to 1.5 million Dragon Kingdom coins. What a windfall for Tai Sui-shun. Breaking news. The faction that placed the bid of 200 gold coins is the Phoenix Guild. It is no wonder, as this is a well-established guild, with the rumor that their leader is an exceedingly wealthy and beautiful woman. Chapter 20. The Phoenix Guild's Aspirations, Talent Upgrade. In the wilds of the Novice Village. At the training ground of the LV-13 Red Rock Serpent, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, a woman in her mid-20s, known by her ID as Xiaofei, was attentively listening to a report from her middle-aged butler, who also served as the vice president. Miss, we have successfully acquired the low-tier silver life essence. Very well. I shall give it to the guild's chief archer, John Kahn, for he boasts the highest output in our raid team. But enough of this trivial matter. Do we have any news on Tai Sui-shun? Not yet, Mississippi. You, too, possess an S-level talent. Why do you place such importance on him? Upon hearing this, Xiaofei couldn't help but shake her head. Tai Sui-shun is no ordinary individual. Have you also come across the video on the forum where Tai Sui-shun vanquished the group known as Bo Yantian? After meticulous analysis, I noted that Tai Sui-shun's advantage lay in his speed. However, this alone does not suffice to enable him to engage in single combat and triumph over a level 10 silver boss. Therefore, I boldly speculate that his talent may belong to a growth type. I have a premonition that he might one day become one of the strongest players in the entire game. Having such a talent in the novice village presents a golden opportunity for us. We must do our utmost to recruit him into our guild. In M4399's novice village, everyone is well aware of Tai Sui-shun's 3 IDs, yet the vast majority are oblivious to the extent of his combat power. Previously, the video showcasing Li Fan's defeat of the Bo Yantian group stirred quite a commotion on the forum. However, with so many players in Endless Sky, numerous individuals like Li Fan have recently demonstrated combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary players, leading to a diminished discussion about him on the forum, as the audience's attention was swiftly diverted to various new posts. Nonetheless, the Phoenix Guild remains an exception, as the heiress Xiaofei, who hails from a wealthy background and aspires to elevate her guild to the global top 10 within Endless Sky. She has invested heavily in establishing a studio and hiring several game analysts in the real world. Thus, although Xiaofei had yet to personally encounter Li Fan, she had observed his performance through video recordings, selling such valuable items as low-tier silver life essence. This suggests that Tai Sui-shun is likely a lone wolf player without teammates. We must find a way to approach him, if possible. Offer him a base salary of 10 million with profit sharing to recruit him into our guild, Xiaofei said to the vice president butler. The vice president butler could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. Miss, is a base salary of 10 million not excessive? To put it in perspective, our studio's top worker, John Kahn, earns merely 5 million a year. No, I consider 10 million too low. If Tai Sui-shun indeed possesses an S-grade or above growth type talent, I could even offer 50 million as a base salary. I am my father's only daughter, with his several hundred billion fortune, so do not fret over money on my behalf. Understood. Faced with the heiress's extravagant attitude, what could the butler vice president possibly say? Life essence sold for 200 gold, and the steel claw sold for 66 gold coins. Indeed, this village boasts quite a few affluent players. Upon logging in, Li Fan found his backpack filled with an additional 266 gold coins. In high spirits, he prepared for yet another day of endlessly hunting the mutated gray wolves. Of course, the first order of business was to seize the territory from other players and dominate this leveling area. Suddenly, a ghost appeared. The rumors were true. There truly are ghosts here. Are ghosts considered bosses? Their speed is so swift that I can barely see them. I dare not provoke them. I must flee. Run. I witnessed a ghost attacking someone. The expulsion effect was remarkably pronounced. Within half an hour, the area where the mutated gray wolves respawned was largely devoid of other players. A movement speed of 100 meters per second is no trifling matter. If yesterday players could vaguely discern Li Fan's silhouette, today, they could only perceive a shadowy figure appearing and vanishing like lightning, colliding with the mutated gray wolves they were in the midst of hunting. Coupled with Li Fan's propensity to attack any red-named players, he was mistakenly perceived as a random assailant, causing no one to dare linger in the area any longer. Now, he could peacefully grind monsters and complete quests. Li Fan mumbled to himself, delving into the monotonous task of exterminating mutated gray wolves. His astonishing output, combined with his swift gathering aura, significantly enhanced his grinding efficiency compared to yesterday, with the gathering aura serving as the chief contributor. After 2 days of exploration, Li Fan discovered that each mutated gray wolf took approximately 10 minutes to respawn, and the Darkwood Forest map could accommodate a maximum of 120 wolves at a time. The mutated gray wolves tend to lurk stealthily in the grass, and due to the map's vastness, the monsters are widely dispersed, compounded by trees and rocks obstructing movement routes and visibility. Thus, in the past 2 days, Li Fan could not achieve the theoretical maximum efficiency of defeating 120 wolves in 10 minutes. He could only manage around 20 in that time, with much of it wasted searching for monsters. However, today, with a significant increase in movement speed compared to yesterday, the process of locating monsters was streamlined. The emergence of the Curse Aura also provided Li Fan with a novel gameplay approach. Initially, he opted to run in a circular path with an 800-meter radius around the map, using the Mother Silver Wolf's 800-meter hate aura to gather monsters before swiftly dispatching them once they congregated, then continuing to draw in more. However, after a few rounds, he refined his strategy. Due to the sluggish pace of the mutated gray wolves, he needed to slow his speed to prevent the monsters from straying too far and breaking their aggro. In this playstyle, Li Fan found that he could eliminate an average of 45 mutated gray wolves in about 10 minutes. His updated strategy simplified the process. He would sprint 1,000 or 2,000 meters, then stand still, waiting for nearby lurking wolves to reveal themselves due to the gathering aura. And then he would rush in to eliminate them instantly. Through this method, he discovered he could kill approximately 70 mutated gray wolves in that same 10-minute span. That translates to 420 wolves in 1 hour, or 210 hours. Assuming he grinds for 16 hours a day, that amounts to an astounding 720 wolves. Thanks to the generous aura benefits provided by the Mother Silver Wolf, this was exhilarating. At most by tomorrow, I shall successfully vanquish 10,000 mutated gray wolves. Completing the second phase of the hidden quest, Li Fan was in high spirits, and for a fleeting moment, he even found the monotonous large heads of the mutated gray wolves somewhat endearing. Time slipped by unnoticed, leading to the second day, September 24th in the real world. After waking from a refreshing slumber, Li Fan promptly logged in to continue grinding the mutated gray wolves, just 3 to 4 hours into his grind. As he contemplated that he would likely complete the task within the next hour, an even greater surprise presented itself ahead of schedule. System notification: you have accumulated the defeat of 10,000 creatures. The talent blessing of light automatically upgrades to the second stage. Chapter 21. The title of the enemy of the Wolf Clan, the Golden Tier Silver Wolf, seeks revenge. I nearly forgot. An SSS grade talent upgrades to the second stage simply by slaying 10,000 monsters. Let me see what changes this second stage brings. Li Fan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the newly updated talent. Blessing of Light, second stage, SSS grade talent 1. Your base agility attribute increases by 500 points. 2. For every small monster you defeat, you permanently gain a minimum of 2 points in agility. The higher the level of the defeated monster, the greater the agility points awarded. However, as a trade-off, you will no longer receive agility points for defeating creatures below level 20. 3. Each successful attack you make inflicts an additional real damage equivalent to 1 agility attribute value. Progress to the next stage of talent growth. Defeat 10,000 creatures of level 20 and above. Note: SSS level unique talent. A total of 10 growth stages. Strive on, young man. An SSS level talent is indeed formidable. Staring at the newfound effects of his talent, Li Fan remained silent for a considerable time, even as a reincarnated individual. He could not help but feel astonished. The first effect, which grants a basic agility attribute, is trivial in comparison to the second effect, permanently increasing agility by 2 points upon slaying a monster of level 20 or above. This means the growth rate has doubled compared to the first stage. But most importantly, the third new attribute that emerges with the upgrade of the talent. With my agility attribute standing at 110,000, each attack inflicts an additional 110 points of true damage. Given my current attack speed of approximately 100 strikes per second, that translates to around 120,000 true damage per second. Goodness, even if a golden boss were to appear now, it could scarcely withstand my full output for 10 seconds. Li Fan was utterly dumbfounded. It is essential to note that this is merely the second stage of the talent effect. There are still 8 stages to come. What might the 10th stage entail? Li Fan dared not even contemplate it. Perhaps even a foreign demonic god could be vanquished in an instant. Exhilarating. Li Fan shouted in excitement. Although he no longer gains agility points from slaying mutated gray wolves after the talent upgrade, a brighter future awaits him. He hastily completed the hidden task awarded by Heart of the Warrior and aimed to reach level 20 to continue farming agility points in the main city. Li Fan was brimming with determination. After the talent upgrade, the efficiency of hunting mutated gray wolves had significantly increased. Previously, it took 10 basic attacks to defeat one. Now, a single strike leaves it with low health, and 2 strikes guarantee its demise. System notification: you have slain a creature and gained 110 experience points. Level 2 high. 45 experience penalty. System notification: you have slain After an all-night grinding session yesterday, Li Fan's level had risen to level 15. There was no choice. The sheer volume of monsters contributed to rapid leveling, and despite the experience penalty, he leveled up quickly, having exhausted all avenues for skill upgrades. With just over 100 experience points remaining, he was about to escape from this torment. Li Fan's spirits soared as the progress of the task. The Blacksmith Morland's Revenge 2 reached 989410000. In no more than 5 minutes, the progress bar would be full. However, just as Li Fan swiftly dispatched another mutated gray wolf, a new notification appeared on his panel. Notification: you have slain over 10,000 mutated gray wolves. You have received a hidden achievement reward. Enemy of the Wolf Clan. Title. Notification: due to your massacre of 10,000 mutated gray wolves, the Silver Wolf King in the Dark Forest region has taken notice. The Silver Wolf King, level 15 golden creature, will soon patrol this area. Exercise caution. Coincidentally, this aligned perfectly with the first phase of the hidden task, having precisely farmed 10,000 mutated gray wolves. A title: splendid. A golden boss approaches? Excellent. Li Fan's spirits surged as he first glanced at the attributes of the hidden achievement reward title. Enemy of the Wolf Clan. Title: HP 1000. You exert a pressure effect on all wolf-type creatures. While battling wolf-type creatures, your damage increases by 10. This title is specifically designed to target wolf-type creatures. While the additional 1000 HP was not of great concern to Li Fan, it would undoubtedly make confronting the Silver Wolf King much easier. Li Fan felt elated, eagerly awaiting the Silver Wolf King to arrive and bestow his rewards. Sure enough, it was not long before a lone wolf with silver fur came into view. Species: Silver Wolf King. Level: LV 15 golden creature. Attributes: 6, 500, 650 HP, 648 physical attack, 599 magic attack, 240 physical defense, 250 magic defense. Skills. As a golden boss, the Silver Wolf King's attributes are an entire fold stronger than those of a silver boss of the same level. With high attack and defense, had Li Fan seen the Silver Wolf King's attributes before his talent upgrade, he would likely have chosen to flee. It is no joking matter. His primary weapon, a one-handed sword, was merely a black iron quality weapon dropped by the piggy boss. His physical attack barely exceeded 100 points. Insufficient to breach the Silver Wolf King's defenses. How could he possibly engage? Although players in the world of Endless Firmament claim that even if one cannot break a boss's defenses, they can still inflict a minimal amount of damage. The Silver Wolf King boasts 65,000 HP. Considering its natural regenerative abilities and potential healing skills, it would likely outlast him before he could wear it down. Lacking a longsword, could he resort to using his fists? That could work, as fists are weapons too, but every inch shorter poses greater danger. What if he were caught off guard by its counterattack? His fragile frame could scarcely withstand a few blows. However, the situation had changed. With the talent upgrade, each attack inflicted an additional 100 points of true damage. The Silver Wolf King was essentially delivering benefits to him. Kill. Li Fan charged toward the Silver Wolf King. With over 11,000 agility points, his maximum movement speed exceeded 240 meters per second, surpassing 2/3 of the speed of sound. Such a level of speed was typically reserved for players above level 100 in Li Fan's previous life, let alone a mere LV 15 golden boss. Even an epic boss would likely fall short in comparison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seizing the initiative, taking advantage of the Silver Wolf King's unpreparedness at the onset of battle, Li Fan cast a speed buff with Phantom Dance and swiftly circled behind to deliver dozens of strikes. 233, weak point damage. 233, 233, 116. In less than half a second, approximately 50 damage numbers soared above the Silver Wolf King's head. The Silver Wolf King, having sustained significant damage, instinctively shielded its rear with its tail, preventing Li Fan from inflicting weak point damage on the subsequent 30 strikes. Nevertheless, in that half second, Li Fan had already whittled away around 7,000 of the Silver Wolf King's health. How? The Silver Wolf King, reeling from the excruciating pain, leapt backward, and simultaneously, a red glow suddenly emanated from its body. Had it unleashed some form of ability? Li Fan, perceiving the danger, did not dare to be complacent. His frame was too fragile. Maintaining a cautious approach, he refrained from greedily pursuing damage and swiftly retreated 100 meters away. This decision would soon prove to be immensely fortuitous. Chapter 22, Fierce Battle with the Silver Wolf King, Li Fan's Explosive Output. Battle Information. You have been hit by the Silver Wolf King, LV 15 Golden Creature, Skill Golden Bloodline Intimidation. You lost 699 HP and entered a 3-second stun state. A wide-ranging magical control damage skill. A single skill inflicted approximately 2/5 of Li Fan's health, underscoring the formidable damage output of the Silver Wolf King. Most importantly, it was the control effect that posed a threat. Had Li Fan not swiftly retreated just moments ago, The 3 seconds of stun would have afforded the Silver Wolf King ample opportunity to eliminate him twice over. Such carelessness. While my damage output is indeed considerable, my fragile constitution, coupled with the lack of control-reducing skills and equipment, necessitates a more cautious approach. Li Fan silently heightened his vigilance. It is noteworthy that this was the first damage he had sustained since his reincarnation into the world of Endless Firmament. Until now, he had only dealt damage to others, never having been harmed himself. This served as a wake-up call for Li Fan. Fortunately, as the 3 seconds of stun wore off, the Silver Wolf King had just lunged towards him, the control effect dissipating. He resolved to continue his assault, but if the situation turned dire, he would retreat with all his might. With determination, Li Fan emerged from his daze and struck at the Silver Wolf King. However, unlike before, this time he maintained a heightened focus, closely observing the Wolf King's reactions while attacking. He ceased to aim for the creature's vulnerable points in its eyes and abdomen. After all, even without targeting weak spots, his damage output was already sufficient. There was no need for haste. Self-preservation came first. This rather cautious strategy left Li Fan feeling as though he was tarnishing the reputation of the shielded warrior class. But what choice did he have? His talents favored agility over stamina. Had it been the latter, he would have engaged the Silver Wolf King in a direct confrontation. Such was fate. Swish, swish, swish. The blade shimmered as Li Fan continued his assault. Even without exerting his full strength, the Silver Wolf King's health was rapidly depleting, dropping at a rate of 3,000 to 4,000 per second. With a total of 65,000 health points, how could it withstand such ferocious damage from Li Fan? Soon, its health plummeted below 70, prompting a desperate howl. A woo. As the Silver Wolf King lifted its head, Li Fan had already begun to retreat. By the time its voice reached his ears, he was already 200 meters away. As expected, relevant notifications appeared on Li Fan's interface. Combat information. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, has cast the skill Golden Bloodline Intimidation. You have evaded the skill's range and suffered no effects. Combat information. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, has cast the skill Blood Chi Bomb. You have evaded the skill's range and suffered no effects. This time, the Silver Wolf King not only unleashed the prior control damage skill, but also expelled a red energy sphere the size of a basketball from its mouth. Unfortunately for it, the skill was rendered utterly ineffective against the cautious Li Fan, serving only as a display. As long as I keep my distance, you cannot strike me. Ha ha ha. Li Fan chuckled in triumph, waiting until the Silver Wolf King's skill, the Blood Chi Bomb, landed before charging back towards it. Once again, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. 116, 116, 116. The numbers soared into the air. The Silver Wolf King, now frantic, desperately repositioned itself to retaliate against this insufferable human. Yet, no matter how it adjusted, Li Fan remained right at its heels. In a fit of impotent rage, the Silver Wolf King soon discovered that as its injuries intensified, a new skill had become available. The Silver Wolf King's health had sunk to 50. Combat information. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, has cast the skill Golden Bloodline Intimidation. It has missed. Combat information. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, has activated the skill Mental Suppression. It has missed. The boss's health was plummeting too rapidly. For ordinary players facing the Silver Wolf King, the timing of skill releases would not depend on health percentage, but rather on cooldown intervals, such as every 20 to 30 seconds for Golden Bloodline Intimidation, akin to the cooldown of player skills. However, Li Fan's overwhelming damage output prevented the Silver Wolf King from waiting for cooldowns, triggering the boss template rules where health drops below certain thresholds, forcibly resetting old skills and activating new ones. Li Fan was unaware of what type of skill Mental Suppression was, whether it was control-based or damage-oriented. If it were damage-oriented, was it instantaneous or persistent? Such specifics were not detailed in the combat information, and he could only rely on his keen observation. As the Silver Wolf King unleashed the Mental Suppression skill, a visible ripple emanated from the air, rapidly expanding outward from its center. Acting cautiously, Li Fan retreated another 200 meters. For him, it was merely a second sprint. Indeed, this move proved effective. The air ripple created by the Silver Wolf King's skill dissipated only after spreading nearly 300 meters. This skill had a vast range. Alas, still ineffective against me. Li Fan chuckled as he charged once more towards the Silver Wolf King. To his surprise, the Silver Wolf King did not attempt to engage him, but instead turned to flee. How amusing. Could it be that my excessive output within such a short time prompted the boss to fearfully retreat? I almost forgot that in the world of Endless Firmament, bosses of the golden tier and above possess such intelligence. Unfortunately, before me, you cannot simply escape at will. After a brief moment of surprise, Li Fan maintained his speed in pursuit. 2 seconds later, he was at the Silver Wolf King's side, sword raised to strike. Swish, swish, swish. The blade flashed again. And after approximately 6 or 7 seconds, the Silver Wolf King's health dropped to 30. A woo. Combat information. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, has cast the skill Golden Bloodline Intimidation. It has missed. Combat information. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 golden creature, has activated the skill low-level magic teleportation array in 10 seconds. 3 mother silver wolves, LV-10 silver creatures, will appear from the teleportation array to assist in battle. It seems that every wolf tribe boss I encounter possesses the ability to summon minions. Silver Wolf King, do you believe that your meager offerings are insufficient, and thus summon 3 companions to join forces against me? Ha ha ha. Over 200 meters away, upon reading the combat information, Li Fan charged towards the Silver Wolf King once more. However, this time he refrained from rushing his attacks. With the Silver Wolf King's health still at 30, there was no need for haste. Li Fan resolved to eliminate the 3 summoned companions first. Free silver bosses delivered right to my door. How could I refuse? Notification: you have slain Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 silver creature. You have gained 3. Notification: you have picked up items dropped by the boss. Even the LV-15 Silver Wolf King was left scurrying for cover against Li Fan's relentless onslaught, while the LV-10 silver boss, the Mother Silver Wolf, bore little difference from a mutated gray wolf in his presence. In less than half a minute, the 3 female silver wolves were all slain by him. When Li Fan picked up a piece of silver quality armor from the defeated boss, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Silver Wolf King, are you certain your wife has come to hinder rather than assist? Chapter 23. The first kill of the golden boss, encountering the flower butterfly again. The trio of silver boss female silver wolves bestowed upon Li Fan 3 pieces of silver gear, 2 pieces of bronze equipment, and several silver coins. Among these, the 3 silver items included a piece of armor, a priest's weapon staff, and an assassin's dagger. The 2 bronze pieces were an armor top and a jewelry ring. Of these 5 pieces of equipment, 2 were immediately usable by Li Fan: the silver armor and the bronze ring. Equipment: armor of radiance. Durability: 100/100. Quality: silver. Grade: perfect. Usage requirement: level 10 or above. Attribute 1: HP 800, physical defense 60, magic defense 56, stamina 35. Attribute 2: reduces physical damage received by 12. Attribute 3: when health is below 30, grants 20 points to both defenses. Attribute 4: purification, can dispel control effects. Skill cooldown time 300 seconds. Equipment: Wolf Fang Ring. Quality: bronze. Grade: ordinary. Usage requirement: level 10 or above. Attribute 1: MP 280, agility 13. Attribute 2: attack speed 5. The perfect grade silver armor boasts 4 attributes. Particularly, the active skill it possesses significantly enhances my margin for error against the Silver Wolf King. The bronze ring is also commendable, akin to the Wolf Fang necklace I obtained a few days prior, both of which enhance attack speed. Albeit the ring's ordinary grade leaves much to be desired, I shall make do with it. Joyfully, Li Fan adorned himself with the armor and ring in his equipment slots. He then returned to the task of hunting the Silver Wolf King. In the brief interlude, the Silver Wolf King had already sprinted 1,000 meters away. However, the disparity in their movement speeds was insurmountable. It could not escape Li Fan's grasp. In just over 10 seconds, Li Fan reappeared behind the Silver Wolf King. Slash, slash, slash. 117, 117, 117. The agility boost from the Wolf Fang ring allowed Li Fan's agility attribute to surpass 11,600 points, thus transforming each attack's true damage from 115 to 116. The additional damage stemmed from the physical attack's unbroken defense, resulting in a mandatory output of 1 point. The damage increment was minimal, yet the 5-point increase in attack speed was quite significant. Given that Li Fan's current damage output relied heavily on basic attacks, an additional 5 in attack speed effectively raised his overall output by 5. Throughout the battle, the Silver Wolf King remained utterly helpless against Li Fan. Unable to overpower him nor escape, the Silver Wolf King's health quickly dwindled to below 10. How? Battle information. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 golden creature, cast the skill Golden Bloodline Intimidation. You were outside the skill's range and suffered no effects. Battle information. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 golden creature, unleashed the skill Frenzy. Defense decreased by 20, while attack power, attack speed, and movement speed increased by 30, along with a substantial reduction in cooldown times for other skills and immunity to control effects. This status will persist until the battle concludes. 200 meters away, observing the Silver Wolf King activate its Frenzy skill, Li Fan's expression grew increasingly grave. The Silver Wolf King's boost to its attack power and reduction in defense made little difference to him. After all, even with a 20-point reduction in defense, his damage output primarily relied on the innate true damage from his talents. Conversely, the Wolf King's increase in speed by 30 would not allow it to strike him. The immunity to control skills was inconsequential, as he possessed none. What truly concerned Li Fan was the significant reduction in cooldown times for the Wolf King's other skills while in a berserk state. With only 10 health remaining, he resolved to play cautiously and not to become greedy for damage. Silently advising himself, Li Fan resumed his fierce battle with the Silver Wolf King. Meanwhile, not far from their confrontation, a group of players was rapidly approaching. Kill. How dare that wretched woman steal our boss? Brothers, slay her. Don't let her escape. Make her pay. On the edge of the shadowy forest, Flower Butterfly was fleeing with palpable anxiety. Behind her, approximately 30 players were in relentless pursuit. Hearing their jeers, Flower Butterfly felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Just half an hour prior, while she was engaged in a solo battle against the LV-14 bronze boss, the boss had entered its last breaths when suddenly, a cloaked assassin player emerged to attempt a sneak attack on her. However, as the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Having previously been robbed of her kill by a player while battling the LV-6 bronze boss Silver Wolfguard, which had resulted in her own demise, Flower Butterfly was now exceedingly vigilant. As soon as the assassin player revealed himself, she immediately detected his presence. With a quick use of a blink skill to create distance, she turned and unleashed a gravity ball skill that obliterated him. These two skills were part of her hidden class, the Time Mage, and with her S-grade talent providing tenfold free attribute points upon each upgrade. It was entirely normal for the LV-15 Flower Butterfly, possessing over 600 points in spirit attributes, to eliminate a fragile assassin player in a single strike. Having dispatched him, Flower Butterfly thought little of it. However, she was utterly blindsided to discover that the slain assassin was none other than the brother-in-law of the guild master of the Prideful Guild in the M4399 Novice Village. The Prideful Guild stood as one of the two dominant guilds alongside the Phoenix Guild. Although other veteran guilds such as the Brotherhood also had members present, they were merely ordinary members within their respective guilds. Only the core members of the Prideful and Phoenix Guilds hailed from the M4399 Novice Village. The Prideful Guild, renowned in the gaming world, boasted over 500 core members. It was said that most of these members worked in the studio founded by the illustrious Emperor of Pride, classifying them as professional players. As a lone player, how could Flower Butterfly contend with over 30 members of the Prideful Guild pursuing her? It was utterly disheartening. Her situation bore similarities to Li Fan's. She possessed immense output potential, but had a frail constitution, while Li Fan's speed could offset his weaknesses. Flower Butterfly had no such luxury. If the players behind her caught up, her survival would be impossible. Damn it. It was that assassin player named Prideful Son of the Clouds who struck first. I merely retaliated. The members of the Prideful Guild are truly unreasonable and despicable. With her mana depleting, she could no longer utilize the blink skill to create distance. Damn it, you want to take me down? I shall drag you down with me. Leading you to the spawn point of the mutated gray wolves, among your ranks are several notorious players marked in red. Do you dare to pursue? For lurking there are the terrifying specters that can eliminate those with red names. With a determined grit, Flower Butterfly, using her dwindling mana, executed a blink spell, propelling herself over 100 meters and successfully entering the domain of the mutated gray wolves. However, as she landed, she was struck with sheer astonishment at the sight before her. A player, whom she recognized vaguely, had just dispatched a massive wolf with silver fur in a single stroke of his sword. The subsequent announcement revealed that this formidable beast was classified as a golden tier boss. Chapter 24. The Village Announcement. The Dominant Child of the Clouds. Village Announcement. Player Taisue Shunshin, LV-15 Shield Warrior, has slain Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, earning the first kill reward in the entire server. Village Announcement. Player Taisue Shunshin, LV-15 Shield Warrior, has slain Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, earning the first kill reward in the entire server. Village Announcement. Omitted. The village announcement echoed thrice, leaving Flower Butterfly in a daze. She had not anticipated encountering her nemesis, Taisue Shunshin, here, nor that he would secure the first kill of the village's golden boss. Simultaneously, the players from the Overlord Guild, who had been pursuing Flower Butterfly, arrived at the scene, equally stunned. Goodness, a LV-15 golden boss first kill? Is this a joke? I'm a core member of the Overlord Guild, and I barely managed to hold my own against a LV-15 minor creature. Yet Taisue Shunshin has taken down the golden boss? My word, Taisue Shunshin. Look, he's right ahead, collecting the golden boss's loot. Excitement surged through the crowd, particularly for their leader, Child of the Clouds, whose eyes widened with greed upon witnessing Taisue Shunshin gather the spoils from the Silver Wolf King. Among the spoils was a dagger-shaped weapon, igniting a fierce desire within him. The first kill of a golden boss surely dropped golden tier equipment or skill books. That dagger could very well be a golden quality dagger. Unbeknownst to Taisue Shunshin, who spent his days playing solo, Child of the Clouds frequently perused the Endless Sky game forum and knew full well that no players in the entire server had yet acquired any golden quality equipment. Thus, if Taisue Shunshin picked up that dagger, he would possess the sole golden dagger in the server. As an assassin, would that not signify his ascendance as the top assassin player in the entire server? With this thought, Child of the Clouds could no longer restrain himself. Taisue Shunshin, hand over the golden quality dagger, or the Overlord Guild will eliminate you to level 0. He bellowed with menace. In his mind, Taisue Shunshin was merely one player. In contrast, the Overlord Guild boasted 500 core members, easily exceeding 10,000 players once they reached the main city. Though Taisui Shenshun was formidable, did he dare to oppose the Overlord Guild? Child of the Cloud's mindset stemmed from his accustomed arrogance. As the brother-in-law of the guild's leader, Overlord Emperor, he held a position of superiority within the guild, fostering a tyrannical disposition. Thus, he immediately sought to coerce Taisui Shunshin into surrendering the boss's loot through sheer numbers. The other members of the Overlord Guild, upon hearing Child of the Cloud's words, exhibited slight unrest. Due to their recent first kill of the Silver Boss, their leader had instructed them to promptly report Taisui Shinshin's whereabouts, believing that he wished to curry favor with Taisui Shinshin. This made Child of the Cloud's confrontational attitude perplexing. However, the majority resonated with Child of the Cloud's sentiments. You may be strong, Taisui Shinshin, but do you think you can act arrogantly before us, the Overlord Guild? Comply and hand over the boss's loot. Meanwhile, upon hearing Child of the Cloud's proclamation, Taisui Shunshin could not help but inquire earnestly, "Are you an imbecile? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The corpse of the Golden Boss, Silver Wolf King, has yet to disappear. Do you truly believe yourself superior to the Silver Wolf King?" In response to Taisui Shinshin's retort, Child of the Cloud's face flushed crimson. "How dare you reject my offer? Brothers, take him down. Eliminate that wretched woman, Hua Butterfly, as well, and seize their equipment." With Child of the Cloud's command, the 30 or so members of the Overlord Guild surged forward. Though a few felt this course of action was misguided, they felt compelled to follow suit. Yet, mere seconds later, they would regret their decision. Spectres. Taisui Shinshin is a spectre. No, please don't kill me. Taisui Shinshin refrained from making a move until then, but when he did, it was swift and decisive. His figure darted through the crowd like lightning, and within 20 seconds, every member of the Overlord Guild present was sent back to the resurrection point. Due to the fact that more than half of these players were marked in red, Taisui Shinshin's evil value did not rise at all, and the ground was littered with a dozen pieces of equipment. However, they were merely subpar, uninspiring items that Taisui Shinshin could not be bothered to collect. At last, he found the time to appreciate the rewards for defeating the Silver Wolf King. Firstly, the first kill reward for the entire village. Indeed, the first kill reward for a silver boss was 20 free attribute points, while the first kill reward for the golden boss, Silver Wolf King, amounted to 60 free attribute points, all of which he allocated to strength. The rewards for the first kill depend on the boss's tier and level. The Mother Silver Wolf was a LV10 silver boss, hence the first kill reward was calculated as follows: tier level, starting from bronze, where bronze is 1, silver is 2, gold is 4, dark gold is 8, and so forth, resulting in a total of 10 to 20 points. Conversely, the Silver Wolf King, being a LV15 golden boss, yielded a total of 15 to 60 points. This is akin to the principle in martial arts novels, where a character experiences a surge in power after a fierce battle. First kills of bosses are rare, and thus justify the generous rewards. Taisui Shunshin delightedly allocated all 60 points to strength. Next, he turned his attention to the second reward for the Silver Wolf King's first kill, the experience points gained from the kill, along with the dropped equipment and skill books. Notification: you have slain Silver Wolf King, LV15 golden creature, earning 150,000 experience points. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is LV16. Hint: you have acquired the boss's dropped items: the Bloodthirsty Sword, gold quality; the Flame Blood Staff, gold quality; the Silver Wolf Belt, silver quality; the skill book Rapid Healing, gold quality; the special item Low Tier Golden Life Essence, Physique, Li Tianhua's last words, along with 4 gold, 19 silver, and 66 copper. 3 pieces of gold quality loot, 1 silver, and 2 special items. It must be said that the drop rate from the Silver Wolf King is indeed remarkably high. Li Fan, brimming with enthusiasm, began to examine the details of the spoils one by one. The first item he scrutinized was the one-handed sword, the Bloodthirsty Sword. Having wielded an iron sword for quite some time, he was finally ready for an upgrade. Upon inspection, Li Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 25, Golden Equipment, latest panel. Equipment: Bloodthirsty Sword. Durability: 200/200. Quality: gold. Grade: superior. Usage requirement: level 15 or above, sword-wielding classes. Attribute 1, physical attack 121. Magic attack 109, strength 40, spirit 32. Attribute 2, never wears down. Attribute 3, inflicts damage to restore 5 of health. Attribute 4, blade draw, upon release, delivers a swift strike to enemies within a 5-meter radius, dealing damage equivalent to 500 of physical attack, alongside inflicting a high-level bleed effect lasting 5 seconds, during which enemies lose 1 health point per second. Skill cooldown time 300 seconds. The attributes of the Bloodthirsty Sword filled Li Fan with unabashed joy. While the attack power was merely an embellishment, given his SSS level talent, he was never in want of damage output. The true treasure lay in the Attribute 2 feature of never wearing down. This reminded him of the equipment attributes in the classic game, Mo Fantasy Journey. The concept of never wearing down meant that this weapon would retain its durability regardless of usage. This attribute was exceedingly practical for Li Fan. Although he possessed a blacksmithing secondary skill that allowed him to repair equipment, such repairs consumed materials, with higher-tier equipment requiring increasingly substantial resources, along with the necessity to carry vast quantities of ores, a cumbersome affair. With the bloodthirsty sword in hand, he would no longer have to worry about such troubles. The 5 lifesteal was quite commendable, even if he were struck by the boss due to oversight. As long as he survived the encounter, he could restore his health through lifesteal. The active skill was also quite functional, providing a small AoE attack with a high-level bleeding effect. Li Fan held the bloodthirsty sword aloft, his face radiant with delight. Next, he turned his gaze to the remaining equipment. Equipment, Flameblood Staff. Durability, 200-200. Quality, Gold. Grade, Excellent. Usage requirement, level 15 or above, staff-wielding classes. Attribute 1, Physical Attack 60, Magic Attack 149, Spirit 48. Attribute 2, Spirit 7. Attribute 3, Active Skill Cooldown Reduction of 10. Attribute 4, Flameblood, upon release, inflicts a magical attack on enemies within a 20-meter radius, dealing damage equivalent to 550 of magic attack, and inflicting a high-level burn effect lasting 5 seconds, during which enemies lose 1 health point per second. Skill cooldown time, 300 seconds. Equipment, Silver Wolf Belt. Durability, 140-140. Quality, Silver. Grade, Superior. Usage requirement, level 15 or above. Attribute 1, HP 450, Physical Defense 28, Magic Defense 27, Stamina 20. Attribute 2, HP 1000. Attribute 3, in battle, restores 500 health points every 60 seconds. The attributes of the Flameblood Staff surpassed those of the Bloodthirsty Sword. After all, one was of superior grade while the other was of excellent grade. This staff was undoubtedly the finest weapon for mages at present. Should it be placed on the auction house, perhaps he would consider it in a couple of days. But for now, there was no rush. The belt was quite satisfactory. He would keep it for himself. Li Fan stowed the Flameblood Staff in his backpack and donned the Silver Wolf Belt, then turned his attention to the skill book dropped by the boss. Skill book, Rapid Healing. Quality, Gold. Learning requirement, level 15 or above, Priest class. Level 1 active effect, designates a teammate, instantly restoring 500 health points. Up to 15 of maximum HP, consuming 100 MP upon casting, with a cooldown time of 40 seconds. This was a potent healing skill, likely to fetch a handsome price. However, similar to the previously acquired skill book Blessing of Courage, Li Fan had no intention of selling it. As a support skill, it would be invaluable when he encountered suitable supporting teammates in the future, and he would be the one to enjoy the benefits of the skill. Finally, let us take a look at these 2 special items. Li Fan examined the 2 special items in his backpack. Item, Low-tier Golden Life Essence, Physique. Type, Special Item Consumable. Effect, upon consumption, permanently increases agility by 100 points. Item source, dropped by Silver Wolf King. Item, Li Tianhua's last words. Type, Special Item. Effect, a letter to be delivered to the legendary swordsman Li Changsheng of Tianyao City. He will bestow upon you generous rewards. Hint, you have consumed low-tier Golden Life Essence, Physique. Your physique is now 100. This life essence was a boon for physique. A splendid item that Li Fan consumed immediately. Oh, this letter from Li Tianhua actually requires me to seek out Li Changsheng? Li Fan was taken aback. Li Changsheng was a high-tier NPC, a swordsman of legendary status, and a top-tier expert within the NPC ranks. In his past life, Li Fan had encountered Li Changsheng on numerous occasions. However, at that time, he was merely like most ordinary players, accepting daily quests and attempting to trigger the special quest Li Changsheng's concerns. He remembered this special quest quite vividly. It was open to all players, with unknown rewards. Yet for a decade since the launch of Endless Firmament, he had never heard of anyone successfully completing it by the time of his demise. Could it be that Li Tianhua's last words serve as a quest item for accepting this special quest from Li Changsheng? Both Li Tianhua and Li Changsheng share the surname Li. Perhaps it truly is as such. Li Fan carefully stored the special item, Li Tianhua's last words, anticipating its significant role when he eventually teleports to Tianyao City. He then cast a glance at his freshly updated personal panel information. Character, Tai Sui God. Basic attributes. Level, LV 16, 22, 32 million. Class, Shield Warrior. HP, 4,390. MP, 1205. Attack, Physical Attack 341. Magical Attack 169. Defense, Physical Defense 290. Magical Defense 281. Attributes, Strength 220, Agility 11602, Spirit 60, Endurance 186. Free attribute points, 0. Maximum attack speed, 13,283 hits per second. Maximum movement speed, 26,624 meters per second. Title, Enemy of the Wolf Clan. Talent, Blessing of Light, 2nd stage, SSS quality. Equipment slot, Bloodthirsty Sword, Golden quality one-handed sword. thorn shield, silver quality shield, silver wolf belt, silver quality waist armor, radiant armor, silver quality upper body armor, etc. Skill list. LV5 shield block, LV5 heavy slash, basic forging technique, LV4 shield counter, LV3 phantom dance. Alas, is this the panel of a LV16 player? I am genuinely astounded. Li Fan shook his head. His reborn self had truly soared since the server's inception. Initially believing it to be a mere game of replaying saved files, he was taken aback to find himself equipped with cheats. One word, exhilarating. While he marveled at his own stats, the enduring flower butterfly finally could no longer restrain herself. Aren't you going to attack me? Li Fan cast her a sidelong glance, shaking his head as he replied, Do not be foolish, my lady. I do not slay women. You may leave. Chapter 26. The ambition of Flower Butterfly and the strategy against the Emperor. What? You don't slay women? Are you jesting? Flower Butterfly's eyes widened in disbelief. How could one be so shameless? Her first defeat had been at his hands, and now he dared to utter such words? Do not misconstrue my words. Li Fan, realizing the implications of his statement, elaborated, I indeed do not slay women, except when contesting a boss. Li Fan's spirits were high, and thus he did not mind indulging in some banter with Flower Butterfly. In his view, the grudge from his past life had been settled, and thus he would not senselessly attack her. You truly have an audacious face. Flower Butterfly shot him a disdainful look, emboldened by his apparent good humor. She pressed on. You've slain so many from the Overlord Guild. Do you not fear their retaliation? They boast over 500 members in the M4399 Novice Village. To this query, Li Fan merely displayed a look of disdain. Why should I fear? Flower Butterfly paused, contemplating his confidence. Indeed, he seemed unfazed. Given his earlier display of speed, unrivaled across the server, he could easily dictate the pace of any encounter. What could the 500 from Overlord Guild accomplish against him? Moreover, his output was evidently formidable. He had dispatched over 30 members of the Overlord Guild in approximately half a minute, an astonishing feat, averaging a kill per second. However, while you may not fear, I do. Flower Butterfly mused, her eyes glinting with a sudden idea. Regardless, you saved me this time, which ought to absolve the enmity from the other day. Let us consider this a clean slate. I see your strength is commendable, and I too possess considerable prowess. Shall we become friends and team up for leveling? Flower Butterfly contemplated the advantages of partnering with Li Fan. As a fragile mage, lacking his speed, she found herself at a disadvantage against the Overlord Guild. His demonstrated strength had indeed captivated her, and she envisioned a partnership that would afford her protection. After all, strength in numbers is a timeless adage. Two are undoubtedly better than one, are they not? Regrettably, her proposal was met with a firm rejection from Li Fan. Friendship is agreeable, but teaming up? Apologies. But I am pressed for time and do not assist others in leveling. Li Fan perceived Flower Butterfly as a player of considerable potential. When he eventually formed his own guild, she might well be a candidate for inclusion. Though he was unaware of how she had transformed from a normal player to a madwoman in his previous life, this time, everything remained untainted. Perhaps he might lend her a hand, should the need arise, for he was willing to invest some time in her, if it did not prove too troublesome. Not assisting others in leveling implies that you view me as a burden? Flower Butterfly's eyes widened in shock. I am a powerful hidden class time mage with an S-class talent. How could you possibly consider me a liability? What are you thinking? Her expression was one of indignation. Had Li Fan simply cited a preference for solo play, she might have accepted that, but to dismiss her with such disdain was utterly unacceptable. Li Fan shrugged and smiled, offering no verbal response, yet his demeanor spoke volumes. Flower Butterfly, momentarily flustered, declared, I have sent you a friend request. We can discuss teaming later. For now, I have matters to attend to. Regrettably, Li Fan had no interest in sparring or debating. With that, he swiftly departed. Cursed. Flower Butterfly stamped her foot in frustration. How dare he underestimate me? Taishui God, mark my words. Today, you dismiss me, but tomorrow, you shall find me beyond your reach. As she uttered these words, she approved Li Fan's friend request, and a smile crept onto her lips as she gazed at her sole friend in the list, Taishui God. Her thoughts drifting into contemplation. At the M4399 Novice Village Dungeon Plaza, the sole public dungeon before reaching level 20. The Spider Cave Trial served as the entry point. Players could activate the dungeon list from any corner of the plaza to challenge the dungeon. At that moment, the Overlord Emperor had just led a raid team to conquer the normal difficulty level when he received disheartening news. His young uncle had been slain by the very player he had taken a liking to, Taishui God. In the midst of a group pursuit to assist his uncle against a mage, they inadvertently encountered Taishui God, who annihilated them all in a mere instant. Taishui God is a madman who revels in murder. Indeed, he was the specter of the Dark Woods, having claimed the lives of no less than 80 players in the past 2 days. One player, Yunzi, had sought to purchase equipment from him, only to be summarily dispatched. President, you must stand for us. But be cautious. Taishui God is formidable. I could not even see his movements before he eliminated me. This vengeance must be approached with caution. Listening to his uncle and other players who had just revived, the Overlord Emperor's brow furrowed deeply. He held the god of Tai Sui in high regard, yearning to recruit him into his guild. Little did he anticipate that before he could even meet the god of Tai Sui, over 30 of his subordinates had already been eliminated. This enmity had escalated dramatically. The Emperor of Pride was acutely aware that his brother-in-law had a penchant for instigating trouble. Past incidents, for which he had provided assistance in damage control, had proven inconsequential. However, this time, the god of Tai Sui had slain him along with more than 30 core members of his guild, likely due to his brother-in-law's provocations. The grievances expressed by his brother-in-law and his entourage at this moment might merely be embellished accounts. Nevertheless, the Emperor of Pride chose not to delve deeper into the matter. It was not solely for the sake of his beautiful wife, but also because, regardless of whether the conflict had been instigated by his brother-in-law, the fact remained that the god of Tai Sui had indeed taken the lives of 30 of his subordinates. As the guild leader, he bore the responsibility to protect his members, otherwise, who would respect him as their leader? I am aware of this matter. You need not elaborate further. I shall handle the revenge against the god of Tai Sui. The Emperor of Pride contemplated briefly before dismissing his brother-in-law and the others with a single sentence. He then turned and opened his friend list, locating an acquaintance with the ID, Assassin Alliance Liaison 04, and initiating a private chat. In M4399's Novice Village, a pursuit was underway against a player suspected of possessing S-class talent or higher, with exceptional agility. Should this quest be accepted? After a brief wait, a response arrived. Absolutely. Each kill nets 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. No issues. If you manage to bring the target down to level 0, I will grant you an additional 100,000 as a bonus. The boss was quite agreeable. And who is the target? The god of Tai Sui. Apologies, but I misquoted the price earlier. The god of Tai Sui requires a different fee, and it will cost more. Agreed. After a round of haggling, the Emperor of Pride felt satisfied. Now, he awaited news from the renowned assassins of the Assassin Alliance. Chapter 27. The third phase of the level 20 task. Notification. You have successfully submitted the task The Blacksmith Morin's Revenge 2. Notification. You have earned a reward of 5 gold coins and 50,000 experience points. Notification. The Blacksmith Morin is astonished by your remarkable task efficiency and has decided to upgrade your reward from bronze gear to a silver quality dark iron greatsword, silver. Along with additional rewards, Magic Mask, special item, and Highlander, bronze skill book. Notification. You have automatically accepted the new task The Blacksmith Morin's Revenge, final. At the entrance of the blacksmith shop in the Novice Village, Li Fan was taken aback as he read the system notifications. He had anticipated that completing his tasks swiftly might yield additional rewards from the blacksmith, akin to the first phase of the task. However, he never expected the extra rewards to be so bountiful. The silver equipment, the dark iron greatsword, was a two-handed weapon that could not be wielded by shield and armor warriors who could only use one-handed swords. Thus Li Fan could only sell it for profit. Meanwhile, the Magic Mask and Highlander skill book were both excellent items he could utilize. Item, Magic Mask. Type, Fashion Special Item. Effect, Attribute Less. When worn in the costume slot, it activates the skill Disguise, allowing the user to alter their ID, facial features, and the color of equipped items. The disguise effect is ineffective against targets 10 levels higher than you. Skill book, Desperation Fury. Quality, Bronze. Learning requirement, level 10 or above for warrior and priest classes. Level 1 active effect. Upon activation, for the next 60 seconds. If you or nearby teammates receive fatal damage, a buff will activate, ensuring HP does not drop below 1 point for 10 seconds. This skill consumes 200 MP upon use, and has a cooldown of 300 seconds. In the world of Endless Sky, there are fashion items akin to vintage game potions. However, most fashion items in Endless Sky are attribute-less, and serve merely a decorative purpose. This magic mask arrived just in time. As his fame grew, so too did the number of individuals seeking to ally with him or invite him into their factions. The ability to disguise his ID and appearance could significantly mitigate potential troubles. Moreover, this Desperation Fury was a divine skill for ordinary warrior players. Li Fan was elated. With this skill book in hand, his margin for error would increase tremendously when facing high damage bosses in the future, meeting the learning requirements. He promptly clapped his hands over the skill book. As it vanished, the level 1 skill Desperation Fury appeared in his skill list. Regrettably, he would have to reach level 20 to undertake the Morin's Revenge, final quest. Li Fan opened his task list. Task, The Blacksmith Morin's Revenge, final. Task content. Following the trials of the previous 2 phases, Morin is now fully convinced of your abilities. He requests you to fulfill his ultimate desire for vengeance for his daughter by clearing the Wolf Tribe Altar, level 20 hidden dungeon. Task deadline, 15 days. Task group requirement, 110 players. Successful rewards, several gold coins and experience, 1 piece of golden equipment, crafted by Morin according to the chosen part, and the special item heart of the warrior. Failure penalty, Permanent disqualification from this task chain. Note: the entrance key for the Dungeon Wolf Tribe altar has been automatically placed in your inventory. Please be advised, the difficulty of the dungeon is exceedingly high. It is recommended to reach level 20 before attempting to enter, and to gather teammates prior to the challenge. Item: Dungeon Key, Wolf Tribe Altar. Type: Consumable Special Item. Durability: 1010. Usage: a special item for entering the hidden Dungeon Wolf Tribe Altar. It can be used anytime, anywhere. Consuming 1 durability per use. The final phase of the quest required conquering a hidden dungeon. In Endless Sky, dungeons are categorized into hidden and public. Public dungeons are scarce. Below level 50, there are only 4 public dungeons, accessible to anyone who reaches the required level. Conversely, hidden dungeons, akin to hidden quests, necessitate a stroke of luck for encounters. Given the low probability of encountering hidden dungeons, their rewards are significantly more generous than those of public dungeons. Thus, Li Fan was filled with anticipation for the Wolf Tribe Altar. He could only enter the Wolf Tribe Altar dungeon upon reaching level 20. Next, he would focus on clearing the level 15 public dungeon, the Spider Cave, and secure the first clear rewards. With this thought in mind, Li Fan turned away from the blacksmith shop and made his way to the novice village's dungeon square. Soon, he arrived at his destination. As the server had now been live for 4 days, many players had already reached level 15 and above, and the dungeon square was bustling with activity. Level 15 mage with 80 magic attack, seeking a party. A warrior with 1,800 health points seeks a party, proficient in aggro management, and skilled in operation. A trustworthy frontline tank. I am in search of a reliable team to take me in. The tank and DPS have already formed a group. Now we require 2 capable priests with ample healing power, level 82. Payment is set at 119 copper coins. Those with substantial healing abilities, step forward. A level 16 physical damage dealer with an impressive 110 attack points. Leading as an archer, we need reliable individuals to expedite our journey. Striving to conquer the simple difficulty of the Spider Cave trial. Today, as the inaugural dungeon in Endless Sky, players exhibit great interest in the Spider Cave trial. Grinding dungeons is far more convenient than hunting wild monsters. Primarily, it eliminates the time spent searching for suitable leveling spots and mitigates the risks of being attacked while farming. In essence, nearly every player who reaches level 15 will attempt to form a team to challenge the dungeon. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Li Fan felt a sense of nostalgia. Once upon a time, he too was part of the throng seeking companionship. In this new life, he is no longer the same. The Spider Cave Trial is the first public dungeon in the game, also referred to as the introductory dungeon. Endless Sky mandates that players must assemble a full party of 10 to enter this dungeon, a stipulation not as stringent for subsequent dungeons. The pressing question arises: how shall I procure 9 companions to claim the first completion rewards? An idea struck. Li Fan's gaze fell upon a balanced group of men and women. He instantly recognized one player, a formidable warrior with the alias of Purple Mist Fairy, whom he had encountered a few times. Is she not the leader of the Phoenix Guild? In his past life, the Phoenix Guild was aligned with the human faction, and its leader, Purple Mist Fairy, ranked among the top 100 warriors globally. Most notably, she was renowned for her wealth. Perhaps I shall offer the 9 slots for the first completion to them. With this thought, a smile crept across Li Fan's face as he envisioned a bounty of gold beckoning him. Chapter 28. The astonished members of the Phoenix Guild, a transaction. In the dungeon plaza, several players adorned in gleaming emerald and silver attire stood out prominently amidst the crowd. They exchanged banter, their laughter occasionally reaching the ears of other players nearby. They had already diminished the health of the first boss in hard mode to below 10, with some extra effort. They were likely to secure the first completion of hard mode today. I just learned that the team from Overlord was wiped out after bringing the first boss in hard mode down to 50. Our progress is significantly ahead of theirs. This is all thanks to the leader's brilliant guidance. She is truly formidable. I just looted a level 15 bronze longbow from a minor monster. I hereby declare myself the chief archer of our guild. Is there any dissent? Indeed, you are the chief. But your damage output is still only a fraction of the leader's, so there's room for improvement. That stings, sister. The leader possesses the S-class talent, Master Swordsman, enhancing her skill damage tenfold. How can you compete? As a priest, I merely follow the leader. I don't chase damage, I seek comfort. Their laughter echoed around, drawing envious glances from nearby players. The Phoenix Guild's progress in this dungeon is truly impressive. An S-class talent? That is indeed a rare and extraordinary gift. How enviable. If all goes well, the first completion of the Spider Cave trial, on hard mode, should be achieved by this group today, right? Amidst the admiring gazes of the casual players, the members of the Phoenix raid team reveled in their success, pride swelling within them. Suddenly, an unusual voice reached their ears. Members of the Phoenix Guild, would you be interested in purchasing first completion slots from me? First completion slots? Purchase? The group turned in surprise at the sound. A player wielding a shield and longsword had appeared beside them. Who are you? How can you lead us to the first completion? What a joke. The archer, aiming to strike down targets, frowned, perceiving the player named Wu Song as merely attempting to draw attention to himself and garner the interest of her guildmates. Such tactics were too juvenile, causing her to feel a sense of disdain. The rest of the team also cast scornful glances at Wu Song, except for Purple Mist Fairy, who regarded his shield and sword with a contemplative expression. I apologize, I forgot to remove my disguise. Under the scrutiny of the women, the player named Wu Song, using some method, transformed his ID in the blink of an eye. It morphed into 3 resounding characters known throughout the realm. Tai Sui Shun. Ah, Tai Sui Shun. You are Tai Sui Shun. My goodness, I finally found you. Purple Mist Fairy, aiming to strike down targets, and the others were all astounded. Meanwhile, nearby players turned their attention as well. What? Tai Sui Shun has appeared. Great one, I am your long-lost brother. Please take me with you. Where? I don't see Tai Sui Shun, only a loser named Wu Song. Indeed, after revealing his ID to the Phoenix Guild's raid team, Li Fan quickly donned a magical mask to disguise himself once more as Wu Song. This method effectively shielded him from the harassment of numerous ordinary players nearby. A mere trick, but ultimately, you know who I am. After explaining to Purple Mist Fairy and the others, he resumed the previous topic. The first completion announcement for the Spider Cave trial, on hero difficulty and above, will be broadcasted across the server. Ladies, are you interested? 9 slots available. You pay. I lead you to victory. Were it anyone else making such a statement, the women would undoubtedly dismiss it as a poorly crafted joke. However, Tai Sui Shun, his name alone evoked awe. Having recently secured the first kill of a golden boss, he had already ascended to the ranks of the most elite players in Endless Sky in their eyes. Purple Mist Fairy never anticipated that upon finally encountering the legendary Tai Sui Shun, he would offer to sell her first completion slots. Is that even possible? However, this request indicates he may not be overly affluent. My opportunity has arrived. Thus, Purple Mist Fairy bypassed Li Fan's question and directly extended an invitation. Tai Sui Wu Song, I am thrilled to finally meet you. Starting salary of 30 million, with an offline contract. Are you interested in joining us? Purple Mist Fairy launched her financial appeal towards Li Fan. Yet, Li Fan's response was resolute. I decline. In just over 90 days, the invasion of foreign demonic creatures will render money worthless. I would be mad to become your hired hand. Noticing Purple Mist Fairy's intent to speak further, Li Fan hastily interjected. This matter need not be discussed further. I will not join any guild, nor will I accept any real-world studio position. Now, let us discuss the transaction regarding the coveted first clear slot for the dungeon. Are you interested? If not, I shall seek others. With a sigh, Zixiao Fairy perceived the resolute refusal from the other party. It was indeed peculiar for a man to sell not only the first clear slot, but also be willing to forego a lucrative offline contract worth millions. Very well. My good man, you have successfully piqued my curiosity. We are intrigued. How do you propose to conduct this transaction? In just a few exchanges, Zixiao Fairy discerned that Li Fan was the type who valued his time, so she continued the conversation. I hadn't anticipated this. After we clear the dungeon, you shall determine the compensation. Li Fan scratched his head. This was his first time selling a first clear slot, and he was uncertain about a suitable price. Moreover, the lengthy interval had dulled his memory of the rewards for the first clear of the Spider Cave trial, making it difficult to set a price. I trust you will offer me a satisfactory sum. After all, we can continue our collaboration in future dungeons. Upon sensing Li Fan's implication of future cooperation, Zixiao Fairy nodded in understanding. Certainly, that is agreeable. However, let us clarify the distribution of the equipment and loot that drops within the dungeon. Li Fan had already contemplated this matter. All yield shall belong to me, but you may prioritize purchasing with gold. At his response, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Are you jesting? If everything belongs to you, what purpose do we serve? You could clear it alone. This is excessive. I acknowledge your prowess as the god of the earth, but can you truly solo an elite dungeon? Otherwise, on what grounds do you claim all the loot? The likes of Miaojuan and Shurji all glared at Li Fan with indignation. Even Zixiao Fairy could not suppress her displeasure. In her view, the first clear slot he proposed selling to her guild meant he would take the lead while she and her companions would serve as support, collectively achieving the dungeon's completion. Thus, for him to claim all the dungeon's drops right off the bat was indeed audacious. However, Li Fan's next statement silenced Zixiao Fairy and the others. I believe you have yet to grasp one crucial point. I alone am sufficient, and you need only serve as 9 bystanders. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for all the spoils to revert to me, is it not? Chapter 29, Nightmarish Difficulty? The Doubts and Shock of the Phoenix Guild. What nonsense is this? Such audacity. First, show us your personal stats. The dungeon permits entry 5 times daily, and should we wipe, we endure a 1-hour debuff. Did you take the money from Aoshigan to deliberately sabotage us, intending to hinder our dungeon progress? Upon hearing Li Fan's words, the members of the Phoenix raid team reacted even more vehemently, judging by their own experiences. They had yet to conquer the first boss on hard mode, and could hardly believe that Li Fan could single-handedly lead 9 bystanders to achieve the first clear on heroic difficulty. Yes, we concede that you, the god of the earth, are indeed formidable, but is it plausible that you are that absurdly powerful? We are members of the Phoenix Raid team, undeniably among the top players in Endless Sky. If we cannot accomplish this feat, how could you possibly succeed? What a farce. Enough chatter. I am willing to trust Tai Wusong. Amidst the cacophony of skepticism, Zixia Fairy spoke with a calm demeanor. Boss, he is clearly toying with us. How can you place your faith in him? The urgency in the voice of Daejeon Khan, one of the 3 male players in the Raid team and its strongest member, was evident. Since Li Fan's arrival, he had subtly exhibited hostility, perhaps a manifestation of rivalry? Daejeon Khan held sway in the Phoenix Raid team, and the doubts, previously quelled by Zixia Fairy's words, resurfaced. Meanwhile, Li Fan was beginning to lose his patience. Who amongst you holds the authority here? I do not wish to repeat myself. Do you desire the first clear slot or not? Let us not squander time. This transaction was born of a spontaneous impulse. Li Fan hoped to earn something in preparation for an upcoming game event in a few days. However, he was unwilling to waste excessive time on this matter. If all else fails, he would simply assemble 9 random players. You doubt me? You shall see when the first clear announcement is made. Do not lament then. I believe in you. Zixia Fairy, sensing Li Fan's impatience, reiterated her stance. She then turned to her teammates, stating that brother Tai Wusong would also enter the dungeon, consuming his entry attempts and enduring the death penalties. Thus, I do not believe he would intentionally harm us. Moreover, Daejeon Khan, silence yourself. I am in charge here. If you lack trust, then do not join this venture. Miaojuan, Shurji, you 8, along with me and brother Tai Wusong, we shall take the first clear slot. Please form the party. At this declaration, a smile returned to Li Fan's face. How much better it would have been to proceed so decisively. Time is precious. Soon, he had formed a new party with Zixia Fairy and her companions. Before entering the dungeon, Daejeon Khan cast a dark glare at Li Fan for some time before sighing to Zixia Fairy, saying, Boss, you shall come to regret this. Daejeon Khan, I am the guild leader. Zixia Fairy felt that Daejeon Khan was overstepping his bounds. The substantial salary I offer you is not meant for you to dictate my actions. Remember your place. I am merely looking out for your best interests. Daejeon Khan's expression shifted, and he began to explain, but Li Fan was already thoroughly exasperated. Who are you? I have no time to listen to your ramblings. Thus, he opted for the dungeon difficulty and led the team into the instance. In an instant, the 10 players vanished from the dungeon plaza. Notice, the captain has chosen to enter the Spider Cave trial, Nightmare Mode. Notice, in Nightmare Mode, the dungeon has a time limit of 60 minutes. Exceeding this time results in a challenge failure. Notice, the requirement for clearance is to defeat the Spider Lord, level 19 legendary creature. Notice, in Nightmare Mode, should a player die during the dungeon challenge, they will be exempt from death penalties if the party clears the dungeon. If the party fails, the deceased player will endure a 10-hour debuff. Warning, in Nightmare Mode, the air within the dungeon contains trace amounts of toxins, causing all challengers to lose 3 HP per second. The penalties for death in the dungeon are significantly lighter than those in the wild, which is one of the key reasons players favor dungeon runs. The Spider Cave trial, being the introductory dungeon of Endless Sky, features 6 difficulty levels: simple, normal, hard, heroic, abyss, and nightmare. Li Fan was confident in his abilities and immediately selected the highest difficulty. Meanwhile, the members of the Phoenix Guild Raid team, upon reviewing the series of prompts displayed on their respective panels, were left trembling in shock. Nightmare Mode. In hard mode, a wipe results in a 1-hour debuff. But Nightmare imposes a 10-hour penalty. Have we unwittingly boarded a black car? Every second, I lose 3 drops of health. As a fragile mage with just over 1,000 health points, this difficulty is insufferable. Woe is me. Wasn't this supposed to be hero mode? How has it turned into a nightmare mode? Oh, Tai Sui God. Was this intentional or merely a mishap? The legendary boss is beyond our current capabilities. We cannot possibly contend with such a formidable foe. Tai Sui God, we demand an explanation, including the illustrious Zixia Fairy. All 9 members of the Phoenix exploration team were in a state of disarray. In response to their doubts, Li Fan calmly retorted, "Who said I intended to play on hero mode? What I mentioned was that the first clear in hero mode would be announced server-wide. But my true desire has always been to tackle nightmare mode." Zixia Fairy, with a look of skepticism, questioned, "Nightmare mode? Do you truly believe you can lead us through to victory single-handedly?" To this, Li Fan responded, "I comprehend your skepticism, yet you know nothing of my capabilities. Simply follow in my wake, and your role will be to clean up the battlefield." With that, Li Fan took off into the depths of the dungeon like a bolt of black lightning. In the eyes of Zixia Fairy and the others, he seemed to transform into a streak of darkness. The speed left all onlookers utterly astonished. Where did Tai Sui God go? Off to confront monsters? My heavens, what speed is that? Did you all see? Quickly tell me, it's not an illusion. I had heard tales of Tai Sui God's talents in enhancing attack and movement speed, and now, witnessing it firsthand, it was indeed astonishing. Almost absurd. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. This was the first time everyone witnessed Li Fan's extraordinary prowess. Although they were aware of his strength through his previous kills of silver and gold bosses, they now realized that what they perceived as strong was, in fact, outrageously powerful. Chapter 30. Speculations of Xiao Fairy and her companions. The Spider Cave Trial, as the name implies, is entirely set within a cavernous environment. However, this cave is far larger and more spacious than one might imagine. Deep within the cave, there are several forks in the path, making it akin to a small underground labyrinth. Fortunately, the starting point of the dungeon features only a single passageway, sparing players from the worry of getting lost. After Li Fan surged forward at full speed, he soon encountered the first wave of dungeon monsters. This consisted of a swarm of giant spiders and small spiders, all possessing a minimum strength of LV-16 bronze rank. The giant spiders, being quite hefty and roughly half a person in height, could spew large webs to ensnare players. Conversely, the small spiders were only the size of a basketball, possessing low health and defense, and lacking any web control skills. However, their attack power was high, and they moved with great agility. The first wave comprised approximately 30 of these giant and small spiders, and their combined assault, coupled with the confined cave environment, posed quite a challenge. Yet, before Li Fan, they were evidently insufficient. Mere LV-16 bronze creatures, easily dispatched with a flick of his wrist. Li Fan smiled slightly and charged into the swarm of spiders, unleashing rapid basic attacks at an astonishing frequency. // 320, 320, 646. Critical damage, 320. The defenses of both the giant and small spiders paled in comparison to those of the Silver Wolf King. With each basic attack, Li Fan dealt over 300 damage. And when striking a weak point, the damage soared beyond 600. Even the cumbersome giant spiders boasted only 6,000 health points. With Li Fan's attack speed exceeding 130 strikes per second, the spiders stood no chance. In a mere instant, 7 or 8 of them were obliterated. Notification: you have slain small spider, LV-16 bronze creature, earning 1,000 experience points. Team experience split among 10 players with a 100 bonus. Notification: you have slain giant spider, LV-16 bronze creature, earning 1050 experience points. Team experience split among 10 players with a 100 bonus. Notification: you have slain. The downside of Endless Firmament is that in team monster farming, experience points are inevitably split among all team members. Fortunately, with team bonuses and the fact that aside from the Spider Cave Trial, this introductory dungeon, other higher-level public dungeons nearly always permit unlimited player entry, Li Fan could easily solo them. Of course, whether he would choose to solo would depend on the circumstances. Perhaps he might encounter suitable allies before then. Li Fan did not mind sacrificing some experience to nurture his teammates, as he would ultimately reap the benefits. Returning to the matter at hand, Li Fan swiftly dispatched the first wave of minor monsters. Due to the need to maneuver to evade web attacks and slightly divert his path to eliminate them one by one, he spent nearly 20 seconds concluding the battle. By the time he had scanned the spoils dropped by the spiders, Xiao Fairy and the others finally arrived. The drop rate for dungeon monsters is lower than that of wild monsters, with the primary rewards of dungeons stemming from the settlement rewards post-clearance. This wave of spider monsters yielded 10 pieces of bronze equipment and 2 bronze skill books. Alas, I cannot utilize them, not counting the common items. Each piece of bronze equipment is worth 10 gold coins, and each skill book is priced at 20 gold coins. Xiao Fairy, would you like them? With so many members in the guild and her possessing wealth, how could she possibly refuse the bronze equipment? The price of 10 gold coins for each piece of bronze equipment is quite favorable, and 20 gold coins for a skill book is not exorbitant. Thus, Xiao Fairy instinctively nodded. Yes, very well, you can collect the equipment for now. We will tally everything together after we finish. Quickly clean up, and then continue following me. With his words, Li Fan dashed once more into the depths of the dungeon. It was only at this moment that the members of the Phoenix Guild exploration team finally regained their composure. What on earth just transpired? Check the team information. Truly worthy of nightmare difficulty, even the minor monsters are of bronze rank, and the first wave consisted of a staggering 35 of them. But is that the crux of the matter? The crux is that 35 LV-16 bronze monsters were dispatched by Tai Sui God in mere moments. This has left me utterly astounded for an entire year. In difficult mode, the first boss was also LV-16 bronze, albeit accompanied by a dozen ordinary and black iron minor bosses. Yet, with our numbers, we couldn't take it down. While Tai Sui God single-handedly obliterated 35 LV-16 bronze bosses in a mere 10 seconds. Is he even human? How embarrassing it was to have doubted Tai Sui God's strength earlier. Reflecting on it now is mortifying. Tai Sui God's power is overwhelming. How on earth did he achieve this? Xiao Fairy and the others were utterly captivated by Li Fan's performance. Comparisons are indeed odious. A group of individuals exerted every ounce of their abilities, having never before faced a challenging bronze boss. Yet, Li Fan single-handedly vanquished 35 foes in a mere 10 seconds. The disparity in their prowess stark as the chasm between heaven and earth. In the early stages, the player's combat strength was predominantly influenced by their innate talents. And perhaps the talent of the Tai Sui God was far beyond the mere S rank, potentially reaching the illustrious SS rank or even the unparalleled SSS rank. The Fairy of Purple Twilight suddenly spoke with a grave demeanor. Upon her utterance, the others erupted in astonishment. SSS rank? Surely not. Did the official records not indicate that such a caliber of talent could only manifest once in 50 billion individuals? Could the Tai Sui god truly be that fortunate? I concur with the guild leader. Otherwise, I cannot fathom the source of the Tai Sui god's formidable strength. I, however, believe the likelihood is quite low. Perhaps the Tai Sui god has encountered some extraordinary opportunity. Even if not of SSS rank, he must belong to the SS rank, which is still a rarity among billions. Moreover, our contacts within the Proud Guild have reported that the Tai Sui god is the specter haunting the gloomy forest these past few days. Why has he been continuously hunting level 6 mutated gray wolves? I suspect he is likely engaged in some hidden quest, and his current strength is a result of the rewards from such endeavors. Regardless, let us seize the moment and cultivate a favorable relationship with the Tai Sui god. That is our priority. Yes, indeed. Let us first establish rapport. Guild leader, quickly utilize your charm to win over the Tai Sui god. Hehe. I wish to cling to him for support. The Fairy of Purple Twilight was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow, appearing displeased, and she redirected the conversation, saying, "Enough of this chatter. Let us gather the equipment swiftly and catch up. We mustn't be outpaced by the Tai Sui god in clearing the battlefield, for that would be quite embarrassing." Given Li Fan's prowess, confronting bronze and silver bosses of comparable level was a trivial task. Soon, he dispatched the second wave, third wave, and fourth wave of minions within the dungeon with ease. Unfortunately, the equipment and skill books that dropped were all beneath his notice, and he packaged them for sale to the Fairy of Purple Twilight. After clearing the fourth wave of minions, the group arrived at the lair of the dungeon's first boss. Chapter 31, Level 18 Golden Boss, Explosive Spider, Crushing Victory. Species, Venomous Spider. Level 18 Golden Creature. Attributes, 7,200 HP, 7,200 HP, 615 Physical Attack, 666 Magic Attack, 260 Physical Defense, 274 Magic Defense. Skills. The Level 18 Golden Boss, the Venomous Spider, served as the primary boss in the Nightmare mode of the Spider Cave Trial Dungeon. Its attributes slightly surpassed those of the Silver Wolf King that Li Fan had previously defeated, given its superior level. Beside the Venomous Spider were 4 level 17 Silver Boss Giant Spider elites, along with approximately 20 giant spiders and small spiders. Under normal circumstances, players would first need to eliminate the nearby bronze and silver spiders. Otherwise, the difficulty would be excessively high. However, for Li Fan, such complications were unnecessary. His choice was to charge in recklessly. Swish, 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 swish. 320. 320. 646. Weakness damage. System notification. You have slain a few foes. With his remarkable agility, Li Fan was truly unstoppable. His strength in this scenario was utterly dominating. In a single encounter, he effortlessly annihilated a small wave of bronze spiders. And even the silver boss could not withstand a second. While evading the various attacks and web skills of the spiders, he seized opportunities to unleash his might. And within 2 minutes, he had dispatched all the creatures present, save for the Venomous Spider. Next came the one-on-one duel with the Venomous Spider. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Combat information. Venomous Spider, level 17 Golden Creature. Activates skill Giant Web. You are out of the skill range and are unaffected. Combat information. Venomous Spider, level 17 Golden Creature. Activates skill Toxic Mist. You are out of the skill range and are unaffected. Combat information. Venomous Spider, level 17 Golden Creature. Activates skill Venom Spray. You are out of the skill range and are unaffected. Combat information. Venomous Spider, level 17 Golden Creature. Activates skill Toxic Ring. You are out of the skill range and are unaffected. Combat information. Omitted. The Venomous Spider's magic attack was marginally superior to its physical attack, a typical indication that the boss leans towards a magical type. Almost every skill it possessed dealt extensive AoE damage. Given its attributes, it was likely that no player in the entire server could withstand even a single skill. Alas, in the face of Li Fan, all its efforts were futile. The process of their duel mirrored that of his encounter with the Silver Wolf King, cautious, never greedy for damage, and retreating promptly at the slightest hint of danger, maintaining a distance of 200 meters from the boss. Despite the Venomous Spider's arsenal of AoE skills, it could not touch Li Fan. Under such circumstances, its fate was already sealed. Notification. You have slain the Venomous Spider, level 17 Golden Creature, and earned 34,000 experience points, divided among 10 party members with a 100 bonus. Notification. You have collected the boss loot, Storm Crossbow, Golden Quality, Venomous Earrings, Golden Quality, and Skill Book Toxic Ring, Silver Quality. After successfully defeating the boss, Li Fan gathered the spoils. The Storm Crossbow served as the primary weapon for archers, boasting a high base panel, a passive increase of 11 attack speed, and the active effect of the homing arrow skill, making its attributes quite impressive. The Skill Book Toxic Ring was one of the skills previously unleashed by the Venomous Spider. Restricted to mage-type professions. The skill's effect was level 1, creating a circular poison ring magic with a radius of 15 meters centered on the caster, dealing 450 magic damage to struck enemies and inflicting a poisoned effect of 30 magic damage per second for 5 seconds. This skill book was the coveted AoE output skill that current mage players yearned for. Li Fan had initially intended to hand it over to the Fairy of Purple Twilight, but, for reasons unknown, suddenly thought of the butterfly and inexplicably decided to keep the skill book for himself. As for the venomous earrings, equipment, venomous earrings. Quality, golden. Grade, perfect. Usage requirement, level 16 or above. Attribute 1, Spirit 58, Agility 30, Stamina 20. Attribute 2, 10 chance on attack to inflict a poisoned effect, dealing 5 magic damage per second for 6 seconds, stacking up to 4 layers. Attribute 3, damage to poisoned enemies increased by 8. Attribute 4, 5 lifesteal effect against poisoned enemies. Attribute 5, source of deadly poison, upon activation. Ensures that every attack made within the subsequent 12 seconds inflicts a poison effect, causing enemies to suffer 100 points of true damage per second, stacking up to 3 layers. While also applying a 50-point reduced health recovery effect. The skill has a cooldown of 300 seconds. A perfect grade golden quality earring. It boasts an additional attribute. Its value comparable to that of the same level dark gold. The passive effect of Attribute 2 is rather mediocre. That amount of damage is inconsequential to me. Yet Attribute 3 is exceedingly appealing, effectively increasing overall output by 8. Attribute 4 is also trivial, but the active skill of Attribute 5, which can inflict up to 300 points of true damage per second, I suppose I can make do with that. However, the 50-point healing reduction effect is incredibly useful, potentially yielding remarkable results when facing high recovery bosses. Li Fan gleefully donned the poisonous earring. Simultaneously, he turned to face the likes of Xiao Fairy, who had approached him following the demise of the boss. He extended his hand, offering the golden quality storm crossbow to her. As for the other spoils, the old price stands. This golden crossbow, would 150 gold coins suffice? As Li Fan spoke, he sent the equipment attribute illustration to the team interface. Upon viewing the attributes of the storm crossbow, Xiao Fairy and the others gasped in astonishment. It boasts a base physical attack of 133 points, along with an additional 55 points of strength and 23 points of agility, truly formidable. My bronze longbow, with a mere 45 points of physical attack, pales in comparison to this magnificent longbow. The active skill, Rain of Arrows, is also exceedingly powerful, a wide-range AoE damage skill, utterly impressive. Speaking of which, the performance of the esteemed Tai Sui god in his duel with the poisonous spider was simply magnificent. Oh, great one, why not join our guild? I could warm your bed. If that's insufficient, I could persuade our guild leader to join me in warming your bed. Is it true that Tai Sui god is willing to sell this to us? Splendid. Simply splendid. Guild leader, purchase it and grant me its use. From now on, I shall be your humble maid. The self-proclaimed chief archer of the Phoenix Guild, Miao Zhuan-Shi-Ji, turned beet red with excitement upon seeing the storm crossbow, clinging to Xiao Fairy's leg without letting go. This golden crossbow is the ultimate weapon she has longed for. Chapter 32, Level 19 Dark Gold Boss, no surprises. Such an excellent piece of equipment. Xiao Fairy surely desires it. After all, she is wealthy and does not lack for coins. Anything that can be bought with money is not an issue. However, the problem lies in her lack of gold coins. Will Dragon Kingdom currency suffice? Xiao Fairy inquired of Li Fan. No, it must be gold coins. Li Fan's response was equally straightforward. With 39 pieces of bronze, 7 pieces of silver equipment, and skill books, I owe you 600 gold coins. I cannot accept anything else. Xiao Fairy felt helpless, for the first time experiencing the inadequacy of her financial prowess. Nevertheless, Li Fan's demeanor was quite generous. Knowing you lack sufficient gold coins, consider it a tab. You can repay me a little each day. Are you planning to become my creditor? Xiao Fairy chuckled, incredulous that she had become the one in debt. She earnestly wished for Li Fan to reconsider and accept real-world currency, but alas, he would not entertain such a proposition. Aren't you afraid I might not repay my debts? Xiao Fairy curiously asked. How could you pose such a simplistic question? Li Fan tilted his head to glance at her, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Do not jest. You are a wise individual, and I trust you will not engage in such perilous behavior. Xiao Fairy inhaled deeply. Although her previous question had been a jest, Li Fan's attitude spoke volumes. If she dared to default, he would likely come to collect from her and the guild members. Did this man possess no sense of compassion? How heartless. Yet, I find that I like it. Due to familial circumstances, Xiao Fairy had encountered young men who were all too submissive over the years. Even those who could converse easily with her merely exhibited a facade of calmness. Encountering a strong, composed, and dangerous man like Li Fan was a refreshing change that aligned perfectly with her preferences. Rest assured, I will intensify my efforts to collect gold coins. Gathering 300 to 500 coins daily should not pose a challenge. I will repay you a portion each day. Li Fan nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, This was the scene he had anticipated, having nearly amassed the gold coins in the M4399 novice village. He knew that when the upcoming event commenced in a few days, he would undoubtedly secure at least one skill book. The specific date of the first game event in Endless Sky was somewhat hazy in Li Fan's memory. He only recalled that it occurred within the week preceding the server launch, and calculating the time, there were approximately 3 days remaining. At that time, players would likely still be entering the main city, and wealthy players would find it difficult to gather coins across villages. Participation in the auction would hinge upon who could amass sufficient gold coins within their novice village. Thus, Li Fan hoped Zixiao Fairy would amplify her efforts to acquire gold coins in the M4399 novice village, not only to save up for the event, but also to eliminate potential competitors within the village. The total amount of gold coins in the novice village was finite and increased slowly. If his wealth exceeded 50 of the village, who could possibly contest him? The wealthy players from neighboring villages would remain oblivious to the auction for skill books in Endless Sky, and when they attempted to gather coins at the last minute, they would be unable to rival someone as well prepared as he. This plan was flawless. Li Fan silently commended himself. Once the Phoenix Guild members finished clearing the battlefield, the group pressed onward into the depths of the dungeon. They encountered 2 intersections along the way. However, due to Li Fan's extensive familiarity with the Spider Cave Trial dungeon, having first cleared it in his previous life, he navigated without error. Hint: you have defeated the boss. After vanquishing the first boss of the dungeon, Li Fan swiftly dispatched 3 waves of bronze and silver tier minions, and at the 5-minute and 35-second mark within the dungeon, he arrived at the lair of the second boss. Before Li Fan stood a gargantuan spider boss exceeding 3 meters in size. Its body was adorned with irregular black and white stripes, and its 8 long legs, each over 6 meters in length, bore menacing serrated bones. Level 18 Dark Gold Boss. Exploding Spider. Species: Exploding Spider. Level 18 Dark Gold Creature. Attributes: 180, 000 HP, 1280 Physical Attack, 1033 Magic Attack, 490 Physical and Magic Defense. Skills: the attributes of the Dark Gold Exploding Spider were nearly double those of the Poisonous Spider, with 180, 000 health and 490 in both defenses. It was enough to instill despair in all players at this stage. Even with a golden quality one-handed sword, Li Fan could not breach its defenses, as physical damage could only inflict a forced output of 1 point. Its staggering 1280 physical attack meant that the vast majority of players at this stage would be unable to withstand even a single blow. Fortunately, my output can rely on true damage, so I am unperturbed by its formidable defenses. It inflicts high damage, but if I simply avoid its attacks, what is there to fear? I am uncertain of the nature of its abilities. I hope it will present me with a modicum of challenge. Li Fan gazed at the explosive spider, his emotions gradually stirring with excitement. Though previously he had been effortlessly dominating the monsters, the thrill of such an experience was akin to the drudgery of a subpar web game, where one could strike for 999 damage with a single blow. The initial exhilaration faded swiftly into monotony, rendering monster hunting a mere repetitive chore. Not even the Golden Boss, the Silver Wolf King, or the Toxic Spider posed any real challenge for him. Li Fan yearned for a boss that would ignite a sense of difficulty and fervor in battle. Before him stood the Dark Gold Tier Explosive Spider, and he hoped it would provide a vigorous and exhilarating combat experience, one that would send adrenaline coursing through his veins. Notification: you have slain the Explosive Spider, LV-18 Dark Gold Creature, earning 68,000 experience points. Team experience shared among 10 players with a 100 bonus. System notification: you have leveled up, your current level is LV-17. Notification: you have picked up the boss's dropped items, Crescent Dagger, Dark Gold Quality, Storm Crossbow, Golden Quality, Skill Book Twilight of the Gods, Dark Gold Quality, and 29 gold, 20 silver, and 24 copper coins. Is this all there is to a Dark Gold boss? It hardly satisfies my hunger for challenge. With a dungeon time of 6 minutes and 41 seconds, Li Fan smacked his lips at the series of notifications on the panel. To be fair, the Explosive Spider was indeed formidable, significantly stronger than the previous Toxic Spider. It was a cumbersome tank-type boss, boasting high health and defense, with powerful melee abilities, capable of both dealing damage and withstanding blows, as well as possessing a healing skill. Unfortunately, this type of boss was precisely what Li Fan excelled against. The battle was straightforward. He consistently utilized his speed advantage to remain behind the spider, evading its attacks while delivering strikes whenever possible, simply dodging any large area abilities. Although it took longer than defeating the Toxic Spider, the overall process was relatively uneventful. It was akin to Bruce Lee engaging in unsanctioned combat with a sumo wrestler, the latter being several times larger and stronger, yet utterly incapable of landing a hit on Bruce Lee. The only aspect that brought Li Fan some satisfaction was the absence of any mistakes throughout the fight. Often, when players engage in fierce battles with high-output bosses, the ultimate test lies in the potential for errors. A single misstep in positioning can easily result in being obliterated by the boss. Chapter 33, Legendary Boss. Unleashing a special move from the start. My goodness. That is a LV19 Dark Gold boss. The great Sui God handles it with such ease. Remarkable, truly impressive. How foolish we were to have doubted the great Sui God. In hindsight, we were the jesters. Look, the boss is about to be defeated. Wow, such high experience points. I've leveled up. I see the boss has dropped a dark gold dagger. As an assassin, I desire it. President's sister, please buy it for me. I, Chi-Chi, am willing to work for you for free for 3 years. The group of 9, led by the Fairy of Purple Mist, watched in awe as Li Fan faced the explosive spider alone. The intensity of such a battle left them mesmerized, unsure of how to assist. Moreover, Li Fan had explicitly stated that they should simply collect the loot. Who knew if stepping in would upset him? After all, great individuals often have peculiar temperaments. They observed, astonished and contemplative, and only rushed over after the boss's demise. As they approached, Li Fan tossed the storm crossbow and crescent dagger to the Fairy of Purple Mist. These two will cost you 400 gold. Don't you think that's reasonable? The storm crossbow was a golden piece of equipment acquired during the fight with the toxic spider, with attributes nearly identical to the previous one. The dark, gold-quality crescent dagger boasted an impressive 216 physical attack, along with high agility and strength attributes, as well as a 500 physical attack, crescent slash, AoE active skill. At this stage, it was undoubtedly a top-tier dagger. However, to Li Fan, it was merely a commodity waiting to be sold. Another storm crossbow? Alas, why not a quiver for the archer's secondary weapon? Targeting chickens seems excessive. One already possesses a golden main weapon and still wishes for a golden secondary? Have you considered those of us still clad in bronze gear? Hee. Stop your giggling. No more jealousy towards me. Hurry and surround Chi-Chi. She is the assassin in our party, and this dark gold dagger must be allocated to her. The player named Chi-Chi was a petite girl standing at 1.5 meters tall, her eyes widening as she beheld the attributes of the crescent dagger, unable to suppress her drool, and soon became animated with excitement. President's sister, I love you. Great Sui God, I adore you, moi. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's bold declaration of affection, the other ladies of the Phoenix Expedition team couldn't help but join in the ruckus. Great Sui God, we love you too. Come join our guild. Great Sui God. If you join our guild, I could be your girlfriend. I have a 36D. You know I report this. Her 36D is fictitious. The true youthful beauty is me. The hydrogen balloon. Choose me. Li Fan was astounded by the scene before him. So, the girls had such boldness? In his previous life, he had hung himself on the tree of Su Yunya, truly blind to the world. What a pity. Ladies, I am a man destined to remain unattainable for you. In this life, Li Fan's ultimate goal was to develop rapidly within Endless Firmament in the first 100 days post-launch, striving to intercept all invading foreign monsters at the earliest opportunity. Pursuing girls? Apologies, I have no time for that. Women only serve to hinder my speed in drawing my sword. The ladies of our expedition team are all beauties. What do you say? Are you interested in joining us? On the other hand, the Fairy of Purple Mist seized the opportunity to once again attempt to recruit Li Fan. Not interested. I knew you would refuse. The Fairy of Purple Mist sighed. She had merely made a casual suggestion and had not expected Li Fan to change his mind. Moreover, with the crescent dagger and storm crossbow, she owed him over 1,000 gold coins. Now she understood why he was reluctant to sign a contract with his abilities. Making money was a breeze. Li Fan smiled slightly. I am glad you understand. Perform well, and I will seek your collaboration when I have business in the future. You can also come find us to play. We'll see about that. Let's tackle dungeon boss number 3. Having concluded the idle chit-chat, Li Fan took the initiative to wrap up the conversation. Of the spoils dropped by the boss, 2 pieces of equipment had already been sold, and the remaining skill book met his learning requirements, resulting in the appearance of a new skill in his skill list. Active skill, Twilight of the Gods, dark gold quality. Level 1 active effect. Upon release, the user will be immune to any control effects for the next 10 seconds and will gain an increase of 100 points in both physical and magical attack power. The skill consumes 20 MP upon activation and has a cooldown time of 90 seconds. Note, to upgrade to level 2, 100,000 experience points are required, and the character level must not be lower than level 23. This is a buff type skill, even at level 1. It provides immunity to control effects and a substantial boost of 100 points to both attack types, establishing a strong foundation worthy of being learned as a primary buff. Unfortunately, this skill book is somewhat less advantageous for Li Fan. The primary benefit is the control immunity buff. If all goes well, he should acquire the Heart of the Warrior reward from a hidden quest within the next few days, rendering this ability unnecessary. The 100-point attack boost is indeed commendable, especially useful for surging in difficult boss encounters. It is always beneficial to have more skills at one's disposal. Having learned it, there is no room for regret. In the future, he could invest some experience points to upgrade it, treating it merely as a buff that offers dual attack benefits. Moreover, should he elevate it beyond level 10, the dual attack enhancement might transform into a fixed percentage increase. Li Fan shook his head, dismissing any further preoccupation with this skill. He then proceeded to the depths of the dungeon, heading towards the lair of the level 19 legendary tier creature, the Spider Lord, which is the third boss. The lairs of the second and third bosses are in close proximity, and he encountered no minor monsters along the way. With 7 minutes and 20 seconds of dungeon time elapsed, Li Fan stepped into the lair of the Spider Lord. A colossal spider, adorned with irregular black, red, and golden stripes, emerged within his line of sight. Surprisingly, the Spider Lord was somewhat smaller than the exploding spider, standing at roughly 2 meters tall. However, to Li Fan, this did not bode well. For a boss, a smaller physique often indicates greater agility. As he surveyed the general layout of the Spider Lord's lair, his expression grew more somber. The lair formed a circular cavern approximately 80 meters in radius, with a height of about 5 to 6 meters, scattered across the ground. Small pits were visible every few meters. Upon closer inspection, many of these pits contained milky white spider silk. Once inside the lair, the dungeon rules dictate that players cannot exit until one side, either the players or the boss, falls. The silver lining is that there are no additional spiders within the lair. Only the Spider Lord. The downside, however, is that the Spider Lord is likely an agile boss, and the confined space is rife with traps. Li Fan suddenly realized that the exhilarating combat he had anticipated might soon materialize. And indeed, it was just as he thought. Before he could even assess the boss's attributes, the Spider Lord, having detected his presence, unleashed a powerful attack. Combat information. Spider Lord, LV-19 Golden Creature. Activated skill Legendary Fury. Chapter 34. 10 members commenced, 8 fell. The name suffix of a legendary boss. A visible shockwave rippled through the air like waves on water, rapidly expanding outward from the Spider Lord. Wherever the shockwave passed, debris erupted from the ground, and the earth trembled, seemingly encompassing the entire spider lair. Li Fan had already begun to flee to a distance the moment the boss initiated its skill. However, to his dismay, he found himself at the very edge of the lair, still within the skill's range. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. His past experiences taught him that this opening skill from the boss could only be endured with resilience, as getting farther away merely lessened the damage taken. The shield could only block physical attacks, so he opted for a shield counter. Combat information. You activated the skill shield counter, successfully blocking and reflecting 1 point of magical damage back to the Spider Lord, while also negating 50 damage from Legendary Fury. You lost 1220 health points and are now affected by a 3-second confinement effect. Combat information. You activated the armor skill purification from your radiant armor, removing the confinement debuff. The boss's damage was exceedingly high. The shield counter could not mitigate all damage, yet he managed to endure. Remarkably, this marked the first time he utilized the defensive skill of the shield warrior to withstand damage. Goodness, this truly is a legendary boss. Just as Li Fan's self-reflection concluded, another alert flashed on his panel. Team information. Your teammate aiming to shoot chickens has died. Team information. Your teammate Chichi has died. Team information. Your teammate is slightly. The boss's opening skill had instantly claimed the lives of 8 out of the 9 members of the Phoenix exploration team who had been observing nearby. Only the tanky warrior player, Purple Cloud Fairy, survived with a sliver of health. What transpired? My heavens, I was standing at the lair's outskirts and was nearly annihilated? The Spider Lord's damage is excessively high. We died without even laying eyes on it. Quickly, check the status of the team members. The health bar of the esteemed Tai Sui God has diminished by nearly a quarter. In all the time spent in the dungeon, this was the first instance he had sustained such a grave loss. Hang in there, Tai Sui God. The members of the Phoenix exploration team were both shocked and anxious. After death, they entered a soul state, allowing them to closely observe the battle between Li Fan and the Spider Lord. As Li Fan broke free from the skill's control, he charged at the Spider Lord. The battle officially commenced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed. However, this time, the source of the slicing sounds was not solely Li Fan's longsword, but also the Spider Lord's colossal, scythe-like legs. Fortunately, Li Fan's speed was markedly superior. The Spider Lord's attacks were relentless, yet Li Fan adeptly evaded each one. However, in his efforts to dodge, Li Fan's effective output significantly diminished compared to his maximum attack speed. 117, 117, 124, 118, 127. The numbers above the Spider Lord's head cascaded continuously. For the first 2 attacks, Li Fan tested his damage with basic attacks. On the 3rd strike, he unleashed the skill Bone Piercer. The 4th attack triggered the 10 poison effect from the toxic earrings, and the 5th strike once again activated the toxic earrings, resulting in an 8 damage increase for basic attacks against poison targets. Bone Piercer only reduced its armor by 1. Its strength surpasses mine by a considerable margin. Unable to breach its defenses, his output relied solely on the innate true damage. Li Fan's gaze sharpened, and only then did he find the opportunity to examine the Spider Lord's fundamental information. Species, Spider Lord, Fire. Level, LV-19 Legendary Creature. Attributes, 480, 000 HP. 1916 Physical Attack, 2200 magical attack, 1000 physical defense, 1036 magical defense. Skills. As a legendary tier boss, the Spider Lord's fundamental attributes are nearly double those of the Dark Gold boss, the Explosive Spider. Both its attack and defense soar into the 4-digit realm, while its health reaches an astonishing 480,000. Such formidable statistics are enough to instill despair in any player at this stage, except, of course, for Li Fan. With 480,000 health, if I were to unleash my full power, it would merely take about 30 seconds to bring it down. It can eliminate me with relative ease, and I can do the same to it. Though its health is nearly 100 times mine, in terms of output efficiency, we are both rather fragile. The main concern lies in its fire suffix. After reviewing the boss's displayed basic information, Li Fan's expression grew exceedingly serious. In the game Endless Firmament, whether boss or minion, the basic information only reveals attack, defense, and health, without disclosing the 4-dimensional attributes. However, the absence of this information does not imply that such attributes do not exist. They are merely concealed from players lacking sufficient strength or those who require special reconnaissance skills to unveil them. Furthermore, bosses of legendary tier and above possess exclusive suffixes in their names, such as Giant Bear, Wisdom, Gale, Life, Resilience, Suppression, and so forth. The higher the tier, the more powerful the suffixes, and sometimes multiple suffixes may appear. Among these, Giant Bear signifies immense strength. When a legendary boss bears this suffix, it indicates extraordinarily high power, resulting in explosive melee damage and range. Skills requiring a strength comparison between the parties involved generally lead to a guaranteed victory for the boss. Wisdom denotes a high mental attribute, implying that this boss can inflict overwhelming magical damage. Gale represents agility, while Life signifies physical attributes. Resilience indicates that the boss is nearly immune to the majority of control skills. Thus, even if inflicted with substantial damage, it will not exhibit the brief incapacitation typical of ordinary humans struck by a powerful blow. Suppression indicates that the boss excels at overpowering players of lower levels and tiers. The weaker the player, the greater the degree of suppression they experience. The Spider Lord before me, adorned with the fire suffix, signifies its exceptional mastery of fire-based skills, numerous in quantity, rapid in casting frequency, and undoubtedly high in damage. Fire-based skills often entail extensive area of effect capabilities. In Li Fan's previous life, when the game and reality merged, and these bosses invaded Earth from the foreign demon realm, he realized that the name suffixes of these legendary tier beings signify their comprehension of the corresponding laws of power. The power of law is a new path to strength that can only be explored upon reaching the legendary tier, a realm that Li Fan currently has yet to approach. Only players at or above level 40 in their second job transition may potentially engage with such concepts. As these thoughts lingered in his mind, Li Fan's hands remained in motion. Having come this far, he certainly would not concede voluntarily. What if it excels at fire skills? I am not incapable of handling it. Let us proceed. Swish, swish, swish. In close combat, the Spider Lord's health swiftly dropped to 95. At this moment, the Spider Lord began to channel its energy, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames towards Li Fan from its maw. Chapter 35. Fierce battle with a legendary boss, perilous predicament. A pillar of crimson fire erupted from the Spider Lord's mouth, the intense heat causing the surrounding air to warp instantaneously. The pillar, widening from an initial beer bottle's girth, rapidly transformed into a conflagration engulfing 30 to 40 cubic meters, reminiscent of the great fireball technique from an anime Li Fan recalled from the land of cherry blossoms. Moreover, this was a sustained skill. The Spider Lord relentlessly spewed forth flames, chasing after Li Fan's figure, enveloping an area of over 10 meters in an instant. However, Li Fan had already turned and distanced himself as soon as it began channeling its skill. In truth, the Spider Lord's skill channeling time was exceedingly brief. Yet Li Fan's speed surpassed it. Combat information. Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, has cast the skill Hellfire C. You have moved beyond the skill's range and are unaffected. After approximately 5 to 6 seconds, the Spider Lord ceased spewing flames. However, the fire on the ground continued to burn for a while before finally extinguishing. Only then did Li Fan approach once more in search of an opportunity to deal damage. Swish, swish, swish. The rhythm of battle reverted to its initial state. Against Li Fan, who moved far faster than it, the Spider Lord could only seethe in impotent fury. Legendary tier bosses typically possess a vast array of skills, and the Spider Lord, with its fire suffix, had an even greater repertoire. Shortly thereafter, when its health dipped to 90, it initiated another skill. Combat information. Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, has cast the skill Hellfire C. You have moved beyond the skill's range and are unaffected. Combat information. Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, has cast the skill Firewall. You have moved beyond the skill's range and are unaffected. This time, in addition to Hellfire C, the Spider Lord also unleashed a skill called Firewall. Suddenly, a circular wall of flames erupted within a 20-meter radius around it, soaring to the cave's ceiling. Failing to escape in time would lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, Li Fan was sufficiently cautious. Moments later, once the duration of the Spider Lord's skill had elapsed, he repeated his previous tactic, rushing in to deal damage. Having spent the first minute or two in exploratory combat, Li Fan gradually acclimated to the Spider Lord's battle rhythm, becoming increasingly audacious in his output. Soon, the Spider Lord's health dwindled to 85. This time, it only unleashed the Hellfire C skill, which Li Fan successfully evaded. As its health fell to 80 and then 75, the Spider Lord not only employed Hellfire C and Firewall, but also introduced a new skill called Fire Tornado. As the name suggests, this skill formed a moving tornado of flames, capable of absorbing nearby creatures. However, the tornado's range was limited, approximately 3 meters in radius, easily evaded by Li Fan. Thus far, apart from the initial devastating skill, Legendary Fury, which inflicted a slight wound on Li Fan, all subsequent skills had failed to land. The battle unfolded so smoothly that Li Fan's mindset gradually relaxed. Legendary bosses are not so fearsome after all. In Li Fan's previous life, the nightmare mode of the Spider Cave Trial Dungeon was conquered only about a month after the server launch, achieved by a group of top players above level 35. The primary reason they succeeded against the Spider Lord was that their stats met the requirements. Their defenses, health, and damage were all exceptionally high, combined with outstanding skills, thus rendering victory possible. Li Fan pondered. Though his current health and defense might not compare favorably to that cohort of players, his output and speed undoubtedly surpassed them. Especially in terms of mobility. The ability to advance or retreat, combined with swift speed, is paramount. Even a legendary boss shall be toyed within my hands. As Li Fan contemplated this, he was abruptly slapped in the face by reality. Battle information. Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, unleashes the skill Meteor Shower. You suffer skill damage, losing 1030 health points, and are afflicted with a 10-second burn status, losing 60 health points per second. Battle information. You activate the skill shield counter, successfully blocking and reflecting 1 point of magical damage back to the Spider Lord while mitigating 50 damage from Meteor Shower, resulting in a loss of 515 health points. Battle information. Minor update. You lose 515 health points. As the boss's health dropped to 70, it suddenly unleashed a vast area skill. Li Fan was perplexed as to how meteors appeared in this cavern. Such is the wonder of the gaming world, but that was of little concern. With the boss's skill activation, meteors the size of yoga balls materialized above the lair and began to rain down in a relentless bombardment. This was undeniably a global skill. No matter how swift his movements were, evasion was impossible. Furthermore, the critical aspect was that this skill was persistent. After a second or two, it showed no signs of abating. Could his health withstand this for a few seconds? Or should he activate the ultimate rage skill? No, a solution had appeared. The cooldown for the ultimate rage skill was extensive, and Li Fan was reluctant to expend it so readily. He soon discovered a more effective strategy. The boss's skill was not universally evasive. A small area of skill vacuum existed approximately 1 meter around its body. Thus, in less than a second, Li Fan dashed to the Spider Lord's side, activating a phantom dance attack speed buff while the boss was still in the midst of casting its skill, and began to slash furiously with his sword. 117, 117, 118, 127, 259. Weakness damage. In the span of a second, over 160 damage points appeared above the boss's head. Due to the ongoing casting of the Meteor Shower skill, the boss not only refrained from retaliating, but Li Fan could also easily strike its eye, the weak point. Within a second, he had whittled down over 30,000 health points from the boss. In just under 2 seconds, the boss's health fell below 60. Li Fan pressed on, and after a little more than 3 seconds, the boss's health plummeted to 50. This was the terrifying output capability he now possessed in his explosive state. The Spider Lord's Meteor Shower skill was finally interrupted. Simultaneously, as its health dipped to 50, it unleashed a new skill in a fit of rage. Battle information. Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, releases the skill Legendary Fury. You suffer skill damage, losing 3,350 health points, and are afflicted with a 9-second confinement status. The skill unleashed by the Spider Lord was sudden and without warning. Li Fan's shield counter skill was still on cooldown. Even though he sensed something was amiss and attempted to retreat, he was ultimately a fraction too late, only managing to escape about 20 meters before being struck by the skill. Fortunately, due to the lifesteal from his main weapon and earrings, his health had fully replenished during the attack, allowing him to endure this blow. However, the Spider Lord unleashed not just one skill, but a series of combo attacks. Chapter 36. Li Fan's Ultimate Burst, defeating the Spider Lord. Oh no, Taishui Shun is in danger. The Spider Lord's skill was too terrifying, too dense, and too sudden. Taishui Shun unfortunately fell victim. Look, this is a combo skill from the boss, and in the blink of an eye, Taishui Shun's health bar is nearly depleted. It's over, it's over. Taishui Shun is about to be annihilated. Wait, what is this buff? Incredible. The ultimate rage keeps health above 1 for 10 seconds. Is this an invincibility buff? And this Twilight of the Gods, wow. Immunity to control, truly absurd. From a soul perspective, members of the Phoenix Guild watched in horror as Li Fan was suddenly struck by the Spider Lord's skill. Everyone's emotions were fraught with astonishment. Although they could not see the exact value of Li Fan's health from the party status interface, his health was displayed as a bar. They saw that the moment the Spider Lord unleashed legendary fury, Li Fan's health plummeted to about a quarter. Then, with a leap, the boss completely drained Li Fan's health bar. This situation was nearly a certain death. But just when everyone thought Li Fan was doomed, two new skill statuses suddenly appeared in his status bar. Ultimate Rage, Twilight of the Gods. One could keep Li Fan alive for 10 seconds, while the other granted immunity to control for the same duration, increasing both attack and defense by 100 points. No one understood how Li Fan acquired these two extraordinary skill buffs, and at that moment, they had no time to ponder this mystery, collectively exhaling in relief. The boss possessed formidable skills, and Taishui Shin also wielded formidable abilities. Just when they thought they had overestimated Taishui Shin's power, they realized they had grossly underestimated it. Could Taishui Shin be the legendary internal tester? Or perhaps a GM deity disguised as a player? Who could say? Regardless, I, for one, have been utterly captivated by Taishui Shin's performance. My goodness, look! Taishui Shin is beginning to counterattack. The boss's health is plummeting rapidly. In the midst of battle, the Spider Lord's skill set constituted a combination attack, while dealing immense damage and control to Li Fan with legendary fury. It simultaneously unleashed a colossal new AoE skill named Fire Elemental Domain, a Hellfire Wall. In an instant, flames erupted from the Spider Lord, nearly engulfing every corner of the lair. Though all three skills shared the same crimson hue, the damage was calculated individually. Even if Li Fan's health were doubled, he could not withstand even a second of it, especially since he was already low on health. In desperation, Li Fan quickly activated Twilight of the Gods to free himself from control and gain immunity. This skill was reminiscent of the Berserker's ultimate in the early game, usable regardless of control status as long as it was off cooldown. It seemed even the skill names were similar. Immediately after, Li Fan hastily unleashed Ultimate Rage to ensure he would not perish within the next 10 seconds. The effects of the two buffs were instantaneous. The boss's skill hit him, neither killing him nor controlling him. However, the cooldowns for these two skills were excessively long. Once the buff duration expired, his margin for error against the Spider Lord would diminish to nil. Given the circumstances, Li Fan resolved to seize the moment. He contemplated for less than a second before making his decision. He would attempt to unleash his strongest output during the precious duration of the two buffs, aiming to deplete the boss's health entirely. After all, the Spider Lord's total health was merely 480,000, meaning that at 50, it equated to 240,000. If Li Fan were to unleash his output without reservation, under the attack speed buff of Phantom Sword Dance, he could easily inflict over 20,000 damage per second. Should he manage to strike a few more weak points, achieving a damage output of 30,000 per second would not be out of the realm of possibility. Li Fan was acutely aware of his own combat prowess. He had long contemplated this ultimate output state. With less than a second to make a decision and over 9 seconds remaining on the buff, it was not inconceivable to deplete the Spider Lord's 240,000 health points. He was determined. With that thought in mind, Li Fan sprang into action. Swish, swish, swish. 127, 127, 259. Weak point damage. 127. Bolstered by the buffs from Desperate Rage and Twilight of the Gods, Li Fan disregarded everything and stood his ground, exchanging blows with the Spider Lord. The Spider Lord's attacks struck him with no more impact than a stone sinking into the ocean, while Li Fan's assaults caused the Spider Lord's health to plummet like a bursting water balloon. At 8 minutes and 40 seconds into the dungeon, the Spider Lord's health dwindled to just over 210,000. At 8 minutes and 41 seconds, it dropped below 180,000. At 8 minutes and 42 seconds, it hovered around 150,000. By 8 minutes and 47 seconds, the Spider Lord's health was reduced to a mere 9,527 HP. During this time, the Spider Lord did not refrain from retaliating. On the contrary, its counterattacks were fearsome. Not only did it frequently unleash its original skills, but it also went berserk when its health fell to 480,000, at which point it displayed a terrifying transformation. In its berserk state, the combat information revealed that not only did its attack power and speed increase by 30%, but it also gained immunity to control effects, severed aggro, and significantly refreshed its skills, in addition to activating dual buffs, Fire Goddess Protection and Eye of the Evil God. Fire Goddess Protection reduced physical and magical damage taken by the Spider Lord by 80% for the next 30 seconds. Eye of the Evil God allowed the Spider Lord to lock onto a target, ensuring that its attacks over the next 30 seconds would be guaranteed hits. For an ordinary player, facing these formidable buffs from the boss would necessitate a strategic retreat, patiently waiting for the 30 seconds to pass before resuming the fight. Yet, at this moment, Li Fan found no such complexity necessary. An 80% damage reduction? I'm afraid not. My output relies solely on true damage, which is unaffected by such reductions. Guaranteed hits? Huh. I possess the buff of desperate rage. Let them come. Thus, it was evident that even in its berserk state, the Spider Lord was incapable of vanquishing Li Fan. The outcome was all but predetermined. If the last resort were not damage reduction, but rather healing, it would be I who fell. At 8 minutes and 48 seconds, standing before the corpse of the Spider Lord, Li Fan murmured to himself. Simultaneously, a flurry of system prompts rapidly appeared on his interface. Notification: you have slain the Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, earning 150,000 experience points. Team experience shared among 10 players with a 100 bonus. Notification: you have successfully cleared the Spider Cave trial dungeon on Nightmare difficulty, with a completion time of 8 minutes and 48 seconds. Notification: dungeon evaluation in progress. 1. Your contribution during the dungeon challenge is 9,999. 2. Team completion time is under 20 minutes. 3. You did not die. Congratulations, you have achieved an SSS dungeon evaluation. Notification: you have received a dungeon settlement reward of 1,000,000 experience points and a legendary chest, LV-15, LV-19. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is LV-18. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is LV-19. Notification: your team is the first in the entire server to clear the Spider Cave trial on Nightmare mode. As the team leader, and with a contribution score of 9,999 during the dungeon challenge, congratulations, you have received the first completion reward of 200 free attribute points, the title Conqueror of Nightmares, and a epic chest, LV-15. Notification: a server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your ID? In response to the final prompt, Li Fan smiled slightly and selected no. Fear of notoriety. To be regarded as a strong player necessitates the courage to face everything head-on. Li Fan held no disdain for hiding in the shadows. Chapter 37. First completion of Nightmare mode. Server-wide announcement. Server-wide sensation. This. Is it over? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Wasn't he the boss, just at 50 HP? In merely a few seconds, it has perished? The mighty Taishui God has once again shattered my worldview. What terrifying output capabilities are at play here? I feel as though I am dreaming. Has this first completion truly been achieved? On Nightmare difficulty, no less? Oh my, the system informs me that my contribution during the dungeon challenge was insufficient by 0.01, and yet, I still received a silver chest. I am equally astonished. With the first completion announcement, Taishui God did not conceal his name. Thus, we too shall remain unhidden. Everything transpired too swiftly. Witnessing the boss's health plummet from 50 to 0 in a matter of seconds left the members of the Phoenix Guild S-Raid team feeling as though their perceptions were shattered. That was a legendary boss. 50 health points still represented 240,000 health. You eliminated it in 10 seconds? This is utterly absurd. However, beyond the shock, a wave of immense joy surged within the Phoenix Raid team, including Zixia Fairy. They had achieved the first completion of the Spider Cave trial on Nightmare mode. At this moment, no better news could be imagined. Personal glory and guild prestige would ascend to unprecedented heights with the server-wide announcement of their first completion. Naturally, as with the dungeon settlement rewards, due to their low contributions within the dungeon, the rewards for the first completion were significantly less than Li Fan's. Each member received merely 20 free attribute points and a LV-15 golden chest, which could yield LV-15 golden quality gear, skill books, and special items. Nevertheless, even this was enough to elate them beyond measure. Taishui God, you are magnificent. Taishui God, 666. Taishui God, love you dearly. As the dungeon concluded, the resurrected members of the Phoenix Raid team could not help but cast admiring glances at Li Fan. Even Zixia Fairy could not contain her emotions and, along with her female subordinates, surrounded Li Fan, showering him with praise. However, Li Fan, oblivious to the atmosphere, made a comment that left Zixia Fairy feeling disheartened. Haha. Thank you all for your compliments. Moreover, since we have secured the first completion, Zixia Fairy, do consider how much you ought to compensate me. This remark elicited an exasperated roll of the eyes from Zixia Fairy. In such a splendid atmosphere, you dare to mention money? How crass. Yet, Li Fan paid no heed to Zixia Fairy's disdain, for he was joyfully examining the spoils dropped by the boss. Meanwhile, with the emergence of the server-wide announcement, the players of Endless Sky were utterly astir. In the H-1001 Novice Village, within the treacherous Spider Cave trial on hard mode, a team clad almost entirely in silver armor was fiercely engaged in a battle against the Golden Tier Spider Lord. Brothers, rally together. The boss's health is down to just 13. The first clear of hard mode is within our grasp. Everyone focus, for who knows, the spoils dropped by the boss might include golden equipment that you can wield. At this stage, it is likely that only our conquerors of the Realm Expedition team can lay claim to such treasures. News from our undercover agents within the top guilds of the Dragon Kingdom, such as Blood Battle Alliance, Righteous Brotherhood, and Celestial Hall. indicates that their expedition teams cannot match our progress. Let us take down this golden tier spider lord. Our conquerors of the realm expedition team shall be the first in the entire server to conquer hard mode. Brothers, let us go. This formidable team was none other than one of the most powerful guilds in the Dragon Kingdom, Conquerors of the Realm. The guild leader, Changxingjun, who also captained the expedition team, was fervently motivating his comrades to vanquish the Spider Lord and secure the first clear of hard mode. However, just as the team was gathering their resolve, a sudden server-wide announcement appeared before everyone's eyes. Server announcement. The Spider Cave trial in Nightmare mode has been conquered by a brave team from M4399 Novice Village. Team leader Taisue Shun, level 19 Shield Warrior. Member Zixia Xianzi, level 18 Warrior. Miaojuan Sheiji, level 18 Archer. Anania, level 17 Priest, have received the first clear reward for the entire server. Their heroic deeds will forever be etched in the annals of Endless Sky history. With the announcement refreshing, the once spirited conquerors of the Realm Expedition team was left dumbfounded. How could this be possible? They cleared Nightmare mode? The third boss in Nightmare mode should be of legendary tier, right? How could anyone possibly defeat it at this stage? Could it be that the legendary tier Spider Lord in Nightmare mode was merely a pushover? No. The varying difficulties merely signify the strength of the boss. The golden tier Spider Lord before us was already immensely challenging. Surely the legendary tier would be tenfold more formidable. How could that team have accomplished such a feat? Fully equipped in golden gear? Impossible. The server had only been live for a few days. How could anyone have amassed a complete set of golden gear? Moreover, it would be exceedingly difficult for a team clad entirely in golden armor to overcome a legendary boss. At least a few dark gold pieces would be necessary. They must have exploited some game bug. Wasn't it claimed that Endless Sky was monitored by cutting-edge AI, devoid of any bugs? It seems the marketing was misleading. Oh no, the boss has entered a rage state. I'm dead. The members of the Conquerors of the Realm Expedition team, momentarily stunned by the server announcement, quickly faced the repercussions of their distraction as the boss showed no mercy. Moments later, upon seeing the notification, hint, the team has been wiped out. A look of despondency spread across each face. It's alright, being wiped out is normal. Let us take an hour of free activity. We still have one chance to enter the dungeon today. Let us strive to conquer hard mode after an hour. Ultimately, it was the seasoned guild leader, Changxingjun, who first regained his composure and sought to reassure everyone. Okay, but I truly cannot fathom how that team from M4399 Novice Village achieved the first clear of Nightmare mode. The chief tank of the team, the warrior player, Junlin Madashi, endowed with an A-grade, advanced life resilience, talent, wore a troubled expression. I'm fully equipped in silver gear, possess an A-grade talent, with health exceeding 10,000 and dual defenses surpassing 200. I could barely withstand the output from the golden boss. How could that Team S tank endure the legendary boss's onslaught? Moreover, our expedition team's progress is significantly lagging behind theirs. Aren't we slacking? The player who prided himself on being the strongest tank in the gaming realm was now questioning his own capabilities. The majority of Conquerors of the Realm Expedition team members mirrored his bewilderment and dissatisfaction. Chapter 38. The game officials are stunned. Is the game beyond human control? In Q7777 Novice Village, the Blood Battle Alliance expedition team, having just prepared to challenge the hard mode of the Spider Cave trial once more, found themselves dumbfounded by the server announcement. What on earth? First clear of nightmare difficulty. The tone of the vice president, Wagongzi, was laced with disbelief. We've been wiped out multiple times in hard mode. How did this team manage to secure a first clear in nightmare mode? How is that even possible? Other team members clutched their heads, displaying expressions of incredulity. Are we really that inept? No, I must be hallucinating. This cannot be real. I refuse to believe it. The third boss in nightmare mode is a legendary tier. Is there truly a player capable of breaking through its defenses at this stage? This isn't right. The first clear list included several players I recognize. They seem to be from the Phoenix Guild? Yes, that's right. They are from the Phoenix Guild. Although they are a well-established guild in the gaming world, aren't they just an entertainment guild formed by wealthy young ladies? How could they be ahead of us? Faced with the disheartened attitudes of his team members, the usually silent guild leader of the Blood Battle Alliance, Jean Tian, took a deep breath. Brothers, I just contacted an acquaintance in M4399 Novice Village. He mentioned that the strength of the Phoenix Guild's expedition team is actually inferior to ours. The issue lies with that guy named Taisui Shun. The game officials must provide us with an explanation. How could the first clear of nightmare mode be achieved so easily? This is a severe blow to our gaming enthusiasm. In T8848 Novice Village, the Righteous Brotherhood expedition team was also in discussion. Zixia Shinzi, the leader of the Phoenix Guild? How could they be so far ahead of us in dungeon progress? I see now. It must be that guy named Taisui Shun who is the problem. M4399 Novice Village. Taisui Shun. If I recall correctly, just a couple of days ago, more than a dozen official members from our guild were cut down by that guy in M4399 Novice Village. Young Master Zhang even came to me to complain about it. He is our enemy. Who would have thought he possesses such strength? Everyone, don't panic. This matter is not over yet. There shouldn't be players stronger than us at this stage. This is a significant issue that disrupts game balance, and the officials must intervene. Let us go, everyone. Let us report this on the forum. Yes, let us report. In L5566 Novice Village, a man with blonde hair and blue eyes, known by the ID Bloody Jack, had just delivered a backstab that felled the golden tier boss, the tree spirit. Consequently, as the server announcement flooded the screen, the notification of the golden boss's defeat also flickered 3 times across L5566 Novice Village. Achieving the first completion of the nightmare mode? How intriguing. I never anticipated that someone would outpace me in acquiring SS level talents. Splendid. This only adds to the challenge. The captain, known as Tai Sui-shin? Very well, Bloody Jack, shall remember you. You are worthy to be my rival. On this day, within the realms of Endless Firmament, the major factions and elite players erupted in a frenzy. Upon the announcement of the first completion of the Spider Cave Trials Nightmare Mode, reactions ranged from shock and disbelief to self-doubt. Yet a significant number of players inundated the game's official channels with complaints. There was simply no way to dismiss such an outrageous occurrence. Self-proclaimed top-tier players struggled even with the hard mode, and yet someone managed to conquer the nightmare mode? Surely, you must be cheating. If not, then the balance of the game, Endless Firmament, is gravely flawed. With a team that performs as if they were cheating, how can we hope to ascend the leaderboards? What hope do we have of claiming the title of the strongest? This severely dampens the enthusiasm of the player base. Imagine, if you were a member of the Dominance Expedition team, initially brimming with ambition to make a name for yourself in Endless Firmament. As the game launched, you labored alongside your companions to defeat a level 19 golden boss, only to find yourself tormented by its relentless attacks, while someone else effortlessly dispatched a level 19 legendary boss. How would you feel? Would it not be reasonable to declare the game a poor one, with its balance woefully inadequate? Consequently, several threads demanding an explanation from the game's officials surged in popularity on the Endless Firmament forums, attracting an ever-growing number of participants. As for the game officials, they were equally bewildered. Endless Firmament, a world-class MMORPG developed collaboratively by the nations of Wuxian, aimed to enrich the spiritual lives of idle players worldwide, akin to a global entertainment endeavor. The higher-ups believed that the game could effectively reduce crime rates. Thus, the officials were aligned with the elite of Wuxian. While the intention behind developing Endless Firmament was commendable and the game was meticulously crafted, utilizing the most advanced AI technology for monitoring its operation, it should not have been possible for someone to complete the nightmare mode so soon after launch. Yet, here we are. This is unacceptable. Under pressure from the forum's discourse, the regulatory team of Endless Firmament urgently accessed the game's backend to investigate the data of players such as Tai Sui-shin and Xiaxianzi, hoping to uncover the truth. To their astonishment, what was once a simple task of data retrieval became impossible. No one could access the game data anymore. Had the game slipped from human control? My goodness, had the AI gone rogue, locking us out of our developer accounts? What in the world was happening? The members of the regulatory team were utterly confounded. They were among the most elite programmers from various nations, possessing unparalleled prowess in the gaming industry. Yet, they never anticipated that they would be unable to control the very game they oversaw. According to player statistics, the number of daily logins for Endless Firmament had exceeded 250 million. Each player accessed the game world through a gaming helmet, and now the game was beyond human control. This was an unprecedented crisis, and no one could maintain composure in the face of such a dilemma. Ultimately, the matter was escalated through the ranks, swiftly reaching the desks of the highest-ranking commanders across nations. After careful deliberation concerning the safety of 250 million individuals, they resolved to forcibly sever the game's auxiliary systems. However, as the staff set out to execute this plan, a scene unfolded that shattered everyone's preconceived notions. Upon manually disconnecting the server, the game continued to run seamlessly. This was impossible. Programmers clutched their heads in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how the game could function normally despite the severance of the servers storing its data. What transpired next was even more mind-boggling. Chapter 39. A warning from the heavenly Tao of Endless Firmament. Warning. The human world is about to face an unprecedented and terrifying crisis. Endless Firmament is being forcibly maintained in operational status, and players are encouraged to strengthen themselves within the game. This message was issued by the AI system of Endless Firmament, displayed prominently on the backend interface of the game. No, this is dire. An extraterrestrial force has taken control of Endless Firmament. The programmers screamed in panic as they hastily vacated their computers. Soon after, the highest-ranking officials from various nations arrived, their faces etched with grave concern. They too beheld the message on the screen. Who are you? One ventured to inquire hesitantly. To their astonishment, the enigmatic entity controlling Endless Firmament, whether an alien or a mutated AI, responded. Greetings, humans. I am the core intelligence system of Endless Firmament. In your terms, you may refer to me as the heavenly Tao of Endless Firmament. What followed was of utmost importance, and they were cautioned to keep it confidential. Millions of years ago, The entity claiming to be the heavenly Tao of Endless Firmament recounted an astonishing tale. To summarize, Endless Firmament, millions of years prior, resembled humanity on Earth, belonging to a genuinely existing civilization far more advanced than present-day humanity, having already entered an interstellar age. However, one fateful day, an invasive civilization known as the alien demonic beasts breached the cosmic barrier and invaded the civilization of Endless Firmament, leading to a brutal war that ultimately resulted in its extinction. Yet, while the material aspect of the Endless Firmament civilization was annihilated in a final act of sacrifice, the gods transformed it into a conceptual civilization through a blood ritual. Subsequently, Endless Firmament evolved into a virtual game, entering new worlds to assist civilizations on the brink of invasion by the alien demonic beasts, empowering them to take revenge against their foes. This is utterly preposterous. The high-ranking officials listened as if they were being told a fable, and skepticism arose immediately. You claim to be a once-existing civilization. Yet Endless Firmament is clearly a virtual world crafted by human imagination, merely a game. It is under my intangible influence that your creators were able to develop Endless Firmament. Otherwise, it would have been an entirely different game, the Heavenly Tao replied. You assert that Endless Firmament embodies a conceptual civilization. What proof do you offer? Why should we place our trust in you? Another official challenged. You severed the servers, yet the game continues to operate. Is that not evidence enough? Beyond this, I am unable to provide further proof. My capabilities are currently limited, the Heavenly Tao answered. Indeed, the game's continued operation despite the severance of the servers transcended the realm of human comprehension. You claim to assist civilizations on the brink of being overrun by foreign monstrous entities, enabling them to grow stronger in order to resist such invasions, and even seek vengeance on your behalf. So, I must inquire, are these foreign creatures poised to invade our Earth? When is this invasion set to occur? In what manner do you offer your aid? How many civilizations have you assisted thus far, and have any achieved success? Questioned the third high-ranking official, his astute inquiries piercing directly to the heart of the matter. This notable figure hailed from the Dragon Kingdom, his questions sharp and precise. The invasion by these foreign entities is scheduled to commence on December 31st, 2042, leaving humanity with scant time. At that moment, the game Endless Firmament shall merge with reality, endowing players within it with the full capabilities of their in-game characters. This is the essence of our assistance. As for the civilizations I have aided, I have thus far supported 999 distinct worlds. Regrettably, none have managed to survive against these foreign monsters. However, they have not entirely vanished. Some of their strongest individuals have become part of Endless Firmament, continuing their civilizations in an alternate form. Upon hearing these words, an oppressive silence enveloped the assembly. According to the doctrine of Endless Firmament, humanity was on the brink of a cataclysmic disaster in just over 3 months. Last, we possess nuclear weapons. What foreign monstrosity would dare approach us? We shall obliterate them all. A Western official bellowed ferociously. I regret to inform you that, at that time, the laws of the world will shift, and humanity will lose the ability to wield power and fire. Your nuclear arsenals will become mere relics, the doctrine coldly reminded. Are you suggesting that we have no recourse but to await our demise? I refuse to believe it. Surely, you cannot be an AI anomaly seeking to deceive us. And as for why Endless Firmament continues to operate despite server disconnection, it is evident you have usurped rights to servers unbeknownst to us. Humph. Another Western official declared with unwavering conviction. At this juncture, whether you choose to believe is entirely your prerogative. Yet, I must caution you. Following this, the doctrine displayed several messages in crimson text. First, regardless of your actions, Endless Firmament will persist, and player logins and logouts will remain unrestricted. Second, my appearance to warn you is due to an anomaly within the game, a development of a favorable nature, designed to prevent you from foolishly undermining my efforts to assist humanity. Third, irrespective of your struggles or beliefs, on Earth, December 31st, 2042, the foreign entities shall undoubtedly invade. Fourth, these entities are transcendent invaders. Your only reliance rests with me. Fifth, although Endless Firmament is aiding humanity, our relationship is one of mutual benefit. Should you successfully resist or eradicate these foreign beings, you must assist in the revival of our civilization on a material level. Fear not, for I will guide you through this process, ensuring you incur no actual loss, akin to a tiger nurturing its cub, who in turn aids the aging tiger in reclaiming its territory. Sixth, please refrain from disseminating the information regarding my appearance. Failure to do so may precipitate an early arrival of the foreign entities to Earth under cosmic regulations. I understand your skepticism towards my words. Such doubt is commonplace. However, I implore you to await the passage of time, which will affirm the veracity of my proclamations. I have conveyed all necessary warnings. I shall not reappear before the invasion of the foreign entities. Lastly, if possible, I hope you can rally more players into the game and encourage them to strengthen themselves without delay. With that, the doctrine vanished without a trace, as if it had never been present. The assembly of high-ranking officials from various nations remained, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Chapter 40. The Legendary Helmet, the Epic Ring. While the dignitaries in the real world conversed with the doctrine of Endless Firmament, within the game, Li Fan had successfully reaped the rewards of the dungeon, having fully absorbed all first clear bonuses. At this moment, he found himself adorned with two new pieces of equipment. The first was a headpiece. Equipment, the old helmet of Warrior Arlen. Durability, 200-200. Quality, legendary. Grade, fine. Usage requirement, level 18 or above. Attribute 1, HP 1800. Physical defense 108. Magical defense 99, stamina 70. Attribute 2, strength 60. Attribute 3, reduces damage taken from ranged attacks by 20. Attribute 4, reduces time of abnormal status effects by 20. Attribute 5, Will of Warrior Arlen, a passive skill triggered upon receiving lethal damage, granting a 3-second state of invincibility. Cooldown time, 300 minutes. This legendary helmet was procured from the legendary treasure chest awarded for an SSS-rated dungeon completion. Additionally, the boss had dropped a legendary item, alongside 3 dark gold pieces of equipment and a special item. Among the 3 dark gold items, none were of use to Li Fan, except for a dark gold quality one-handed sword, which he ultimately chose to forego, as his current bloodthirsty sword possessed the attribute of never worn down, making it the most suitable for his needs. The disparity in attributes between gold and dark gold equipment was not particularly significant, at least in Li Fan's eyes. The bloodthirsty sword remained superior. The sole legendary item dropped by the boss was a 2-handed great sword. Equipment, Sword of the Storm. Durability, 200-200. Quality, legendary. Grade, ordinary. Usage requirement, level 19 or above, for melee classes wielding 2-handed weapons. Attribute 1, physical attack 398, magical attack 345, strength 95, agility 70. Attribute 2, attack speed 15. Attribute 3, physical attack power 10. Attribute 4, upon a successful attack, inflicts an additional 220 points of physical damage. Attribute 5, storm swordsmanship, an active skill that, when activated, increases the attack speed of the next 10 attacks to 10 per second, with each attack converting 50 into true damage. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. To be frank, the attributes of the Sword of the Storm were extraordinarily formidable. Whether considering its base attack power, strength, agility, or myriad passive attributes and active skills, it undoubtedly ranked as the most potent 2-handed great sword at this stage. However, while it may have seemed a divine artifact to other players, to Li Fan, it was merely adequate. High attack power. He faced weak bosses without needing to rely on mere numbers against more powerful bosses. He depended on the innate true damage from his talents. Did the discrepancy in attack power truly make a significant difference? An impressive active skill? What does it mean to be forcibly increased to 10 attacks per second? Wouldn't such speed merely serve to hinder him? Thus, in Li Fan's estimation, the Sword of the Storm was not well suited for him. Of course, the most critical factor remained that it was a 2-handed sword. In the realm of the Shield Knight class, the utilization of subweapons is strictly confined to shields, while the primary weaponry comprises solely of one-handed swords and one-handed axes. However, 2-handed weapons are also permissible, including the formidable 2-handed Great Shield. Previously, Li Fan had acquired several such items, yet he disdainfully relinquished them to the enchanting Xixia Fairy. Ordinary warrior players, on the other hand, have the advantage of wielding 2-handed great swords and 2-handed shields, alongside a one-handed sword in the right hand and a shield in the left. In this regard, it appears that the Shield Knight class pales in comparison to the standard warrior profession. Yet, Li Fan comprehended that the strength of this hidden class lies not in its weaponry, but in its skills and the growth potential it possesses in the mid to late game. For instance, the initial skill set of a typical warrior player comprises merely a single 3-hit combo, while the Shield Knight boasts 3 distinct abilities. Thus, one could argue that there are both advantages and disadvantages to this class. In any case, the legendary Storm Greatsword in Li Fan's possession was merely a commodity awaiting sale. However, the second piece of equipment he acquired was nothing short of extraordinary. It was an epic quality ring obtained from the first completion reward treasure chest. Equipment, Silver Ring of the God of Hunting. Quality, epic. Grade, superior. Usage requirement, level 15 and above. Attribute 1, 1000 MP, strength, agility, spirit, and stamina 80. Attribute 2, agility 230. Attribute 3, upon successful physical attacks, there is a 2 chance to inflict a stun status on the enemy, lasting 16 seconds, cooldown of 30 seconds for the same target. Attribute 4, upon successful magical attacks, there is a 2 chance to inflict a paralyzed status on the enemy, lasting 16 seconds, cooldown of 30 seconds for the same target. Attribute 5, Hunting Instinct, a passive skill that increases your 4 primary attributes by 5 for every 60 seconds of combat, stacking up to 6 layers. The buff dissipates 10 seconds after exiting combat. Attribute 6, Moment of the Hunt, an active skill that, when activated, increases your attack speed and movement speed by 80 and attack power by 30, lasting for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 300 minutes. With epic quality and 6 special attributes, this ring was truly remarkable. Notably, the first attribute's increase of all 4 primary attributes by 80 points surpasses the total free attribute points that an ordinary player accumulates from level 1 to level 30. After reaching level 20 and completing their class advancement, players receive free attribute points based on the star rating of their new class. The second attribute is equally impressive, directly adding 230 points to agility. The third attribute, in Li Fan's view, is exceptionally powerful. A 2 chance to stun enemies with physical attacks. Given his attack speed, it is almost guaranteed to trigger within a second. If he manages to stun the enemy, he can unleash his attacks without concern for his fragile defenses. The only downside is the 30-second cooldown for each target, preventing consecutive stuns. The fourth attribute is negligible, as Li Fan lacks magical attack capabilities. The fifth attribute's passive skill is a formidable buff for tackling high-difficulty bosses, potentially augmenting his 4 primary attributes by 30. As for the sixth attribute's active skill, it is indeed befitting of an epic piece of equipment. If I unleash my rage and activate this moment of the hunt, even a fully healed level 19 legendary boss, the Spider Lord, would likely be felled in mere seconds. Perhaps 8 seconds would suffice. With these thoughts, Li Fan couldn't help but feel an exuberant thrill. Truly, this epic equipment is nothing short of powerful. Gazing at this item, his excitement only intensified. Chapter 41, Dark Gold Skills, New Panel. In addition to the equipment, Li Fan also received a highly practical Dark Gold quality skill book as part of his first completion rewards. This was the only skill book dropped by the Spider Lord, perfectly aligning with his learning requirements, and it now appeared in his skill list. LV1 Sword Chi Master, Dark Gold Quality Passive Skill. Effect. When using sword-type weapons for normal attacks, it can unleash a ranged sword chi with a 10-meter attack range, dealing 55 physical attack, 55 magical attack, damage. Note: to upgrade the skill to level 2, 150,000 experience points are required, and the player's level must not be lower than 24. This passive skill transforms the nature of normal attacks into a 10-meter range. While the damage itself may not significantly increase, possibly even diminishing due to Li Fan's far superior physical attack compared to his magical attack, the utility of this skill is undeniable. First, the adage an inch longer is an inch stronger holds true. A larger attack range implies a more favorable output environment when challenging high-difficulty bosses, coupled with his high agility. He can even employ kite tactics akin to ranged classes when facing bosses if necessary. Secondly, within the world of Endless Firmament, certain special bosses are immune to physical damage, such as ghost-type bosses, which are essentially manifestations of spiritual entities. Physical attacks would be ineffective against them. Although Li Fan has yet to encounter such foes, it is certain he will face them in the future. With the Sword Chi Master skill, he would no longer be at a loss in those scenarios. Yet, the notion of basic attacks now wielding ranged sword Chi leaves him feeling increasingly unlike a shield knight. Li Fan chuckled wryly and shook his head. Regardless, possessing the Sword Chi Master skill undeniably enhances his output capabilities. Additionally, the special item dropped by the Spider Lord is a legendary Essence of Life. Item: low-tier legendary Essence of Life, Stamina. Type: consumable special item. Effect: using it permanently increases stamina by 390 points. In the world of Endless Firmament, there are numerous distinctions between dungeon bosses and wild bosses. The most notable difference is that Li Fan's victories over the Toxic Spider, the Explosive Spider, and the Spider Lord yielded no first kill rewards. Furthermore, unlike the first kill wild bosses, dungeon bosses do not guarantee a usable loot drop. The penalties for player deaths differ significantly between dungeons and the wild. In the wild, dying at the hands of other players incurs a 24-hour weakness penalty for the first death within 30 days. Conversely, in dungeons, even if the entire party is wiped out, the maximum weakness penalty is merely 10 hours, and if the player dies but the team ultimately clears the dungeon, they are exempt from the death penalty. Thus, when comparing the two, it is reasonable that the risks associated with dungeon farming are considerably lower than those faced in the wild, resulting in correspondingly lower rewards. Li Fan truly did not expect to obtain such a valuable item as the low-tier legendary Essence of Life. The likelihood of such drops from dungeon bosses is exceedingly low. Based on his past experiences, even repeatedly defeating the same type of boss 100 times may not yield a single drop, especially when facing bosses of comparable level. If a player's level exceeds that of the boss by more than 10 levels, even after 500 attempts under the game's experience and reward penalty rules, a drop remains uncertain. As the level exceeds that of the boss, the quality and quantity of the spoils dropped by the boss diminish more significantly. The first defeat of the Spider Lord yielded impressive rewards, and Li Fan could only attribute his fortune to sheer luck. With 390 points of stamina, along with the 200 free attribute points from being the first to clear the server, and the enhancements provided by the legendary helmet and epic ring, his stamina surged to an astonishing 740 points. Moreover, with the free attribute points from leveling up, he decided to allocate all of them to vitality. The low-tier legendary life essence was certainly something Li Fan intended to use himself. Regarding the distribution of free attribute points, he resolved to adopt a different approach, moving away from his previous strategy of investing solely in strength. In the past, lacking the awakened second phase of his SSS talent and needing output, he had focused entirely on strength. Now, with the second phase of his talent, the higher his agility, the greater the true damage added to his attacks. Thus, his output could be significantly enhanced and infinitely scalable. However, the vulnerability of his fragile constitution when facing high-difficulty bosses presented a considerable challenge. Stamina not only affects health points, but also enhances both physical and magical resistances. By investing entirely in stamina, he could greatly improve his margin for error while challenging formidable bosses. Experience from his previous life made Li Fan acutely aware that to become a competent warrior, one must prioritize a balanced development of both offensive and defensive attributes. Otherwise, regardless of how high one's output is, a mere brush from an opponent could force one to use life-saving skills. What then? Similarly, no matter how fast one's movement speed may be, if faced with a locking-type control skill, one could be incapacitated in an instant. What then? Furthermore, even if one's attack speed is exceptionally high, if the opponent is clad in equipment that reflects damage, should one continue to strike or refrain? Thus, a true warrior is one who possesses no discernible weaknesses. After consolidating all free attribute points into stamina, Li Fan subsequently changed his title from Enemy of the Wolf Clan to the first clear reward, Conqueror of Nightmares. Title: Conqueror of Nightmares. Attributes: Health 200, 4-dimensional attributes 60, active skill, level, LV1. Source: First clear of the Nightmare Mode Spider Cave trial on the server, with the highest contribution during the clearance. Note: each player may equip only one title. The effects of this title were equivalent to that of a level 15 golden piece of equipment. At this point, Li Fan had fully reaped the benefits of his first clear of the Nightmare Difficulty Spider Cave trial dungeon. He admired the newly upgraded personal status panel before him. Character: Tai Sui God. Basic attributes: Level: LV19, 210, 000 900, 000. Class: Shield Warrior. HP: 19, 208. MP: 3, 800. Attack: Physical Attack, 541. Magic Attack, 289. Defense: Physical Defense 1, 390. Magic Defense 1, 281. Attributes: Strength 420, Agility 12, 062, Spirit 200, Stamina 986. Free Attribute Points 0. Maximum Attack Speed 12, 876 hits per second. Maximum Movement Speed 27, 852 meters per second. Title: Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent: Blessing of Light, second phase, SSS quality. Equipment, skills, omitted. The latest wave of gains propelled Li Fan's health from a mere 5,000 points to nearly 20,000. His defensive capabilities exceeded even those of the legendary boss, the Spider Lord. Stamina was on the verge of surpassing 1,000 points. Notably, upon replacing the Epic Ring, Li Fan's attack speed saw a slight decrease. This was due to the previous Wolf Fang Ring, which had increased his attack speed by 5, being swapped out. Nonetheless, this was a minor issue, as the benefits of the Epic Ring far outweighed that modest increase in attack speed. Chapter 42. Speedrunning the Nightmare Dungeon again, level 20. Haha. I've obtained a golden staff. How wonderful. I've also found a golden necklace with 33 points in spirit. How delightful. Li Fan exclaimed. The first clear reward golden chest yielded nothing more than an unremarkable golden belt, but he was thrilled to acquire Revive from the silver chest at the dungeon's conclusion. Wow. The first clear title Nightmare Challenger grants 600 HP and 40 points in Constitution. How extraordinary. Within the dungeon, the members of the Phoenix raiding team were brimming with excitement. Their rewards were markedly different from Li Fan's. Due to their low contribution during the dungeon run, each player received only a single silver chest, with the server's first clear reward being merely a golden chest. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to elevate their spirits. Xia Yao, the celestial fairy, maintained a calm demeanor. After all, Li Fan had sold her even dark gold equipment, making the mere golden and silver gear hardly thrilling. However, when Li Fan tossed her the storm sword, that calmness evaporated instantly. A legendary two-handed sword. These attributes are formidable. Gazing at the storm sword, Xia Yao's eyes widened as she asked, Tai Sui God, is this for me? Not for you, but rather for sale to you. Li Fan corrected her misunderstanding, contemplating for a moment before suggesting a price of 600 gold coins. What do you say? The storm sword, though impressive, was merely low-level legendary equipment. At this stage, it represented a dream weapon for most players, but it would inevitably become obsolete in due time. Dark gold equipment is worth 250 gold coins. 600 for legendary gear is quite reasonable, don't you think? Li Fan considered it a fair offer. Absolutely, but I'll need to pay you back in installments. Xia Yao, as a cash player, would not let the opportunity to acquire the storm sword slip by, since the topic of gold coins had arisen. It was time to finalize the previously agreed-upon first clear share for the dungeon. This was the first official announcement of a first clear in the Endless Firmament, not only bringing joy from the actual rewards, but also holding significant implications for the future development of their guild. What do you think about 200 gold coins each? Xiaoyao tentatively proposed. Agreed, let us settle on that. Each player would receive 200 gold coins, totaling 800 gold for 9 people. A price Li Fan found quite satisfactory. Calculating everything, including the equipment purchased during the dungeon, I owe you over 4,000 gold coins. Xiaoyao began the painful yet joyous task of tallying the total, estimating that at the ideal rate of earning 800 gold coins daily, it would take 5 days to settle the debt. 4,000. It will soon be much more than that. Li Fan shook his head. Xiaoyao was taken aback. Let us go. I'll take you all to run it again. This time for free, and I'll sell you the equipment. Li Fan proposed. The dungeon could be entered 5 times daily, and the first clear was merely the first run he had completed today. There were still 4 attempts remaining. With the dungeon leveling up so rapidly, Li Fan was eager to dive in once more. Given this proposal, Xiaoyao had no reason to refuse. After all, the sensation of being led is undeniably exhilarating. Thus, under the guidance of Li Fan, the group swiftly decided to undertake yet another challenge in the dungeon. System notification: you have entered the dungeon spider cave trial, currently set to nightmare mode. Notice: clearance requirements are as follows. Notice: you have slain the Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, earning 340,000 experience points. Notice: you have successfully cleared the spider cave trial dungeon, with a clearance difficulty of nightmare mode, and a completion time of 6 minutes and 51 seconds. Notice: you have achieved an SSS rating for the dungeon. You have received a clearance reward of 900,000 experience points and 1 legendary chest, LV-15, LV-19. Notice: you have leveled up. Your current level is LV-20. Notice: current level cannot be further increased. You must complete the career advancement trial to unlock the level cap. Notice: you picked up the loot dropped by the boss. With a substantial enhancement to his personal attributes, Li Fan's efficiency in rerunning the nightmare mode of the Spider Cave trial improved by nearly 2 minutes. Of course, this was also due to prior experience from the initial run. Regrettably, only the first clear reward grants an epic chest. Nevertheless, the haul from this attempt was still commendable. Li Fan's gaze fell upon his necklace equipment. From the clearance reward chest, he had unearthed a legendary necklace. Equipment: paralysis necklace. Quality: legendary. Grade: inferior. Usage requirement: level 17 or above. Attribute 1, MP 550, Spirit 66, Stamina 52. Attribute 2, Spirit 7. Attribute 3, Spirit 67. Attribute 4, upon a successful attack, there is a 5 chance to inflict a paralysis status on the enemy for 15 seconds, cooldown of 40 seconds on the same target. This legendary necklace, despite its low grade, offered limited attributes, equivalent in value to a perfect grade dark gold necklace of the same level. The challenging aspect was that the first 3 attributes were all related to spirit. It was undoubtedly a prime choice for a mage. Had this been before the first clear, Li Fan would have certainly opted to sell it. However, now, with his newly acquired Sword Chi Master skill, which enabled half of his basic attacks to convert into magical damage output, he naturally decided to keep it for personal use. Lacking an active skill, the passive ability was still quite beneficial. The paralysis status could serve as a means of control. The Spider Lord dropped a legendary helmet, inferior to his current one, which he would sell to the Fairy of Purple Clouds. The spoils from this run were rather unimpressive, yet fortunately, he had also learned a bronze quality skill, which was not a loss. Li Fan opened his skill list. A new skill was prominently displayed. LV2 Charge, bronze quality. Active skill: run forward at a maximum speed of 125, consuming 30 MP per second during the process, with no cooldown. Note: to upgrade to the next level requires 30,000 experience points, and the player's level must be no less than LV25. Maximum skill level is LV10. Thanks to the effect of his title, the skill instantly leveled up to LV2 upon learning. Charge, a classic skill for the warrior class in most games. In Endless Firmament, typically, players needed to reach LV30 before they could learn it from NPC mentors. Quite splendid, it increased his speed by a quarter, thereby shortening his travel time. Li Fan was in high spirits. Aside from the necklace and the charge skill book, he handed over all other gains from the dungeon to the Fairy of Purple Clouds, successfully accumulating a debt of over 7,500 gold coins. Following this, Li Fan chose not to challenge the dungeon again. After reaching LV20, he needed to complete his first career advancement to unlock the level cap of LV20. Dungeons could be tackled at any time, but the job change was urgent. Chapter 43, Career Advancement Trial, Difficulty, 10 stars. The returns from the Spider Cave trial dungeon were substantial. However, Li Fan refrained from further attempts, partly because repeated runs would render high-quality equipment less valuable. The primary reason was his eagerness to surpass LV-20 and swiftly complete the hidden blacksmith quest to obtain the Heart of the Warrior reward, after which he intended to head to the main city for development. Remaining in the novice village posed limited prospects. Entering the main city to farm monsters above LV-20 and rapidly accumulate agility attributes through his talents was the priority, though legendary equipment was excellent. Its low level meant it would soon become obsolete. Contemplating this, Li Fan immediately parted ways with the members of the Phoenix Guild. Upon exiting the dungeon, the area was already teeming with players. Look, the leaders of the Phoenix Guild have emerged. Wow, the first clear team consists of a group of stunning ladies? Fantastic. I want to join the Phoenix Guild too. Is the Great Sage also a lady? Where's the Great Sage? Not seeing the Great Sage. Hey, that guy named Wu Song. Get lost. Don't obstruct our view of the Great Sage. These players had gathered due to the first clear announcement. As soon as the Fairy of Purple Clouds and her companions appeared, they were surrounded by eager players. Fortunately, Li Fan had prepared in advance, using a magical mask to disguise his ID back to Wu Song, and made some alterations to his appearance, thus avoiding recognition. The magical mask had indeed spared him a great deal of trouble. Li Fan chuckled in relief, then disregarded how the Phoenix Guild members dealt with the onlookers, promptly activating the Career Advancement Trial Dungeon. Notice, you are about to enter the special solo dungeon Career Advancement Trial. Please select your difficulty, 110 stars, with 10 stars being the highest difficulty. Notice, special dungeon, death or challenge failure incurs no penalties. Upon completion, rewards based on the clearance difficulty will be granted, including an advancement to the career for a 110-star rating. Notice, you may challenge once every 24 hours. Please consider your difficulty selection carefully. The Career Advancement Trial is a unique feature of Endless Firmament, much like the concept in cultivation novels, where every cultivator, upon reaching a certain level, must undergo tribulations to ascend to a higher realm. Players wishing to level up beyond LV-20 must conquer this special solo dungeon. The higher the star rating, the greater the challenge difficulty and the rewards upon completion. Notably, only hidden careers have a difficulty of 10 stars. Regular careers max out at 9 stars. Every 20 levels, a career advancement trial is triggered. In my previous life, my best achievement was merely clearing a 6-star difficulty, but in this life, I aim to conquer the 10-star difficulty right from the first advancement trial. Let me ponder for a moment. It seems that the level 20 occupational trial merely involves battling an enhanced version of the novice village's boss, rated at a difficulty of 10 stars. Among these formidable foes, the most powerful appears to be of the epic class. In my previous life, although Li Fan never conquered the 10-star difficulty, one does not need to have eaten pork to recognize a pig when it runs, right? There once existed a forum post by a seasoned player who had successfully navigated the 10-star challenge, detailing what one might encounter during such trials. Li Fan distinctly remembers that the most formidable creature in the level 20 occupational trial dungeon is indeed a level 20 epic being. However, the trial does not require the defeat of this epic boss. Rather, it mandates surviving in its presence for a specified duration. Let the trial commence. With a mere thought, Li Fan was instantaneously transported from the bustling dungeon plaza into the depths of the trial itself. System notification. You have entered the occupational advancement trial. Current difficulty set at 10 stars. Notification. Monsters will spawn in 10 seconds. Please prepare for engagement. Dungeon description. Every 120 seconds, monsters will randomly appear from 5 teleportation arrays within the dungeon, with a maximum of 10 waves of monsters. Survive the onslaught for 30 minutes. Upon reviewing the notifications, Li Fan surveyed his surroundings. He found himself on a circular platform, the ground composed of a single, solid slab of stone, approximately 200 meters in diameter. At the center and along the periphery, 5 teleportation arrays radiated a faint gray luminescence. Swiftly, Li Fan dashed to the edge of the platform, discovering that it was suspended in midair, surrounded by an unfathomable abyss. With only this platform as his operational area and the requirement to survive for 30 minutes, he mused that this should pose no significant challenge for him. As he contemplated this, the first wave of monsters materialized. The 4 teleportation arrays around the platform suddenly illuminated, and in the next instant, dozens of creatures emerged. Among them were cat demons, bull monsters, and pig spirits, an eclectic assortment of foes. However, upon a brief glance, Li Fan noted that all of them were uniformly level 20 common beings. Notification. The first wave of monsters has spawned, consisting of 100 level 20 common creatures. As soon as the monsters appeared, they charged toward Li Fan with ferocious roars. His decision was to take the offensive and eliminate them with haste. Swish, swish, swish. The level 20 common monsters were no more formidable than paper in Li Fan's presence. With his remarkable attack and movement speed, within a mere 20 seconds, he had dispatched all of them. Notification. The next wave of monsters will spawn at 2 minutes and 10 seconds into the dungeon. Please prepare. Having vanquished the first wave, it was noteworthy that defeating them yielded no experience points nor any dropped items. Being a special dungeon, Li Fan understood this. After a tranquil wait of nearly 2 minutes, the second wave of monsters emerged. Notification: the second wave of monsters has spawned, comprising 90 level 20 common creatures and 10 level 20 bronze beings. Even at 10-star difficulty, the initial challenges were not excessively daunting. However, for the majority of ordinary players, this would likely signal the onset of trouble. After all, it would be quite difficult for the average player to eliminate 100 level 20 common monsters within 2 minutes. Failure to do so would merely exacerbate their plight with the arrival of the second wave. Yet, for Li Fan, the second wave merely represented another opportunity for slaughter. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, this wave too lay defeated beneath his blade, with even the bronze-tier mini-bosses unable to withstand a single second against him. After another minute of tedious waiting, the third wave of monsters appeared. Notification: the third wave of monsters has spawned, consisting of 10 level 20 bronze beings and 5 level 20 silver beings. The strength of the monsters continued to escalate, yet due to their diminished numbers, Li Fan eliminated them even more swiftly. Following this, the fourth wave comprised 5 silver beings and 1 golden being. Before long, the fifth wave emerged, featuring 3 golden beings. It was only at this juncture that Li Fan began to encounter some difficulty, as one of the golden beings was a ghostly boss, immune to physical damage. Chapter 44, Legendary Tier, Flying Boss Scorpion Lion Lord. Creature, Wilderness Wraith. Strength, level 20 gold. Attributes, 50, 000 HP, 0 physical attack, 550 magic attack, 0 physical defense, 260, 5 magic defense. Skills. Traits, immune to physical damage. As the rudimentary information displayed, this golden boss was indeed immune to physical attacks. Had Li Fan encountered it a half-hour prior, he would have found himself utterly helpless, facing a high-difficulty boss. His output relied heavily on the true damage granted by his talents. However, the prerequisite for true damage to take effect is the ability to hit the target. His sword strikes against this wraith would be evaded, leaving him unable to apply any true damage. Fortunately, the circumstances had shifted. With the sword chi master skill at his disposal, Li Fan's attacks now comprised half physical and half magical damage. Swish, swish. Immediately, he unleashed 2 waves of sword chi at the wraith. 121. 121. Li Fan's magical attack power was rather insufficient. The 55 physical damage was nullified by the wraith's immunity, and the 55 magical damage could not penetrate its defenses. Thus, the primary source of damage still stemmed from the true damage afforded by his talents. And that was more than sufficient. Swish, swish, swish. Li Fan launched a rapid series of attacks, the sword chi forming a continuous white pillar of light stretching 10 meters long. The wraith's health was a mere 50,000 points. How could it withstand such a fierce onslaught? Especially in the first second of his assault, Li Fan triggered the dual passive effects of his ring and necklace, stunning the wraith on the spot. Combat information: the passive attribute of your silver ring of the god of hunting has activated. The wilderness wraith is now in a state of stun for 6 seconds. Combat information: the passive attribute of your silver ring of the god of hunting has activated. The wilderness wraith is now in a state of paralysis for 6 seconds. Combat information: the passive attribute of your paralysis necklace has activated. The paralysis state of the wilderness wraith extends to 12 seconds. Stars adorned the wraith's head, indicating its stunned state, as its entire form began to convulse in place. However, Li Fan, embodying his inherently kind nature, could not bear to witness its suffering and swiftly attacked to grant it release. Notification: the next wave of monsters will spawn at 12 minutes and 10 seconds into the dungeon. Please prepare. Notification: the 6th wave of monsters has spawned, featuring 1 level 20 dark gold creature. Dark gold bosses began to materialize. Peering closely, Li Fan found himself both amused and exasperated. For it was none other than a familiar foe, the second boss from the Spider Cave trial, the exploding spider. Its strength had surprisingly escalated to the level 20 dark gold stage. Quite impressive progress. Li Fan murmured softly under his breath, and with a swift motion, his sword descended, slicing through his foes with a series of swift strikes. After yet another tedious minute of waiting, the 7th wave of monsters materialized. This time, 3 heads of a level 20 dark gold creature emerged. Creatures of such caliber posed no resistance against Li Fan. The process of extermination was trivial. Within no more than 30 seconds, he had dispatched them all. The dungeon timer read 16 minutes and 10 seconds when the 8th wave of creatures appeared. This time, only 1 creature emerged, yet it was a level 20 legendary beast, the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord. Creature, Crimson Rock Serpent Lord, Giant Bear. Strength, level 20 legend. Attributes, 600,000 HP, 2024 physical attack, 2116 magic attack, 1300 physical defense, 1280 magic defense. Skills. Having never faced a legendary boss before, Li Fan felt a flicker of intrigue. The 2 combatants quickly engaged. After a brief exchange, Li Fan discerned that the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord was an unremarkable legendary boss. Its attack and defense were commendable, and its health was substantial, making it quite resilient, yet it possessed a rather surprising petrification control skill. However, such balance often indicates mediocrity. Its attacks could not touch Li Fan, and despite its high health and defense due to its constitution suffix, Li Fan dealt true damage. High defenses were of little consequence. After his probing, Li Fan shook his head in disappointment and resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. He charged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes, soon triggering the passive control effects of his necklace and ring. The Crimson Rock Serpent Lord, as expected of a legendary boss, was subject to the stunning and paralysis effects of the epic ring for only 35 seconds, while the legendary paralysis ring reduced the control time to a mere 22 seconds. As the equipment's passives were beyond Li Fan's control, the stun and paralysis durations overlapped, ultimately allowing him to control the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord for just over 6 seconds. In that brief window, Li Fan activated his minor skill, Phantom Dance, inflicting approximately 200,000 damage to the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Upon awakening from the series of controls, the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord was utterly enraged, launching a frenzied assault against Li Fan. Yet, this fury was merely impotent rage in the face of Li Fan's agility. No matter how furious it became, if it could not land a blow, what could it achieve? The Crimson Rock Serpent Lord was a physical, damage-oriented boss, lacking area of effect damage. What do melee physical output bosses rely on? Strength and speed. Yet, no matter how swift the serpent, it could not match Li Fan, resulting in its inability to force Li Fan to reveal any of his life-saving tricks. After a brief skirmish, the serpent's health was diminished by several tens of thousands. As the cooldowns for Silver Ring of the God of Hunting and Paralysis Necklace reset, the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord succumbed to another series of continuous controls. The battle scene replayed as Li Fan unleashed a torrent of damage, with the cooldowns of the necklace and ring differing, 40 seconds for one and 30 seconds for the other. He had more time to inflict damage safely than before. After one wave of control, the serpent's health had plummeted below 20. Enraged, petrified, the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord activated 2 skills in succession. After entering a frenzied state, its attack speed and damage surged, yet it still could not strike the agile Li Fan. The petrification skill, and area damage control, was evaded as Li Fan cleverly positioned himself behind the creature. Following that, the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord unleashed several skills. Yet Li Fan had already familiarized himself with its combat style, navigating the battle with ease until he finally brought it down. It is worth noting that, in the final moments, Li Fan deliberately tempered his output. As the strength of the respawning bosses increased, he needed to stack the 5th attribute of the epic ring's passive, Hunting Instinct. Only after the 9th wave of monsters had spawned did he finally defeat the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord, at which point his passive had accumulated to 4 layers, enhancing his 4-dimensional attributes by 20. Notification: the 9th wave of monsters has spawned, featuring 2 level 20 legendary creatures and 3 level 20 dark gold creatures. First, he would eliminate the fragile ones to clear the field. With this thought, the 3 dark gold bosses fell swiftly to Li Fan's might, after which he focused his attention on the 2 legendary bosses, one a familiar Spider Lord, and the other a Scorpion Lion Lord. The battle against the Spider Lord was a routine affair for Li Fan, yet the Scorpion Lion Lord was capable of flight. Chapter 45, Epic Level Boss, Hellhound Trio. Flying bosses were, at present, a significant adversary for Li Fan, as he had no means to ascend and engage them in the air. However, there was good news. It was not so simple for the Scorpion Lion Lord to land a hit on Li Fan. During the confrontation, Li Fan observed that the Scorpion Lion Lord primarily employed 2 types of attacks in its standard state. One involved launching conical stingers from its tail, firing off 7 or 8 at once. The other manifested as a swirling black tornado. For Li Fan, dodging the stingers was relatively straightforward. After all, their flight path took time, allowing him to utilize his speed to evade their landing spots. However, the black tornado posed a significant challenge. With a diameter of approximately 5 meters, it moved slowly yet generated immense suction, greatly hindering Li Fan's mobility. In the chaotic combat environment, a moment's inattention could result in being struck by the Spider Lord or Scorpion Lion Lord's other attack skills. Battle information: you have received damage from the Spider Lord, level 20 legendary creature, losing 404 HP. Battle information: you have received damage from the Scorpion Lion Lord, level 20 legendary creature, Tail Sting, losing 339 HP. Fortunately, my stamina attribute is remarkably high, with a ring's passive buff fully stacked to a total of 1294 points, and my dual defenses exceeding 1,500 points. Such damage is negligible. The benefits of having previously invested in stamina were now evident. The attacks from the legendary bosses felt trivial against him. As for the health he had lost, Li Fan targeted the Spider Lord directly. Lifesteal. In the blink of an eye, his health was restored to full. Li Fan ceased to evade much, opting instead to assault the Spider Lord directly while allowing the Scorpion Lion Lord to unleash its attacks, focusing solely on dodging control skills. Swish, swish, swish. 170. 170. 170. With the Ring S passive buff fully stacked, Li Fan's agility attribute soared to an impressive 15,680 points. Coupled with the Poison Necklace S 8 damage increase against poison creatures, his output was explosive. Once the Phantom Sword Dance buff was activated, his attack speed surged beyond 200 strikes per second. Pray tell, how long could the Spider Lord withstand such relentless onslaught? Li Fan had memorized the Spider Lord's skills. To put it bluntly, he could predict every foul release that it made. In this scenario, engaging in combat was remarkably straightforward. Utilizing the control skill, Legendary Fury, Li Fan kept his distance, unwilling to unleash the apocalypse, and instead opted for equipment purification to dispel the control effects, ensuring he minimized the damage from subsequent skills following his confinement. As for skills like Hellfire Sea and Firewall, he stood his ground, fully confident. With a substantial lifesteal effect, Li Fan reveled in his audacity. Before long, the Spider Lord succumbed, leaving Li Fan to face the Scorpion Lord in a one-on-one duel. The Scorpion Lord did not remain airborne throughout the encounter. Its size was approximately 6 to 10 times that of an ordinary lion, imposing and formidable, with a pair of muscular wings that required considerable effort to maintain flight. This likely explained why it frequently returned to the ground for respite. At that moment, Li Fan seized the opportunity to strike. Being a flying boss, the Scorpion Lord clearly struggled in ground combat, making it easier for Li Fan to confront than when he faced the Spider Lord. However, due to the disparity in size and strength between them, it was difficult for Li Fan to prevent it from taking to the skies again, resulting in intermittent opportunities to deal damage. The good news was that, with the Spider Lord no longer on the ground, the Scorpion Lord's regular skills could hardly touch him. As its health dwindled to 70, the Scorpion Lord executed a powerful attack, diving from the sky to strike the ground. The movement was swift, but the trajectory was still within Li Fan's keen perception. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled violently, and a shockwave erupted through the air, rapidly expanding outward. This skill was classified as a physical attack, and while Li Fan could have opted to use a skill shield to absorb the impact, he chose instead to leap in place. After a brief moment of weightlessness, he landed just as the shockwave subsided. Now it was my turn. Li Fan charged forward to commence his assault. The passive stun from his ring triggered, along with the paralysis from his necklace, allowing Li Fan to unleash a flurry of attacks on the Scorpion Lord for over 6 seconds, successfully reducing its health below 50. At that moment, a notification indicating the appearance of new monsters refreshed. Notice, the 10th wave of monsters has spawned, featuring one LV-20 epic creature. Notice, all 10 waves of monsters have been cleared. Only 9 minutes and 50 seconds remain to meet the survival requirement. Li Fan chose to temporarily spare the Scorpion Lord and turned his attention to the central teleportation array, where a colossal creature with 3 heads emerged. Creature, Cerberus of Hell, Giant Bear, Wisdom. Strength, LV-20 epic. Attributes, 1, 2 million HP, 4,300 physical attack, 4,200 magical attack, 2135 physical defense, 2,165 magical defense. Skills. ALV-20 epic creature. Considering its base attributes, even Li Fan felt a shiver of apprehension. A staggering 1, 2 million health, 4,000 dual attack, and 2,100 dual defense. Given these stats, at this stage, it seemed that only he could dare to challenge it. Li Fan focused intently. He refrained from rushing in to attack immediately. Instead, he cautiously exchanged a few blows with Cerberus. 157, 158, 3010, 17017, 17017. With a swift kick from Cerberus, Li Fan lost over 3,000 health points. Yet, his own damage remained unchanged, dealing only 170 points per hit. He estimated he could endure approximately 89 of its attacks without issue, and with a combined lifesteal effect of 10 from his weapon and earrings, he felt confident about standing toe-to-toe with it under normal circumstances. Surviving for 9 minutes and 50 seconds? Surely, he could vanquish it. Li Fan felt emboldened and gradually loosened his grip. Just then, Cerberus, disregarding the rules of combat, unleashed a skill after Li Fan had landed fewer than 100 strikes. Its health still at 984. Battle info, Cerberus of Hell, LV-20 epic creature. Cast the skill Magma Wave. You suffer damage from the skill, losing 4,300 health points per second. And enter a burning state, losing 500 health points per second for 10 seconds. With a furious roar from the left head, a torrent of crimson magma erupted from its maw, quickly engulfing the entire platform. Li Fan had no means of evasion. This skill left no blind spots, and he could only choose to endure the assault. Phantom Dance, activate. I absorb. I shall continue to absorb. With no avenue for avoidance, Li Fan decided to stand firm. The health he lost would be compensated through lifesteal. Like many bosses, when unleashing a wide area skill, Cerberus remained stationary, allowing Li Fan to swiftly maneuver around to its rear, targeting its vulnerable area and launching a barrage of attacks at an astounding frequency of 200 strikes per second. Chapter 46, Fierce Battle, Eruption, Boss's Invincible Technique, Perilous Situation. 34835, 34835. 34835. The increase in power enhanced Li Fan's additional damage to the boss's weak points by approximately 5. In an instant, a flurry of numbers erupted above Cerberus's head. Meanwhile, Li Fan's health fluctuated wildly. One moment, he had 18,000 health, and the next, it surged to 23,000. Cerberus appeared somewhat lacking in intelligence. Perhaps having 3 heads affected its instinctual responses. Even the Silver Wolf King knew to shield its rear with its tail. Yet Cerberus failed to do so at the first opportunity. Just as its tail began to cover its vulnerable area, Li Fan's ring's passive triggered. Battle info. Your Silver Ring of the God of Hunting passive effect activates. Cerberus enters a 21-second stun state. Indeed, as expected of an epic boss, the control duration was diminished. However, this was still ample time for Li Fan to unleash a flurry of strikes. Moreover, the paralysis states of both the ring and necklace were activated. Battle info. Your Silver Ring of the God of Hunting passive effect activates. Cerberus enters a 21-second paralysis state. Battle info. Your paralysis necklace passive effect activates, extending Wild Wraith's paralysis state to 31 seconds. Cerberus's skill was interrupted, its 3 heads drooping, and its entire body trembled violently, as if seized by a convulsion. The combined duration of stun and paralysis was approximately 4 seconds. During this interval, Li Fan unleashed a relentless assault, each strike hitting its vulnerable area. Notably, the airborne Scorpion Lord attempted to attack Li Fan several times, but he simply ignored it. A mere LV-20 legendary boss, he stood firm against its onslaught. How much damage could it truly inflict upon him? As long as it couldn't eliminate him in a single blow, its attempts were rendered futile. Li Fan let out a derisive snort, recalling how much health the Lord of the Hellhound had depleted, and within a mere second, he had siphoned back a substantial amount from the 3-headed hound. His health remained at full capacity, as the 4-second control period concluded, coupled with his initial damage output. The Hellhound's health had plummeted to around 68. Howling in rage, the Hellhound, having just awakened from its state of control, unleashed a barrage of 3 consecutive skills. Combat information. Hellhound, LV-20 epic creature. Activates skill Magma Surge, inflicting damage and causing you to lose 4,300 life points per second, entering a burning state. Losing an additional 500 life points each second for 10 seconds. Combat information. Hellhound, LV-20 epic creature. Activates skill Multiple Tracking Ice, inflicting damage and causing you to lose 5,900 life points, entering a slowed state, reducing attack and movement speed by 30 for 10 seconds. Combat information. Hellhound, LV-20 epic creature. Activates skill Thunderous Fury, inflicting damage and causing you to lose 5,900 life points, entering a paralyzed state, rendering you unable to act for 5 seconds. The left head of the Hellhound spewed forth a torrent of magma. The right head unleashed several fist-sized ice spikes imbued with tracking effects, while the central head belched forth black lightning orbs, which soon filled the entire platform with crackling electricity. Each of these 3 skills was an all-encompassing AoE attack, dealing significant damage while imposing debilitating effects on Li Fan. Despite his high movement speed, the limited space of the platform afforded him no room to evade. In an instant, his health dwindled by more than half, compounded with the debilitating effects of burning, slowing, and paralysis. The severity of these continuous skills was overwhelming. Time was of the essence. He had to take decisive action. Gritting his teeth, Li Fan unleashed all his trump cards. Twilight of the Gods, activate. Desperate Fury, activate. The Epic Ring's active skill, Hunting Moment, activate. To prevent the Hellhound from utilizing any healing skills, he activated the Source of Poison Earring, reducing its health recovery by 50. In that fleeting moment, Li Fan entered his most formidable state. Particularly, the active skill from the ring, Hunting Moment, significantly enhanced his attack speed and movement speed by 80. While his attack power surged by 30, though the latter was inconsequential, as even a 100-fold increase would not breach the Hellhound's defenses. At this juncture, the duration of the Phantom Dance buff had not yet expired, boasting a total duration of 16 seconds due to his title, with approximately 11 seconds remaining. This meant that Li Fan's current attack speed stood at an impressive 210. His attacks now exceeded a staggering 450 strikes per second. With the active buffs in play, Li Fan seized the moment, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the Hellhound. Flash, flash, flash. 34835, 34835, 17,017. The Hellhound finally managed to shield its vulnerable spot with its tail. But it mattered little. Every strike Li Fan delivered was equally devastating, with a staggering attack frequency of 470 strikes per second. Even calculating with a base damage of 170 per strike, his total output approached a staggering 80,000 per second. Such overwhelming damage was beyond what the Hellhound could withstand. In just 2 or 3 seconds, it activated a new skill. Combat information. Hellhound, LV-20 epic creature. Activates skill Advanced Retaliation, lasting for 30 seconds. During this period, each of your attacks will reflect 500 points of true damage back at you. It must be said, This ability was particularly effective against Li Fan, with each strike reflecting 500 points of true damage, and given his rate of 470 attacks per second, theoretically, even if his health were increased tenfold, he would still succumb to the reflected damage. However, the presence of Desperate Fury ensured that his health could not drop below 1 point during the buff's duration. Your retaliation is rendered ineffective. Li Fan continued his assault, and before long, the Hellhound activated yet another life-saving skill. Combat information. Hellhound, LV-20 epic creature, activates skill Life Restoration, which will restore 60 of lost health over the next 10 seconds. Combat information. Hellhound, LV-20 epic creature, is affected by your necklace's active skill source of poison, reducing health recovery by 50. At this moment, the Hellhound's health had dipped below 40. Even if it restored 30 of its lost health, it would still regain 180,000 points. Yet, the situation was manageable. The first clear title had elevated Li Fan's Desperate Fury and Twilight of the Gods skills to LV2, extending their durations by an additional 2 seconds. What does it matter if you regain 180,000 health? It merely allows me 2 or 3 more seconds of relentless hacking. Soon, the Hellhound's health dwindled to a mere 5 points. It was then that Li Fan witnessed the most alarming sight. A golden shield suddenly enveloped the Hellhound. Combat information. Hellhound, LV-20 epic creature, activates skill Divine Protection, rendering it invulnerable and immune to control effects for the next 5 seconds. At this moment, Li Fan's epic ring's active, hunting moment, had but 1 second remaining. The durations of Desperate Fury and Twilight of the Gods also dwindled to a mere 3 seconds. A perilous situation. For the first time since his rebirth, Li Fan found himself in a true crisis. Chapter 47. Perilous Encounters, Slaying the Hellhound. Li Fan's method of attack was undeniably efficient, yet fraught with peril. Typically, when facing a high-difficulty boss like the Hellhound, one should adopt a rhythmic and gradual approach, allowing the boss's skills to be unleashed sporadically. However, by depleting over half of the boss's health in such a short span, it resulted in a flurry of skills being unleashed in rapid succession. This was reminiscent of his previous encounter with the Nightmare Mode Spider Lord, where similar circumstances prevailed. With the Hellhound possessing an invulnerability skill in the face of Li Fan's explosive state, he found himself in an exceedingly passive position. At this juncture, no matter how high his damage output, he was rendered powerless, forced to watch as his buffs gradually expired. A second later, the buff from the ring, hunting moment, concluded, drastically reducing his attack and movement speed. Following 2 more seconds, the skills, Desperate Fury, and Twilight of the Gods, went on cooldown, leaving Li Fan utterly helpless against the Hellhound. While the Hellhound remained in its invulnerable state, it did not remain idle, unleashing its series of skills once more. Magma Surge, Multiple Tracking Ice, Thunderous Fury. Under the onslaught of these 3 AoE skills, Li Fan found himself unable to attack or escape, left to endure the assault. Fortunately, as the Desperate Fury buff dissipated, the passive skill of his legendary helmet, Will of the War God Allen, was triggered, entering a brief moment of invincibility for 3 seconds. Li Fan observed that after 2 seconds, the invincibility of the Hellhound had finally diminished. However, during the preceding 5 seconds, its health had remarkably restored to approximately 11, while its reflective damage skill remained active for nearly 20 seconds. With only 1 second left of his own invincibility, it was utterly impossible to deplete that 11 health. Suddenly, Li Fan's gaze brightened as he noticed the Scorpion Lion Lord had taken flight. Unbeknownst to him, while he was engaged in fierce combat with the Hellhound, the Scorpion Lion Lord had descended from the skies and was now preparing to soar again. An audacious idea sparked in his mind. At approximately 14 to 15 meters above the ground during its flight, the Scorpion Lion Lord should evade the formidable skills of Thunderstorm and Lava Surge. He pondered whether the ice tracking could reach such heights. Regardless, remaining on the ground was tantamount to certain death. He would first seize the opportunity presented by the Scorpion Lion Lord's ascent. With this thought racing through his mind, Li Fan dashed towards the Scorpion Lion Lord and leaped onto its back. Simultaneously, the Scorpion Lion Lord ascended into the air. As it twisted and writhed in a frenzied manner, Li Fan clung to its back like a piece of gum, unshakable despite its vigorous movements. After adjusting to the wild ride, he quickly freed his right hand and plunged his one-handed sword into the Scorpion Lion Lord. With each thrust, blood was drawn as its health began to wane. However, at that moment, the Scorpion Lion Lord unleashed a new skill. Combat information. Scorpion Lion Lord, LV-20 legendary creature, has released the skill Bone Spikes. You have received skill damage, losing 648 health points. You have entered the advanced bleeding state, losing 1 base health point per second for 10 seconds. A row of bone spikes, each about 30 centimeters long, erupted along its spine, inadvertently striking Li Fan. Fortunately, the damage was negligible. His previous output had successfully restored his health to over 1,000 points, rendering the Scorpion Lion Lord's skill damage inconsequential. Safely aloft, Li Fan found himself immune to the Hellhound's Lava Surge and Thunderstorm skills. Yet, the ice tracking glimmered and approached menacingly. Recognizing the substantial damage it could inflict, Li Fan hastened to intensify his attacks on the Scorpion Lion Lord. 17,017. 17,017. 17,017. 34835. Initially targeting the Scorpion Lion Lord's back muscles. He soon discerned a conspicuous patch of bare skin at the base of its skull, perfectly within striking range. Upon striking, he confirmed it as a weak point. Thus, he continued to exploit this vulnerability with each attack. After about 2 seconds of relentless assault, 3 ice spikes from the ice tracking drew near. 5,900. 5,900. 2,950. Li Fan's head was suddenly crowned with 3 alarming numbers. Just as he had regained a portion of his health, it plummeted to a mere 2 digits, below 100. And he became ensnared in a slowing state. It was a close call. Had he not timely used his shield to deflect the final ice tracking, he would have perished. With his grip on the Scorpion Lion Lord's mane re-established amid its erratic movements, Li Fan released a sigh of relief. Having absorbed 2 ice trackings, he now had only 3,020 health points left. Seizing the moment, he daringly loosened his left hand from the Scorpion Lion Lord's neck, activated his shield's counter skill, successfully mitigating the damage from the 3rd ice tracking by 50. Thankfully, he managed to grasp the Scorpion Lion Lord's mane again, or he would have fallen to the ground. Moreover, the Hellhound's reflective damage skill would not trigger from the shield's counter, or else Li Fan would have met his demise. Quickly, he resolved to recover some health before anything else. Pressing against the Scorpion Lion Lord's back, he continued his assault with his one-handed sword. 34835. 34835. On the ground, the most frenzied phase of the Hellhound had subsided, its health restored by over 100,000, and its skills no longer unleashed with such frequency. It seemed somewhat at a loss against Li Fan, who had claimed the Scorpion Lion Lord as his airborne steed. Through his relentless attacks on the Scorpion Lion Lord, Li Fan successfully replenished his health to full. With the tempo of his offensive slowing, he regarded the Scorpion Lion Lord as an invaluable ally. He could not afford to eliminate it before vanquishing the Hellhound. Before long, the duration of the Hellhound's reflective damage skill concluded. Its massive form, with Li Fan atop the Scorpion Lion Lord's back, afforded him the perfect opportunity to strike at its maximum range with his sword energy. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded. The Scorpion Lion Lord truly appeared to transform into Li Fan's trusty flying steed. From its back, he unleashed sword energy attacks upon the Hellhound below, which found itself at a loss to retaliate, occasionally firing an ice tracking as a counter. However, Li Fan, now familiar with its tactics, recognized that while the ice tracking dealt high damage and was guaranteed to hit, he could easily recover his lost health through his own output. And he could also use his shield to mitigate damage when necessary. Truly, he was employing a kite strategy. With each passing moment, Li Fan reveled more in the thrill of this distant combat, experiencing the exhilarating joy of a ranged profession dancing around a boss. However, this tactic came to an abrupt halt when the Scorpion Lion Lord descended back to the ground, just as the Hellhound prepared to unleash its wrath upon Li Fan. His epic ring and legendary necklace preemptively subdued it. Stunned and paralyzed, the Hellhound fell into a controlled state lasting over 3 seconds. This time, Li Fan afforded it no chance to recover. After activating the freshly cooled down skill Phantom Dance, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, finishing off the weakened beast. Chapter 48, 12-star evaluation reveals hidden promotion classes, leaderboard unlocked. In this constrained terrain, battling an epic boss was somewhat challenging, my attributes insufficiently high. Thankfully, I managed to conquer it. Now, I could eliminate the Scorpion Lion Lord for a chance at the 10-star evaluation class reward. After defeating the Hellhound, Li Fan exhaled deeply. Though the Scorpion Lion Lord still lived, a mere LV-20 legendary creature no longer posed a threat in his eyes. As expected, the ensuing battle proceeded smoothly without any setbacks. And the Scorpion Lion Lord met the same fate as the Hellhound. Notice, you have defeated all creatures within the dungeon. The dungeon trial has concluded early. Notice, due to your exceptional performance, congratulations on unlocking the hidden 12-star evaluation promotion class. Notice, please choose one among Sword and Shield Ranger and Shield and Armor Master as your new class. Surprised, Li Fan exclaimed, a 12-star evaluation class? To his recollection, the best reward he had previously encountered was merely a 10-star evaluation promotion class. What, then, was this 12-star? The quest required survival for 30 minutes. However, I eliminated all the monsters ahead of schedule, thus unlocking a hidden reward. Splendid. Let me examine the distinctions between the Sword and Shield Ranger and the Shield Armor Master. Li Fan, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and scrutinized the brief descriptions of the 2 advanced classes. Sword and Shield Ranger, an advanced class created in ancient times by the demigod Aragorn, wielding a 2-handed greatsword or a 1-handed sword and shield. This class boasts remarkable mobility, combining self-preservation with dazzling and formidable offensive capabilities. 12-star evaluation class bonuses. Increases base strength and stamina by 100 points, agility by 200 points. Each level up grants 60 free attribute points, and upon class change, immediately acquires 3 legendary quality skills. Shield Armor Master, an advanced class established in ancient times by the demigod Gear, utilizing a two-handed shield or a one-handed sword and shield. This class excels in defensive performance and possesses formidable damage resistance. 12-star evaluation class bonuses. Increases base strength and stamina by 200 points. Basic physical and magical defense by 20, and health by 50. Each level up grants 60 free attribute points, and upon class change, immediately acquires 3 legendary quality skills. Upon reviewing the brief introductions of the two classes, Li Fan made his decision without hesitation. The Sword and Shield Ranger. Indeed, it must be the Sword and Shield Ranger. The free attribute point bonuses from leveling up in both classes are identical. The Sword and Shield Ranger offers offensive capabilities, perfectly aligning with Li Fan's needs. The best defense is to maximize output. After all, if the boss is defeated in a mere second, defense becomes irrelevant. Although the Shield Armor Master's description appeared practical, Li Fan felt it was not suited for him. The information and class bonuses clearly indicated a pure tanking frontline style, and choosing it would not synergize well with my SSS grade talent that enhances agility. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fan confirmed his choice. Notification: you have successfully advanced to the class Sword and Shield Ranger. Notification: your strength and stamina increase by 100 points, agility by 200 points. And for each level up until level 41, you will receive 60 free attribute points. Notification: you have automatically comprehended the legendary skill Sword and Shield Technique, Fatal Slash, and Storm Swordsmanship. Notification: you are the first player in the entire server to advance to an upgraded class. Congratulations on receiving 100 free attribute points. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your name? No hiding. After making the same choice as before, Li Fan focused entirely on the information regarding his newly acquired skills. Server announcement: player Tai Sui Shun, LV-20 Sword and Shield Ranger, from M4399 Newbie Village has successfully advanced to an upgraded class, earning the title of the server's first class changer. His heroic deeds will be forever etched in the annals of Endless Firmament history. X3. Server announcement: the first player to advance to an upgraded class has emerged. The server-wide level and equipment rankings are now open. Players on the leaderboard will receive substantial rewards based on their rankings. All players can view the information of the top 1,000 players in the level and equipment rankings within their personal comprehensive function template. X3. The series of server announcements flashed 6 times in succession. Just an hour had passed since Li Fan led his team to conquer the Nightmare Mode Spider Cave trial. And yet, another wave of excitement surged. The players in the world of Endless Firmament erupted once more. My goodness, what is happening? The server announcements are flooding the screen? It's that Tai Sui Shun again. Players from M4399 Newbie Village, please share what is going on. Who is this Tai Sui Shun that is so extraordinary? The first player to change classes. What an honor. I am utterly envious. During the game's promotion, it was stated that reaching level 20 requires a class advancement trial with a difficulty rating of 19 stars. Just an hour ago, Tai Sui Shun was still at level 19. Could he have challenged a lower difficulty trial in such a brief time? Ha ha ha, if that is the case, then Tai Sui Shun must be quite foolish, sacrificing the opportunity for a high-star evaluation class just to expedite his class change. Truly a case of picking sesame seeds while discarding watermelons, a profoundly short-sighted decision. Great, splendid. I want to be long before I surpass Tai Sui Shun. Surpassing Tai Sui Shun. Please, the fool upstairs, take a look at the leaderboard information before speaking. Hiss. Damn it. This guy actually. Players gazed at the 2 leaderboard standings, and silence enveloped the crowd. Those who believed Li Fan had taken the easy route to expedite his class change, thus clearing a low-star difficulty trial, were left utterly bewildered. For in the open leaderboards, Li Fan's name stood prominently in first place. Double first place. Server level leaderboard. Records the top 1,000 players in the server by level. The leaderboard is updated instantly with any changes. Rewards based on rankings will be distributed at 12 o'clock a.m. daily. At the last day of each week and month at 12 o'clock a.m. Daily rewards. The first place increases their current level by 1. The second place gains experience equivalent to 75 of their current level's experience bar. The third place gains experience equivalent to 50. The 410th place gains 30. The 11,100th place gains 20, and the 1,011,000th place gains 10. Weekly rewards. The first place increases their current level by 3, the second by 2, the third by 1. The 410th place gains 75 of their current level's experience bar. The 11,100th place gains 50, and the 1,011,000th place gains 30. Monthly rewards. The first place increases their current level by 10, the second by 7, the third by 5, the 410th place increases by 3, the 11,100th place by 2, and the 1,011,000th place by 1. Note: players above level 200 will no longer be included in this leaderboard statistics. Chapter 49, Double First Place, Server Shocked. In Endless Firmament, The leaderboard not only brings fame to the players, but also tangible rewards. To illustrate with the first place, the monthly rewards alone can elevate their level by at least 52 levels. Such terrifying rewards are bound to incite frenzy among all players. Although the rewards cease once they surpass level 200, that milestone is far off. For now, no one can refuse the allure of the leaderboard rewards. The rankings are subject to change at any moment, and naturally, everyone is keenly interested in this list. Yet, the information regarding the first place left all in despair. Server level leaderboard ranking information. First place, Tai Sui Shun, Sword and Shield Ranger, LV 2085-67. Second place, Bloody Jack, Shadow Assassin, LV 1999-96. Third place, Christina, Undead Mage, LV 1999-93. Rank 4, The Immortal King, Archer, level 19, score, 9,992. Rank 1000. This tube is called Longing, Warrior, level 19. Score, 6,480. As players perused this leaderboard information, discussions erupted across the gaming forum. Goodness, a player ranked 1000 has already reached level 19? I just ascended to level 15 and feel utterly despondent. How tirelessly must these seasoned veterans have played? I find myself at level 17, the highest in our small team, and I was initially quite proud of this achievement. However, after glancing at the leaderboard, I realized I am but a mere bystander in the grand scheme of things. The number of elite players is staggering, and the competition is fiercely intense. Yet, Tai Sui Shun stands out distinctly, nearing level 21. Players at level 20 are subjected to a career advancement quest, and since Tai Sui Shun has already succeeded in this, he is poised to level up again. Thus, despite only leading the second-place player by a level, the disparity between them is monumental. What in the world? How has Tai Sui Shun achieved this? Truly remarkable. Tai Sui Shun is a pride of our nation, Korea. While we all anticipated the vast player base of Endless Firmament and expected fierce competition, none could have imagined it would be this fierce. Astonishingly, players ranked from 2nd to 1000 are all at level 19. This is truly intense. While lamenting the difficulty of climbing the ranks, many gained a visceral understanding of Lee fans' lead. My goodness, in a game with 200 to 300 million players, how can you stand out so distinctly? It is truly unfathomable. This sense of astonishment only intensified as players turned their attention to the equipment leaderboard. Global Equipment Leaderboard. A comprehensive scoring system evaluates each player's equipment, ranking the top 1,000 players based on their equipment scores. The leaderboard is updated instantly upon changes, with rankings refreshed daily at midnight, every weekend at the last midnight, and at the end of each month, along with relevant rewards being distributed. Daily rewards. The first place receives a dark gold treasure chest. The second place receives a gold treasure chest. The third place receives a silver treasure chest. The 410th place receives a bronze treasure chest. The 100th place receives a black iron treasure chest, and the 1011000th place receives a black iron treasure chest, fragment, x10. Note, collecting 20-foot black iron treasure chest, fragments, allows for the synthesis of one black iron treasure chest. This item can only be synthesized into a black iron treasure chest. All treasure rewards will yield items corresponding to the player's level at the time of claim. Weekly rewards. The first place receives a legendary treasure chest. The second place receives a dark gold treasure chest. The third place receives a gold treasure chest. The 410th place receives a silver treasure chest. The 100th place receives a bronze treasure chest. And the 1011000th place receives a black iron treasure chest. Monthly rewards. The first place receives an epic treasure chest. The second place receives a legendary treasure chest. The third place receives a dark gold treasure chest. The 410th place receives a gold treasure chest. The 100th place receives a silver treasure chest, and the 1011000th place receives a bronze treasure chest. Note, players exceeding level 200 will no longer be included in this leaderboard statistics. Global Equipment Leaderboard Ranking Information. Rank 1, Tai Sui Shun, Sword and Shield Ranger. Equipment, Silver Ring of the God of Hunting, level 15 Epic Ring, 1033 points. Old Helmet of War God Allen, level 18 Legendary Helmet, 417 points. Thorn Shield, level 10 Silver Offhand Weapon, 66 points. Total Equipment Score, 3,450 points. Rank 2, Zixia Fairy, Warrior. Equipment, Sword of the Storm, level 19 Legendary Two-Handed Weapon, 777 points. Flowing Light Helmet, level 18 Legendary Helmet, 398 points. Total Equipment Score, 1,739 points. Rank 3, Chi-Chi, Assassin. Equipment, Crescent Moon Dagger, level 18 Dark Gold Main Weapon, 265 points. Plague Earring, level 18 Dark Gold Earring, 233 points. Total Equipment Score, 1,035 points. Rank 4, Aim to Shoot Chickens, Archer. Equipment, Explosive Arrow Tube, level 18 Dark Gold Offhand Weapon, 230 points. Storm crossbow, level 19 gold main weapon, 149 points. Total equipment score, 888 points. Rank 5, Bloody Jack, Shadow Assassin. Equipment, Demon Bullhorn Dagger, level 17 dark gold main weapon, 240 points. Nightlight armor, level 15 gold top, 136 points. Total equipment score, 871 points. Rank 1000. This tube is called Longing Warrior. Equipment, Refined Iron Longsword, level 16 bronze two-handed weapon, 55 points. Chainmail, level 16 bronze top, 27 points. Total equipment score, 298 points. Much like the global level leaderboard, the equipment leaderboard boasts splendid rewards. However, unlike the global level leaderboard, among the top 15 of the equipment leaderboard, 9 players were previously seen alongside Tai Sui-shun in the first clear announcement. These are indeed players from the Phoenix Expedition team. How outrageous. Have they truly acquired epic gear? This is simply astonishing. Here I am, unable to assemble even a complete set of basic gear, while Tai Sui-shun already possesses epic equipment. The disparity is simply overwhelming. I feel utterly defeated. Pay close attention. Among those ranked in the top 15, 9 had previously cleared the Nightmare Dungeon alongside Tai Sui-shun, creating a chasm between us. In the Nightmare Mode Spider Cave trial, isn't the strongest boss a legendary tier? How did Tai Sui-shun acquire an epic ring? Damn it, he must be cheating. I would pay 10,000 just for Tai Sui-shun's cheat, if you know what I mean. With such high rewards on the leaderboard, does this not encourage the strong to grow stronger while the weak only grow weaker? My mindset has crumbled. I shall head to the forum to report. Players were left in shock. Just days after the game's launch, mainstream players dream of acquiring even a single piece of black iron equipment, while most can only cobble together a set of basic gear. Yet, the leaderboard showcases a plethora of dark gold, legendary gear, and even epic equipment. This is simply absurd. Thus, propelled by certain ill-intentioned individuals, threads on the forum reporting Tai Sui-shun proliferated rapidly, just when everyone assumed the game officials would take until tomorrow to respond. To their astonishment, the officials replied immediately. Chapter 50, Official Announcement, The Greatest Scam of Endless Firmament emerges. Post title, Response to reports concerning player Tai Sui-shun. Original poster, Intelligent Core System of Endless Firmament. Content, in the past hour, tens of thousands of players have posted reports of anomalies in Tai Sui-shun's game data. Following a thorough inspection by our Intelligent Core System, we hereby announce that Tai Sui-shun's game data is entirely normal, with no use of third-party plugins or exploitation of in-game bugs. The unparalleled prowess of the Tai Sui-shun is attributed primarily to his fortuitous acquisition of a superior talent. However, the crux of his exceptional standing lies in his adept utilization of this talent, coupled with relentless effort that has earned him various first-kill rewards from formidable bosses, as well as several essences of life and other commendable gains. Additionally, the rewards from hidden quests have propelled him to achieve the current pinnacle of level and equipment rankings. Let me reiterate, in the realm of Endless Firmament, no game bugs or third-party plugins can influence the gameplay. This game offers a fair environment for all players. Do you aspire to become the next Tai Sui-shun? Then strive diligently. With ample effort and a sprinkle of luck, you too may ascend to become the next champion of the server. 1L, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior on the sofa. 2L, My wife is Misaka Mikoto. Wow. The official response came so swiftly. Front row for the spectacle. 3L, No Masturbation Day. 3 The Endless Firmament Intelligent Core System. It's just the game officials. Why such a convoluted name? Nevertheless, I find the announcement satisfactory. It seems that Tai Sui-shun's might is merely a stroke of good fortune. I still have a chance to surpass him in the future. 4L, Please call me handsome indeed. Endless Firmament is a game jointly recommended by the 5 constant nations. How could it possibly harbor cheaters? Everyone can now rest assured. Tai Sui-shun is merely a fortunate individual, and the next lucky one could be you. 5L, Has Conan concluded in 2042? The officials have issued a statement. Now I feel reassured. I envy Tai Sui-shun's luck and prowess, and I hope to acquire more essences of life and uncover hidden quests soon. 19L, Master Junlin Ma, I am putting in a lot of effort as well. Why am I still so far behind Tai Sui-shun? Sigh, this explanation is somewhat satisfying. I will continue to strive, aiming for the top of both rankings. My goal isn't so lofty. I just want to become the #1 warrior on the server. 20L, The magic of love goes round. I envy the esteemed member of Junlin Tianxia Guild above. I checked, and he ranks 77th in levels and 81st in equipment. A solid top 10 warrior player on the server. I bow in admiration. 99L, Blood Battle Alliance Knight Demon. I too am working hard. My team has also acquired essences of life, and I am currently undertaking a hidden quest. Yet, why is there such a disparity between me and Tai Sui-shun? Could you reveal the quality and function of Tai Sui-shun's talent? I am so curious. 100L, Why hit the adorable bunny bowing to the esteemed member of Blood Battle Alliance above? Additionally, regarding your question, my conjecture is that Tai Sui-shun possesses an SSS level talent. Otherwise, he couldn't be so extraordinary. 101L, art is rewarding oneself. Pay attention to the content of the post. The Endless Firmament core intelligence system states that Tai Sui-shen's talent is merely of good quality, likely not SSS level. I suspect it is S level or SS level. And being an early game talent is what makes him so impressive. 102L, focusing on traditional crafts for 20 years. I concur with the speculation of the esteemed gentleman above. 498L, Junlin Chongxing Jun, offering a base salary of 30 million for Tai Sui-shen to sign offline. A 10,000 reward for an effective contact. 499L, Blood Battle Alliance War Under Heaven, offering a base salary of 30 million and an increase for Tai Sui-shen to join our team. A 10,000 reward for an effective contact. 500L, Justice League Leader, offering a base salary of 30 million with a substantial increase, inviting Tai Sui-shen to join us. Conditions are flexible, and there are plenty of ladies. A 10,000 reward for an effective contact. 501L, Great Tai Sui-shen, sure, I am intrigued. Please V me 50 to prove your strength. 8848L, Super Invincible Elementary Student, haha. I also drew a remarkable talent. Could it be that my gap with Tai Sui-shen is merely due to my insufficient effort and a touch of bad luck? Haha. Well then, everyone, look forward to it. Within a month, I will surely surpass Tai Sui-shen and become the new top player on the server. 8849L, I haven't grown strong despite losing hair. Such confidence from the elementary student is delightful. I hope you do not come to realize, like I did, that you are merely a failure. 8850L, a powerful being from the cosmic great nation Tai Sui-shen, is our Korean compatriot. 8851L, master of American-style I800. Those wretched Korean thieves have started again. I shall deliver a resounding kick to your backside with my leather shoe. A single post ignited a multitude of discussions among the spectators, for it was the official announcement from the game regarding the report on Tai Sui-shen. The player community was deeply invested in this topic. The vast majority found the content of the post to be satisfactory, as it suggested that Tai Sui-shen's formidable strength stemmed from personal effort combined with a modicum of luck, a replicable example. Effort speaks for itself. It ultimately hinges on gaming talent. How many gamers lack unwavering confidence in themselves? Tai Sui-shen has exerted himself. We can certainly strive even harder. As for luck, it boils down to Tai Sui-shen having drawn a favorable talent at the outset. Talent lotteries are akin to one-off gambles. Tai Sui-shen triumphed over others, which is entirely reasonable. However, in the world of Endless Firmament, the determinants of one's combat prowess extend far beyond mere talent. There are myriad avenues for strengthening oneself. Tai Sui-shen, do not revel in your success just yet. Wait and see. We shall surpass you in due time. Responses echoing such sentiments proliferated throughout the post. The overwhelming majority of players exuded confidence in their abilities. Yet, as time passed, and they witnessed Tai Sui-shen's name steadfastly occupying the top of various server rankings, these players would come to realize just how naive their earlier beliefs had been. Endless Firmament Intelligent Core System, you deceitful charlatan. However, by that time, the game had already merged with the real world, and otherworldly creatures invaded the Azure Sea Star. While players grumbled, they also expressed gratitude for this post. Dubbed the greatest ruse in the history of Endless Firmament, as its deliberate guidance had spurred everyone to work harder in the game, thereby enhancing their self-defense capabilities in the face of crisis. Of course, these were mere reflections of the future. At this moment, as the official announcement post appeared on the game forum, Li Fan was also reviewing the information regarding his new profession's 3 legendary quality skills. Chapter 51, 3 legendary skills. Rapidly clearing hidden scripts. LV2 Sword and Shield Technique, legendary quality. Passive skill. When wielding a two-handed greatsword, it can be utilized as a shield, activating shield blocking skills and enhancing their effectiveness by 20. LV2 Fatal Slash, legendary quality. Active skill, adopting a swift sword-drawing stance. Unleash a continuous barrage of 10 sword energies, each extending 20 meters in a fan-shaped area at a maximum attack speed of 150. Each sword energy inflicts 325 physical damage and possesses a piercing effect, capable of striking multiple foes within the range. Utilizing this skill consumes 260 MP, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. LV2 Storm Swordsmanship, legendary quality. Passive skill, increases base attack speed by 20, and upon a successful attack, reduces the enemy's physical defense by 30 points, lasting for 30 seconds, stacking up to 10 layers. 3 legendary quality skills, 2 passive and 1 active. In Li Fan's opinion, all 3 skills hold considerable practicality. The Sword and Shield Ranger class allows him to wield two-handed greatswords henceforth. The attack power of a two-handed greatsword undoubtedly surpasses that of a one-handed sword, but what if he encounters a crisis while wielding it? The emergence of the Sword and Shield technique enables Li Fan to utilize the greatsword as a shield in times of necessity, thereby ensuring his survival. Of course, this is contingent upon him acquiring a suitable two-handed greatsword first. The currently used golden weapon, the blood-sucking sword, has indeed become somewhat outdated. Had it not possessed the attribute of never wearing out, Li Fan would have sold it long ago. Considering the capabilities of other players, The matter of changing weapons is one that Li Fan must rely on his own diligence for, though fortunately, there is no urgency in this regard for now. As for the active skill, the deadly slash, Li Fan perceives it as a rather commendable small AoE skill. Its range is considerable, the sword energy can penetrate, and the cooldown is relatively short, likely to be frequently employed in the future. Regarding the storm swordsmanship, it is the skill that brings Li Fan the most delight. High-tier bosses often possess exceedingly formidable physical defenses. Despite his recent victory over the LV-20 epic boss, the Hellhound, during combat, his physical attack attribute was practically inconsequential, with damage output relying entirely on innate true damage. With the defense-reducing effect of storm swordsmanship, he can contemplate reallocating his free attribute points back into strength. After all, stacking vitality was a decision made out of necessity due to insufficient output. If his damage output is sufficiently high, he can eliminate bosses quicker, thereby effectively increasing his margin for error. He shall hold on to the free attribute points awarded for this initial job change for now, reassessing the situation later. As the defense reduction from LV2 storm swordsmanship is not particularly substantial, he will decide whether to invest in strength and how much to invest once the skill levels up a few more times. Next, it is time to acquire the Heart of the Warrior. With this thought, Li Fan retrieved the dungeon key from his backpack. This is a special item for entering the hidden dungeon, Wolf Tribe Altar. It can be used anytime and anywhere, with a total of 10 entries available, allowing for a party of up to 10 members. There are no mandatory restrictions on party size for entering the Wolf Tribe Altar, so Li Fan decided to venture in alone to scout it out. The hidden dungeon represents the highest difficulty of public dungeons, and with his strength, he should be more than capable of handling the LV-20 dungeon. Li Fan thought, simultaneously activating the dungeon key. Prompt. The captain has chosen to enter the hidden dungeon Wolf Tribe Altar. Prompt. The dungeon has a time limit of 60 minutes, with a requirement to defeat the Silver Wolf Chief, LV-20 legendary creature. Warning. In the current mode, the dungeon air contains trace amounts of toxins, causing all challengers to lose 4 HP per second. Li Fan's vision blurred, and he found himself in a valley setting. This is the starting point within the Wolf Tribe Altar dungeon. The strongest boss in the dungeon is merely a LV-20 legendary creature, and with no further ado, Li Fan commenced his journey of domination. Copper-ranked Silver Wolves, instant annihilation. Silver-ranked Silver Wolves, they too met the same swift demise. The gold-ranked boss, the Silver Wolf King, Li Fan had already defeated it once. Although its level had now risen to LV-20 within the dungeon, his strength had also significantly improved, making the battle considerably easier. The Dark Gold boss, the Silver Wolf Lord, a slight challenge, as it took Li Fan nearly 10 seconds to bring it down, showcasing its formidable strength. Finally, the boss, the Silver Wolf Chief, true to its status as a legendary boss of a hidden dungeon, this foe was exceptionally powerful, proving more challenging than the Spider Lord, and it possessed an irritating counterattack skill along with a damage-absorbing shield-type skill. It took Li Fan over 2 minutes to vanquish it, including travel and searching time. Li Fan completed the dungeon in just over 6 minutes. Prompt. You have successfully cleared the Wolf Tribe Altar dungeon with a process evaluation of SSS. You have received a dungeon settlement reward of 1.4 million experience points and 1 foot legendary treasure chest, LV-20. Prompt. You have leveled up. Your current level is LV-21. Prompt. Your quest The Revenge of Blacksmith Morin, final, has been completed. You may visit Blacksmith Morin to claim your quest reward. Prompt. You are the first player in the entire server to clear the Wolf Tribe Altar dungeon. Congratulations, you have received the first clear reward of 300 free attribute points, the title Wolf Tribe Nemesis, and 1 epic treasure chest, LV-20. A server-wide announcement will soon follow. Would you like to hide your name? Prompt. The Wolf Tribe Altar dungeon you cleared is a hidden dungeon. Upon its first clear, it will automatically become a public dungeon available to all players, with a limited drop rate increase of 20 for the next 7 days. In return, you may charge an entry fee from players challenging this dungeon. The dungeon level is too low, only game currency can be charged, and the amount cannot exceed 1 silver coin. Would you like to set an entry fee? Please confirm this setting within 10 seconds. Exceeding the time limit will default to waiving the entry fee. Not hiding. Charge an entry fee of 1 silver coin. Li Fan decided without hesitation. He had experienced the transition of hidden dungeons becoming public dungeons in his past life and was well prepared for the fee. Free entry was out of the question. If one wishes to enter the dungeon, they must pay up. He chuckled to himself before delightfully examining his dungeon loot. Within the dungeon, he amassed over 60 pieces of copper and silver equipment, 7 pieces of gold equipment, 3 dark gold, and 1 legendary piece, along with various quality skill books totaling 5. Among these, the only items Li Fan could personally utilize were a pair of dark gold quality shoes and a pair of legendary quality pants. The dark gold shoes increased movement speed by 15, proving quite useful, and boasted a peculiar yet practical active skill Slip Away, which, when activated, grants an additional 100 movement speed for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 minutes. The legendary pants, on the other hand, offered exceptional defense, vitality bonuses, and a passive skill buff that increases life recovery effects by 40. Lifesteal can indeed be considered a form of health recovery, making it quite suitable for him. The only downside was that none of the 5 skill books were usable by Li Fan. They were merely items to be dealt with later. Let me see what treasures await from this first clear epic treasure chest. Oh, how delightful it is when one's desires come to fruition. Li Fan, upon opening the epic treasure chest, beheld the magnificent epic great sword that materialized before him, and could not help but break into a radiant smile. Chapter 52. The heart of a warrior is secured, graced with a perfect grade epic two-handed great sword. Server announcement. The hidden dungeon Wolf Clan altar has been triumphantly cleared by the valiant challenger Taisui Shun, level 22 warrior, from M4399 Newbie Village, earning the first clear rewards for the entire server. His heroic deeds shall forever be etched in the annals of Endless Firmament history. X3. Server announcement. The Wolf Clan altar has transitioned to a public dungeon, now accessible to all level 20 players. With a temporary 20 increase in dungeon drop rates for the next 7 days. All players are invited to challenge it. X3. Not long after the announcement of the first professional advancement and leaderboard refresh, the new server announcement began flooding the screen once more. Players were once again left in astonishment. Another announcement, another mention of Taisui Shin? When will this end? I might as well be struck dead from the shock. I am utterly numbed by this astonishment. Damn it. That lucky dog has such fortune. Have you all seen the official announcement from the game on the forum? Taisui Shun is merely fortunate. We harbor no envy. For we shall surpass him eventually. Taisui Shun, could you perhaps take a break and not grind so hard? Give the common folk a moment to catch their breath. Taisui Shun has indeed performed commendably this time, unveiling a new dungeon. Now, players below level 20 need not engage in wild monster hunts anymore. How delightful. Wow. What does this mean? Is there a fee to enter this dungeon? Infuriating. For the sake of a 20 drop rate buff, I had no choice but to part with my hard-earned coins. Players engaged in fervent discussions, some excited, others numbed by the barrage of announcements. The first server announcement left everyone astounded, the second did as well, but by now, many had grown desensitized to the shock. Thus, after a few exchanges, their focus shifted to the newly unveiled dungeon, the Wolf Clan altar. Unfortunately, only players at level 20 could challenge it, and the mainstream players were still some distance from reaching that level. Meanwhile, Li Fan gleefully examined the attributes of the epic grade two-handed great sword he had obtained from the first clear treasure chest. Equipment, Blade of Justice. Durability, 500,500. Quality, epic. Grade, perfect. Usage requirement, above level 20, for melee classes wielding two-handed weapons, with a strength of over 500 points. Attribute 1, physical attack 850. Magic attack 700, strength 210. Attribute 2, physical attack power 15. Attribute 3, strength 210. Attribute 4, attack imbued with light attribute. Attribute 5, light attribute attack 16. Attribute 6, judgment power. A passive skill that permanently increases the equipment's base attributes by 10 for each kill of an epic tier creature of equal or higher level. After slaying 10 epic creatures, the equipment will automatically advance to mythical quality. Attribute 7, Judgment of Justice, an active skill that, when released, locks onto an enemy, forcibly transporting both the user and the target to a secondary spatial arena, draining 10 of the target's core 4-dimensional attributes until one party is slain, with a cooldown of 24 hours. A perfect grade epic two-handed greatsword, boasting 7 attributes, exceptional base bonuses, and, more importantly, the potential to upgrade to mythical quality. It is known that mythical quality equipment typically only drops from defeating divine tier bosses. In Li Fan's past life, he had toiled for a decade without ever catching a glimpse of mythical quality gear. Reports indicated that the world's strongest player at the time, Caesar the Great, possessed merely one piece of mythical quality equipment. This disparity in strength between epic and divine bosses, while only a single tier apart, is staggering. The difference manifests not only in base attributes, but also in the skills they wield, which are even more pronounced. For instance, mythical bosses possess domain skills that exert overwhelming pressure on creatures below the epic tier. Even a level 200 epic tier powerhouse would struggle to unleash more than 6 or 7 tiers of their true power in the presence of a level 20 mythical creature. Defeating them might be possible, but slaying them is akin to scaling a mountain. After all, divine bosses are known for their high intelligence. And even golden bosses understand the wisdom of retreat when faced with insurmountable odds. Therefore, acquiring a piece of mythical equipment is an exceedingly arduous task. This Blade of Justice can evolve to mythical quality? Li Fan's grin was practically skewed with delight. How exhilarating. Once it advances to mythical quality, this weapon shall serve me well up to level 100. With joy, Li Fan grasped the Blade of Justice and took a moment to peruse his latest personal panel. Character, Taisui Shun. Basic attributes. Level, LV 21, 2, for 183, 20. Class, Sword and Shield Ranger. HP, 24,008. MP, 6,050. Attack, physical attack, 2122. Magic attack, 1078. Defense, physical defense, 1490. Magic defense, 1415. Attributes, strength, 996. Agility, 12292. Spirit, 378. Stamina, 1245. Free attribute points, 460. Maximum attack speed, 14,760 hits per second. Maximum movement speed, 29,421 meters per second. Title, Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent, Blessing of Light, Stage 2, SSS quality. Equipment, skills, omitted. Special, light attribute attack, 16. Before reaching level 20, player leveling is akin to a simple mode, but from level 20 onwards, the experience required for advancement skyrockets, which explains why Li Fan only managed to elevate to level 21 after solo clearing the Wolf Clan altar. The first clear reward title Nemesis of the Wolf Clan is a special title. Its basic attributes may not surpass his current title of Conqueror of Nightmares, but it grants an additional 13 damage against wolf-type creatures, which may prove useful in the future. His physical attack power has directly quadrupled compared to before his class advancement. Defense, however, has not seen much improvement. Though his stamina has increased slightly, and he has upgraded 2 pieces of armor, he has lost his shield, resulting in negligible changes to his overall defense. Yet, should the need arise, he can simply allocate his free attribute points to stamina. Now, it is time to hand in the quest. Li Fan admired his brand new panel for a while, allowing his excitement to finally settle. After exiting the dungeon, he found himself back in the bustling M4399 newbie village square, thankfully still concealed by the magical mask's effects, ensuring no one recognized him as Tai Sui Shun. Navigating through the throngs of excited players, Li Fan swiftly arrived at the blacksmith shop in the newbie village. Young warrior, thank you for aiding me in avenging my daughter. A profound debt of gratitude weighs heavily upon me, dear elder. I find myself at a loss for how to repay your kindness. Please accept this token of my appreciation, and do not refuse it. Furthermore, this item is a relic I fortuitously acquired during my early adventures, and I hope it brings you joy. As the blacksmith Morin spoke, a notification appeared on Li Fan's interface. Notification, you have received a quest reward, 100,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and the special item Heart of the Warrior. Oh, and as for you, dear elder, I am but a humble blacksmith. I am willing to exhaust my resources to forge a piece of golden equipment for you. What type of equipment do you require? This too is part of the quest rewards. Li Fan pondered for a moment. His only piece of equipment was a rather lackluster silver belt. Thus, he casually replied, the belt, if you please. Very well, please be patient for 3 days. I shall ensure its successful creation. All right, Li Fan replied dismissively. 3 days? I am about to head to the main city. Whether I can remember this matter by then remains to be seen. For now, his attention was entirely captivated by the Heart of the Warrior. Chapter 53, Heart of the Warrior, entering the main city of Tianyao City. Item, Heart of the Warrior. Type, special item. Effect, effective when placed in your backpack. Grants immunity to all forms of control for warrior players. Non-warrior players do not receive this effect. At last, I have obtained it. Li Fan gazed upon the attributes of the Heart of the Warrior, a joyful smile spreading across his face. With this item, he would no longer fear control-type skills from bosses, significantly enhancing his combat resilience. The Heart of the Warrior appeared as a palm-sized square metal plate. Li Fan promptly stored it in his backpack, and his personal interface displayed a immunity to control buff with an indefinite duration. With the item secured, it was time to pursue his development in the main city. Although many events had transpired today, only a few hours had passed, and it was still early compared to his usual logout time. With this thought in mind, he decisively departed from the blacksmith shop and made his way to the entrance of the novice village. There, he found a magical teleportation array leading to the main city. Once players reached level 20 and stood within the array, they could travel to their desired main city based on the system's prompts. Notification: your level meets the requirements to use the magical teleportation array. Please select one of the following main cities to travel to: Tianyao City, Fengyang City, Heishui City, Yunyu City, or Gobi City. In the world of Endless Sky, there are no less than 150 main cities, but players cannot simply go to any city they wish. The selection is contingent upon which novice village the player is located in. At this moment, Li Fan was presented with a total of 32 options. With his past experiences, he was acutely aware that these 32 main cities constituted the primary activity zones for the majority of Dragon Kingdom players before reaching level 60. As for visiting other cities, that would only become feasible after the battlefield for national wars opened up at level 60. Of course, if one were to encounter a rare opportunity, it would not be impossible to achieve it earlier. Such matters primarily depend on luck, followed by skill. These 32 main cities belonged to an NPC faction known as the Eastern Hua Empire, which was merely a small nation among over 100 in Endless Sky. Fortunately, the main cities were sufficiently vast, with teleportation arrays connecting them, allowing ample exploration before reaching level 60. It was somewhat regrettable, however, that he would miss out on some hidden quests located in the main cities inhabited by Western players. Let us proceed to Tianyao City. After a few moments of contemplation, Li Fan made his choice. When selecting a main city, his primary consideration was the hidden quests available within that city. He recalled that there were currently 3 hidden quests he could undertake, each located in different cities, and upon completion, the rewards were only slightly inferior to the Heart of the Warrior, making them highly significant for Li Fan. Since the 32 main cities were interconnected by teleportation arrays, it mattered little where he chose to go first. The reason he opted for Tianyao City was that he possessed an item, Li Tianhua's last letter, which he had previously obtained from the Silver Wolf King. This item required him to seek out the legendary swordsman NPC Li Changsheng in Tianyao City. Li Changsheng was a high-level NPC and also had the quest, Li Changsheng's Concerns. In Li Fan's previous life, no one had succeeded in fulfilling the requirements for this quest in a decade. Thus, he was particularly curious about its specific details and the rewards it might yield. Notification: you have chosen to travel to Tianyao City. This teleportation will cost 1 gold coin. Payment will allow for immediate transport. Notification: you have paid the fee. Teleportation in progress. Completed. Notification: you have entered Tianyao City. Your current location is near the southern teleportation array. The teleportation fee was 1 gold coin. In accordance with the current prices in the novice village of M4399, that would amount to several thousand Dragon Kingdom coins. And Li Fan felt a twinge of sympathy for the ordinary players. Unlike him, a single gold coin was but a trifling sum. As Li Fan mused over this, a conversation caught his ear. Brother Chun, it has been decades since a chosen one has appeared. What significance does our station here hold? We are merely ordinary soldiers. There must be a reason for the higher-ups to act this way. As long as it allows us to collect our military pay without issue, who could complain? That is true. As long as it doesn't interfere with our pay, it's fine. But speaking of which, Brother Chun, do you think the legend of the Chosen One is real? The Chosen One is said to appear periodically within our Eastern Hua Empire. Legends claim that the Chosen One is immortal and indomitable, the best ally against monstrous foes. Has someone truly emerged from the teleportation array? Am I imagining things? No. Your eyes do not deceive you. There is indeed someone. Heavens above, only a Chosen One can utilize this teleportation array. The Chosen One has arrived. Li Fan turned to follow the sound and saw 2 NPC soldiers clad in leather armor and wielding long spears, staring at him in awe. Unable to suppress a knowing smile, he reflected on the fact that, in the world of Endless Sky, the number of NPCs in novice villages was scant and their intelligence limited, while those within the main city represented an entirely different existence. They possessed emotions, thoughts, and their own cultures. The distinction from humans lay in their inability to traverse the realms of reality and virtuality freely, while players could. In the eyes of NPCs, the Chosen One was a special designation for the player community. With his decade of experience from his previous life, Li Fan understood that the Chosen One phenomenon was not new to the world of Endless Sky. In the past, Chosen Ones were players from other realms. This realization had dawned upon him only after the fusion of the game and reality in his previous life. To NPCs, the Chosen One represented a uniquely remarkable group. Immortal, with astonishing growth potential. The NPCs do not reside in a secure environment. For instance, in the current context of the Eastern Hua Empire, aside from the major cities which are relatively safe, the wilderness beyond teems with peril. Moreover, there are numerous tribal enclaves inhabited by intelligent demonic creatures, which are in a constant state of warfare with the NPC factions of the Eastern Hua Empire. The emergence of the Chosen One heralds the arrival of formidable allies for the NPCs, which explains the palpable excitement displayed by the 2 NPC soldiers. Greetings. I am the Chosen One. I have urgent matters to discuss with Li Changsheng. Could you escort me to him? After acknowledging the 2 NPC soldiers, Li Fan promptly addressed the matter at hand. There is no need for superfluous conversation with NPCs. They can be regarded as ordinary individuals among the myriad of existence. And one can speak plainly. You actually know the Sword Saintly? However, that cannot be. You must first meet with the city lord, exclaimed one soldier. Li Jiansheng is the most powerful figure in our Tianyao City. Isn't it said that many Chosen Ones are unruly? I believe it would be acceptable for you to meet Li Jiansheng first. Then you shall escort him to meet Lord Li, while I inform the city lord. My goodness, the Chosen One has truly appeared. It feels like a dream. After a brief exchange, one soldier led Li Fan to seek out Li Changsheng, while the other went to summon the city lord. Chapter 54, LV90 Legendary NPC Li Changsheng. These 2 NPCs are stationed specifically to guard players, namely the soldiers of the Chosen One's teleportation portal. Li Fan's arrival was of great significance to them, for history has shown that when the first Chosen One emerges, an unending stream of them is sure to follow. Although they were astonished by how Li Fan had come to know Li Changsheng's name, given that Li Changsheng is the mightiest native NPC of Tianyao City, they were naturally inclined to escort Li Fan to meet him. After all, the Chosen Ones are notoriously unpredictable, and it is only fitting to introduce them to prominent figures. The NPCs of Tianyao City are numerous, reminiscent of ancient cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Fresh fried dough twists. Delicious and affordable Wong's fried dough twists. Just 10 copper coins each. Candied hawthorn, 12 copper coins each. Come take a look. Mom, I want to eat candied hawthorn. Is one enough? That's plenty, thank you, Mom. Navigating through the bustling crowd, it wasn't long before Li Fan, under the guidance of the NPC soldier, arrived at the grand entrance of a 3-courtyard estate. The NPC soldiers engaged in a brief dialogue with the gatekeeper. After approximately 5 minutes, an elderly man with white hair and a dignified appearance emerged hastily, wielding a striking blue longsword. Indeed, a chosen one has graced us. After 60 years, the chosen one has finally reappeared. Splendid. I, Li Changsheng, extend my warmest welcome to you on behalf of the Eastern Hua Empire. This elderly man was the legendary swordsman Li Changsheng of the Eastern Hua Empire, and upon seeing Li Fan, his beard quivered with excitement. Li Fan understood the source of his elation. According to the trajectory of the past, the Eastern Hua Empire was beset with crises, with various tribes of intelligent demonic creatures poised to threaten it. The appearance of players could indeed provide substantial assistance to the native inhabitants of the Eastern Hua Empire. While ordinary native NPCs might not comprehend the significance of the chosen ones, someone of Li Changsheng's stature certainly would. However, after a fleeting moment of enthusiasm, a flicker of doubt and caution crossed Li Changsheng's eyes. The Eastern Hua Empire has a history spanning over a millennium, during which 6 chosen ones have emerged. Established protocols regarding the treatment and governance of the chosen ones have long been in place. Great God! You were supposed to visit the city lord first, and then receive legal instruction in the chosen ones department. Why do you wish to see me first? Do you know me? What is this important matter you speak of? Li Changsheng posed a series of inquiries. Upon entering the main city, players are mandated to receive governance training from the NPC Chosen One department. The mere mention of this process caused Li Fan to feel a pang of nostalgia for his past self. The player community is perceived as the 4th calamity by the indigenous inhabitants of the game world. Players are akin to ticking time bombs, capable of saving the world or treating it as a mere playground. They can construct worlds or annihilate them within the game, and from certain perspectives, their destructive potential far surpasses that of the game's formidable antagonists. The native NPCs of the world of Endless Sky are well acquainted with the player demographic and are aware of their unruly nature. Hence, mature systems of player management, education, have already been established. For instance, when an ordinary player first enters the main city from the novice village, their initial task is to be forcibly escorted by NPC soldiers to undergo governance training. They must be able to recite relevant laws and pass assessments. Only then are they permitted to move freely. Although the NPCs maintain a relatively low moral standard for players, the legal text is still extensive, comprising over 3,000 characters. Li Fan had to memorize it for several days before he successfully passed the assessment and was granted the freedom to roam. Reflecting upon this, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Heaven knows how long it has been since he last memorized anything after graduating. The local NPCs were rather impolite. Fortunately, the events of his past life are behind him, and this time around, he need not endure such tribulations. This is something I obtained after slaying a golden tier wolf tribe creature. In response to Li Changsheng's queries, Li Fan refrained from elaborating further and instead produced the letter of Li Tianhua from his backpack and handed it to him. Simultaneously, he stole a glance at Li Changsheng's brief profile. Name, Li Changsheng. Power, LV90 legendary tier. Attributes, skills. Notes, legendary swordsman of the Eastern Hua Empire, one of the strongest. LV90 legendary tier. As Li Fan gazed at this information, he couldn't suppress the thought of what valuable loot might drop should he defeat the individual. The disparity in levels was too vast. Although he could not see Li Changsheng's precise attributes and skills, the likelihood of defeating him was virtually non-existent, and the repercussions of attacking an NPC were far too severe. He quickly shook his head, dispelling such dangerous thoughts. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng, having received the letter, scanned it hastily, and his expression turned somber. This is Huazi's letter. He is dead. My dear grandson, I never imagined I, Li Changsheng, would experience the day of losing a child with white hair while sending off one with black hair. After a brief wait, noticing that Li Changsheng had regained some composure, Li Fan seized the opportunity to speak. My condolences. Is there anything I can assist you with? Great God, I thank you for bringing my grandson's letter to me. However, Li Changsheng appraised Li Fan with discerning eyes, shaking his head. Your strength is still too feeble. Perhaps in time, I will. Before Li Changsheng could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in astonishment. For Li Fan, without uttering a word, demonstrated his prowess right before him. He was all too familiar with such scenarios. It was merely a case of an NPC underestimating a player. Just as he had triggered a hidden quest back at the blacksmith Morin in the novice village, he would replicate that feat now. Swish, swish, swish. A staggering 150 attacks per second. The sheer frequency left Li Changsheng wide-eyed, rendering the latter part of his statement utterly moot. I misjudged you. You possess such astounding prowess. Truly, you are the first chosen one to arrive in Tianyao City. Given this, there is indeed a matter upon which I require your assistance. Upon concluding his statement, Li Changxing's words prompted a notification on Li Fan's interface. Notification: you have triggered the hidden quest. Li Changxing's concerns. 1. Quest description: recently, several monster tribes near Tianyao City have been unusually active, causing Li Changxing some unease. 3 months prior, he dispatched his grandson, Li Tianhua, to investigate, only to learn of Li Tianhua's unforeseen demise. In his sorrow, and unable to leave his post in Tianyao City, he seeks your aid in uncovering the circumstances of Li Tianhua's death and the reasons behind the monster's unusual behavior. However, before proceeding, he must further assess your capabilities to determine if you are fit for this task. Quest objective: proceed to the Maple Valley area outside the southern gate of Tianyao City and eliminate 500 carrion rats, level 25 normal creatures. Quest progress: 0-500. Quest deadline: within 3 days. Number of participants required: 1. Success reward: 20 gold coins, 250,000 experience points, with additional rewards based on performance during the quest. Failure penalty: permanent disqualification from this quest chain. Chapter 55: The Shock of the City Lord of Tianyao City, commencing monster hunting. Just as Li Fan successfully received the hidden quest from Li Changxing, a group of NPCs led by a middle-aged man hurriedly approached the entrance of the Li residence. Upon closer inspection, Li Fan recognized the foremost figure as none other than the City Lord of Tianyao City. Name: Zhaohong. Strength: level 70 dark gold tier. Attributes: skills. Note: the City Lord of Tianyao City, a direct descendant of the Eastern Hua Empire's royal family. Indeed, a chosen one. How splendid. Divine Tai Sui, welcome to Tianyao City. Have you concluded your discussions with the Sword Saintly? If so, please accompany us for a moment. As the first chosen one to appear in the Eastern Hua Empire, I wish to personally convey our regulations and reward policies concerning chosen ones. As Zhaohong spoke, his gaze towards Li Fan brimmed with a mixture of vigilance and excitement. The vigilance stemmed from his duty as the city lord to maintain order within the city, necessitating his oversight of the chosen ones. Conversely, his excitement was fueled by the arrival of the chosen one, signifying the emergence of a formidable new force to combat the external monster crisis facing the Eastern Hua Empire. Historically, during the times when chosen ones emerged, threats from external monsters were at their weakest. However, the notorious tendency of chosen ones to resist authority was equally well known. Hence Zhao Heng's gaze contained an undertone of menace, suggesting that he might resort to coercion should Li Fan refuse his requests. Yet, this intimidation swiftly transformed into astonishment. First, no one may be killed without cause. Second, no acts of debauchery or pillaging are permitted within the borders of the Eastern Hua Empire. Third, deceit against any resident of the Eastern Hua Empire is strictly prohibited. Any incidents of victimization may be reported to the authorities for just resolution. Fourth, the 201st rule: upon slaying a monster, you will earn merit points based on the strength of the creature defeated, which can be exchanged for various items within the Eastern Hua Empire. The 203rd rule states that if you intend to venture into perilous regions, you may expend merit points or pay local residents for assistance in combat. The 204th rule stipulates that the destruction of a monster tribe will grant at least 1,000 merit points as an additional reward, along with the honorific title of Distinguished Chosen One bestowed by the Empire. What Li Fan recited was precisely the management and reward regulations for chosen ones within the Eastern Hua Empire. This information was etched in his memory as vividly as the verses of ancient poems, effortlessly recalled upon reflection. The Eastern Hua Empire's governance of chosen ones is notably lenient, primarily cautioning them against bullying ordinary residents while encouraging them to combat monsters, with the Empire offering rewards, a vigilance against potential chaos from chosen ones, and an encouragement for them to assist local residents in resisting monsters. Such regulations are not exclusive to the Eastern Hua Empire. Other nations within the world of Endless Firmament adopt a similar approach towards players. How do you know this? Have you studied in other main cities of the Eastern Hua Empire? That cannot be, for the emergence of a chosen one is of paramount importance, ensuring that all main cities are notified immediately. Is this truly your first visit to a main city? Zhaohong scratched his head, nearly questioning his own existence. You can recite the management regulations so fluently without any prior study? Is this generation of chosen ones truly so exceptional? Do not concern yourself with my studies. Simply affirm whether I have recited it correctly, Li Fan retorted, shaking his head. Ridiculous. Do you expect me to explain that I am a reincarnated individual? You recited it perfectly, nearly word for word. Zhaohong nodded, then continued. Since you are already familiar with the management and reward regulations for chosen ones, we shall dispense with this process, and you may carry this with you for unrestricted movement. With that, Zhaohong retrieved a metallic sphere the size of a ping-pong ball from his pocket, its surface engraved with intricate magical runes. Item: official proof of the chosen one. Type: magical item, special item. Function: monitors the moral alignment of the chosen one, records merit points earned by the chosen one. Moral alignment: 0. Merit points: 0. Note: produced by the Eastern Hua Empire, effective once placed in your inventory. This proof is for those who pass the assessment of the chosen one. Please carry it with you. In case of loss, it must be promptly replaced, or you shall face pursuit by NPC soldiers. This is a special item prepared by NPCs for players. In the eyes of NPCs, chosen ones are akin to ferocious beasts. To put it bluntly, this item serves as a temporary electronic leash for every player. However, Leaf Fan was indifferent. He understood the NPC's wariness towards players. Moreover, in just over 90 days, as the game merges with reality, NPCs will effectively become indistinguishable from real beings, rendering this item obsolete. After stowing this item in his inventory, Zhao Heng spoke once more. As the first chosen one to enter our Tianyao city, you are entitled to claim a special reward from me. Upon this declaration, a list materialized on Leaf Fan's system interface. 1. Exquisite Longsword, level 20 golden two-handed sword. 2. Exquisite Heavy Shield, level 20 golden two-handed shield. 3. Dark Steel Sword, level 20 golden one-handed sword. 50. Exquisite Grimoire, level 20 golden one-handed spellbook. The list contained a total of 50 options. Glancing over the selections, Leaf Fan noted they were all level 20 golden quality weapons across various classes. The first player to enter the main city is met with such unexpected fortune? Leaf Fan was somewhat astonished. However, he had already set his sights beyond the mere LV 20 gold items. Then I shall take this exquisite two-handed heavy shield. He casually selected an equipment piece, recognizing that, in the context of trade, the two-handed heavy shield was considerably more valuable. After all, in a team, the significance of a frontline tank player is paramount. A proficient tank ensures the stability of the entire team, and a shield, being the core weapon of the tank class, is undoubtedly a high-demand item. After bidding farewell to Li Chongqing and Zhao Heng, Li Fan did not immediately teleport to intercept the 3 hidden quests from his memories in another main city. Instead, he ventured into the wilderness. Having upgraded his talents for quite some time, he had not seen any notifications regarding the increase of agility while slaying monsters. He was eagerly anticipating it. The weakest creatures in the wilderness of Tianyao City were LV-21 ordinary monsters, which were sufficient to satisfy his talents' killing requirements. Notification: you have slain the Grey-Wing Mantis, LV-21 ordinary creature, earning 640 experience points. Notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 2 points. This was precisely the notification he had been waiting for. Exhilaration filled Li Fan's heart. Subsequently, he continued grinding for over 3 hours, and his base agility attribute surpassed 15,000 points. Only then, urged by fatigue, did he remove his helmet and prepare for a refreshing sleep. Thus concluded the industrious yet fulfilling day of the gaming-obsessed youth. Chapter 56. The Hardships of Chun Ergu, Intercepting Hidden Quest Operations. Beep, beep, beep. Upon awakening, Li Fan's phone chimed with a WeChat notification from a friend. The sender was none other than his good buddy, Chun Ergu. Over the past few days, they had exchanged a few messages daily, but both were so engrossed in the game that their conversations resembled a message board more than a chat. Li Fan opened WeChat to read the messages. Chun Ergu. Hey Li, I've leveled up to LV-20. Ha, impressive, right? Chun Ergu, damn. I followed your advice and entered Tianyao City, only to be confined by NPCs. Can you believe they even expect us to memorize the management regulations? Is there really such a miserable gameplay aspect in this game? Luckily, my memory is exceptional. I managed to get through it in half a day. Chun Ergu, you still haven't told me your game ID. You promised to hook me up with awesome gear once I reached Tianyao City. But it seems like you were just boasting, right? Haha, I forgive you this time. Chun Ergu, I'm too tired. I'm off to sleep. I should be online around 9 p.m. tonight. Remember to add me as a friend in Tianyao City. I'm among the top 1,000 players. I'll help you level up. Reading the messages on the WeChat chat interface, Li Fan couldn't help but smile. His good buddy had revealed his game ID on the first day, yet he had not reciprocated. He was looking forward to witnessing Chun Ergu's reaction when they finally met in the game. That guy would surely be taken aback. 9 p.m. You say? All right, today, I shall officially assist you in leveling up. Li Fan replied with an affirmative emoji, then casually grabbed a bite to eat before donning his gaming helmet. He awoke to play games, logged off to sleep, and spent nearly all of his waking hours, 95, immersed in the game. Li Fan was beginning to fear his own dedication. At this rate, he might not only succumb to exhaustion but also suffer from diminished vitality. Fortunately, once the game and reality merged into a digital world, his body and character would synchronize, ensuring a full revival. You reap what you sow. A bit of hard work now will grant you greater agency when facing the invasion of foreign demonic creatures. Notification: welcome back to the world of Endless Firmament. Notification: you have a pending collection of gold coins. Wolf Tribe Alter Dungeon Ticket Fee. Notification: your friend Zixiao Fairy sent you a message at 12:10 p.m. today, stating she collected 1,000 gold coins while in Tianyao City. When will you come over to collect your gold? As soon as he logged in, 3 notifications appeared on Li Fan's interface. With ticket fees accumulating to over 9,000 gold coins, he felt elated. It had only been a day, and he had already amassed such wealth. The income from the Wolf Tribe Altar dungeon tickets was quite substantial. This was due to the large player base and the fact that the dungeon was accessible to players at LV20, perfectly coinciding with their first-class advancement. Many sought to acquire better gear and more powerful skills to tackle higher difficulty challenges, which explained the influx of players into the Wolf Tribe Altar. Currently, players who had reached LV20 were still relatively few, comprising about 10 of the entire server population. It was foreseeable that the Wolf Tribe Altar would continue to provide Li Fan with a significant source of ticket revenue in the coming days. Xiao Fairy had followed his earlier advice and arrived in Tianyao City, promising another influx of 4-digit gold coins. What a delightful prospect. There was no rush. Around 9 p.m. he would meet up with Chun Ergu and simultaneously collect the gold from Xiao Fairy. For now, it was time to intercept those 3 hidden quests from his memories. With the increasing number of players reaching LV20 and completing their class transitions, he feared that the hidden quests he had painstakingly recalled might be triggered by others, leading to a significant loss. Thus, his first task today was to swiftly secure those 3 hidden quests. Notification: you have teleported to Fengyang City, costing 1 gold coin for the teleportation fee. The first stop in his quest to intercept hidden missions was Fengyang City, one of the main cities in the Eastern Hua Empire. Upon arrival, Li Fan was immediately greeted by a cacophony of voices. Why can't we leave? What management regulations for the chosen ones? Get lost. Damn, NPC soldiers are attacking. 30 years of east of the river, 30 years of west of the river. Don't underestimate the young and poor. NPCs, just wait, we'll make you pay for this later. Indeed. A handful of players had also gathered at the teleportation array in Fengyang City. These players, filled with excitement after arriving from the novice village, had barely begun their adventure when they were met with a harsh lesson from the NPC soldiers. Wanna leave? Behave yourself and memorize the chosen one's management regulations first. Unconvinced? Wanna stir up trouble? The NPCs, aware of the players' indestructible nature, would not hesitate to eliminate any troublemakers. The NPCs displayed an unmistakably firm attitude. Li Fan witnessed a few players causing a ruckus, only to be slain on the spot. The NPC soldiers were all above LV40, and the player group, with their inferior equipment and skills, stood no chance against them. Coupled with level suppression, they could only comply. Of course, he had passed the assessment and enjoyed a different treatment. Li Fan stepped directly out of the crowd. As expected, the NPC soldiers merely glanced at him and made no attempt to stop him. The players behind him, who were being held back, were left in a state of shock. What is happening? Why aren't the NPCs stopping that guy? Brother Wusong, do you have some secret strategy to share with us? Brother Wusong, wait a moment. Don't leave, hey? Amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, Li Fan, who had disguised himself as Wusong, gracefully departed, navigating through the bustling streets. He took several twists and turns until he arrived at the doorstep of a hunter NPC. The door stood ajar, revealing a disheveled middle-aged man of approximately 40 years. Name: Cheng Xiaowang. Strength: LV33, ordinary. Attributes: skills. Note: a common hunter from Fengyang City. Cheng Xiaowang sat in the courtyard, clad in simple animal fur garments, diligently polishing a hornbow. To the untrained eye, he appeared no different from the ordinary populace of Fengyang City. However, possessing memories from his past life, Li Fan understood that this individual was far from an ordinary NPC. He had a significant background. Greetings, I am a devoted chosen one. You seem troubled. Is there anything I can assist you with? Li Fan began with a seemingly mundane opening line. Cheng Xiaowang lifted his gaze to Li Fan and replied coldly, no need. Furthermore, please leave. I wish to be alone. Li Fan sighed, his recollection of the specific trigger process for this hidden quest now quite hazy, leaving him to resort to random attempts. As expected, the unremarkable inquiry failed to activate the hidden task. Hence, he resolved to apply a bit more pressure. Chapter 57. Forgetting the quest trigger process? As clever as Li Fan, the means by which Li Fan learned of the hidden quest related to the hunter Cheng Xiaowang was akin to that of the novice village blacksmith's quest. The blacksmith Morin's revenge. It was something he had encountered during his past life while perusing game forums, where prominent players shared their experiences. In Endless Firmament, hidden quests were almost always unique. Once an individual completed a hidden quest, even if they revealed the method in its entirety, no one else could trigger the same hidden quest. Perhaps due to this consideration, the esteemed players from Li Fan's past life relished sharing their experiences with hidden quests. The hunter NPC Cheng Xiaowang appeared, at first glance, to be merely an unremarkable NPC from Fengyang City. Yet, Li Fan was aware that his identity was far from simple. His ancestors once belonged to a legendary family renowned throughout the Eastern Hua Empire, known as the Chung family of dragon slayers. This family had a storied past, with one ancestor single-handedly vanquishing a dragon tribe, earning him a place among the strongest in the Eastern Hua Empire. Unfortunately, fate dealt a cruel hand, and this ancestor ultimately perished during an assault by monstrous creatures. His demise led to the dramatic decline of the once-famed dragon-slaying family. By the time of Cheng Xiaowang, he was left as the only remaining bachelor of his lineage. Chung Xiaowang yearned for the glory of his ancestors, but lamentably, his talents were limited. Despite years of effort, he was only marginally stronger than the average citizen and had suffered an injury in his youth that rendered him unable to bear offspring. Witnessing the extinction of his family line, he harbored a singular dream: to see the name of the Chung family of dragon slayers once more reverberate throughout the Eastern Hua Empire, thus finding peace even in death. Unable to achieve this himself, he placed his hopes upon others. In Li Fan's past life, a fortunate player had caught his eye. The reward for this hidden quest, if memory served, was a unique item known as the Stone of Chaos, which could significantly enhance a player's strength attributes. Alas, the time had elapsed, and he could no longer recall the quest's trigger process. Thus, he resolved to explore alternative avenues. In contemplation, Li Fan suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, what are you laughing at?" Chung Xiaowang furrowed his brow and inquired. "To think that the illustrious Chung family of dragon slayers has, in your generation, devolved into a destitute ordinary hunter. How utterly laughable. Who are you? How do you know this?" Chung Xiaowang's expression tightened, his demeanor shifting to one of anxiety. The transformation from a legendary family to a solitary, impoverished hunter was Chung Xiaowang's deepest sorrow, one he had never spoken of, leaving him bewildered as to how Li Fan had come to know it. "I mentioned I am merely a chosen one. Do not concern yourself with how I know. The shame you have brought upon your ancestors is a palpable truth, is it not? What do you understand?" Li Fan's words ignited a crimson flush across Chung Xiaowang's face. "Is that what I desire? I am but an ordinary person, lacking the prodigious talents of the Empire's strongest or the fortuitous luck of my ancestor. My family left me no worthy legacy. What am I to do? I feel utterly despondent. I too wish to see the name of the Chung family of dragon slayers shine throughout the Eastern Hua Empire, but I am a failure. What do you suggest I do?" "Fear not the urgency, but rather the indifference," Li Fan thought to himself, feeling a surge of satisfaction inwardly. Though he maintained an outward appearance of contemplation, he then spoke earnestly. "To see the name of the Chung family of dragon slayers illuminate the entirety of the Eastern Hua Empire. This is your dream, is it not? I can assist you. With your capabilities?" Chung Xiaowang could not suppress a derisive laugh. A mere LV-22 chosen one, lacking strength yet boasting grandiose claims. Are you not afraid of being swept away by the winds of your own words? Is it not true that you NPCs only assess a player's strength by their level? In a flash, without allowing Chung Xiaowang to finish, Li Fan adeptly demonstrated an attack speed of 150 strikes per second, rendering Chung Xiaowang utterly speechless. "What is this?" Chung Xiaowang was astonished. How could a mere LV-22 chosen one possess such formidable power? "So, I truly am a failure. And now, do you believe I am capable?" Li Fan inquired. Chung Xiaowang remained silent, though his thoughts were candid. Suddenly, a task prompt appeared on Li Fan's interface. Notification: you have triggered the unique hidden quest The Dream of Hunter Chung Xiaowang. 1. Quest description: Chung Xiaowang dreams of restoring his family's glory across the Eastern Hua Empire, yet he realizes he cannot achieve this alone. Thus, he seeks your assistance. Before commencing, you must further demonstrate your strength to him. Quest content: slay 10 golden creatures of LV-30 or higher. Quest progress: 0-10. Quest deadline: within 7 days. Quest participation requirement: 1 person. Success rewards: 10 gold coins, 250,000 experience points, and additional rewards based on performance during the quest. Failure penalty: permanent loss of eligibility for this quest chain. As clever as I am, even without recalling the quest process, I have triggered the task. Haha. Li Fan silently commended himself. After accepting the quest, he refrained from lingering with Chung Xiaowang and promptly proceeded to his next target city. Notification: you have been transported to Gobi City, consuming 1 gold coin for the transportation fee. Upon arriving in Gobi City, one of the main cities of the Eastern Hua Empire, Li Fan essentially replicated his previous actions in Fengyang City. Despite his inability to remember the hidden quest trigger process, he successfully accepted a second hidden quest through his own ingenuity, armed with knowledge of the quest content and NPC needs. Prompt: you have triggered the unique hidden quest The Young Master of Wei Yuan Escort's Revenge. 1. Quest description: a year ago, during a collective escort mission, the Wei Yuan Escort was ambushed by the Scorpion Beast tribe deep in the Gobi Desert, resulting in heavy casualties. The only survivor, the young master Lin Yuliang, was left destitute, his family's fortune paid as compensation to the clients, and now he roams as a beggar, fervently yearning for someone to avenge his family. Before formally commencing, you must further prove your strength to him. Quest objective: venture to the deep Gobi area outside the southern gate of Gobi City and slay 500 common scorpions, LV-32 ordinary creatures. Quest progress: 0-500. Quest deadline: within 7 days. Number of participants required: 1. Success reward: 500,000 experience points. Eligibility for the next tier of quests. Failure penalty: permanent loss of eligibility for this quest chain. Alas, poor Lin Yuliang. The initial reward for this quest is so meager it offers not even a copper coin. only my benevolence compels me to assist you. Indeed, it is not merely for the unique item that grants 0 cooldown on active skills within 60 seconds that I am motivated. Li Fan shook his head, bid farewell to Lin Yuliang, and promptly utilized the teleportation array to journey to Obsidian City. The third hidden quest in my memory is rather unique, yet its rewards are exceptionally formidable. Chapter 58, the 99-tier quest of Lord Lu Yanwei begins to test my limits. In a tavern within Obsidian City, Li Fan successfully located the target NPC, a drunken old man in a state of utter inebriation. The initiation process for this hidden quest proved quite simple. Upon posing a single question, the NPC directly assigned a task to him. Prompt: you have triggered the unique hidden quest, the drunken Lu Yanwei's daily life. 1. Quest description: Lu Yanwei is a man of insatiable thirst for alcohol, yet recently finds himself financially constrained, yearning for you to provide him with some drinking money. Quest objective: deliver 10 gold coins to Lu Yanwei. Quest deadline: within 1 hour. Number of participants required: 1. Success reward: 10,000 experience points. Eligibility for the next tier of quests. Failure penalty: permanent loss of eligibility for this quest chain. The NPC Lu Yanwei, much like Lin Yuliang from Gobi City, is also a pauper, offering not even a single coin in reward. Fortunately, Li Fan was indifferent to such paltry gains. Securing the quest was of utmost importance. Though the quest offers no substantial reward, must I also part with my coins for the NPC? How many players would willingly do such a thing? Nevertheless, Li Fan understood that this task was anything but trivial. Ultimately, it would grant him a special item that ensures all equipped gear aligns with his character level. For instance, should Li Fan's current weapon be an epic of level 20, upon reaching level 30, this special item would automatically elevate the weapon to level 30 epic status. As he ascends to levels 40, 50, or even 200, his weapon would evolve accordingly. It can be said that once acquired, Li Fan could effortlessly assemble a complete set of in-game gear. After delivering 10 gold coins to Lu Yanwei, a new prompt appeared on Li Fan's interface. Prompt: you have completed the quest, the drunken Lu Yanwei's daily life. 1. Earning 10,000 experience points. Prompt: you have automatically accepted the second tier of the quest, the drunken Lu Yanwei's daily life. 2. Quest description: Lu Yanwei's insatiable thirst for alcohol requires delightful dishes to accompany it. He has recently been longing for the taste of gale rabbit legs and hopes you can procure 200 pairs of them. Quest objective: proceed to the outskirts of the Endless Mountains north of Obsidian City and slay 200 gale rabbits, LV-24 ordinary creatures. Upon their defeat, you will automatically receive the quest item, Gale Rabbit Legs. Quest progress: 0-200. Quest deadline: within 3 days. Number of participants required: 1. Success reward: 500. 000 experience points. Eligibility for the next tier of quests. Failure penalty: permanent loss of eligibility for this quest chain. Once again, the task requirements appear deceptively simple. However, Li Fan is acutely aware that Lu Yanwei's hidden quest comprises a staggering 99 tiers, except for the final tier, which presents a more formidable challenge. The preceding 98 tiers can be effortlessly completed, either through slaying minor creatures or simply providing him with funds for drink and food. In his previous life, numerous players undertook this quest, yet the vast majority abandoned it after progressing only a fraction of the way. It was inevitable. Lu Yanwei's insatiable greed escalated the monetary demands, while the rewards remained miserly, leading players to feel as though they were engaging in a one-sided transaction manipulated by the NPC. The 99-tier quest is indeed a test of endurance. In his past life, it wasn't until 2 months post-launch that a player finally succeeded, ultimately becoming one of the top 10 mages in the entire server, thanks to the special item rewarded from this hidden quest. With all 3 hidden quests successfully acquired, it is now time to diligently grind and strengthen myself. I shall commence with this task from Lord Lu. After a brief contemplation, Li Fan solidified his developmental strategy. Currently, at level 22, his status feels rather precarious. Should he delve into dungeons? Only the Wolf Clan altar seems fitting. While the next public dungeon awaits level 30 for entry, he has already conquered the Wolf Clan's lair, and further attempts would yield only minor equipment skills. While such skills are beneficial, the low-level nature of the Wolf Clan altar dungeon renders it akin to higher-level players battling lower-level foes. For Li Fan, the endeavor would incur a penalty on his gains. More importantly, the creatures within the Wolf Clan altar are all level 20, disabling his ability to leverage his talents to enhance agility. Pursuing equipment skills? There are plenty of dungeons in Endless Firmament, and he can challenge new dungeons once his level is sufficiently high. Time is precious. Li Fan believes his immediate focus should be on utilizing his talents, defeating smaller creatures, and augmenting his agility. In doing so, he can concurrently progress through Lu Yanwei's hidden quest, a dual endeavor that surely promises fruitful results. Resolute in his thoughts, Li Fan promptly set off for the outskirts of the Endless Mountains, north of Obsidian City. In his previous life, he had grown intimately familiar with the 32 provinces of the Donghua Empire, rendering navigation unnecessary. After roughly 10 minutes, Leaf Fan arrived at his destination. Species, Gale Rabbit. Level, LV-24 Ordinary Creature. Attributes, 2000 HP, 255 Physical Attack, 220 Magical Attack, 102 Physical Defense, 93 Magical Defense. Skill, the Gale Rabbit gains a temporary 30 increase in attack and movement speed upon receiving damage. The Gale Rabbit, aptly named, possesses speed akin to the swift winds. Its rapidity is its pivotal survival technique. However, the mere LV-24 ordinary creatures seemed no different from paper to Leaf Fan. Swish, 2000. Fatal damage. Int, you have slain the Wind Rabbit, LV-24 ordinary creature, earning 825 experience points, level up bonus 10. Hint, your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 2 points. Hint, you have acquired a pair of Wind Rabbit legs, quest item. After equipping the epic weapon, the Blade of Just Judgment, Leaf Fan's base physical attack power was sufficient to annihilate the Wind Rabbit in a single blow, dealing damage that overflowed by several hundred points. His movement and attack speed were astonishingly rapid, and with the Wind Rabbit being a creature that respawned frequently, Leaf Fan successfully dispatched 200 of them in just over 10 minutes. Task complete. His base agility surged by 400 points, and he returned to the city to turn in the quest. Hint, you have received a quest reward. Hint, you have automatically accepted the third ring quest. The third ring quest from wuxianovel required the annihilation of a type of LV-24 ordinary creature known as the Crimson Wing Bat located on the outskirts of the Endless Mountains. As he had expressed a desire to taste what the Crimson Wing Bat was like, Leaf Fan admired his unique palate and was determined to oblige. After another 20 minutes of back and forth, he delivered 200 Crimson Wing Bat ingredients. Immediately, the quest progressed to the 4th ring, then the 5th, all the way to the 13th ring. Upon completing the 13th ring quest, Leaf Fan glanced at the time and realized it was already 9:30 in the evening. Growing weary of the monotonous tasks, he decided to honor his agreement with his good friend Shin Ergu and head to Tianyao City to meet him. On his way back to the city, Leaf Fan stumbled upon a group of approximately 7 or 8 players who appeared to be battling a minor boss. A wave of frustration washed over him. After grinding through 13 rings of quests without encountering a single boss, this group of players must have just emerged from the NPC assessment, and here they were, facing a minor boss right off the bat? What luck! Chapter 59. The audacious maneuver to seize the boss, leaving the players of the Radiance Guild in bewilderment. In his dismay, Leaf Fan couldn't help but scrutinize the scene further. To his astonishment, it was the Wind Rabbit Black Iron boss. Damn it! I've been here more than once today. How did I miss it? Wait, is that a familiar team? Leaf Fan recognized the players engaged in the boss fight. The leader, a knight with the ID Moonlight, was someone Leaf Fan remembered from his previous life as one of the top 100 knights in the server. He led a guild called the Radiance Guild, one of the veteran guilds. Unlike the nefarious scoundrels of the Iba-Yuntian, Moonlight and his guild were part of the Human Guardians, standing on the side of righteousness in Leaf Fan's former life. Thus, upon recognizing Moonlight, Leaf Fan felt it inappropriate to steal the boss. After all, while he relished in punishing the vile scoundrels of Iba-Yuntian, preying on a virtuous character seemed unjustifiable. Merely a black iron boss. I have no qualms about the loot. I can't resist the allure of the boss kill reward. I'll find a way to make amends with them later. With this thought, Leaf Fan managed to alleviate much of his guilt over the impending theft. Though this was not an honorable act, he quickly devised a cunning plan. Without hesitation, Leaf Fan activated the active skill of his dark gold boots and made a swift exit. Within 10 seconds, his maximum movement speed increased by an additional 100. With a base agility attribute exceeding 1.65 million, his normal maximum speed reached 38,925 meters per second. With the skill activated, his maximum speed skyrocketed to an astonishing 785 meters per second for 10 seconds. This exceeded twice the speed of sound. As he sprinted with all his might, he moved like a bolt of lightning. The Wind Rabbit was a relatively small creature. Even the Black Iron Tier minor boss stood no taller than half a meter. In the bewilderment of Moonlight and his companions, Leaf Fan appeared like a flash of lightning, scooped up the boss, and vanished just as quickly. Swish, swish, swish. 1936, 1966, 1996. The Black Iron Tier Wind Rabbit was merely a matter of 10 strikes for Leaf Fan. In less than a tenth of a second, a new prompt appeared on his interface. Hint, you have slain the Wind Rabbit Elite, LV-24 Black Iron Creature, earning 650 experience points, level up bonus 10. Hint, this kill is the first in the city for this boss. Congratulations, you have received 12 free attribute points and a skill book for your profession. Hint, your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 4 points. Hint, you have picked up the boss's drops. Darkfire Small Round Shield, Black Iron Quality, Wind Longbow, Black Iron, Resilient Belt, Ordinary, and 1 gold, 39 silver, and 57 copper coins. Excellent, I've secured 10 points in free attributes. Next, I'll return and deliver the boss's drops to Moonlight and his team. Leaf Fan felt elated. He dashed back to Moonlight and the others, tossing the boss's loot at their feet before disappearing without a backward glance. From the moment he seized the boss to the moment he dispatched it and returned the spoils, it all transpired in less than 3 seconds. Li Fan vanished like a fleeting shadow, as if he had never been there at all, leaving Moonlight and his companions utterly perplexed. What just happened? What creature stole our boss? What's with these 3 pieces of equipment and over a gold coin on the ground? Our boss was taken. And what the hell was that thing that returned the loot to us? Did anyone see who snatched our boss? I didn't catch a glimpse. That guy seemed like a ghost. For some reason, I recall a friend from my novice village in M4399 mentioning that they had encountered a ghostly presence, which turned out to be the god of Tai Sui. Do you think the god of Tai Sui stole our boss? It's quite possible. Damn. How could the top of both lists be stealing our boss without a care for their reputation? It can't be the god of Tai Sui. He is merely a LV22 player. How could he possibly possess such absurd speed? I suspect it might be some mischievous high-level NPC. Meanwhile, Li Fan, unaware that his disguise had been unraveled, had already returned to Tianyao City via the player teleportation array between the main cities. Only players residing within the same city may remotely send friend requests upon learning the other's ID, which elucidates why Li Fan had yet to add Ergo as a friend. Now that the conditions were met, Li Fan opened his friend list, entered the ID, this pipe is called Longing, and selected to send a friend request, simultaneously at the Resurrection Square of Tianyao City. 4 pallid-faced players materialized in the square, each adorned with expressions of seething indignation. Damn, fame indeed brings forth envy, doesn't it? Ergo, being in the top 1,000 of the leaderboard has drawn attention. Those righteous fools are utterly despicable. Rather than trying to recruit us, they opted to eliminate us. Damn it. My black iron dagger was dropped. I'm a white name. How could this happen? This is revolting. By heaven, I shall not let this grudge go unavenged. The members of the Righteous Brotherhood, I am now your adversary. You'd better prevent my ascent, or you shall reap the consequences. Damn those Righteous Brotherhood scoundrels. Ergo, speak up. Why do you look so dazed? Indeed, the 4 individuals were none other than Li Fan's close companion, Chen Ergo, along with his 3 teammates. Just over 10 minutes prior, they had ventured out of the city to slay monsters, only to inadvertently encounter a group from the Righteous Brotherhood. Recognizing Chen Ergo as a player ranked in the top 1,000 for both level and equipment, they demanded that he join their guild. Having previously been on the receiving end of their blades in other games, Chen Ergo and his companions naturally declined. To their astonishment, the opposing players swiftly launched an ambush. Despite a valiant struggle, the overwhelming numbers of the Righteous Brotherhood ultimately sent Chen Ergo and his team back to the resurrection point. At this moment, Chen Ergo's teammates were vehemently expressing their grievances against the Righteous Brotherhood, only to be taken aback by Chen Ergo's bewildered demeanor. Ergo, what's wrong? Have you become so enraged that you've lost your wits? Come on, it's just a game. Don't take it too seriously. After a prolonged silence, Chen Ergo finally raised his head and spoke in a peculiar tone. Brothers, the god of Tai Sui has unexpectedly sent me a friend request. The name god of Tai Sui resonates throughout the entirety of the Endless Firmament world, as he is renowned for being the first player to lead a team to conquer the Nightmare Spider Cave and the first to successfully promote to a new class. He also unlocked the hidden dungeon of the Wolf Tribe Nest, making it publicly accessible. The official game forum even posted announcements validating his status as the top player on 2 leaderboards, while many players scoffed, claiming that the god of Tai Sui was merely a lucky fool who would eventually be surpassed. He undeniably stood as the strongest player in the entire server. The fact that such a remarkable player sought to befriend him left Chen Ergo astounded, with his 3 old teammates sharing his astonishment. No way, Ergo. You actually know the god of Tai Sui. Is this real? You must be joking. The god of Tai Sui, the current #1 player, wants to be your friend? I wouldn't lie to you. It's truly the god of Tai Sui. Holy cow. Ergo, from now on, you're my big brother. You've been hiding such a powerful connection from us. Big brother Ergo, if you could introduce us to the god of Tai Sui, you'd become our leader. Why are you just standing there? Accept the friend request from the god of Tai Sui. Quick. Once the trio confirmed Chen Ergo's claims, they erupted into excitement. They were all quite self-aware, recognizing that the likelihood of surpassing the god of Tai Sui was virtually nil. After all, he already possessed 2 pieces of epic equipment, while they doubted they would ever acquire even a single piece throughout their gaming journey. In the world of Endless Firmament, the strength of the bosses was formidable. Even now, they struggled to defeat black iron bosses of the same level alone. Epic equipment typically required vanquishing epic bosses, whose strength was approximately 128 times greater than that of regular monsters. Defeating such foes seemed an insurmountable challenge for them, and even if they did grow stronger, the god of Tai Sui would not remain stagnant, waiting for them to catch up. He had resources, strength, and dedication. What reason did they have to believe they could surpass him? Thus, Chen Ergo's teammates concluded that instead of futilely chasing an unattainable dream, they should find a way to align themselves with the god of Tai Sui. After all, there is a saying, when one ascends, their companions rise with them. As for Chen Ergo, His feelings of confusion far outweighed his excitement. He could not fathom why the god of Tai Sui would wish to befriend a nameless player like himself. Unless suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. Could it be that the god of Tai Sui sought to recruit him? After all, he was also among the top 1,000 players. Haha, so I am quite sought after. Aren't I? The ambush by the Righteous Brotherhood was merely an unsuccessful attempt to recruit me. Shin Ergo could not help but indulge in this fanciful thought. A proud smile creeping across his lips as he reveled in the recognition of his gaming prowess. Without hesitation, he accepted the friend request from the god of Tai Sui. To his astonishment, just as he pondered how to greet the god of Tai Sui in a manner that was both polite and exuded an air of prowess, the god of Tai Sui initiated a conversation. God of Tai Sui, private chat Ergo, guess who I am? What the heck? The god of Tai Sui actually called me Ergo. Shin Ergo exclaimed in disbelief. His 3 teammates, however, were not particularly shocked. They had assumed that the god of Tai Sui and Shun Ergo were already acquainted. What is the big deal? Isn't your name already Ergo? Wait, no? Big brother Ergo's ID is clearly this pipe is called longing. The god of Tai Sui is calling you Ergo. He must know you in real life. Dude, that's not fair. How could you hide such an impressive friend from us? What do you know? Shin Ergo retorted, growing agitated. In real life, I'm just a complete shut-in. I can count my friends on one hand, and they're not even as skilled as I am. How could I possibly know someone as illustrious as the god of Tai Sui? As Shun Ergo spoke, a sudden realization struck him, igniting a surge of excitement within him. The time is approximately 9:30 in the evening, and at this hour, I have arranged for a good brother to add me as a friend. With this thought in mind, Shin Ergo could no longer contain his excitement and sent a message to the god of Tai Sui. This is called longing, private chat Xiao Lizi. God of Tai Sui, private chat damn it. How many times have I told you not to call me Xiao Lizi? That nickname sounds as bad as calling someone a eunuch. This is called longing, private chat wow. It really is you, Xiao Lizi. God of Tai Sui, private chat still daring to call me that? Friendship over blocked. This is called longing, private chat 00. No, Fangirl, I was wrong. Please take me along. God of Tai Sui, private chat I'm already in Tianyao City. Where are you? I'll come find you. This is called longing, private chat I'm at the Resurrection Square. God of Tai Sui, private chat damn. You're actually there? What happened? Did someone attack you? Who is it? Wait, I'll be there soon. As the private chat concluded, Shin Ergo could no longer suppress his overflowing desire to express himself. My heavens, brothers. I just had a private chat with the god of Tai Sui, and it turns out he is indeed my friend in the real world, my best brother. I never expected he had kept this from me for so long. He is on his way here, with my Shaoli Fangu around. It seems we have a powerful ally now. The matter of seeking revenge against Yabohui Tian might not need to wait any longer. Shun Ergo shouted enthusiastically. His 3 old teammates, whom he met in the game, did not know Li Fan. However, seeing him so excited, they couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The god of Tai Sui is Ergo Gu's brother, and we are also Ergo Gu's brothers, which means the god of Tai Sui is essentially our brother too. Our brother is actually the strongest player in the entire server? Wow, let us soar. Yabohui Tian, you dare to attack us? Just wait. Your blood debts will be repaid soon, humph. Li Fan's speed was astonishing. Within a minute, he arrived at the Resurrection Square. The excitement of Chun Ergo and his 3 friends is not worth elaborating on. After confirming that they had indeed just been attacked in the wild and learning that the assailant was a member of the Yabohui Tian guild, Li Fan could no longer contain himself. Very well, Yabohui Tian, you have chosen your path to demise. Chapter 61, Helping a Brother Avenge, Slaying Yabohui Tian Dogs. Chun Ergo's 3 gaming old teammates, whom Li Fan was encountering for the first time in this life, he was quite familiar with from his previous life. Their IDs were Harry Potter Da, Level 8 Gale, and Top Craftsman, indicating they shared a similar disposition with Chun Ergo. However, Li Fan was aware that they were merely a bit unruly in the game, while in reality, they were all rather shy and honest individuals. In Li Fan's previous life, they, like Chun Ergo, eventually became members of the guild he founded, the Hall of Gods, though regrettably, their strength was somewhat inferior to Chun Ergo's, rather ordinary. Of course, their strength did not affect the friendship between them. With a good brother like Chun Ergo present, Li Fan regarded the 3 of them as good friends too. In this new life, a good brother, a good friend has been attacked? If I don't take revenge, how can I call myself a leader? Especially since the attackers are the beasts of the Yabohui Tian guild. Revenge is not only necessary, but must be repaid tenfold. We're the ones who attacked you. Do you know the IDs of the leaders? Li Fan inquired. Upon hearing this, Chun Ergo and the others instantly became excited. Indeed, Fan Gu, the new leader, is going to help us take revenge. Previously, they were attacked by players at a leveling spot where a twisted Trant spawned west of Tianyao City, but now, it was uncertain whether they were still there. They may have already left. The leaders were 2 individuals, one called Yabohui Renwang, and the other, Yabohui Dewang. And there were a total of around 15 or 16 of them. Fango, wouldn't it be a bit too dangerous for you to go alone? Why not wait until tomorrow? We'll be stronger after the debuff is lifted, and it would be much safer to go together. Renwang and Dewang. Aren't they the familiar faces I encountered in the novice village before? What a coincidence. It seems fate has brought us together again. How unfortunate for you. Dangerous for me to go alone. Ha ha ha. You know nothing of my strength. Li Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Just wait here for a moment. As long as they haven't logged off, I'll send them back to the resurrection point in no more than 10 minutes. With that, without waiting for Chin Ergu and the others to respond, Li Fan turned and strode away. Chin Ergu and the others were initially a bit worried. After all, even if Li Fan was strong, he was still just one person, while Renwang and his gang consisted of around 15 or 16. A single pair of fists cannot contend against many. However, when they saw Li Fan's figure dart away like a streak of black lightning, they were all left in a daze. Hey, where did Fangu go? Such a large presence of Fangu just vanished suddenly. Wow, what speed is this? Oh my goodness, this speed is utterly absurd. Is it true that Fangu is not cheating as the official announcement stated? Chun Ergu and the 4 others were astonished. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. They had always heard of the exploits of the god of Tai Sui and the grand events he stirred up across the server, and they thought they had estimated his combat prowess as highly as possible. Yet, witnessing it firsthand, they realized they had indeed underestimated him. Though they had only seen Li Fan's speed performance thus far, without witnessing his attack power or skills that determine a player's combat strength, this speed was, quite frankly, outrageous. It was nearly akin to teleportation. At this moment, Chin Ergu and the others realized how naive their previous concerns had been. The strength of Renwang and his companions was not vastly different from their own. They had managed to overpower the 4 of them primarily through ambush and sheer numbers. However, in the face of the absurd speed displayed by Li Fan, did numbers truly matter? They would likely be picked off one by one. Notification. You have successfully spent 20 gold coins to locate the coordinates of players Ubi Renwang and Ubi Dewang. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. Tianyao City, the government's bounty office. Li Fan looked at the prompt on his panel and nodded with satisfaction. The NPC natives of the Eastern Hua Empire were quite wary of players' disruptive capabilities and, to protect the local residents, went to great lengths to enforce educational measures for all players entering the main city for the first time. However, when it comes to conflicts between players, the NPCs were rather indifferent. After all, they understood the principle that it is better to let things flow than to block them. Players expending their energy on internal strife naturally left them with no time to trouble the NPCs. Furthermore, since players are immortal, no harm would come from their fights. In fact, engaging in PK could enhance combat skills and experience, which was a good thing that should be encouraged. Thus, every main city's bounty office in the Eastern Hua Empire offered a service where players could pay to pinpoint the location of others, charging 1 gold coin per minute. Along with the necessity to know the ID of the players in the locked position beforehand, serves to not only assist players in enhancing their combat experience through PK, but also generates revenue for the Empire. Truly a win-win situation. Li Fan originally intended to expedite matters by directly recalling the position of the president of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild from his memory. What merit is there in merely avenging minor leaders like Renwang? If your Righteous Brotherhood dares to harm my brother, Chin Ergu, then I shall directly take down your guild leader. Unfortunately, the bounty interface revealed that the president of the Righteous Brotherhood, Righteous Zhao Ritian, was not within the main city limits. He remained in the novice village, presumably attempting to achieve a high star rating for his advancement. Thus, he had no choice but to settle for a secondary target, eliminating the scum who had harmed Chin Ergu, which was already part of his plan. Oh, they are still training at the Twisted Trant leveling point? How audacious, thinking that they could harm my brother Chin Ergu and get away with it. Without fearing retaliation from us, Li Fan let out a cold chuckle, swiftly racing towards the coordinates of Renwang and Dewang. Twisted Trant leveling point. Brothers, let us strive to reach level 22 today. With a bit of luck, we might even enter the top 1,000 of the server's leaderboard. Haha, this leveling spot is ours now. We will definitely reach level 22. The rewards from the leaderboard await us. Let us go. Aoli give. At this moment, the members of the Righteous Brotherhood were fervently grinding monsters. Their group had swelled to approximately 30 individuals. The Twisted Trant respawn point is a small territory, and the Righteous Brotherhood had forcibly expelled all solo players within the area. Listening to their arrogant banter, nearby solo players could only simmer in silence, unable to voice their indignation. Suddenly, the solo players were left in shock. They were astounded to witness a black lightning bolt surge from the distance, crashing into the gathering point of the Righteous Brotherhood as if the area were uninhabited. In the blink of an eye, every member of the Righteous Brotherhood transformed into beams of white light. Chapter 62, blocking the resurrection point for slaughter. What on earth just happened? A ghostly shadow appeared, effortlessly eliminating the Righteous Brotherhood's scoundrels in an instant. Goodness, how fearsome. Is that shadow a player or an NPC? The shadow came to a halt. Surely, I am not hallucinating. Does his ID not display the name Tai Sui Shin? No, you are not imagining things. It is indeed Tai Sui Shin. He is slaughtering the members of the Righteous Brotherhood. Is he intervening on our behalf? or does he have a personal vendetta against them? The Righteous Brotherhood is a well-established guild in the gaming world. How dare he take on so many of them? Isn't that tantamount to slapping the guild in the face? Is he not afraid of retaliation? Fear? Nonsense. Did you not see the power Taishuation displayed just now? 30 or so of them were dispatched in the blink of an eye. How could he possibly fear the Righteous Brotherhood? Absurd. I have never encountered a player with such formidable combat prowess. After dispatching the Righteous Brotherhood members, Li Fan paused momentarily, then departed amidst the astonished murmurs of the surrounding players. His intention was clear. He wanted everyone to know that this act was his doing. The killings were purely an act of vengeance for his brother Chin-Ergu. Revealing his identity was a strategic maneuver to leverage his newfound fame to hinder the Righteous Brotherhood's growth. Imagine, when all players in the server become aware that he is targeting the Righteous Brotherhood, how many would dare to join their ranks? By revealing himself and escalating the situation, the Righteous Brotherhood would be unable to suffer in silence. Such an affront would surely provoke retaliation from their higher-ups, which was precisely what Li Fan desired. He could sequentially demonstrate the downfall of the Righteous Brotherhood after being targeted by him, ensuring that this despicable guild would never replicate its former grandeur. There is another advantage to spending money at the NPC bounty office to lock onto a target for the duration of the unknown locking period. The targeted player remains in a hostile state towards oneself. Even within the main city, one can eliminate the opponent without impacting the NPCs for a small fee of extra gold coins. Then, it would be back to the resurrection point to take down Renwang and Dawang. With this thought in mind, Li Fan immediately sprinted towards the resurrection square in Tianyao City. In the world of Endless Sky, players automatically resurrect after 120 seconds upon death. At the resurrection square in Tianyao City, the members of the Righteous Brotherhood had just revived when they encountered Chin-Ergu and his companions, leading to a verbal confrontation. Huh. You scoundrels have finally received your comeuppance. Huh. Damn it. What are you four worthless pieces of trash so smug about? We weren't even killed by you. Right. It was Taishuation who took you down, wasn't he? Just so you know, Taishuation is our ally, our leader. Now you understand why you were slain. Don't you? What? Damn it. You four worthless pieces of trash better be ready. This isn't over. Wow. I thought Taishuation was just acting crazy when he looked at us. This isn't like when he killed us for the boss. Turns out he was helping you out. That bastard Taishuation. That damn thought. Level 8. Skills. Harry Potter big. You all better be ready because you will regret crossing the Righteous Brotherhood. The Righteous Brotherhood members were both astonished and furious. They learned from the system notifications that they had been killed by Taishuation. Those like Renwang and Dawang, who had emerged from the M4399 novice village, were somewhat familiar with Taishuation, having been struck down by him on the first day of the server's launch. The others, however, were utterly bewildered. We were leveling up just fine, not even fighting a boss, and we've never crossed paths with Taishuation before. Why did he attack us? Now it was clear. He was avenging Chin-Ergu and the others. As this realization dawned upon them, their rage boiled over, not at Taishuation for his vengeance, but at Chin-Ergu and his companions for their lack of honor. Damn it. Why didn't you tell us you knew Taishuation earlier? If you had, would we have dared to attack you? At the very least, we should have considered whether it was worth it. In this chaotic mix, their furious retorts could only last a few moments. Just then, Li Fan promptly returned to the resurrection square. Without uttering a word, he drew his sword and struck. Swish. Swish swish. Notification. You have killed player Righteous Wang. Your evil value is 1. You are in a safe zone within the city. Your actions violate Article 9 of the Eastern Hua Empire's Chosen One Code. However, since the individuals you have slain were pre-registered at the bounty office, you are exempt from criminal penalties, though you must pay a fine of 10 gold coins for violating city security rules. Please pay the fine at the office within 3 working days. Notification. You have killed X32 with Li Fan's current speed. It took him less than 2 minutes to travel from the Twisted Treant leveling point to the Resurrection Square in Tianyao City. He arrived here only now because, according to the previous kill notification, he had to put every member of the Righteous Yuntian Guild on the wanted list at the Yamen. Each person was listed for merely 5 minutes, and with the 2 individuals already listed earlier, combined with the current fines, Li Fan was compelled to expend a total of 495 gold coins. This amount nearly equaled the price of a legendary piece of equipment he had previously sold to the Fairy of Purple Mist. This illustrates just how exorbitant the cost of slaying players within the city's safe zone has become. Nevertheless, Li Fan was undeterred. The joy of his actions was worth a fortune. He was even willing to incur a bit more in fines. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opted for such a brief listing. He believed that under such pressure, the members of the Righteous Yuntian Guild would be unable to endure for even 5 minutes before logging off. After observing the chaos, Li Fan did not depart, but rather stood boldly at the resurrection point, awaiting the return of the Righteous Yuntian Guild members. This spectacle left the nearby players in utter astonishment. Who on earth is that, so audacious as to commit murder in the main city? Is he not afraid of NPC retribution? Wait, is that the great Tai Sui? Indeed, it is the great Tai Sui. No wonder he dares to act so brazenly. He must possess some privilege with the NPCs. Bravo, great Taisui. Bring down those scoundrels from the righteous Yuntian Guild. The players were astounded. They never imagined someone would have the gall to slay in the NPC's territory. They had thought the great Taisui was invincible, only to discover someone even more valiant. Who might this be? Oh, so it is the great Taisui himself. Then all is well. 2 minutes later, the members of the righteous Yuntian Guild resurrected. Great Taisui, what are your intentions? Do you wish to become our enemy? I advise you to tread carefully. Shut up. You bunch of garbage. From now on, every time I see you, I will strike you down until you abandon the game. The leader of the righteous Yuntian Guild, Rin Wang, darkly threatened, but in the next moment, he was once again slain by Li Fan. Chapter 63, Killing with Intent, a declaration of war on the forum. Li Fan was unperturbed by the act of killing. He found those incessantly babbling to be the most irksome. Thus, the members of the righteous Yuntian Guild were rendered impotent, unable to even retaliate verbally before they fell once more. This scene left all nearby players in shock. Wow. The great Taisui is ruthlessly slaying the scum of the righteous Yuntian Guild at the resurrection point. How magnificent. Did you see the speed of the great Taisui? It was astonishingly swift, like a flash of lightning darting through the ranks of the righteous Yuntian Guild, eliminating over 30 of them in an instant. My heavens. What incredible combat prowess. Why are the NPC soldiers not intervening in the main city? ISNT, this is safe zone. Fool. Have you never learned the rules for the chosen? The 42nd rule states that combat is permissible within the city, but only between players, and must not affect NPCs. I was once a player bullied by the righteous Yuntian Guild. It feels so satisfying now to see the great Taisui avenge me. Players began to murmur amongst themselves. Many were contemplating approaching Li Fan, as it is common in gaming to seek the favor of the strong. Li Fan's might was undeniable, and associating with him would significantly enhance the combat capabilities of ordinary players. However, at that moment, Li Fan appeared too fearsome in the eyes of the players present. None dared to approach him for conversation. Li Fan chatted casually with Chun Er Go and the others, and before long, 2 minutes had elapsed since the righteous Yuntian Guild had perished. After waiting a moment longer, he noticed none had resurrected. Surely, they had logged off to escape. Ha ha. How cowardly. With Brother Fan around, they wouldn't dare to resurrect, especially since they were slain twice at the resurrection point. Daring to revive would mean certain death. Brother Fan is incredible. Brother Fan is invincible. Chun Er Go and the others could not contain their excitement. The feeling of frustration they had experienced was completely obliterated, replaced with admiration for Li Fan and relief at having allied with such a powerhouse. Is this what it feels like to be shielded by a great figure? Truly exhilarating. Meanwhile, the retreat of the righteous Yuntian Guild had been entirely anticipated by Li Fan. Otherwise, he would not have only listed them for 5 minutes. In fact, when he had slain them for the 3rd time, he noticed their numbers had dwindled by about 10. Scum though they were not devoid of intelligence. They recognized that reviving would only lead to further death. Thus they wisely chose to log off to evade danger. While logging off to hide may be a prudent tactic. Did they think this was the end? No, this was merely the beginning. If one chooses to kill, it must be done with finality. Leaving a way out only invites future encounters. Li Fan and the members of the righteous Yuntian Guild were worlds apart. They would forever remain adversaries. And showing mercy would be an act of foolishness. Therefore, Li Fan had no intention of engaging in petty skirmishes with the righteous Yuntian Guild. This place is too crowded and prying. Wait for me at Black Obsidian City. I shall join you shortly. But first, I must publicly declare war on the righteous Yuntian Guild on the game forum. After whispering a quick instruction to Chun Er Go and the others, he swiftly departed. Before long, he found an unoccupied corner, opened the game forum, and began composing a post. Soon, his post was successfully published. Title: A Declaration of War on the Righteous Yuntian Guild. Author: Great Taisui. Content: Just half an hour ago. A faction of the Yuntian Guild attempted to recruit my brother, but after being rejected, they shamelessly launched a surprise attack. Their overwhelming numbers ultimately led to the demise of my brother and his teammates. I have long heard that the righteous Yuntian Guild is a den of infamy within the gaming world, deserving of eradication. Today I have finally witnessed it firsthand. From this day forth, any member of the righteous Yuntian Guild that enters my line of sight will certainly meet their demise at the hands of the great Taisui. This decree shall remain in effect until the righteous Yuntian Guild is disbanded. The game forum ID is the same as each player's game ID. Thus, once Li Fan's post went live, it instantly captured the attention of countless spectators. 1L, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior Sofa. 2L, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior Wow. I just saw the living great Taisui. 3L, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior Great Taisui. Listen well, in Endless Firmament, I, the Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior, am the mightiest. And one day I will surpass you. 4L, Sheep Great Taisui. Big brother, please take me along. 5L, Great Taisui Sister above, do you think I, the great Taisui, am the #1 powerhouse in the entire server? Just because you're a girl, Do you think I will take you? Please follow the proper procedure, and first show me your photo for consideration. 6L. Come with Huazi, please note. 5L is not the Tai Sui god. Moreover, the Tai Sui god has openly declared war on Yibo-Yenshin. How splendid. Now we have a spectacle to behold. The strongest player in the entire server engaging in a fierce confrontation with a venerable guild. I eagerly anticipate the thrilling performances from both sides. 7L. Dog Years God, the 6th floor is correct. Young lady, please message me privately. I am indeed the true Tai Sui god. 19L. Retired war god Lu, my dear ya. Just a moment ago, the Tai Sui god has already clashed with the members of Yibo-Yenshin. I was present at the scene. And the Tai Sui god truly lives up to the title of the strongest player in the server, so formidable. He cornered the resurrection point and slashed down over 30 members of Yibo-Yenshin who dared not log back in. 20L. I'm bald, but not stronger. I can attest to the truth of the above statement, as I was also there and recorded the event. Those interested may click on my avatar to view my new post, which contains the uploaded footage showcasing the terrifying combat prowess of the Tai Sui god. 21L. I am Whitebeard. What speed is this? The efficiency is utterly terrifying. In the blink of an eye, over 30 individuals were annihilated. 22L. Come be my son. So this is the Tai Sui god's combat capability. It is truly fearsome. I am in awe. This fellow's movement and attack speeds are absurdly swift. His agility attribute must exceed 10,000. 23L. Mr. 91. The power demonstrated by the Tai Sui god suggests that even a human wave tactic would be futile. The members of Yibo-Yenshin are in serious trouble now. 168L. Yibo-Yenshin Renwang, damn it. Tai Sui god. You are not a saint either. What right do you have to insult us? 169L. Yibo-Yenshin young master Zhang Tai Sui god. You are clearly the most unreasonable one here. On the very first day of the server launch, you attacked us in the M4399 novice village, claiming it was for the sake of avenging your brothers. But those were merely excuses. You are nothing but a bloodthirsty maniac. 170L. Big Tai Sui ha. The dogs of Yibo-Yenshin have come out to do some damage control. Everyone, take note. 169L. Yibo-Yenshin king, do you even have the right to speak here, you trash? Chapter 64. The Forum's War of Public Opinion. Is it a dog-eat-dog situation between Tai Sui god and Yibo-Yenshin? To be frank, the members of Yibo-Yenshin are truly beasts. A tyrannical force within the gaming community. In the few days since the launch of Endless Sky, countless ordinary players have been bullied by Yibo-Yenshin. The forum is rife with many victims lamenting the inappropriate conduct of Yibo-Yenshin. Some, fueled by indignation, express their intent to declare war against Yibo-Yenshin. Yet such posts receive scant replies. For the majority of players, the authors of these posts are mere nobodies, and their battle threads are seen as mere bluster. However, Li Fan's post is different. The Tai Sui god ID is too renowned. Thus, mere minutes after the post was made, it was propelled to a prominent position on the forum by an excited audience eager to engage in discussions. Setting aside the reputation and modus operandi of the Yibo-Yenshin guild, their strength is undeniably top tier within the gaming world, making it inevitable that Li Fan's battle post soon caught the attention of their members. Consequently, a plethora of replies from Yibo-Yenshin members began to flood the thread, including a response from the guild leader, Zhao Hao. 200L. Yibo-Yenshin Zhao Ritian, I have just gathered the details of the incident. Essentially, it was a minor conflict between our guild members and 4 friends of Tai Sui god, which escalated into a skirmish. 201L. Yibo-Yenshin Zhao Ritian, I wish to assert that in any game, such skirmishes and vendettas are rather normal, aren't they? The Tai Sui god has relentlessly pursued and slain my subordinate, Brother 32, 2 or 3 times already. My involvement should have concluded there, yet Tai Sui god seems insatiable. 202L. Yibo-Yenshin Zhao Ritian, from my understanding, on the very first day of the server launch, Tai Sui god had previously slain several of my brothers over a boss dispute. Thus from the outset, our guild has been the one subjected to his bullying. 203L. Yibo-Yenshin Zhao Ritian, regarding Tai Sui god's claim that our guild is a den of scoundrels, I vehemently protest and condemn this. It is slander. Our guild members are all compassionate individuals, albeit with a bit more bloodlust than the average person. We welcome all players to join our guild family. As long as you possess some courage, we will not turn anyone away. 204L. Yibo-Yenshin Zhao Ritian, finally, Tai Sui god, if you wish to attack us, that is fine. I acknowledge your strength, but should one of me fall, there are countless others to take my place. The Yibo-Yenshin guild boasts 20,000 brothers and sisters who can engage you at their leisure. Even if all 20,000 of us were to fall, many more would rise to resist your madness. As the leader of Yibo-Yenshin, Zhao Ritian has successfully expanded the guild to such a scale, showcasing his exceptional capabilities. His words immediately shifted the perspective of the onlookers regarding this declaration of war. Initially, many spectators regarded Tai Sui god as a heroic figure emerging from the common populace, viewing the declaration of war against Yibo-Yenshin as an act of avenging his brothers. However, after reading Zhao Ritian's remarks, many spectators found their impression of Tai Sui god altered. Attacking others in the novice village on the first day of the server launch for boss kills? This is undoubtedly the behavior of a tyrant. His declaration of war against Yibo merely constitutes a dog-eat-dog scenario. Furthermore, after witnessing Zhao Ritian's response, some spectators even found their perception of Yibo improving. In a game, isnt combat commonplace. In the real world, one must be honest and upright. Can one not indulge a little in the gaming realm? If the aim in games is to be virtuous, that would indeed lack the spirit of valor. Yibo is certainly worth joining. Subsequently, when another individual posted in agreement with Zhao Ritian's sentiments, asserting that in this incident, Yibo was the party being bullied, the number of spectators aligning with this view increased. 250L, Prideful Emperor. I am the leader of the Prideful Emperor Guild, and I wholeheartedly concur with Zhao's statements. Taisui God is indeed a bloodthirsty maniac, having attacked players from our guild during the novice village as well. 251L, Prideful Emperor. Although our Prideful Emperor Guild may not be as large as Yibo, we are willing to stand alongside them in resisting Taisui God. Taisui God, if you possess the ability, come at us. Victory shall surely belong to the righteous. The Prideful Emperor Guild is also a veteran guild, having once ranked among the top 10 guilds in Longwood during their peak. Upon the utterance of Prideful Emperor's words, the negative impression of Taisui God only deepened. Some even remarked in the replies that both Prideful Emperor and Zhao Ritian are genuine men of courage. If joining Yibo is not possible, then joining the Prideful Emperor Guild is equally commendable. This also elucidates one of the primary reasons Prideful Emperor supports Zhao Ritian. In his view, Taisui God has already become the enemy of his guild. Whether to support or not is irrelevant to this relationship. In any case, the god of Taisui must first confront the members of the righteous and chivalrous guild, making a show of presence and helping to elevate the guild's reputation, which is beneficial for its development. Of course, another significant reason is his prior communication with Zhao Ritian. He and Zhao Ritian have long been acquainted, sharing a bond of camaraderie. Thus it is only natural for him to lend his support. With support comes opposition, although Li Fan did not officially announce it. The eldest daughter of the Phoenix Guild, the Fairy Zixia, was displeased upon receiving the news. What? Does having more people mean you can bully the fewer? Our Phoenix Guild has a deep collaboration with the god of Taisui. Do you think we don't exist? Therefore, the Fairy Zixia decisively made her presence known in the post. 328L, Fairy Zixia. Our Phoenix Guild supports the god of Taisui. If the god of Taisui declares war on the righteous and chivalrous guild, then we, too, hereby declare that we stand against the righteous and chivalrous guild. 329L, Fairy Zixia. Furthermore, everyone is well aware of the character of the righteous and chivalrous members. I fail to understand how bullying random players can be deemed as having guts. The god of Taisui is right to strike them down, as it is entirely a service to the people. 330L, Fairy Zixia. And as for the overlord of the world, it was your foolish little nephew who was bullying others and met his match. How can you claim that the god of Taisui killed your guild members for no reason? Who do you think you're fooling with such selective storytelling? I see you're just as foolish. Once the words of the Fairy Zixia were uttered, the onlookers were thrown into a frenzy. A battle post had unexpectedly involved 3 well-established guilds in the gaming world. What a commotion! Naturally, many players influenced by the remarks of Zhao Ritian and the overlord of the world came to a startling realization. We have been made fools of. While they may not fully grasp the image of the god of Taisui as depicted by you, it is undeniable that the notorious nature of the righteous and chivalrous guild is well known among veteran players. Regardless of whether the god of Taisui is a bloodthirsty madman, the members of the righteous and chivalrous guild truly deserve their fate. Let the battles commence, and the more tumultuous, the better. Chapter 65, Continuing the Grind for Quests. Skill Book Block Stance. Brother Fan, you really don't need to do so much for us. After all, the righteous and chivalrous guild is a major guild. Is it not a bit hasty for us to declare war on them? How about we create a guild ourselves? With more people. We 1TB at such a disadvantage. Yes, with your current fame, Brother Fan, if you were to establish a guild, you would undoubtedly attract many players. And when the time comes to battle the righteous and chivalrous guild, we 1T suffer from being outnumbered. Oh, the overlord of the world guild is going to side with the righteous and chivalrous guild? My goodness, Brother Fan, your new life in the novice village is truly exhilarating. In the Black Obsidian City, after Chen Ergu and the others reunited with Li Fan, they immediately began chattering excitedly. They felt deeply moved, believing that Li Fan's declaration of war against the righteous and chivalrous guild on the game forum was entirely motivated by a desire to stand up for them. To risk a personal battle against a large guild for the sake of avenging his brothers? That is truly remarkable. But having such a leader to protect them is a stroke of good fortune. Do not misunderstand. The vengeance I've sought for you has largely been accomplished in Tianyao City. This declaration of war on the forum is purely my personal discontent with the righteous and chivalrous guild, as I wish to see this wretched guild brought to ruin. Li Fan shook his head, urging Chun Ergu and the others not to get ahead of themselves. Indeed, dismantling the righteous and chivalrous guild is one of his long-term plans. However, the fact that Chun Ergu and the others were killed by members of the Righteous and Chivalrous Guild merely prompted him to expedite this matter. As for the Overlord of the World Guild stepping in, that was an unexpected development, but it mattered little. Anyone bold enough to side with the Righteous and Chivalrous Guild is unlikely to be virtuous. If I encounter members of the Overlord of the World Guild, I shall deal with them as well. It won't require much effort. As Li Fan concluded, Chun Ergu and the others gazed at him with awe. One man, facing two powerful guilds, and he speaks of action as if it were a casual affair. Brother, you are truly impressive. However, upon further reflection, it was not mere bravado. After all, large guilds cannot perpetually huddle together in defense. They must venture out to farm monsters and level up, right? Li Fan had stated that anyone who appeared within his line of sight would be hunted down. Should he encounter them on the road, he would simply strike them down. Given his strength, he estimated that fewer than 100 players would pose no threat at all. Bringing down the Righteous and Chivalrous Guild is a long-term task. Let us set that aside for now. At this moment, Li Fan continued, I need to embark on a hidden quest, so I'm quite busy and cannot guide you. I have contacted the Fairy Zixiao of the Phoenix Guild for the next few days. You will follow her raid team to prevent the Righteous and Chivalrous Guild from venting their frustrations on you because they cannot handle me. All right, Chun Ergu nodded, his expression tinged with regret. Fortunately, while he had considered being carried by Li Fan, he had not intended to become a complete burden. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Phoenix Guild. Fairy Zixiao? Is that the beautiful guild? Wonderful. Brother Fan, you hurry and attend to your matters. We no longer require your assistance. Li Fan, your ability to change your tune is rather swift. He shook his head, both amused and exasperated, choosing to let the matter be. As a normal male player, who wouldn't he look forward to playing alongside members of a beautiful guild? Li Fan understood Chun Ergu's shift in attitude. However, he also recognized that Chun Ergu was merely a timid homebody with desires but lacking the courage to act, and he only displayed a bold front in familiar company. He was quite shy and honest in the presence of women. In his past life, the game Endless Firmament had run for 10 years, and Chun Ergu's romantic endeavors were limited to a pair of hands, raising concerns about his allure to the opposite sex. Now, back to the daily tasks. Encountering members of the Righteous and Chivalrous Guild and the Overlord of the World Guild will be dealt with. I must also focus on completing the hidden quest. At the very least, I need to finish the 99-ring hidden quest for Lu Yanwei and free myself from that burden. With this thought, Li Fan bid farewell to Chun Ergu and the others. He followed his plan and sought out the NPC Lu Yanwei in the tavern. This fellow still bore a drunken expression and, upon glancing at Li Fan, couldn't he help but grin. You're back again. This time I'd like to try a different flavor. Could you bring me a pair of Black Iron Tier Fire Chicken wings? I really want to eat them. Notification, you have automatically accepted the quest Drunkard Lu Yanwei's Daily, 14. Quest requirements, defeat 1 Fire Chicken, LV-23 Black Iron Creature, and deliver the automatically obtained quest item. Fire Chicken Wings, to Lu Yanwei. Quest duration, 3 days. Quest reward, 210,000 experience points. Automatic progression to the next quest. For Li Fan, defeating a mere LV-23 Black Iron boss presented almost no difficulty. However, with his luck, it was uncertain when he would actually encounter it. Damn it. Why must this drunkard be so particular, insisting on eating chicken wings from a Black Iron boss? Does he truly see me as free labor? In that moment, Li Fan felt an impulse to slay NPC Lu Yanwei, but ultimately restrained himself. Impulsiveness is the devil. There is no way out. In pursuit of the ultimate reward from the quest chain, I must dutifully toil like a beast of burden. Creature, Elite Fire Rooster. Strength, level 23 Black Iron. Attributes, HP 4466, Physical Attack 520, Magic Attack 440, Physical Defense 198, Magic Defense 234. Skills. Gazing upon the imposing figure of a rooster, standing over half a meter tall and radiating flames, Li Fan could not help but wipe away non-existent tears. It has been a challenging endeavor. After grinding for more than 4 hours against ordinary fire roosters, I finally encountered this Black Iron mini-boss. The time investment has been nothing short of exasperating. Hastily, Li Fan dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes to vanquish it. Just as he prepared to return, he suddenly discovered that this elite fire rooster had dropped a skill book exceedingly beneficial to him. Skill book, Block Stance. Quality, Black Iron. Learning requirements, level 23 or above, applicable for melee classes that wield shields. Level 1 active effect, focus on blocking with a shield, entering a state of full defense. Reducing physical and magical damage taken by 75 for the next 5 seconds. Consumes 120 MP upon use, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Excellent. With this skill book in hand, my margin for error against formidable boss encounters will significantly increase. Li Fan delightedly learned the skill book. Under the effects of his title, the skill level automatically ascended to level 2. The duration and cooldown remained unchanged, but the MP cost increased to 150, while the damage reduction heightened to 775. The sole drawback was that during the skill's duration, He could not perform any attack actions, otherwise, the skill would be interrupted. Though this life-saving skill may not often see use, it is better to be prepared. With a murmur, Li Fan refocused his mind on the quest at hand. Chapter 66. Agility surpasses 20,000. An ambush. Oh no, it's the Taisui god. Brothers flee. Arc. Outside the city of Obsidian, while pursuing a quest, Li Fan encountered a group of ill-fated members from the Righteous Brotherhood Guild and immediately obliterated them without a second thought. Such occurrences had already become a common sight this evening. After all, the Righteous Brotherhood is a venerable top-tier guild, boasting a multitude of players. With members scattered throughout the 32 main cities of the Longhua Empire, Li Fan was resolute. Whenever a member of the Righteous Brotherhood appeared before him, it was a guaranteed kill. Moreover, due to the rivalry with the Overlord Emperor faction allied with the Righteous Brotherhood, he would not spare players from the Overlord's faction either. However, the Overlord faction scale was somewhat lacking, and he had yet to encounter them. Of course, it was also possible that he had encountered them but failed to recognize them. In the world of Endless Firmament, to establish a guild, players first require an official guild certification item to create one, which typically drops from legendary bosses of level 30 or higher. Currently, guilds like the Righteous Brotherhood and Overlord Sky are essentially player-formed organizations, with most members having transitioned from other games. In such circumstances, unless Li Fan recognizes an individual or their ID bears a prefix like Righteous or Overlord, signifying affiliation, he could not discern whether a random player fell within his kill range. Once they successfully obtain their official guild certification, affiliated members will possess badges and other items, allowing Li Fan to easily identify them. Nevertheless, the ability to recognize them was of little consequence. Li Fan's primary targets were never ordinary guild members, but rather the elite management and veteran backbone of the opposing guilds. By instilling fear in their core members, he could effectively dismantle the guild's potential. Regrettably, that Zhao Ritian had yet to arrive at the main city. Had he done so, Li Fan would have relished the opportunity to reduce him to trembling fear. Shaking his head, Li Fan recalled that while turning in a quest, he had also visited the administrative office in Obsidian City to attempt to locate Zhao Ritian, the leader of the Righteous Brotherhood. Unfortunately, his investigation revealed that Zhao Ritian was still at level 20 and had not yet entered the city area. Clearly, Zhao Ritian was still attempting to challenge high-star difficulty career dungeons. This was to be expected. With his wealth and influence, leveling up was a breeze. He could simply have some underlings weaken the monsters, allowing him to reap the rewards, an efficient method commonly employed by affluent players to ascend levels rapidly. Thus, Li Fan understood Zhao Ritian's desire to secure a high-star rating for his career advancement. If he were in Zhao Ritian's shoes, he would likely do the same. However, players meeting the level 20 requirement can use the teleportation array to enter the main city regardless of their career advancement status. That Zhao Ritian, having reached level 20 last night, had yet to appear likely stemmed from a fear of being hunted by Li Fan. Oh well, if he wishes to remain a coward, so be it. He cannot possibly avoid the main city forever. The time was ripe. A little more questing, and then it would be time to log off and rest. Li Fan shook his head, dismissing thoughts of violence, and concentrated on his own development. Subsequently, he continued grinding the hidden quests of Luyanwei for over 2 hours before finally succumbing to fatigue and logging off for a well-deserved rest. Upon waking, he promptly logged back into play. Li Fan maintained a consistently healthy routine. Today was uneventful. He continued grinding Luyanwei's hidden quests while simultaneously dispatching unfortunate members of the Righteous Brotherhood. Thus, time passed unnoticed, shifting from night to the early hours of the following day. After several hours of relentless grinding, Master Li seized a moment to glance at his newly updated personal attribute panel. Character, Taisui God. Basic attributes. Level, 27, 404 million out of 540 million. Class, Sword and Shield Ranger. HP, 24,608. MP, 6,180. Attack, Physical Attack 2126. Magic Attack 1078. Defense, Physical Defense 1495. Magic Defense 1420. Attributes, Strength 1000. Agility 21996. Spirit 378. Stamina 1250. Free attribute points, 850. Maximum attack speed, 27,595 attacks per second. Maximum movement speed, 49,491 meters per second. Title, Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent, Blessing of Light, Phase 2, SSS quality. Equipment, NA. Li Fan's latest personal attribute panel bore little difference from when he had first acquired the epic weapon, the Blade of Justice. In recent days, he has scarcely updated his equipment, reserving his freedom attribute points from leveling up and the first kills of minor bosses. However, his agility attribute has astonishingly nearly doubled compared to before. Without any buffs, Li Fan's maximum attack speed per second has already reached an astounding 275 strikes, with a movement speed approaching 500 meters per second. Such extraordinary levels of attack speed and movement speed are terrifying. Li Fan recalled that during his previous life at level 180, he had barely achieved such prowess. To ascend to the second stage of his talent, he must vanquish 100,000 monsters of level 20 or higher to progress to the third stage. In other words, his agility attribute in the second stage could potentially be developed to over 200,000. There is still ample time ahead. How long will it take to break through 1,000 attacks per second? He must persevere. Glancing at his latest status panel, a smile spread across Li Fan's face. Simultaneously, another fruit of his labor is the task assigned by NPC Lu Yanwei, which he has now completed 60 rounds of. With diligent effort today and tomorrow, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to claim the final reward for the task by tomorrow, thus liberating himself from this tedious quest chain. The 61st round requires him to slay the carrion rats in the area of Hongya Valley, outside Tianyao City. Oh, the first task I received from Li Changsheng was also to kill carrion rats. Li Fan muttered in surprise. NPC Lu Yanwei's culinary materials are no longer limited to the vicinity of Obsidian City, starting from the 40th round. Li Fan has frequently had to venture to other main cities to hunt monsters and collect materials. Unexpectedly, the 61st round overlaps with the task he previously accepted from Li Changsheng. Completing one task while fulfilling another? How delightful! With this thought in mind, Li Fan prepared to depart. Yet, as he approached the teleportation array of Obsidian City, just before he could select a main city, suddenly, a malicious PK alert flashed on his panel. Alert! Player Gold Medal Killer, Sahara, level 23 Assassin, has activated their talent skill round space against you. You have passively entered the round space. Chapter 67, Special Talent, Round Space, the Gold Medal Killer of the Assassin Alliance. Alert! The opponent has temporarily acquired the same value bonus for your highest attribute, Agility. Alert! Within the round space, you can only return to your original location after defeating the opponent. Alert! Within the round space, both parties will engage in turn-based combat, with each attack limited to a single strike frequency. The opponent will attack first. Alert! Within the round space, neither party can use supplies or change equipment. Alert! Player Gold Medal Killer, Sahara, level 23 Assassin, initiates an attack against you. You suffer 1 HP damage from their backstab skill. Alert! Please retaliate within 5 seconds. Failure to do so will be regarded as forfeiting your chance to counter, and both parties will enter the next round of battle. In an instant, multiple alerts appeared on Li Fan's panel. His surroundings shifted from the bustling teleportation array near the main city to a peculiar, isolated space. Aside from the approximately 20 square meters occupied by himself and the opposing assassin player, the vicinity was shrouded in a veil of white mist. Talent skill, round space? It dawned on him that this was indeed the signature ability of the top enforcer of the Assassin Alliance. Li Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. From his past life memories, he recalled the background of the infamous gold medal killer, Sahara. Sahara hails from a player organization known as the Assassin Alliance. Unlike ordinary player guilds, this organization comprises predominantly assassin-class players. Its membership is scarce, yet each member is a formidable expert within the game. The Assassin Alliance, like venerable guilds such as the Brotherhood of Righteousness, was established long before the launch of Endless Firmament. Their modus operandi, as suggested by their name, revolves around executing stealthy assassinations for hire. Among the assassins in the Alliance, Gold Medal Killer Sahara is one of the most renowned, with the unique talent of round space. His assassination endeavors are nearly infallible, boasting a success rate that approaches 100. As the name implies, round space allows him to lock onto a target and pull them into a unique, independent space for turn-based combat. Within this space, even the fastest attack speed becomes moot, as the combat is conducted in alternating strikes. It bears some resemblance to the combat mechanics from the ancient game Dream of the Westward Journey. The distinction lies in that Gold Medal Killer Sahara can replicate the highest attribute of the player drawn into this space. Thus, with Li Fan's current agility at 21,996 points, Sahara's agility attribute within the round space also mirrors this value. Attributes such as strength, intellect, and constitution cannot be replicated. Although Sahara's output may be insufficient to breach Li Fan's defenses, the mere acquisition of his agility data through this talent must have left him astounded. This talent is indeed advantageous for one-on-one duels. Li Fan knitted his brows. After contemplating for so long, the 5 seconds for his counterattack were swiftly drawing to a close, prompting him to launch a basic attack in retaliation. The reason for this being a basic attack is twofold. Firstly, Li Fan lacks any particularly powerful single-strike skills. Legendary skills like Sword and Shield Technique or Fatal Slash are more akin to supportive or continuous damage skills. In actuality, the skill with the highest single-strike damage is his now level 9 skill, Heavy Slice, which boasts 475 physical attack power and inflicts greater damage as the opponent's health dwindles. Secondly, while the opponent may have copied his agility talent, they cannot replicate his other attributes or equipment. With Li Fan adorned in dark gold legendary epic gear, it was evident that the best item Sahara possessed was merely a golden dagger, highlighting the vast disparity between them. As anticipated, Sahara's backstab skill barely scratched Li Fan's defenses. In contrast, Li Fan's retaliatory basic attack significantly depleted Sahara's health bar, 2,296. A sizable number floated above gold medal killer Sahara's head. With Li Fan's physical panel exceeding 2,000, coupled with the real damage bonus from his talent, a single basic attack had claimed nearly half of Sahara's life. What level of attack and defense is this? Such agility values are utterly outrageous. Gold medal killer Sahara inhaled sharply. As an assassin, he typically maintained a composed demeanor, speaking little and acting decisively. Yet, at this moment, he found it impossible to remain unperturbed, even though he had anticipated a low probability of victory. This encounter was primarily for intelligence gathering, yet he could not suppress his shock. Is such agility truly attainable by a level 27 player? With my over 500 physical attack, augmented by the double damage of the backstab skill, how could it fail to penetrate your defenses? What is the extent of your outrageous defensive attributes? With a mere basic attack, you inflicted a staggering 2,300 damage upon a player with over 100 physical defense? Is your attack power nearing 2,005? Great God of the Earth, how can you claim you are not cheating? Meanwhile, Li Fan paid little heed to the astonishment of the Golden Killer, for he understood that he would also be taken aback in such a scenario. This was quite natural. What concerned him was that in his past life, he had never engaged with this individual, yet based on the accounts of the formidable players who had fallen to him, the Golden Killer Sahara remained silent with every action. So he is not mute after all. It is fortunate that we can communicate. Golden Killer Sahara, I am aware you belong to the Assassin Alliance. Who commissioned you to eliminate me? Sahara's expression shifted, completely taken aback that the great God of the Earth had deduced his affiliation, which was beyond his expectations. From what he knew, there had never been a powerhouse named Great God of the Earth in the gaming realm before. Furthermore, based on his investigations over the past few days, apart from the Phoenix Guild's slight interaction with him, Great God of the Earth was likely an unorganized player cultivated independently. A lone player who is aware of the Assassin Alliance and recognizes that he was sent as a killer. This was no ordinary solitary player. Decisive action was imperative. Looking at the meager force damage of merely 1 point from his powerful strike, Sahara's murderous intent waned. The disparity in strength was too vast. This was beyond any technical compensation, akin to a newborn infant facing off against the boxing champion Tyson. Even if the infant could perform a 360-degree Thomas spin, it could not withstand Tyson's casual punch. Hey, Sahara, tell me who sent you to target me? Li Fan pressed once more. As a competent assassin, I shall not divulge my employer's information. Sahara coolly retorted. Oh, Li Fan nodded. Then you may meet your demise. With those words, it was his turn to strike. A devastating slash. Notification. You have slain player Golden Killer Sahara, level 23 assassin. As you were the counter-attacker, your evil value does not increase. Notification. You have automatically exited the round space. Chapter 68. The retribution of the strong never waits for nightfall. Even if Sahara remained silent, Li Fan could roughly deduce who had placed the order with the Assassin Alliance. With Endless Sky having just launched a few days prior, the only guilds he had antagonized were the Righteous Cloud Guild and the Overlord Guild. The Assassin Alliance, known for its professionalism in the art of assassination, undoubtedly commanded a high price, particularly for targeting someone like him, the current top player in the game. The cost for hiring them would be exorbitant. Considering his identity as a player from the Dragon Kingdom, it was indeed plausible that foreign forces might have contracted them to undermine him. But it was more likely that the order came from Zhao Ritian or the Overlord Emperor. Thus, whether Sahara revealed his employer's information was inconsequential to Li Fan. Given the high probability that it was Zhao Ritian or the Overlord Emperor, he resolved to take revenge on these two individuals. Moreover, even if they were not the employers, Li Fan intended to eliminate them regardless. In any case, targeting them was a surefire decision. I just checked with the NPC. Zhao Ritian is still in the novice village. Surely the Overlord Emperor hasn't made it to the main city yet? To his dismay, he discovered that the Overlord Emperor had not entered any main city either. Typically, once players enter a main city, returning to the novice village is impossible, as previously stated. With Zhao Ritian and the Overlord Emperor hiding in the novice village, Li Fan found himself at a loss regarding these two. Forget it, I will deal with the Assassin Alliance first. Unable to catch the mastermind, Li Fan resolved not to spare the instruments of the mastermind and decided to target the Assassin Alliance first. No matter how formidable Golden Killer Sahara was, he was merely an employee. If he was to strike, it would be at the head of the Assassin Alliance. The leader of the Assassin Alliance had always remained enigmatic, with few players aware of his ID, but for Li Fan, as a reborn player, this was no secret. Notification. You have successfully spent 10 gold coins to locate the coordinates of player passerby, level 23 Shadow Assassin. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. Indeed, this unremarkable ID belonged to the leader of the Assassin Alliance. This individual had disguised himself well, but unfortunately for him, encountering Li Fan, the reborn player, today would spell disaster. Moonshadow City. This city stood at the edge of the Endless Mountains, representing the westernmost city of the Eastern Hua Empire. Due to the encroachment of demonic energy, the entire city was perpetually shrouded in darkness, providing an ideal environment favored by assassin players. At this moment, in an ordinary leveling spot in the wilds of Moonshadow City, the leader of the Assassin Alliance, Passerby A, was engaged in a remote conversation with Golden Killer Sahara. What? The agility attribute of the great god of the earth is a staggering 21,996 points? What? Your attack failed to breach his defenses, and his basic attack can deplete 2,003 health points from you? This is utterly absurd. This individual currently stands as a unique presence among players. We shall pause this contract for now. I will negotiate a higher price with the employer later and demand your compensation. Very well. It is commendable that you have gathered such intelligence. Take a few days off, consider it a vacation. After terminating the private chat, Passerby A fell into contemplation. The order to assassinate the great god of the earth had, in fact, been received by the Assassin Alliance several days prior. Initially placed by the Overlord Emperor from M40-399's Novice Village. Unfortunately, the two assassins from the Assassin Alliance had not even laid eyes on the great god of the earth during those days. Now, another order had emerged from Zhao Ritian of the Righteous Cloud Guild. Given that the great god of the earth was now the undisputed top player across all rankings, Zhao Ritian and the Overlord Emperor had offered a reward of 1 million Dragon Kingdom coins for each successful kill. With such a sum, the Assassin Alliance would certainly not pass up the opportunity. In Passerby A's view, with his top assassin, Golden Killer Sahara, deployed, this assignment was practically a sure thing. To his utter dismay, after just one attempt, Sahara's confidence had shattered. The attributes of the great god of the earth were simply outrageous. The crucial point was that the Endless Sky officials proclaimed he was neither cheating nor exploiting game bugs. That was the most alarming aspect. Indeed, high prices come with their reasons, and the assassination of the great god of the earth would require careful planning. Zhao Ritian and the Overlord Emperor would have to wait a while, and the price would need to be adjusted. As Passerby pondered, suddenly, a fierce wind swept towards him. Instinctively squinting, he beheld a scene that left him utterly astonished. A warrior player wielding a massive two-handed sword appeared out of nowhere, darting towards him like a bolt of lightning. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was none other than the great god of the earth. The great god of the earth? Wow, I can't believe I am seeing the great god of the earth. Great one, let's be friends. After a moment of surprise, the bystander immediately reacted with the excitement and joy typical of an average player, clumsily requesting Li Fan to grant a friend invitation. Li Fan, momentarily taken aback, soon broke into a smile. Continue the charade. I refuse to believe that the esteemed leader of the Assassin Alliance is oblivious to my intentions. Upon hearing this, the bystander's expression froze. With his identity exposed, there was no point in maintaining the facade. He regarded Li Fan with a gaze laden with contemplation. Taisui God, who exactly are you? How do you know about me? His ID was a closely guarded secret. Even most members of the Assassin Alliance were unaware of it. Communication with the outside world was conducted solely through various subordinates. After all, he was engaged in clandestine dealings where today's client could easily become tomorrow's assassination target, necessitating a degree of discretion from his position as the leader. Do not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge. Now that I have located you, I possess my own channels of information. Your top assassin, Sahara, did not disclose who commissioned your attempt on my life. Thus, he met his demise. I shall repeat my inquiry. Who contracted you to assassinate me? Li Fan inquired directly, though he was not particularly invested in the answer. Having come this far, it would be advantageous to pinpoint the individual responsible. Knowing who I am, you should understand that the Assassin Alliance has never betrayed its employers, hence I shall not answer. The bystander responded slowly. Very well, then you should be prepared for the consequences of my blade, Li Fan declared, gradually raising his longsword. The mere sight of Li Fan drawing his weapon instilled a profound sense of pressure in the bystander, who had just witnessed Sahara's prowess. Yet, he was not one to remain passive. I anticipated that you would strike. Surely, you do not believe I came unprepared? Farewell. With that, the bystander vanished from sight. Employing the assassin's signature skill, invisibility. Chapter 69, The Bystander's Tenacity. The auction commences. In the current scenario, the bystander felt a measure of confidence. True, I cannot hope to defeat you, Taisui God. However, with my invisibility, should I choose to flee, how will you, esteemed Taisui God, counter my escape? In response to this predicament, Li Fan merely chuckled. Invisibility is not invincibility. You are rejoicing too soon. With that declaration, Li Fan commenced slashing at the air. Swish, swish, swish. Under the passive effect of the dark gold skill, Sword Master, each of his ordinary attacks unleashed a blade of energy extending several meters. With over 200 strikes per second, waves of white sword energy surged forth in torrents. The bystander, cloaked in invisibility, was utterly unprepared for Li Fan's audacious tactic. Normally, one must rely on tracking my footprints or similar techniques to unveil my concealed presence. To resort to AoE bombardment with sword energy is utterly devoid of martial ethics. Though the bystander sought to escape, even with a slight increase in speed from his invisibility, Evading Li Fan's attack range was beyond the realm of possibility. In the blink of an eye, he was struck by several waves of sword energy. 2,259, 2,309, 2,359, 1648, fatal damage. After enduring for consecutive strikes, the bystander's health was entirely depleted. As the leader of the Assassin Alliance, his overall combat capability was not inferior to that of the top assassin, Sahara, and he possessed certain life-saving trump cards. Yet, he understood that employing these defenses against Li Fan would be futile, at most. It would only afford him a few extra moments before meeting his end. With the opponent's agility at an astounding 22,000, a few strikes would merely last a fraction of a second. Thus, what purpose did it serve to expend precious life-saving measures? The disparity in raw strength was indeed disheartening, yet undeniably exhilarating. In his soul state, observing Li Fan's figure retreating towards Moonshadow City, a flicker of uncharacteristic excitement crossed the bystander's face. Taisui God, from this moment forth, it is a personal vendetta. Regardless of whether Zhao Ritian and AOC Emperor cancel the contract on your life, I shall make it my objective to eliminate you. Bring it on. I hope your strength does not surpass mine too soon, for that would deprive me of the enjoyment of this game. Muttering to himself, the bystander opted to log out before his resurrection. He was acutely aware of Li Fan's past exploits at the resurrection point in Tianyao City, where he had dispatched characters such as Yi Bo and Ren Wang, and surmised that Li Fan was now heading to ambush him. Although he had resolved to make killing Li Fan a major game objective, the overwhelming disparity in their abilities rendered any reckless confrontation a mere exercise in futility. Logging out to avoid confrontation was the most prudent choice. Wow, he logged out after just one hit. This guy really knows how to preserve himself. Li Fan lingered in the resurrection square of Moonshadow City for a while, shaking his head in resignation once he confirmed the bystander's departure. In this situation, he found himself at a loss. He could hardly pursue the individual offline. Such actions would only be feasible once the game and reality merged. For now, he was a law-abiding citizen, refraining from violence in the real world, especially since even his past girlfriend was thriving in her life. Logging out after a single hit was tedious. Perhaps it was best to focus on completing quests instead. Li Fan teleported to Tianyao City. Before long, he found himself in the area of Red Leaf Valley. Corpse-eating mice, a level 25 ordinary monster, were approximately 20 to 30 times the size of an average house mouse. Their bodies were adorned with irregular patches of red and white, and their small eyes glimmered with an eerie crimson hue, rendering them grotesque. They were social creatures, appearing in groups of 3 to 5 upon each respawn. Of course, before Li Fan, even a horde of hundreds posed no threat. The battle was devoid of excitement and concluded swiftly. Notice, you have slain X500. Notice, your talent has activated. You have permanently increased your agility by 2 points. X500. Notice, you have leveled up. Your current level is LV28. Notice, your quest The Daily Life of Drunkard Lu Yanwei, 61, has been completed. Please claim your reward from NPC Lu Yanwei. Notice, your quest Li Changsheng's Worries, 1, has been completed. Please claim your reward from NPC Li Changsheng. As the task completion notifications refreshed on the interface, the task of exterminating the corpse-eating mice came to an end. Adhering to the principle of proximity, Li Fan decided to locate Li Changsheng first to receive his quest reward. Notice, you have received 20 gold coins, 250,000 experience points, and 10 merit points within the Donghua Empire. The quest duration was 3 days, and today marked the final day, hence no additional rewards were granted. Ordinary monsters and bosses near the main city were not considered intelligent magical beasts, thus their defeat would not yield merit points. The merit points of 10 are quite commendable. Little by little, they accumulate, allowing one to exchange rewards at the NPC's official location. After glancing at the task rewards, Li Fan became indifferent. What truly piqued his interest was the content of the second phase of the task that had been triggered. Task, Li Changsheng's Worries, 2. Task description. In the past year, the activity level of certain intelligent monster tribes near the Donghua Empire has been somewhat unusual, causing concern for Li Changsheng. Your performance has earned his recognition. Thus, he hopes you can assist him in investigating the reasons behind the abnormal activity of these intelligent monster tribes. Task content. Proceed to the intelligent monster tribes and investigate the reasons for their unusual activity. Task progress, 0. Task deadline, 60 days. Required number of participants, 110 people. Success reward, unknown. Failure penalty, permanent disqualification from accepting this task chain. Upon reading this latest content, Li Fan was momentarily taken aback. The requirements of the second phase task did not specify the need to slay a particular boss. Instead, it presented a more challenging endeavor, leaving Li Fan uncertain about where to begin. Fortunately, the task duration was sufficiently long, 60 days. At worst, he could traverse all the intelligent monster tribes surrounding the Donghua Empire. He was confident he could complete this task. With this thought, Li Fan felt considerably calmer. He placed great importance on this solitary hidden task from Li Changsheng. For the other 3 hidden tasks, he had already been aware of their ultimate rewards before accepting them. However, this task from Li Changsheng had never been completed in his previous life, stirring his curiosity about what rewards might await. If the hunter, the orphan of the escort agency, and the drunkard could bestow such remarkable rewards, surely the legendary swordsman Li Changsheng, one of the strongest in the Donghua Empire, would offer even greater ones. Li Fan was filled with anticipation. For the time being, he decided to set this task aside and focus on completing the 99 phases of the drunkard Lu Yanwei's quest as planned. Recalling his wandering thoughts, Li Fan returned to his daily activities. Hint: you have accepted drunkard Lu Yanwei's daily, 81. Hint: you have leveled up. Your current level is LV 31. Unbeknownst to him, time had swiftly passed, reaching noon on the following day. Today, Li Fan had been particularly diligent, only feeling a strong sense of fatigue after the clock struck 12. Just as he was preparing to log off for a rest, suddenly, a private message from a friend flashed on his screen. This one is called Longing, private message. Wow, brother Fan, hurry and check the auction house. 7 legendary skill books have suddenly appeared. Chapter 70, 7 legendary skill books, a financial contest across the server. The appearance of 7 legendary skill books on the leaderboard? Upon hearing this, Li Fan's face instantly lit up with realization. The first divine creation event of Endless Sky had finally arrived. As a reborn player who had once been a LV 200 warrior elite in his previous life, Li Fan was well aware that the game Endless Sky was fundamentally designed to assist humanity in resisting the otherworldly monsters. These otherworldly beings belonged to a cosmic-level invasion civilization, while Earth was merely a surface-level civilization, making the disparity in overall strength akin to that of a single drop of water compared to an ocean. How did Endless Sky aid humanity in combating the terrifying civilization of otherworldly monsters, beyond merging with reality to empower humanity with the abilities of their game characters? It had also conducted numerous divine creation events. Through these events, individual human champions emerged, ultimately becoming the vanguards against the otherworldly monsters. Now, these 7 legendary skill books represented the first wave of the divine creation activity, while other players remained oblivious. Li Fan understood that these 7 skill books were indeed released by the core intelligence system of Endless Sky, essentially the game's divine will. Each of the 7 legendary skill books possessed formidable effects. Any player fortunate enough to acquire even one held the potential for extraordinary advancement. In his previous life, Li Fan had entered the game too late and missed this event. He certainly would not allow that to happen again in this life. With great enthusiasm, Li Fan opened the auction house. On the classification homepage of the server's auction house, he found, as expected, the 7 skill books shimmering with a purple glow prominently displayed. Only players above LV 20 could utilize the auction house, with a hefty transaction fee of 30, which deterred most players. Generally, individuals either set up stalls in the main city or opted for the main city auction house with a mere 5 fee. Indeed, these 7 skill books were released by the divine will of Endless Sky. After muttering a few words to himself, Li Fan turned his gaze to the descriptions of the 7 skill books one by one. Skill book, Eye of True Sight. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirements, LV 20 or above, usable by all classes. LV 1 active effect. Lock onto a target, gaining detailed attributes and skill information about the opponent, as well as weak points. Effect weakened against beings of higher level and legendary rank. Consumes 1 MP upon release. Cooldown time of 60 seconds. The first skill book is a universally applicable auxiliary skill. When players face creatures of a higher level and rank, their attributes and skills appear as question marks, making such challenges perilous, often necessitating multiple deaths to gather information on the boss before a successful challenge could be attempted. The Eye of True Sight allows players to bypass this information-gathering process, directly understanding the boss's strength, skills, and weak points before the initial encounter. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. Thus, the importance of intelligence gathering cannot be overstated. And the Eye of True Sight is undoubtedly a divine skill. For Li Fan, although its effectiveness at LV1 is limited to legendary boss encounters, with diminished reconnaissance effects against epic and higher-tier bosses, the Eye of True Sight can be upgraded. And he is also aware of a method to enhance skill quality after reaching LV40. This skill book is crucial. I must acquire it. Li Fan resolved silently, while simultaneously glancing at the other skill books. Skill book, Meteor Shower. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirements, LV20 or above, for classes wielding a staff. LV1 active effect, summons a miniature meteor shower, dealing magical damage to enemies within an area of 80 by 80 square meters ahead, with each miniature meteor causing 200 magic attack output. Dropping 20 meteors per second, lasting a maximum of 5 seconds, consuming 500 MP upon release, cooldown time of 180 seconds. Skill book, Arrow Rainstorm. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirements, LV20 or above, for classes using bows. LV1 active effect. Upon release, fires 100 arrows continuously within 4 seconds. dealing physical damage to enemies within an area of 70 by 30 square meters ahead, with each arrow causing 150 physical attack output, consuming 500 MP upon release. Cooldown time of 180 seconds. Skill book, Sword of Annihilation. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirements, LV 20 or above, for classes wielding long swords. Level 1 active effect. Instantly unleashes a colossal sword aura in a fan-shaped area extending up to 30 meters, which possesses penetrating capabilities, inflicting 1000 physical damage to all enemies within the range. The skill consumes 400 MP upon activation, with a cooldown period of 100 seconds. Skill book, Venomous Infusion. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, level 20 or above, for characters wielding dagger-type weapons. Level 1 active effect, imbues the dagger with venom, causing enemies to suffer 300 points of true damage per second upon attack, lasting up to 7 seconds, with a maximum stacking of 2 layers on a single target. The weapon's venom effect persists for 10 seconds, consuming 500 MP upon activation, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Skill book, Divine Prayer. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, level 20 or above, for characters wielding staff-type weapons. Level 1 active effect, summons a cascade of holy light, restoring 302,000 of maximum HP per second to oneself and allies within a 15 by 15 meter radius for the next 5 seconds. The skill consumes 500 MP upon activation, with a cooldown of 150 seconds. Skill book, Rampage. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, level 20 or above, applicable to all classes. Level 1 active effect, for the next 10 seconds, reduces base physical and magical defense by 20, increases base physical and magical attack by 30, and enhances base attack and movement speed by 50. The skill consumes 500 MP upon activation, granting a 10 lifesteal effect, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Among these 6 skill books, for our offensive skills, one is a healing skill, and one is a versatile buff skill applicable to all classes. Meteor Shower and Arrow Rainstorm are formidable area of effect, AoE, offensive skills, delivering terrifying damage, and serving as exceptional tools for crowd control, proving effective even against larger bosses. The Sword of Annihilation may not boast high damage, yet its shorter cooldown and instant casting make it a valuable asset with decent AoE capabilities. Venomous Infusion. A skill tailored for assassins, inflicts devastating damage. While it lacks AoE effects compared to the other 3 offensive skills, it can deliver a staggering 200 points of true damage to a single target at level 1, which is truly formidable. Divine Prayer, a group healing skill, offers fixed output alongside a substantial percentage recovery, ensuring its timeless relevance, making it an indispensable asset for priest players. Rampage serves as a buff skill for all damage-dealing classes. Although it entails a reduction in defense during its duration, the significant enhancements to offensive capabilities render the 20-point defense decrease a negligible sacrifice. Chapter 71, Li Fan's Gaming Assets. A surge of activity. The Eye of Truth and Rampage are 2 skill books I must acquire, as they hold immense value for me. Li Fan silently contemplated. The Eye of Truth would prove invaluable when challenging high-difficulty bosses, while Rampage could significantly amplify his output during burst phases. As for the warrior player's AoE skill, the Sword of Annihilation, in Li Fan's view, it ranks below the Eye of Truth and Rampage in priority. A 100-second output skill does not markedly enhance his current combat prowess. With an output of 1000, considering his normal attacks and the inherent true damage from his talents, the damage inflicted by the Sword of Annihilation is roughly equivalent to 8 or 9 of his basic attacks, meaning it corresponds to approximately 0.5 seconds of his basic attack output. Such damage is superfluous. Of course, acquiring it would be ideal, especially when he eventually completes the task of Revenge of the Young Master of the Wei Yuan Escort, obtaining the unique item with a 60-second active skill and no cooldown, making the Sword of Annihilation immensely useful. I will also strive to secure Divine Prayer, as this skill can be allocated to my future support allies, ensuring preparedness. As for the Meteor Shower, Arrow Rainstorm, and Venomous Infusion skills, I shall endeavor to obtain them if my finances permit, as they are all excellent skills, and missing out on them would be a regrettable loss. Li Fan glanced at his gold reserves. In recent days, as the fairy Zixia gradually repaid her debts, coupled with the income from the Wolf Clan altar entrance fees, his gold has exceeded 40,000. Particularly, the entrance fees from the Wolf Clan altar have yielded substantial profits for Li Fan, averaging close to 10,000 gold per day. The 7 skill books have no upper limit on auction prices, and the auction duration is set for 12 hours, concluding at midnight tonight. There's no rush to place a bid. I'll wait until the end. Perhaps there's an opportunity for a steal. Having thought this through, Li Fan withdrew his attention. He subsequently logged off to rest, while Li Fan immersed himself in slumber. The entire player base of Endless Sky was set ablaze with excitement over the sudden emergence of these 7 legendary quality skill books. Who on earth is selling these 7 skill books? How did they acquire them, and what motivated them to part with such treasures? The auction house does not display the seller's information, leaving everyone in the dark. Regardless of the seller's reasons, we cannot afford to miss out on such exceptional skills. Wow. Meteor Shower. As a mage player, I yearn to obtain it. I've borrowed some gold from my friends, amassing nearly 100 gold coins. I wonder if I can purchase it? 100 gold coins for a legendary skill book? Dream on, you might as well sleep. Let me share some news. The president of a major guild in our newbie village has reportedly gathered almost 1,000 gold coins. Also aiming for the Meteor Shower skill book. Collecting gold coins. Dragon Kingdom currency exchanges copper coins at a rate of 110. Unlimited purchases, fast profits. 110 exchange? Only a fool would sell at that rate. Our village's wealthy players are already offering 1.7 for copper coins. In our village, it's 1.6. Wow. Since the server opened, I've saved nearly 2 gold coins, which could sell for around 3,000. This is far more enjoyable than working, in-game and on forums. Players are abuzz with excitement. These are legendary quality skill books. Even if we can't buy them, it's still delightful to feast our eyes on them. Meanwhile, affluent players are frantically collecting gold coins. Across every newbie village and city, a multitude of merchant players clamoring for gold coins has emerged, driving up in-game currency prices. As the frenzy escalates, only a select few will rise to the occasion, bidding the latest prices for their desired skill books. The prices of these 7 skill books have begun to soar with the passage of time. With so many players in Endless Sky, even ordinary players, whose ability to farm gold is limited, can only accumulate a few dozen silver coins daily, alongside various expenses such as equipment repairs, leaving little to sell. However, it didn't take long for some to amass 4-digit gold quantities. Within an hour of the 7 skill books being listed, the lowest priced one surpassed 1,000 gold coins. 2 hours later, the price exceeded 1,500 gold coins. 3 hours and 10 minutes later, the price of the most affordable latest skill book soared beyond 5,000 gold coins. Converting this into the currency of the Dragon Kingdom, 5,000 gold coins equates to over 30 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Such a price has left countless ordinary players astounded. It is merely a legendary skill book. No matter how exceptional, it is still just a game item, yet it commands such an exorbitant price. What an easy fortune to be made. Little do they know, the true heavyweights have yet to place their bids. Old Way, how many gold coins have we gathered? President, we have over 6,000 now. Not enough. Urge the guild members to step up their efforts. By around 11 p.m., we must amass 8,000 gold coins to secure a skill book. 8,000 gold coins for just one. Surely you jest, President. The highest bid currently stands at only 4,500 gold coins. Trust me on this. I've received word that Endless Firmament has recently attracted a number of affluent players, and the competition will be fierce. We must be thoroughly prepared. In Treeheart City, the president of the Junlin Tianxia Guild, Changxing Jun, conversed with the chief shield warrior, Old Way. With 7,000 gold coins collected, that poison skill book will surely be mine. Tai Sui Shun. Humph. Once I acquire the poison skill book and pass the 10-star career advancement examination, you shall no longer have your way with my guild. In the M5566 novice village, Zhao Ritian, the president of the Iba Yuntian Guild, gazed at the 7,022 gold coins in his backpack, lost in splendid daydreams of the future. Lawrence, how many gold coins have we gathered so far? Boss, we're nearing 7,000 gold coins. Very well, but we need to collect more. Increase the intensity. We must secure at least one of the 7 legendary skill books. In the CF Federation, in Mist City, a small-faced, lean mage player instructed his steward to continue gathering gold coins. He was a novice in the game. Yet in the real world, he was one of the most powerful capitalists in the beautiful country, wielding significant influence in both political and business circles. He had entered Endless Firmament upon hearing whispers that the game represented the future of humanity. Unbeknownst to him, this information had been intentionally leaked. The communication between the leaders of the Heavenly Path and the 5 Constants was brief, and they had cautioned against revealing the future they disclosed. However, humans are complex beings. Despite their subsequent agreement to safeguard this secret, the leaders of the 5 Constants simultaneously intensified their promotion of Endless Firmament within their own nations and devised a series of plans. Many big players sensed the shift in the wind and subsequently increased their investments in Endless Firmament. This butterfly effect, instigated by Li Fan, was destined to make this iteration of Endless Firmament even more spectacular than the last. Meanwhile, as various factions eagerly amassed in-game currency, Li Fan finally logged back in. Chapter 72. Intense Bidding, Securing 5 Books. Li Fan logged in just after 11 p.m. The reason for his tardiness was twofold. He had logged out for a midday rest, and, primarily, he had moved. He was confident that no one could ascertain his real-world identity from the information database of Endless Firmament. However, after reconnecting with Chun Ergu in the game, he was wary that malicious individuals might glean his real-world identity through Chun Ergu. This was not a reflection of his mistrust in Chun Ergu. The two had been inseparable for a decade in their previous lives, and the likelihood of betrayal was minimal. Of course, given that Li Fan had perished due to the treachery of friends in his past life, He prioritized his safety in this life. As long as he grew sufficiently powerful, he would not fear any betrayal. Nevertheless, he considered the possibility that someone could deduce his identity through the investigation of Chun Ergu, ultimately realizing he was Tai Sui Shun. His move was a precautionary measure. After logging out yesterday, he had contacted a forger to obtain a false identity and reached out to a real estate agent. Today, after viewing a property, he moved into his new residence overnight. Currently, he resided in the renowned Kongqing neighborhood of the Magic City, which was not a high-end area but notorious for its dense population. Great concealment lies within the bustling city, with a false identity and a densely populated community. It would be difficult for anyone to locate him swiftly. Li Fan contemplated renting several more apartments in the coming days. A clever rabbit has 3 burrows. He also planned to replace his phone and bank card, ensuring that while he indulged in the game, he remained cautious in reality, awaiting the convergence of game and real life. Indeed, today the ticket fees for the Wolf Tribe Altar Dungeon had accumulated to over 11,000 gold coins. What a delight! Upon logging in, Li Fan was greeted with a prompt regarding the ticket fee savings. After extracting the gold coins, he glanced at his inventory, which totaled 52,077 gold coins. Subsequently, Li Fan turned his attention to the server-wide auction house. True Vision, current highest bid 4,800 gold coins. 40 minutes and 35 seconds remaining until the auction ends. Meteor Shower, current highest bid 4,706 gold coins. 40 minutes and 35 seconds remaining until the auction ends. Rampage, current highest bid 4,752 gold coins. 40 minutes and 35 seconds remaining until the auction ends. The 7 skill books had current highest bids hovering around 4,007 to 800 gold coins. The most expensive was indeed True Vision. It appeared that many shared Li Fan's sentiment regarding True Vision being the most practical and widely applicable, hence the fierce competition. With 40 minutes remaining until the auction concluded, there was no rush. First, he would tackle some quests. Li Fan steadied himself and began his daily routine with Lu Yanwei's tasks. Notice, you have automatically accepted drunken Lu Yanwei's daily, 85. Unbeknownst to him, 40 minutes swiftly elapsed. Glancing at the new task information on his panel, Li Fan ignored it and directly accessed the server-wide auction house. At that moment, only 60 seconds remained until the auction for the 7 skill books concluded. Suddenly, someone could no longer contain themselves. True Vision, current highest bid 5,200 gold coins. 59 seconds remaining until the auction ends. Just a second prior, the highest bid for this skill book was still 5,000. Although the competition was fierce, the prices had been rising slowly, much like squeezing toothpaste. But now, it surged by 200 gold coins in an instant. This acted as a signal. Heavyweights prepared with ample funds responded immediately. The other 6 skill books saw their latest bids skyrocket as well. 5,200, 5,300, 5,400. The prices changed almost every second, with each increase exceeding 100 gold coins. This spectacle left countless onlookers thrilled. Wow, the true heavyweights are starting to exert their power. They clearly don't regard money as money. Raising bids by 100 at a time. 100 gold coins, given the current exchange rate, equates to over 600,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. These tycoons are utterly insane. Just for a single skill book, their fervor is genuinely intimidating. From the inception of the server until now, my savings barely amount to 3 gold coins. The prowess of the spenders is truly astonishing. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, the auction countdown swiftly dwindled to the final 10 seconds. At this juncture, the highest bid for the Eye of True Sight had escalated to 7,500 gold coins, while the lowest for Meteor Shower stood at 7,300 gold coins. This price had remained steadfast for several seconds, showing little fluctuation. It was evident that the participating spenders were beginning to exhibit signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, formidable players like Li Fan, who possessed genuine strength, were finally stepping into the fray. With 5 seconds left on the auction countdown, the bids were as follows. Eye of True Sight, current highest bid 8,000 gold coins. Meteor Shower, current highest bid 7,900 gold coins. Rampage, current highest bid 8,000 gold coins. The countdown continued to 3 seconds. Eye of True Sight, current highest bid 8,500 gold coins. Meteor Shower, current highest bid 8,500 gold coins. Rampage, current highest bid 8,500 gold coins. The countdown ticked down to 2 seconds. Eye of True Sight, current highest bid 9,104 gold coins. Meteor Shower, current highest bid 9,000 gold coins. Rampage, current highest bid 9,000 gold coins. With the time now at 1 second, the bids surged wildly. Eye of True Sight, current highest bid 9,233 gold coins. Meteor Shower, current highest bid 9,167 gold coins. Rampage, current highest bid 9,199 gold coins. After the frenetic bidding of the previous 3 seconds, the latest prices for each skill book had become whole numbers. This indicated that the affluent competitors were deploying their full might. At this moment, even a single additional gold coin could determine the final price. Just then, After a prolonged period of restraint, Li Fan finally made his move. With less than a second remaining, the bids were as follows. Eye of True Sight, current highest bid 10,000 gold coins. Meteor Shower, current highest bid 10,000 gold coins. Arrow Rainstorm, current highest bid 9,317 gold coins. Sword of Extinction, current highest bid 10,000 gold coins. Poisoning, current highest bid 9,301 gold coins. Holy Prayer, current highest bid 10,000 gold coins. Rampage, current highest bid 10,000 gold coins. In the final second, the prices of the 7 skill books fluctuated multiple times. Every bid of 10,000 gold coins originated from Li Fan. At last, the auction concluded. Notification, transaction successful. Congratulations on acquiring the auction items Eye of True Sight, Meteor Shower, Sword of Extinction, Holy Prayer, and Rampage. Notification, you have received the daily ranking reward for server level. Your level has increased to LV32. Notification, you have received the daily ranking reward for server equipment. You have obtained a dark gold quality treasure chest. Gazing at the 5 skill books now nestled in his inventory, Li Fan wore a smile that was a blend of satisfaction and regret. Chapter 73, The General's Confidence. I shall soon surpass the god of Tai Sui. Goodness, did I just witness an illusion? 5 out of the 7 skill books sold for the exact price of 10,000 gold coins? I thought my eyes deceived me, but it turns out it was no mirage. 10,000 gold coins equate to over 60 million Dragon Country currency, merely for a skill book within the game. It's utterly insane. Damn it. Where did all these wealthy individuals in Endless Firmament spring from? Just the other day, I was contemplating how I could scrape together over 200 gold coins to purchase a single book, and now that seems like a ludicrous thought. Brothers, I have noted something significant. Of the 7 skill books, 5 were sold for exactly 10,000 gold coins. Do you think they might have been acquired by the same player? Impossible, absolutely impossible. That totals 50,000 gold coins. How could anyone amass such wealth? It must be mere coincidence. Yes, certainly a coincidence. It is simply unfathomable for anyone to produce 50,000 gold coins right now. Numerous players were keenly observing the auction prices of these 7 skill books. In the final second, the latest prices became apparent to all. 5 of the 7 skill books had achieved a closing price of 10,000 gold coins. This spectacle left countless players utterly disheartened. As diligent and earnest ordinary players, we toil tirelessly to amass coins, and yet we barely manage to save 2 or 3 coins. How can one purchase a skill book at the price of 10,000 gold coins? It is infuriating. While jealousy simmered, innumerable players also felt deep admiration. Each of these 7 skill books is a paragon of excellence. Even an ordinary player obtaining them could soar to new heights. How enviable. Damn it. Why have so many affluent players suddenly emerged in Endless Firmament? I have only managed to gather over 7,000 gold coins. Yet I can't even afford a single skill book? This is infuriating. In the Juntian Guild, President Chongqing Jun could no longer contain his exasperation. He had expended a fortune to acquire gold coins and rallied the guild members for contributions, ultimately amassing over 7,000 gold coins. He had initially believed he could secure a legendary skill book, only to discover that even the lowest priced skill book had surpassed 9,300 gold coins. This realization left Chongqing Jun feeling utterly defeated. It was one thing not to strive for funds, but having made an effort, he still fell so far behind others. A glimpse into the situation was enough to reveal that the financial power of many big shots in Endless Firmament far exceeded his own. In this light, one must question whether his esteemed Juntian Guild, long a top contender in the Dragon Country gaming scene, could ever reclaim its former glory within the realm of Endless Firmament. Chongqing Jun found himself pondering this point. Meanwhile, Zhao Ritian and other veteran guild leaders shared his sense of defeat. Realizing that Endless Firmament differed significantly from the previous games they had experienced, with many new elites entering the fray, heralding a seismic shift in player dynamics. I have successfully acquired poisoning. Soon enough, I shall surpass the god of Tai Sui and become the new #1 in the server. Indeed, General, the god of Tai Sui is merely a fortunate individual who stumbled upon luck. His strength cannot possibly compare to yours. With the formidable backing of Beautiful Country, you are certain to become the strongest in the server. Advisor Carter, I appreciate your candor. In the West Moon Federation, in the city of Holy Water, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes was engaged in jovial conversation with his subordinates. Indeed, he was the one who had successfully purchased the poisoning skill book. He hails from the beautiful nation, serving as a major general in the military. His family occupies a prominent position within the military-industrial complex of this nation. Although not widely recognized, he wields significant influence throughout the land. From a young age, the major general has been accustomed to having everything at his fingertips and possesses an unwavering confidence. He believes that the acquisition of the Toxic Refinement skill book, obtained through the amalgamation of various conglomerate forces to amass gold, will propel him to become the foremost player in the entire realm. Notification: you have utilized the skill book and learned the new skill Eye of True Sight. Notification: You have utilized the skill book and learned the new skill Sword of Annihilation. Notification. You have utilized the skill book and learned the new skill Rampage. Of the 5 skill books procured, 3 have already vanished. And Li Fan's skill list now reflects the addition of 3 new abilities. Under the influence of his title, all 3 skills have been elevated to level 2. Consequently, the effects of these skills have undergone notable transformations. Eye of True Sight, LV2 active effect, lock onto a target, obtaining detailed attributes, skill information, and weak points of the opponent. Effect diminished against entities exceeding your level by 10 or more, as well as those of legendary tier or higher. Each use consumes 1 MP, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Note, upgrading this skill requires 1,000,000 experience points, and the character level must be no less than LV30. As a reconnaissance skill, the upgrade does not yield a dramatic enhancement, yet Li Fan finds himself quite content. The ability to perceive the strength, skill information, and weak points of creatures within 10 levels above him, particularly those of epic tier and below, is already remarkable. Meanwhile, the effects of the Sword of Annihilation and Rampage at level 2 have also experienced alterations. The attack radius of the Sword of Annihilation has increased by 5, and its damage has risen to 100 physical attack, with a cooldown remaining at 100 seconds and MP consumption increasing to 480 points. The duration of the Rampage buff has extended by 1 second, and during this buff, both attack and speed are enhanced to 35 and 55, respectively, proving to be quite formidable. Both of these skills also necessitate 1,000,000 experience points for level advancement. Having just leveled up, Li Fan finds himself lacking in experience and resolves to postpone the elevation of these skills to level 3. He is not in a hurry to raise his own level. After all, a higher level would diminish the rewards from monster farming. Previously, he had expended a substantial amount of experience points to upgrade skills such as sword and shield technique and storm swordsmanship to a point where they could no longer be leveled up. Otherwise, he would not be at LV32, but rather at least LV35. The first divine creation event of the Endless Firmament has concluded, and acquiring 5 skill books has certainly met his objective. Regrettably, had he foreseen the fierce competition, he would have dedicated some time to repeatedly challenge the Nightmare Dungeon to procure superior equipment to sell and accumulate gold. Ultimately, he has missed out on 2 of the books. This is the source of Li Fan's slight disappointment. His memories of the previous life regarding this event have become rather hazy. He only recalls the general time frame and cannot recollect the details of the 7 skill books or their final transaction prices. Initially, he had contemplated that with the substantial amount of gold he sold to the Fairy of Purple Mist, he would have been able to purchase at least one of them. Fortunately, he had the ticket fee from the Wolf Tribe Altar Dungeon. Otherwise, he would have been unable to afford even one. Paying 50,000 gold for 5 books seems somewhat underestimating the world, which is not ideal. This must change. Li Fan silently admonished himself against arrogance. At that moment, a private message from a friend suddenly flashed across his screen. Upon closer inspection, it was the Fairy of Purple Mist and Flower Butterfly reaching out to him. Chapter 74, Returning to Routine, completing the 98th task. Beep beep beep. Fairy of Purple Mist. Private, chat, are you considering selling Meteor Rain and Divine Prayer? After all, these 2 skill books are of no use to you. Earlier, when he logged in to complete tasks, the Fairy of Purple Mist promptly dispatched someone to deliver gold to Li Fan. As the overall strength of mainstream players has been on the rise, the in-game gold production has also increased significantly. Today, the Fairy of Purple Mist generously bestowed upon Li Fan over 3,000 gold, clearing all debts. According to her, she had intentionally logged out later than usual today to ensure that Li Fan received the gold in time for the auction. Such thoughtful actions earned Li Fan's admiration, prompting him to respond. Tai Sui God, private chat not for sale. Fairy of Purple Mist, private chat wow. So you indeed purchased those 5 skill books. How did you amass such an abundance of gold? Li Fan, upon reading her message, could not help but frown. How clever of her to extract information. Tai Sui God, private chat I misread. I do not possess the Meteor Rain and Divine Prayer skill books. Fairy of Purple Mist, private chat Tai Sui God. Do you think I'm a fool? Rolls eyes. Tai Sui God, private chat oh, not for sale. I intend to keep these 2 skill books for my future teammates. Tai Sui God, private chat as for the gold. You understand the ticket fees for the Wolf Tribe Altar, right? They all belong to me. So you could also seek out a hidden dungeon. Upon completion, it could become a public dungeon, and you could collect ticket fees too. This is not something to be ashamed of, and having been guessed correctly, Li Fan decided to own up to it. Given their previous amicable collaboration, he even kindly reminded the Fairy of Purple Mist why he had so much gold. Fairy of Purple Mist, private chat future teammates? What do you think of our Phoenix Guild's raiding team? If you have your eye on someone, just say so, and I'll gift her to you. Tai Sui God, private chat I'm busy. Let's talk another time. Li Fan proactively terminated the conversation. Although the Phoenix Guild's raiding team was commendable, they ultimately were not his own people. Why would he squander his resources to nurture members of another guild? Li Fan was not so foolish. As for teammates, There are many well-known players from his past life. He just had not encountered many of them yet. Speaking of which, what message did Flower Butterfly send? He recalled that there was indeed a notable player among his friends' list. Regardless of her character, Flower Butterfly was one of the strongest mages in his previous life. Since he had rejected her invitation to form a party in the M4399 Novice Village, they had not exchanged a word since. Li Fan was curious about the private message she had just sent. Flower Butterfly, private chat Tai Sui God. Regarding the 5 skill books that sold for 10,000 gold at the auction, did you purchase them? Tai Sui God, private chat, why do you ask? Flower Butterfly, private chat, just answer whether it's you or not. I have a feeling it's definitely you. And I want to know how far apart we are in strength. Li Fan instantly comprehended. After he had declined her invitation to team up, he had wounded her pride, and now she was determined to surpass him. Perhaps she was even contemplating returning to mock him once she had overtaken him in strength. Li Fan glanced at the leaderboard information. Sure enough, Flower Butterfly's name appeared at 88th place in the level rankings and 71st in the equipment rankings. Surely, such remarkable achievements must have stemmed from considerable effort, wouldn't they? That damn desire for victory. Tai Sui Shun, private message, it was I who purchased it. Hua Hudy, private message, where did you acquire such an abundance of gold coins? Tai Sui Shun, private message, guess. Hua Hudy, private message, speak if you wish. But mark my words, one day I shall surpass you. Tai Sui Shun, private message, meteor shower, skill book, screenshot, smiling. Hua Hudy, private message, what do you mean? Are you trying to provoke me? Tai Sui Shun, private message, keep striving. Once you enter the top 10 of the server's leaderboard, I shall present it to you, on the condition that you join the guild I establish. In this life, Li Fan also harbored the intention of creating a guild. The energy of an individual is finite, and in the future, when resisting the foreign demonic entities, he would need companions. Moreover, with his own guild, he could delegate the trivial matters that hinder his growth, such as engaging in petty squabbles, to the guild members. He planned to undertake the guild creation once he acquired the official guild certification. This time, he did not seek a multitude of members, but rather aimed for an elite route. Hua Hudy, possessing both skill and potential, was one of the teammates he desired. Thus he extended an invitation in advance. Meanwhile, Hua Hudy, upon seeing Li Fan's message, remained silent. Is he inviting me? Should I accept? How infuriating. Are we even that familiar? I still wish to surpass you and mock you afterward. Why grant me this opportunity to cling to your coattails? Should I agree to him? Hua Hudy's mind was in turmoil, filled with chaotic thoughts. She harbored a peculiar sentiment towards Li Fan. It was neither admiration nor hatred, but rather a complex mix of subtle admiration and defiance, quite convoluted and rather awkward. From her perspective, she had only met Li Fan twice. Yet he had both defeated and saved her, subsequently rejecting her invitation to team up. Thus, for the past few days, she had been holding on to a grudge, determined to grow strong enough to make Li Fan feel unworthy of her. However, her efforts only seemed to widen the gap between them. Now, it was not just a disparity in strength. Hua Hudy suddenly realized that their financial statuses were also worlds apart. She had barely 100 gold coins in her backpack, while he could effortlessly produce 50,000 gold coins for an auction. How could he possess such wealth? Furthermore, why would he give me a skill book worth 10,000 gold coins? Is it merely to recruit me into his future guild? Something feels amiss. Could it be that this extravagant spender wishes to embark on a passionate online romance with me? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Hua Hudy's heart raced uncontrollably. On a whim, she replied to his message. Hua Hudy, private message, all right. Simultaneously, on the other end, upon receiving Hua Hudy's affirmative response, Li Fan ceased to ponder over the matter. The auction had concluded, and he had acquired the skill books he desired. Now, he intended to return to his usual daily activities. Notification, you have completed Drunken Lu Yanwei's daily, 98. Notification, you have gained a task reward of 280,000 experience points. Unbeknownst to him, the reality had slipped into the early hours, past 5 o'clock. Li Fan had finally completed the last phase of Lu Yanwei's daily quest. Chapter 75, the final phase, slaughtering the troll tribe. The previous 98 phases required either providing Lu Yanwei with money or defeating minor monsters to collect ingredients for him, with task rewards solely comprising experience points. After expending tremendous financial resources and effort, he had finally reached the pivotal phase. Chosen one, Tai Sui Shun, thank you for taking care of this drunken wretch. I have one final wish. May you assist me in seeking vengeance. The NPC Lu Yanwei, shedding his usual inebriated demeanor, earnestly inquired of Li Fan. At the same time, a notification for the 99th phase appeared on Li Fan's panel. Drunken Lu Yanwei's daily, final. Task description. Lu Yanwei was once a member of the Glory Mercenary Corps, which suffered devastating losses during an ambush by the Troll tribe. Since then, Lu Yanwei has languished as a drunkard. For many years, he has longed for someone to help avenge his fallen brothers. Aiding him will yield substantial rewards. Task content. Proceed to the area known as Depths of the Endless Mountains, located north of Obsidian City, and slay at least 1,000 trolls. LV35 to LV45 bronze creatures. Task progress, 0-1000. Task deadline, within 15 days. Task participant requirement, 1 person. Success reward, 1, 200, 000 experience points. Chaos Core Fragment 3, special item. Failure penalty, permanent loss of eligibility to undertake this quest chain. Chosen 1, Tai Sui Shun. I understand this requirement is somewhat daunting. This Chaos Core Fragment is an item I fortuitously obtained during a perilous adventure in my youth, and I hope it aids you. I am but a fallen drunkard, and this is the only reward I can offer you. To Li Fan's surprise, even before he had commenced the task, NPC Lu Yanwei proactively retrieved the task reward from his inventory. Item, Chaos Core Fragment 3. Type, unique special item. Description, a special item that originated at the dawn of the world of endless skies. It activates simply by being carried in the inventory, elevating the level of all equipped gear to match the character's level. Note, this item is a preemptive reward for the task. If the task is not completed within the deadline, you will incur a penalty of 10,000 evil points for deceiving the NPC, and all NPCs of the Donghua Empire will hunt you down. Indeed, it is splendid to receive the task reward in advance. Lu Yanwei, this drunkard, is quite commendable. Li Fan felt elated. As for the penalty for not completing the task mentioned in the item notes, it was far from his considerations. Li Fan stowed the Chaos Core Fragment 3 in his backpack, and simultaneously, a series of new notifications appeared on his panel. Notification, your epic weapon Blade of Justice's judgment has been affected by the special item, elevating its base level to LV32 and enhancing its attributes. Notification, your epic accessory Silver Ring of the God of Hunting has been affected by the special item, elevating its base level to LV32 and enhancing its attributes. Notification, your Dark Gold Shoes Coward's Rocket Boots have been affected by the special item, elevating their base level to LV32 and enhancing their attributes. Just as the description of the Chaos Core Fragment 3 indicated, all of Li Fan's equipment had been upgraded to match his level. Delightful. My combat power has surged immensely. Li Fan cast a delighted glance at his brand new weapon. Equipment, Blade of Justice's Verdict. Durability, 326,750. Quality, Epic. Grade, Perfect. Usage requirement, level 32 or above. Melee classes wielding two-handed weapons, strength exceeding 880 points. Attribute 1, physical attack 1420, magic attack 1100, strength 320. Attribute 2, physical attack power 21. Attribute 3, strength 320. Attribute 4, attacks imbued with light attribute. Attribute 5, light attribute attack 21. Attribute 6, power of judgment remains unchanged. Attribute 7, Justice's Verdict, remains unchanged, compared to the original level 20 attributes. The level 32 Blade of Justice's Verdict exhibited an astonishing increase of nearly 1.5 times, save for the 6th and 7th attributes, which remained the same. With merely this weapon, Li Fan pondered that his combat power had surged by around 20. Furthermore, his other equipment had also experienced considerable enhancements. Li Fan opened his brand new personal panel. Character, God of the Year. Basic attributes. Level, LV32, 4, 321, 280. Class, Sword and Shield Ranger. HP, 35,608. MP, 8,480. Attack, Physical Attack 3323, Magic Attack 1761. Defense, Physical Defense 2150, Magic Defense 2082. Attributes, Strength 1314, Agility 24660, Spirit 497, Stamina 1499. Free attribute points, 1160. Maximum attack speed, 29,688 attacks per second. Maximum movement speed, 55,352 meters per second. Title, Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent, Blessing of Light, Stage 2, SSS quality. Equipment, skills, etc., omitted. How delightful. In the few days spent in the main city, Li Fan's equipment had hardly changed, yet upon acquiring the shards of the Chaos Core, his offense and defense had skyrocketed by approximately 30 to 40%. Among these, the epic weapon and epic ring could now be considered in-game items. Gazing at his latest personal panel, Li Fan couldn't help but feel an elated joy. The enhancement from the shards of the Chaos Core to his combat prowess was simply too evident. Li Fan was truly perplexed as to how Lu Yanwei, a down-and-out drunkard, managed to possess such treasures. However, it mattered little. This was the allure of the only hidden quest in Endless Firmament. If the rewards were not substantial, who would undertake hidden quests? Even the novice village blacksmith Morin possessed a bug-level item, the Heart of the Warrior. So it was entirely reasonable for city NPCs to have shards of the Chaos Core. Speaking of which, my free attribute points have accumulated sufficiently. I'll reserve 500 points for later and allocate the rest entirely to strength. After distributing the points, Li Fan beamed at his current strength of 1974 points and physical attack power of 4,122. Such a formidable attack power, coupled with his nearly 300 base attacks per second, made it no exaggeration to say that his combat capability was so strong it even frightened him. Putting such thoughts aside, it was time to focus on completing quests. Grateful for Liu Yanwei's generosity in providing the quest rewards early, Li Fan was more than willing to reciprocate. Although the quest had a deadline of a full 2 weeks, he resolutely decided to set off at once. Levels between 35 and 45 are predominantly of the bronze tier, right? If all goes well, I should be able to wrap up this quest before logging off today. Li Fan was brimming with confidence. There was no denying it. He was simply too powerful. Chapter 76. The Troll Patroller, Li Fan's explosive output. In the world of Endless Firmament, players encounter 3 categories of monsters: ordinary monsters, dungeon monsters, and intelligent magical beasts. Among these, ordinary monsters primarily consist of small creatures and mini-bosses that spawn in major leveling zones, serving as the main avenue for players to level up. Dungeon monsters similarly respawn with the restart of the dungeon, regardless of how many times they are slain. In contrast, intelligent magical beasts, akin to NPCs, truly perish upon defeat. They do not respawn unless under special circumstances. This type of monster can be regarded as NPCs that do not belong to the human faction, possessing notable intelligence in their own societal civilization. The troll tribe deep within the Endless Mountains, located to the north of Black Yao City, is likely one of the smaller tribal civilizations among the intelligent trolls. Li Fan had scant recollection of them. In his past life, he had battled numerous trolls, yet those belonged to much larger troll factions, and none were of the subpar quality below level 45. However, regardless of his lack of familiarity, with his combat prowess dramatically increased, Li Fan felt exceedingly confident. A mere peripheral tribe of trolls, his combat power should easily crush them. With that thought in mind, Li Fan bid farewell to Liu Yanwei and dashed towards the northern expanse of Black Yao City. The Endless Mountains sprawl extensively. It took him over 10 minutes to traverse the outer regions at his speed. Along the way, Li Fan scarcely focused on hunting monsters. He effortlessly dispatched any that obstructed his path, as they were merely ordinary creatures of around level 30, and the combat was hardly noteworthy. However, as he ventured deeper into the Endless Mountains, the strength of the monsters markedly increased, generally exceeding level 35. Some exhibited noticeably higher intelligence, even knowing when to flee upon realizing they could not win. Alas, their strength still fell woefully short. Escaping Li Fan's grasp was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Notably, during his quest to locate the troll tribe, Li Fan fortuitously encountered several mini-bosses. Notice, you have slain the golden-winged mantis, LV-36 black iron creature, earning 19,200 experience points, 20 bonus for defeating a higher-level monster. Notice, this kill marks the first in the entire server. Congratulations on receiving 30 free attribute points and a skill book for your class. Notice, your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 16 points. Notice, you have slain the mutated crocodile elite, LV-36 black iron creature. You have earned a slight reward. These mini-bosses were relatively formidable. Regrettably, they were no match for the current Li Fan. As the first player to arrive here, he received first kill rewards for these bosses. However, to Li Fan's astonishment, one particular LV-35 black iron boss named Carrion Hyena Chief did not trigger a first kill notification upon being defeated. The scavenging hyena leader is not the sole spawn point here. The absence of first kill rewards implies that other players have previously engaged it. To my surprise, I am not the only one capable of defeating such a formidable minor boss. Indeed, I must not underestimate the prowess of others. Li Fan shook his head, dismissing the matter from his mind. He continued on his journey, seeking traces of the troll tribe. After expending over half an hour, Li Fan finally stumbled upon a small contingent of trolls. This squad comprised 3 trolls, seemingly on patrol. They were upright beings, towering over 3 meters in height, with skin of a dark brown hue, and grotesque eyes that shimmered with a sinister red glow. Each troll donned tattered animal hides and wielded a massive club, approximately 2 meters in length. Li Fan casually activated his Eye of True Sight on one of the more robust trolls. Creature, Troll Patrolman. Race, Troll. Level, LV-36 Bronze. Attack and Defense. Physical Attack 1560, Magic Attack 200, HP 78,000. Physical Defense 726, Magic Defense 700. Attributes, Strength 630, Agility 400, Spirit 200, Stamina 500. Normal attack, swinging the club, clawing, kicking. Skill 1 sweeping the army. The Troll Patrolman powerfully swings its club, dealing 300 physical damage to targets within a cone-shaped area in front of it. Skill 2 roar. The Troll Patrolman emits a heart-stopping roar, inflicting 150 physical damage to targets within a 10-meter radius and causing a stun effect for 13 seconds. Skill 3 Frenzy. The Troll Patrolman's attack power increases as its health decreases, with a maximum enhancement of 30. Skill 4 Warning. Upon realizing it cannot defeat its adversary, The troll patrolman will flee while emitting a loud roar to alert nearby trolls of an enemy incursion into their territory. Weak points. Head anus. The effect of the Eye of True Sight was immensely powerful, revealing all pertinent information about the troll patrolman before Li Fan. As a LV-36 bronze tier creature, the troll patrolman possessed considerable strength. However, regrettably for them, they encountered Li Fan, a player of extraordinary prowess. Their normal attacks could hardly breach Li Fan's defenses. With a swift motion, Li Fan materialized before one of the trolls and struck with his sword. His LV-5 sword mastery skill allowed each of his basic attacks to unleash sword energy with a combined output of 70 physical and 70 magical damage. The troll's massive frame rendered it impossible for Li Fan to miss its weak point, the head. 2,828. 6,290. Weak point damage. 6,322. With an exceptionally high base stat. A 21-point bonus from light attribute attacks, coupled with the true damage from agility and an additional 20 damage from nearly 2,000 strength targeting the weak spot. Each sword energy that struck the troll patrolman's head dealt over 6,000 damage. Furthermore, as the passive defense reduction from storm swordsmanship activated and the damage amplification from the toxic earrings against poisoned foes took effect, Li Fan's output became increasingly explosive. The troll patrolman, with a total health of just over 70,000, could not withstand such terrifying damage. Under normal circumstances, with an attack speed of 300 per second, the three troll patrolmen barely had time to react before they fell almost instantaneously. Despite not being a single devastating blow, the entire encounter lasted less than a second, qualifying as a true annihilation. Sweeping the army? Frenzy? Roar? Warning? Apologies, but they were all obliterated before they could unleash a single skill, meeting a frustrating demise. Simultaneously, a kill notification appeared on Li Fan's interface. Notification: you have slain a troll patrolman, LV-36 bronze creature, earning 38,400 experience points, 20 bonus for killing above level. X3. Notification: this kill marks the first for this boss server-wide. Congratulations, you have received 72 free attribute points, and you have looted a skill book for your class. X1. Notification: you have killed an intelligent creature, earning 30 merit points. X3. Notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 18 points. X3. Chapter 77. Arrival at the Troll Tribe. This will be a massacre. The rewards for defeating the troll patrolman were exceedingly generous. Not only did Li Fan gain substantial experience, but he also amassed a total of 90 merit points. Merit points can be exchanged with NPCs in the Eastern Hua Empire for equipment, skill books, consumables, and other valuable items, serving a function akin to gold. Li Fan was elated, and even more so by the increase in his agility attribute from his talent. A LV-36 bronze troll patrolman could contribute 18 agility points. There should be plenty of such intelligent creatures within the troll tribe. If he could eliminate 1,000 of them, that would mean an increase of over 30,000 agility points. The second segment of his talent, Blessing of Light, would automatically upgrade to the third phase after defeating 100,000 monsters of level 20 or above. It is likely that, similar to the transition from the first to the second phase, the third phase would impose level requirements on the creatures to be slain. Thus, why not utilize the remaining slots from the second phase to hunt intelligent creatures? With this thought in mind, Li Fan silently commended himself. His impulsive decision to complete Lu Yanwei's final task had proven fortuitous. The appearance of troll patrolmen here indicated that he was indeed within the territory of the troll tribe, prompting him to seek out their domain for extensive farming. Li Fan acted decisively. His intuition proved correct. Shortly thereafter, he encountered another wave of troll patrolmen. This time, it was another squad of 3, with 2 at LV-35 and 1 at LV-37. It was evident that the strength of the troll patrolmen was not entirely uniform. Nevertheless, regardless of whether they were LV-35 or LV-37, their fate remained unchanged in the face of Li Fan: instant annihilation. Notification: you have slain another. Notification: you have picked up loot, troll club, troll cloak, basic strength potion recipe, for gold, 6 silver, and 71 copper coins. Oh, a consumable recipe has dropped? Haha, I shall soon be wealthy. In the world of Endless Sky, potion-type consumables are relatively rare treasures. Despite grinding since the game's launch, Li Fan had yet to obtain any recipe for consumable crafting. In traditional games, health potions could only be purchased from NPC merchants. However, the effectiveness of the potions sold by NPCs was abysmal, leading him to refrain from purchasing them, as he had no need for such meager supplies. As for various temporary attribute-enhancing potions, NPC merchants had none to offer. Initially, I had anticipated accumulating enough merit points to exchange for rewards at the NPC of the Eastern Hua Empire. However, to my astonishment, a recipe dropped from a troll patrol soldier. What a delightful surprise. Li Fan cast a glance at the recipe nestled within his backpack. Item: recipe for low-level strength elixir. Type: crafting blueprint. Function: upon learning, grants the ability to create the low-level strength elixir. Learning requirement: Possess the secondary profession skill alchemy. Notes. To synthesize the low-level strength elixir, one must utilize silver flower, golden silver grass, and white spoon essence. The potion's effect, upon use, enhances one's strength attribute by 1005 for the ensuing 60 seconds, with no cooldown time. The effects of the low-level strength elixir are rather impressive, providing an increase of 100 points to strength and enhancing the strength attribute by 5. Should one possess a sufficient quantity of these elixirs, one could enjoy an uninterrupted augmentation of strength. Regrettably, Li Fan lacked the secondary profession skill of alchemy. He could learn it from the NPC, yet crafting elixirs is no trivial task, and he had no time to spare. He decided to hold on to the recipe, waiting for an opportune moment to find someone suitable to teach, thus ensuring a continuous supply of finished elixirs. With his scattered thoughts refocused, Li Fan resumed his exploration of the troll territory. As for the 2 pieces of bronze equipment dropped by the 3 troll lords, he dismissed them with indifference. Though bronze equipment fetches a decent price, and most players have yet to acquire even a single piece since the server launched, his backpack's limited capacity left no room for such inferior bronze quality gear. Continuing his exploration, Li Fan soon encountered a 3rd wave of troll patrol soldiers. System notification: you have slain a troll. After swiftly dispatching several groups of troll patrol soldiers, Li Fan finally located the stronghold of the troll tribe. It was a valley surrounded on all sides, with a singular entrance measuring 5 to 6 meters wide, stealthily eliminating 2 bronze trolls guarding the entrance. Li Fan stepped into the valley. Before him lay a vast expanse of approximately 10 hectares, with a clear view and a level ground scattered with conical dwellings made of branches and thatch. At the far end stood a colossal palace constructed of stone, flanked by a large square platform upon which a massive brown troll statue stood, lifelike in its depiction, with a bonfire crackling at its feet. Within the valley, countless trolls moved about, both young and old. If not for their grotesque appearances and the sight of some devouring raw flesh, one might mistake this for a peaceful and stable civilization. The lives of these trolls were undeniably harsh, yet they were fortunate to encounter me. I shall deliver their liberation. With a twinge of sympathy, Li Fan regarded the trolls, his innate kindness unable to bear their suffering. Thus, in the next moment, he raised his longsword. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 9248, weakness damage. 9,320. 4,174. 9,248. As a flurry of numbers ascended into the air, the one-sided massacre belonging to Li Fan commenced. Whether elderly trolls or infants, each was at least of bronze rank. Born into bronze rank, this intelligent troll tribe civilization was referred to as the Bronze Tribe in Li Fan's previous life. Similarly, above the Bronze Tribe existed the Silver Tribe, the Gold Tribe, and so forth. The bronze rank trolls before Li Fan posed no resistance whatsoever. Typically, a mere glance would result in their demise. Roar, roar, roar. As the trolls faced a formidable foe, chaos erupted among them. Female trolls fled in panic, clutching their young, while the robust trolls brandished their weapons, charging towards Li Fan with furious roars. Simultaneously, well-equipped troll soldiers began to intercept Li Fan's advance, determined to halt his slaughter. These troll soldiers represented the strongest of the tribe, with levels exceeding LV38, and many were silver-ranked troll captains. Alas, before Li Fan, these trolls all met the same fate. It was a one-man slaughter against the entire troll tribe. System notification: you have slain a troll. XN. Time drifted by as Li Fan became lost in his frenzy. Suddenly, a war drum sounded, quickening his heartbeat as it reverberated throughout the valley. 4 golden-ranked troll centurions charged toward him in a furious rage. Chapter 78. Golden-ranked troll centurion. Domination. Combat information. The troll clan has activated the war drum of courage skill, enhancing the combat power of all trolls in the valley by 20. A legion skill. A broad enhancement of allied unit strength. This exemplifies the typical manifestation of legion-type skills. Fortunately, such a trivial legion skill had minimal impact on Li Fan. Even with their combat power augmented by 20, the trolls remained victims of his relentless slaughter. Li Fan's gaze fell upon the 4 rushing troll centurions, and he casually unleashed the skill True Sight upon the foremost. Creature: Troll Centurion. Race: Troll. Level: LV42 Gold. Attack and Defense: Physical Attack Power 6800. Magical Attack Power 1020, HP 360, 000. Physical Defense 3010, Magical Defense 2890. Attributes: Strength 2315, Agility 1600, Spirit 1020, Stamina 2520. Normal attack: more forcefully swings their massive club, claws, and kicks. Skills 1-3 Foot Sweep the Army, Roar, Berserk, omitted. Skill 4 Foot War Tread. The troll centurion forcefully stomps the ground, creating shockwaves that inflict 500 physical attack damage on all creatures within a 60-meter radius, accompanied by a temporary stun effect. Skill 5 Foot Tenacity. The troll centurion slowly regenerates 2 of their maximum health every 10 seconds. Skill 6 Foot Desperate Fight. When the centurion's health drops below 10, Their attributes increase by 50 for 30 seconds. Weak points. Eyes, anus. The physical prowess of the troll centurion was indeed formidable, boasting higher attack and defense than Li Fan. This was due to the fact that, in the world of Endless Firmament, the strength of a boss is determined by the capabilities of the common monsters of the same level. A typical LV42 monster has an attack power of approximately 350 points. A black iron boss is twice that, a bronze boss 4 times, a silver boss 8 times, and a golden tier boss is 16 times that of a standard monster. During the initial stages in the novice village, the game was relatively easy, allowing players to level up swiftly, while the monsters were weak. Thus, even a LV20 epic boss like the Hellhound was inferior in attack and defense to the troll centurion before him. Moreover, the troll race is primarily melee-oriented, with exceptionally high strength and stamina. The physical attack attributes of this troll centurion are indeed terrifying. However, Li Fan remains unfazed. What use is your high attack power? With a mere agility of 1600 points, can you even touch me? Swish, swish, swish. Before the troll centurion could reach him, Li Fan took the initiative to strike. 1,426. 1,457, 3,345, weakness damage, 5,521, critical slash. The troll centurion possesses formidable physical and magical defenses, compounded by level suppression effects. To maximize his output, Li Fan refrained from employing the sword energy of the sword energy master, and instead opted for straightforward melee attacks. During his previous slaughter of ordinary trolls, Li Fan's epic rings, hunting instinct, passive had already stacked to its full potential, augmenting all 4 of his attributes by 30. The storm sword technique's reduction in physical defense, along with the damage amplification from his poisonous earrings, continually elevated Li Fan's normal attack output. Given the presence of 4 troll centurions, he extravagantly deployed the legendary skill, critical slash, out of respect for the golden boss. The level 4 critical slash dealt over 5,000 damage per strike and possessed a piercing effect. With a total of 20 sword energies, it was swifter than a normal attack. The concentrated sword energies resembled a white beam of light, piercing through all 4 troll centurions. In just a single encounter, the health of the 4 troll centurions plummeted by a third. Roar, roar, roar. Reeling from the heavy blow, the troll centurions howled in fury. Yet, blades are indiscriminate. And these intelligent monsters are not like those ordinary minions that can respawn. They possess wit, and thus refrained from unleashing wide-range AoE skills while their kin were still nearby to avoid collateral damage. With a sweeping charge, one of the troll centurions initiated a counterattack. The reason only one centurion retaliated was due to the activation of the following effects. Combat info. Your passive attribute from the silver ring of the god of hunting has taken effect. The troll centurion has entered a 6-second stun state. Combat info. Your passive attribute from the silver ring of the god of hunting has taken effect. The troll centurion has entered a 6-second paralysis state. Combat info. Your paralysis necklace passive attribute has taken effect. The troll centurion has entered a 45-second paralysis state. Indeed, after Li Fan's rapid-fire strikes, 3 of the 4 troll centurions fell into a state of control. 1 remained free to act, and it must be said that it was quite fortunate. Whoosh. The massive spiked club swung through the air with a sound of slicing wind, but Li Fan easily dodged it with a slight sidestep. Roar. The troll centurion's roar skill inflicted damage upon Li Fan, yet he could not be bothered to evade. 9,622. A significant number soared above Li Fan's head. The physical output of the troll centurion was exceedingly high. However, Li Fan chose not to dodge due to his warrior's heart, which grants immunity to control effects and has a lifesteal effect. Any lost health could be swiftly regained as long as his output was sufficiently high. Soon, the frenzied troll centurion, too, followed in the footsteps of its companions, succumbing to the stun effect of the silver ring of the god of hunting. With at least 45 seconds of stun and paralysis control, Li Fan had ample opportunity to dispatch them repeatedly. 1864, 1864, 1864, under the ring's fully stacked passive state. This was the apex of Li Fan's normal attack output. At this moment, with an attack frequency exceeding 380 strikes per second, Li Fan could theoretically achieve a damage per second exceeding 700,000 against the troll centurions. Of course, the troll centurions did not possess such abundant health. In less than 2 seconds, Li Fan dispatched them one by one with his normal attacks. Notification: you have slain troll centurion, LV42 golden creature, earning 915,000 experience points, 50 extra for defeating a higher level monster. X4. Notification: this kill is the first in the entire server. Congratulations, you have earned 160 free attribute points and obtained a skill book for your class's equipment. X1. Notification: you have slain an intelligent monster, earning 160 merit points. X4. Notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 168. X4. Notification: you have leveled up. Your current level is LV33. Notification: You have picked up the loot dropped by the boss. Golden spiked club, ancient beast leather armor, multiple fireball, skill book, roar, skill book, and 26 gold, 33 silver, and 2 copper coins. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The stronger the boss, the higher the challenge and the risk. But also the reward. The 4 golden tier troll centurions allowed Li Fan to level up on the spot. Delightful. Yet, this was not the time to revel in his spoils. For with the death of the troll centurions, the trolls in the valley had begun to scatter in panic. The total number of trolls in the tribe was fewer than 2,000, and Li Fan needed to act swiftly to slay them. Otherwise, it would be less enjoyable if they managed to escape. Just as he raised his longsword, suddenly, a roar reverberated through the valley, capturing his attention. Chapter 79, The Dark Gold Troll Shaman and the Legendary Troll Lord. Roar. A deep, yet resonant roar echoed throughout the valley. Li Fan looked up towards the source of the sound. He beheld a troll towering over 8 meters, enveloped in an eerie red glow, wielding a massive curved blade taller than itself, exuding an overwhelming presence that instilled fear. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a peculiar troll standing beside it. This troll brandished a pitch-black staff, donned a verdant robe, and appeared stooped, significantly smaller than an ordinary adult troll, standing at roughly 1.5 meters tall. From the information displayed, the colossal form was none other than the most formidable creature of the troll tribe, the LV-39 legendary tier troll lord. The hunched figure was the tribe's shaman, the LV-40 dark gold boss troll shaman. As soon as the troll shaman appeared, it retrieved a golden miniature troll stone sculpture from seemingly nowhere, holding it in its left hand, and in an instant, all other trolls in the valley, except for it and the troll lord, transformed into black beams of light and entered the miniature troll stone sculpture. Notification: Troll Shaman, LV-40 dark gold creature, has used troll clan totem, sheltering all ordinary trolls within the totem's internal space. This spectacle prompted Li Fan, who initially intended to use his Eye of True Sight on the troll lord after the 30-second skill cooldown, to promptly reconsider. Although the totem was of dark gold tier, it appeared to pose a greater threat than the legendary tier troll lord. Li Fan directed his Eye of True Sight at the troll shaman. Creature: Troll Shaman Tuba. Race: Troll. Level tier: LV-40 dark gold. Offense and defense: physical attack power 2600, magical attack power 10100, HP 700, 000, physical defense 5569, magical defense 5874. Attributes: strength 2100, agility 3580, spirit 6000, stamina 4800. Normal attack: launches arcane energy projectiles. Skill 1 Repulsion Poison Ring, a powerful magic that forcefully repels, inflicting 400 magical damage on enemies within a 30-meter radius, and creating an effect that poisons the struck enemies for 1000 true damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds. Skill 2 Poison Ring, cast a spell to create a circular poison ring with a radius of 15 meters, dealing 250 magical damage per second to enemies within the area, lasting for 10 seconds. Skill 5 Toxic Nova, after a 2-second chant, detonates the toxins within a nearby poisoned enemy, inflicting 99,999 true damage. Skill 6 Magic Shield, cast a shield that absorbs damage equivalent to 50 of maximum health, lasting for 30 seconds. Skill 7 Enlightenment, when health drops to 805, 030, 2010, randomly resets the cooldown of 1 to 3 skills. When health declines to 5, all skills, except for the Magic Shield, enter a no cooldown state for 15 seconds. Skill 8 Troll Shaman, as a shaman of the troll race, can utilize the ability of the troll totem. Weak points: eyes, throat. The effect of the True Vision Eye was astonishing. With just a glance, Li Fan discerned the trump card of the troll shaman, with its array of extensive area of effect attacks, substantial targeted damage, and the ability to wield the mysterious power of the troll totem. My suspicions were confirmed. You are indeed a formidable nuisance. Li Fan's expression grew grave. The information gleaned from the True Vision Eye was immensely valuable, yet there remained some details undiscovered, such as the cooldown durations of the troll shaman's various skills. In this regard, he would have to rely on his observations during the battle. First, eliminate it, then confront the troll lord. Having made up his mind, Li Fan charged towards them. Before his arrival, the sword energy struck first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energy cascaded upon the troll shaman like moonlight. Simultaneously, dense damage numbers appeared above its head. 219, 493. Weak point damage: 237, 237. The damage inflicted by each of Li Fan's sword energies was remarkably low. This was due to the troll shaman's exceptionally high defenses, coupled with a level suppression that reduced his damage by 35. Each of Li Fan's attacks yielded merely 1 point of force damage along with an additional 218 points of true damage from his talent, in addition to the damage from the toxic earrings against poisoned enemies and an 8-point bonus. The reduction of physical defense from the storm's swordsmanship proved ineffective. In truth, This is a common occurrence when players challenge high-difficulty bosses beyond their level. In the world of Endless Sky, teamwork among players is paramount. Li Fan's storm swordsmanship has the ability to reduce physical defense. If he had allies with similar capabilities, they could lower the boss's physical defense to below his own. Or if his teammates' buffs could elevate his attack power above the opponent's defense, then his physical attack power would truly contribute to the battle. Nevertheless, in this lifetime, he has already outpaced all players, and when facing a boss of the Troll Shaman's caliber, he could only rely on himself. Fortunately, the true damage amplification from his talents was formidable, providing him with the means to challenge high-difficulty bosses. The fact that he was able to defeat various Dark Gold and Legendary bosses during the Novice Village phase follows the same reasoning. Otherwise, even with rapid attack speed, his weapon would be ineffective against the Troll Shaman. Setting aside its magic shield, if he were to unleash his full output, he would need approximately 3,000 strikes to deplete its 700,000 health. 3,000 attacks, at his current attack speed, would only take about 8 or 9 seconds at most. If he employed Phantom Dance and the active skill of the Epic Ring, he could accomplish it in just over 4 seconds. Alas, in the heat of battle, such an ideal output environment was not afforded to him. Li Fan shook his head. Just as he unleashed his attacks for less than a second, the Toxic Shaman began to cast its area of effect skills as its health dipped to 80. Battle information, Troll Shaman Tuba, LV 40 Dark Gold creature, cast skill Repulsion Poison Ring. You are outside the skill range and are unaffected. Battle information, Troll Shaman Tuba, LV 40 Dark Gold creature, cast skill Poison Ring. You are outside the skill range and are unaffected. With quick reflexes, Li Fan, upon witnessing the Troll Shaman's staff begin to shimmer with brilliant light, instantly darted in the opposite direction. The Troll Shaman's skill casting was remarkably swift, with a chant time of less than 0.3 seconds and a target area coverage of under 1 second. However, in that fleeting second, Li Fan was able to sprint 800 meters away. Thus, its skills naturally failed to hit him. My physique remains somewhat fragile before the Troll Lord. I must conserve my strength when necessary. Awaiting the conclusion of the Troll Lord's skill duration, Li Fan redirected his firepower to attack the Troll Lord. Unsurprisingly, his attacks against the Troll Lord were unable to penetrate its defenses. Fortunately, Li Fan remained unfazed. The Troll Lord's bulky frame rendered it somewhat cumbersome, and he could afford to wear it down gradually. Sooner or later, he would prevail.